Chapter 160. Zhaoye. Is he the sovereign of the undead? Chen Ming harbored no interest in the rewards bestowed by the Blood Corps. His true fascination lay with the treasure chests obtained from vanquishing monsters and the acquisition of skills, particularly the extraction of the undead. Since Qin Hongyue lingered by his side, idly passing the time, he thought it prudent to send her to the trial tower to work for him without compensation. By the way, you cultivators must possess storage space or magical artifact for storage, right? Such as spatial rings or chinko bags. Chen Ming genuinely did not anticipate that one day, the content he had once perused in novels would prove useful in reality. To appear worldly and not devoid of conversation, that was hardly the case. Subsequently, through Qin Hongyue's words, Chen Ming learned that she not only possessed numerous spatial rings and storage artifacts like chinko bags, but could also effortlessly create a small realm. A mighty emperor is indeed terrifying, Chen Ming exclaimed, raising his thumb in unreserved admiration. You flatter me, master. At Chen Ming's praise, a glimmer sparkled in Qin Hongyue's eyes. Chen Ming, perceptive yet discreet, proposed. In that case, I shall send you into the tower. After we slay those monsters, we can store their corpses within the spatial ring for my clever use. Hongyue understands. Qin Hongyue promptly rose, preparing to depart. Chen Ming could discern her eagerness to contribute. Given Qin Hongyue's willingness, how could Chen Ming bear to decline? Wait, before that, you should change your attire. He halted her, noting her emperor's robe was far too conspicuous. Change my clothes. Qin Hongyue turned to the television, where a female news anchor was broadcasting, pointing and asking, like that. Indeed, as Chen Ming prepared to open his storage space, searching for suitable garments for Qin Hongyue, he then witnessed her swiftly transform her attire from head to toe. Your ability is indeed quite convenient, Chen Ming mused as he silently closed the system panel. Surveying her from head to toe, the black frame glasses paired with a professional outfit rendered a striking visual impact, evoking the impression of a powerful elite woman of high society. Thereafter, he activated the portal, stepping through with Qin Hongyue to arrive at the location of the trial tower. At this moment, the trial tower was far more bustling than before. One after another, vehicles filled with professional hunters were transported in specially designed armored trucks for their safety, all heading towards the trial tower to conquer it, acquire blood cores, and bolster the fervor of the Star Alliance. This inevitably piqued Chen Ming's curiosity regarding what kind of enchantment Zhao Qian and the others had cast upon this group. Chen Ming, what are you doing here? Just as Chen Ming opened his mouth to instruct Qin Hongyue to follow him and not fall behind, a familiar voice, which he wished to avoid, resonated in his ear. Zhaoye, the very person to whom Chen Ming had confessed during a game of truth or dare, resulting in an unfortunate entanglement. He had presumed that after being rejected, that matter would conclude, yet she persisted like a haunting specter. I don't believe I need to report this to you, do I? Chen Ming retorted. Ah, it seems you have awakened a skill as well. Pray tell, what level is it? Before Chen Ming could respond, Zhaoye continued. To be frank, I have awakened a D-class skill, specifically a healing type, destined to rise above others. What do you think? Do you regret rejecting me back then? Observing Zhaoye, who had meticulously laid the groundwork solely to flaunt her acquisition of a D-class skill, Chen Ming could only wear a look of exasperation. Growing weary of wasting any further time on her, he turned to Qin Hongyue and declared, let us depart, pay her no mind. Understood, Qin Hongyue replied, clenching her fists and retracting the spiritual energy that had surged forth. Oh, so, she's relying on her modest beauty to latch onto a wealthy woman? Quite fortunate indeed. She is truly stunning, cough, cough. Zhaoye had to concede that Qin Hongyue possessed a beauty that elicited her envy, in terms of both height and figure. Were she endowed with such a visage, even if it meant sacrificing a decade of her lifespan, she would gladly exchange it. Wait, could it be that this extraordinary beauty has been captivated by Chen Ming, who, like me, has awakened a high-level skill? Zhaoye mused. She found it difficult to believe that in this era, there were still foolish women who would associate with a man solely based on his appearance. Like Zhaoye, she had long established absolute standards for a future partner, the foremost of which was that their skill level must not fall below C grade. Possessing a D-grade skill herself, coupled with being the belle of her department, it was entirely reasonable for her to expect her partner to have a C-grade skill or higher. Why would one seek a man who was inferior? Zhaoye desired a protector, not a man who would rely on her for sustenance. However, allow me to offer you some well-meaning advice. Men are merely for amusement. Do not invest your heart too deeply. The world is replete with beautiful yet useless vases, Zhaoye remarked with a sardonic tone. Each word was an affront to Chen Ming, laced with mockery and derision. Silence. You lack the right to insult my master. Qin Hongyue's expression shifted, her eyes turning a blood-red hue. Ah! Zhaoye screamed in terror, collapsing onto the ground, nearly splitting in two. She had never encountered such a terrifying gaze, Such overwhelming presence. Has this woman awakened a skill akin to that of a werewolf? Zhao speculated, perplexed as to why Qin Hongyue, possessing such strength, would be drawn to a man like Chen Ming. Wait, what did you just call him? Master, my master. Zhao Ya's face was a mask of disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. A breathtaking beauty, blessed with looks, physique, and prowess. Why would she refer to Chen Ming, a man of such feeble stature, as her master? Could it be that this fellow has awakened not a D-grade skill, but rather a C, or even a B, or possibly an A-grade skill? The thought struck Zhao Ya, causing her heart to ache with regret. What extraordinary individual had she overlooked? To her, even if Chen Ming had initially confessed to her merely due to losing a game, had she been a bit more amiable in her response, it was entirely plausible that a beautiful love story could have unfolded. Beyond that, Zhao Yi could not fathom why such an exceptional individual as Qin Hongyue would choose to associate with Chen Ming. Why does this fellow always ruin my chances and embarrass me? Her teeth clenched tightly. If you dare to speak another ill word about my master, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Qin Hongyue declared, her patience wearing thin. Should Chen Ming command it, she would not hesitate to eliminate Zhao Ya. Enough, there's no need to stoop to the level of such a person. Let us leave. With the crowd overwhelming and the distance to the trial tower still considerable, Chen Ming was unwilling to squander time amidst the throngs. Beside him, a shadowy portal opened, and a colossal calamity dragon emerged from within. What is this? Terrified, Zhao Ya, who had just begun to rise, found her legs giving way, and she sat back down, feeling a hint of bone-crushing pain. A dragon? An undead dragon. Did he summon it? Her gaze swiftly returned to Chen Ming, her expression one of existential doubt. Is he the Lord of the Undead? Chapter 161. Heart as gray as ashes, extreme double standards. Regarding news about the Lord of the Undead, Zhao Ya had perused quite a bit on the internet, even taking the initiative to delve deeper. Since ancient times, beauty has often favored heroes. In this apocalyptic era that venerates strength as a woman, Zhao Ya could hardly escape the allure of the formidable and invincible presence exhibited by the Lord of the Undead. Undoubtedly, he represented the pinnacle of her ideal partner, perfectly matching, or rather, transcending her expectations. Zhao Ya had envisioned countless times what it would be like to stand beside the Lord of the Undead, riding dragons through the heavens, commanding legions of undead warriors. However, she never anticipated that her envisioned Prince Charming, the Lord of the Undead, would be none other than Chen Ming, the very person she had previously rejected and despised to the utmost. No, this cannot be right. How could he possibly be the Lord of the Undead? There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, undoubtedly. Zhao Ya found it exceedingly difficult to accept this reality, desperately seeking solace in her thoughts. The undead dragon. Wasn't he that the steed of the Lord of the Undead? My heavens, how awe-inspiring. This was even more breathtaking than what she had witnessed on television. The woman by his side. Was she truly a woman? Zhao Ya felt an acute pang of envy, imagining the sense of security that must come with being the Lord of the Undead's companion. The words she overheard were like daggers, piercing her heart. Each phrase seemed to be a pointed jab directed at her, dripping with sarcasm. In a frenzy, Zhao Ya raised her hands to cover her ears, wishing to block out every syllable. She had lost all interest in exploring the trial tower or seeking opportunities to expand her social network as a D-class healer, aspiring to meet high-level hunters and perhaps stumble upon a serendipitous encounter. At that moment, all she desired was to escape this place as swiftly as possible. The voices around her incessantly burrowed into her ears, driving her to the brink of irritation. On the other hand, Chen Ming remained utterly undisturbed, his thoughts devoid of any connection to Zhao Ya. His attention was wholly focused on the trial tower and Qin Hongyue, perched atop the calamity dragon. He surveyed the throng below, which appeared like a swarm of ants clustered together. Raising his gaze, he noticed many individuals taking out their phones to capture this moment. Chen Ming was indifferent. After all, what was a mere photograph? It wouldn't cost him anything. His companion, Hongyue, had already taken the lead. After receiving Chen Ming's permission, Qin Hongyue vanished from the back of the dragon, instantaneously appearing before the teleportation portal of the trial tower. Upon realizing her connection to the Chen family and the Lord of the Undead, the guard stationed at the trial tower's teleportation passage dared not impede her, swiftly clearing a path for her. The Star Alliance had long issued orders that within the territory of Daxia, anything Chen Ming wished to undertake could not be obstructed. Even if it meant breaching order or rules, they would simply turn a blind eye. Subsequently, just as Chen Ming had envisioned, Qin Hongyue, despite not possessing a phone or registering as a fisher, successfully entered the trial tower. At this juncture, Chen Ming felt no need to linger. He had myriad means to ascertain Qin Hongyue's performance within the trial tower. For instance, through the built-in mini-program of the Universal Fishing Platform or the Eye of God. Although the Eye of God could not provide an omniscient view of the trial tower, with his servant Qin Hongyue present, he could activate it to observe her every move within her surroundings. Concern? Chen Ming felt none at all. The notion that mere monsters could slay a human empress, a being of imperial caliber, was sheer folly. Rather than fret over Chen Hongyue, he would rather return home, cast a few lines, and reel in more rewards. Perhaps he might even fish out a few imperial-level guardians to solidify his dominion. As he knew, a single imperial-level powerhouse possessed the capacity to obliterate an entire world. Having even one under his command was tantamount to global dominance, let alone several imperial servants. Ming would certainly not disdain the addition of such servants. The more, the merrier. He activated the teleportation portal, and together with his dragon, they vanished from the gaze of the crowd, leaving behind only gasps of admiration and envy. Upon returning to Fushan residence, he unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Behind him, the Calamity Dragon lowered its head in a gesture of submission, slipping into the shadowy portal. Returning to the Shadow Realm, a domain dedicated to housing the undead. The television had not been turned off. Upon entering, he heard the host's voice replaying the content. They had invested considerable effort and time into promoting the Trial Tower and the benefits of joining the Star Alliance, stable food resources, and powerful weaponry, along with exclusive training programs. Ming felt indifferent to these matters, for he already possessed them, and in greater abundance, everything that others could only dream of. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his phone and activated the mini-program feature. Upon glancing at it, even Ming, well aware of Chen Hongyue's prowess, was taken aback. In the blink of an eye, she had ascended to the 10th level? He chuckled. Could it be that she would clear the entire Trial Tower in a single day? That would be fortuitous, as Ming was eager to ascertain how many levels the Trial Tower encompassed. Aside from directly conquering the summit, he had no other means to acquire an accurate answer. Following this, he casually opened the World Chat channel. Daxia is being utterly unreasonable. Clearly, there are resources to share. Why must they monopolize? They claim it's for our safety, but in reality, it's sheer selfishness. Selfishness? When did you Sakura Nation earn the right to utter that word? Did you consider your own selfishness when dumping nuclear waste into the ocean, disregarding protests from countless nations? That's beside the point. You're being unreasonable. Who's being unreasonable is clear. Moreover, the resources are on our Daxia territory. Do we have any obligation to share with you? Where's that written in law? If you're unhappy, come and confront us. It's laughable. Don't get too cocky. You're merely lucky to have the Lord of the Undead on your side. Soon, our Sakura Nation will also possess SSS-level powers. At that time, we shall see who is superior. Let us talk when you actually have it. What is the point of boasting here? No matter which channel he switched to, it was nothing but disputes and quarrels. Ming exited the World Chat channel, unwilling to engage in the verbal skirmishes of netizens from various nations. Wasting time on such matters was far less productive than casting a few lines. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoya returned to the temporary dormitory arranged for her by the Star Alliance, her spirit utterly dejected. As she opened the door, she was greeted by her friend Lin Wei, who sprang up from the bed and approached her, exclaiming, Xiaoya, I've successfully awakened my talent too. Though it's lower than yours, I'm at E-class, with assassin skills. Noticing Zhao Ya's rather off demeanor, Lin Wei inquired, what happened? Ming. Xiaoya hesitated to articulate her thoughts. Ming? What about him? Lin Wei pressed on, contemplating whether Ming had also awakened a skill and joined the Star Alliance. Judging by Xiao Ya's disoriented expression, it seemed her skill level far surpassed Lin Wei's. Could it be B-class, or even A-class? Chapter 162. Fishing out 100 SSS class? Xiaoya still wavered, unsure whether to voice her concerns. Yet, some thoughts festered within her, causing immense discomfort, prompting her to seek someone to confide in. Could it be that he had also arrived in the imperial capital, joined the Star Alliance, and perhaps even fished for advanced skills? C-class, B-class, or A-class? Lin Wei's imagination could only stretch so far. Anything beyond that was truly beyond her comprehension. I encountered him on my way to the Trial Tower. He summoned a dragon out of thin air, Xiaoya finally admitted, unable to contain the truth any longer. What? A dragon? Are you certain it was a dragon? Lin Wei, who had just been celebrating the hard-won acquisition of an E-level skill, was abruptly struck with a heavy blow. In her view, a skill capable of summoning a dragon must be at least A-level, if not S-level. The notion of awakening an S-level skill at this stage, especially one that could summon a dragon, filled her with a sense of envy that was almost unbearable. She regretted not having taken action against Ming sooner, having hesitated when she had the chance. Now, the disparity in their abilities had widened to an insurmountable chasm. Pursuing him? It was utterly futile, as she could not even catch a glimpse of him, her own level being woefully inadequate. Lin Wei was an astute individual. She understood all too well the vast gulf between E-level and S-level skills without needing anyone to remind her. I am certain. Xiaoya nodded emphatically. However, seeing her hesitate yet again, Lin Wei was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation by Xiaoya's sluggish demeanor. She forced herself to remain calm and pressed on. And what else? The dragon he summoned bears a striking resemblance to the mount of the undead lord I saw online, Xiaoya replied. What? Ming is the undead lord. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei completely lost her composure, her legs turning to jelly as she staggered back a few steps and collapsed onto the lower bunk. She had considered the possibility that Chun Ming's catch might be an A-level skill, or even a terrifying S-level one. But she never imagined that he had actually acquired an SSS-level skill. Furthermore, as far as Lin Wei knew, the Undead Lord possessed more than one SSS-level skill. Let alone in the Great Xia, in every corner of the globe, even before the apocalypse. The so-called technologically advanced nation of the Hawks would have to show him a great deal of respect. No, 9 parts, even 10 parts. It was simply outrageous. Just not long ago, he was our classmate, an ordinary person like everyone else, yet now he had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. Lin Wei was filled with endless lamentations. Seeing Lin Wei sing Chun Ming's praises, Xiaoya felt a pang of discomfort as her close friend. Trying to comfort herself, she muttered, I must have misunderstood. How could he possibly be the Undead Lord? He doesn't deserve it. But didn't you see it with your own eyes? Lin Wei pursued. I did see the Undead Dragon, Xiaoya admitted, but if I were to guess, he must have caught a skill similar to the Undead Lord's, not the genuine article. Xiaoya had hoped to console herself with this reasoning, but Lin Wei doused her with cold water. Even if it's a similar skill, it has to be at least S-level, right? It could even be SS level. Xiaoya scoffed, her hands on her hips, her confidence clearly wavering. What's so impressive about that? The future is long. Perhaps in the near future, you and I will also catch S-level or even higher skills and crush him. Let us hope so. Lin Wei's voice lacked the conviction of her friends. Enough of this. Since you've awakened a skill, shall we venture to the trial tower together? Perhaps we might encounter some tall and handsome professional hunters. In response to Xiaoya's enthusiasm, Lin Wei had initially intended to remark that no one could compare to Chen Ming, but to preserve the harmony of their friendship, she decisively changed her mind. Successful catch. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an S-level weapon, the Azure Thunder Whip Sword. Successful catch. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a large healing potion 1000. Successful catch. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100,000 tons of rice. Successful catch. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 SSS level skill upgrade cards. Upon seeing this reward notification, Chun Ming immediately halted his preparation to cast his next line and gave a thumbs up in approval. After double-checking, he confirmed that he had indeed acquired 100 SSS level skill upgrade cards. What a tremendous profit from this cast! Chen Ming exclaimed with unbridled joy. In the past, he had merely entertained the whimsical thought of monopolizing all unique SSS skills by himself. Now, however, it seemed that this aspiration might genuinely materialize. There was no exaggeration in this. With the current and previously accumulated upgrade cards, Chun Ming was assured of adding a minimum of 105 SSS level skills. Indeed, 105 SSS level skills. Chun Ming recalled the skill Life Devour that he had obtained from the Doghead Reaper. A level skill Life Devour curses the target, slowly draining their life force. With a maximum limit of 30, the life force absorbed will be converted equally to the user. Upgrade. It must be upgraded. The utility of this skill was vast, applicable not only to monsters but also to humans, including dimensional cultivators like Qin Honghua. Silently, it would siphon the life force from others for his own use. With his super regenerative abilities combined with Life Devour, Chun Ming firmly believed that one day he would share a lifespan with the heavens, becoming eternally everlasting like the starry cosmos. As a descendant of the Yin and Huang, like the vast majority, Chun Ming could not deny a certain obsession with the concept of immortality. Would you like to use an SSS level skill upgrade card on the A-level skill Life Devour? Yes. Faced with the two options that appeared, Chun Ming unhesitatingly selected yes. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, you have obtained SSS level Life Devour. After confirming the upgrade from A-level to SSS level, Chun Ming immediately clicked to view the details, fearing that it might differ greatly from his expectations. SSS level skill Life Devour curses the target, rapidly draining their life force, with a maximum limit of 90. The life force absorbed will be converted equally to the user. It was quite merciful, leaving the target with 10% of their life force. Chun Ming felt indifferent to this stipulation. In addition to the Life Devour skill, Chun Ming also possessed the SSS level skill, Execution. There was no need for the target's life force to drop to 90 or 70 for the execution effect to trigger. If the opponent hoped to turn the tables with the remaining 10 health points, it was a mere delusion. Rising to his feet, Chun Ming opened the system panel and navigated to the resource map function. With a newly acquired SSS level skill, it was only fitting to seek out prey to test its efficacy. Merely reading the skill description was insufficient to satiate his curiosity. No amount of words could match the experience of hands-on experimentation. Chapter 163, No Code of Conduct. Lifespan of 60 years. Initially, Chun Ming considered targeting zombies, as he merely sought to test the skill's effects. While zombies might not offer substantial health points for conversion, their sheer numbers could compensate for the lack of quality. Once Chun Ming had decided to drain the life force from a horde of corpses and mark the coordinates, he inadvertently noticed several flame icons appearing in a specific area. Were these flames elite-level monsters? Chun Ming was uncertain. He clicked View Details. Fireman. a creature transformed by being infused with the essence of fire, entirely composed of high-temperature flames. Essence of fire? An upgraded version of the zombie virus? Evolved? Unable to view further details, Ming resolved to investigate that neighborhood in person. The area was not far from Fushan residents and posed a potential threat. Having discovered it, he deemed it necessary to ascertain the situation. He adhered to the ancient wisdom of remaining vigilant even in times of peace. Waiting until matters deteriorated to an unmanageable state before addressing them was far too late. The portal opened, then closed. Within seconds, Ming successfully transported from Fushan residence to the Tianjin community, located about 1 kilometer away. Enclosed by 4 tall buildings, this small community covered a modest area, with the tallest structure reaching only 13 stories. Through the resource map, Ming had already gleaned a clear understanding of the situation within the community. 32 level 1 low-level zombies, 1 level 1 mid-level zombie, 28 survivors, and 5 firemen. At this hour, it was remarkable that over 20 individuals had not chosen to flee. Such bravery was commendable. If Ming's memory serves him right, Jiangcheng had long been in a state of semi-abandonment regarding the Star Alliance. Fortunately, thanks to Ming and his army of undead, the troublesome and vexatious monsters had been vanquished. The special forces, having withdrawn, were gradually returning with the intention of reclaiming and re-establishing control over the city from the clutches of these beasts. At this moment, Ming found himself on the 12th floor of Block 4, making his way to room 1206, where fiery individuals were rumored to roam. However, as he passed room 1202, a sense of crisis surged within him, prompting him to halt and take a step back. In the next instant, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and a gleaming machete swung down towards him. Had it not been for his heightened sense of danger, an ordinary person would likely have walked right into the blade, resulting in a fatal wound to the skull. The force of that strike was tremendous, the fierce whistle accompanying its descent unmistakably indicative of its lethality. Ming surmised that the assailant had likely acquired a skill. The man, caught off guard, glanced at Ming, seemingly astonished that he had evaded the strike. "Is this how you welcome guests?" "Quite peculiar indeed," Ming quipped. "Kid, you possess some skill. Hand over your survival supplies, and I might let you walk away." The man retorted, straightening his posture and gripping the blood-stained machete, the dried remnants a testament to countless foes he had slain. He deliberately angled the bloodied blade towards Ming, hoping to instill fear and compel submission, asserting that to live, one must comply with his demands. There was no alternative. Ming scrutinized the man before him. Feeling the weight of Ming's gaze, the man bristled. "What are you staring at?" he snapped, suspicious that Ming might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps seeking to negotiate or gain refuge. "Nothing much," Ming replied, shaking his head to quell the man's anxiety. "I merely find your appearance rather unappealing, though your thoughts are rather grand." The man chuckled, amused by Ming's audacity. He raised a hand to brush aside his greasy bangs, revealing a fierce countenance adorned with stubble. "Since you seem intent on courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he lunged at Ming, raising the hefty blade overhead, ready to deliver a devastating blow. This knife, custom-made at great expense, was capable of cleaving through even the toughest bones, let alone human flesh. He believed he had offered Ming a chance, and if he squandered it, he could not hold the man responsible. However, as the blade descended with alarming speed, the man's body began to undergo a rapid transformation. Wrinkles creased his skin. His physique dwindled, his once dark hair faded to a sickly yellow, then white. In mere seconds, he aged from middle age to an almost decrepit state, exuding an aura of imminent demise. "What have you done to me? Why is my body like this?" he gasped, and as he spoke, several of his teeth fell out, leaving only 2 or 3, which appeared precariously loose. Clatter. The machete slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. 60 years of life is quite a lot. Considering your current age, you should live about another 100 years, Ming remarked without reservation, claiming the man's 60 years of life. "Lifespan? Your ability can siphon the life of others." The now decrepit man breathed, disbelief etched on his face. Had he known Ming possessed such an outrageous skill, he would never have dared to provoke him, even at the cost of his life. Self-awareness is a virtue, Ming mused, choosing not to respond to the man's inquiries. As he brushed past him, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Bang! The man collapsed, face down, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. The marks of his demise evident. Ming had attempted to glean a skill from him, only to discover that he had never possessed one. His strength alone was his only asset. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead servant, Machete Zombie 1. Machete Zombie? Ming found himself stifling a laugh upon seeing those words, murmuring to himself, "This is a result of his state while wielding the blade, isn't it? This setup is rather intriguing. Zombies armed with weapons, coupled with their sheer numbers, will surely be quite entertaining. I wonder how it would look if combined with firearms." Lost in thought, Ming arrived at the door of room 1206. Closing his eyes, he attempted to use his acute hearing to discern any sounds from within. However, the silence was deafening, devoid of any noise, and yet he was certain that the fiery individual was inside. Since he refused to act, I shall take the initiative, Chen Ming declared, grasping the doorknob with his fingers, effortlessly melting the entire locking mechanism to create a gaping hole. His method was straightforward. He conjured a fireball with his bare hands, using its heat to liquefy the metal. Once the door's lock was rendered useless, Chen Ming pushed the door open with ease, the creaking hinges indicating a long absence of lubrication. Just before the door fully swung open, his familiar sense of danger was once again triggered. Chapter 164. Who is the true monster? Boom. A blinding fireball shot towards Chen Ming. Remaining calm and collected, he raised his hand, palm outstretched. The reason an SSS class skill is deemed unique lies not only in its immense power, but also in its ability to completely suppress and even absorb lower-tier attacks of the same type, converting the enemy's energy for his own use. Boom. The fireball collided with Chen Ming's palm, and with a firm grip, it was absorbed in an instant, as if it had never existed. What kind of monster are you? The man shouted, his voice filled with disbelief. Looking at the figure before him, Chen Ming saw not merely a man but a grotesque fusion of human and beast, his body marred with cracks emitting a bright, lava-like glow. Remarkably, he still retained a semblance of consciousness, which was quite unexpected for Chen Ming. However, judging by the man's current condition, that awareness would not last much longer. His flesh was disintegrating, crumbling to ash and dispersing in the wind. Answer me. What kind of monster are you? The man yelled again, his anger palpable. What kind of monster am I? Chen Ming chuckled at the absurdity of the question. Don't you have a mirror at home? If so, perhaps you should take a look at yourself first. You know nothing. I am evolving, the man retorted, extending his arms and partially clenching his fingers as he gathered energy into a massive fireball, which swirled and grew until it was roughly the size of a watermelon. He then thrust his hands forward, launching the fireball towards Chen Ming. Boom. A torrent of heat accompanied the blinding light as the fireball hurtled toward Chen Ming once more. The familiar scene repeated itself. The man's painstakingly gathered fireball was absorbed by Chen Ming in an instant, erasing its existence. You scoundrel. The man seethed, gritting his teeth, faint wisps of flame escaping from the corners of his mouth. Even his eyeballs seemed on the verge of being engulfed by the raging inferno. Tell me, how did you come to be like this? Did you consume something you shouldn't have, or were you influenced by outsiders? Chen Ming's reluctance to dispatch the man with a single blow stemmed from his desire to understand the circumstances behind this transformation. It has nothing to do with you, the man shouted, attempting to conjure another fireball. With a swift wave of his hand, Chen Ming conjured a massive flaming serpent, stretching over 10 meters, which lunged towards the man, pressing him back. He ensnared him tightly, then opened his bloodthirsty maw wide and bit down hard on the man's shoulder, relentlessly siphoning his energy. The fireball, which had been partially integrated into the man, diminished increasingly, shrinking until it vanished in an instant. How could this be? My energy is dissipating. What have you done to me? The man struggled desperately. Unfortunately, his meager strength was insufficient to contend with the fire python. Pray tell, who transformed you into this grotesque semblance of humanity? Chen Ming inquired, stepping closer with a smile. In his eyes, the man resembled a fish on a cutting board, powerless against the impending torment. Silence. I will not permit you to insult the divine, the man shouted in agitation, suddenly radiating an intense light. To an unsuspecting observer, it might have seemed as if someone had tossed a flashbang into the room. Bang. Boom. An explosion erupted. The flames, poised to engulf Chen Ming, were entirely absorbed by the fire python. Subsequently, the python returned to Chen Ming's body, carrying with it the energy that rightfully belonged to the man. Why do you persist in self-detonation? Chen Ming remarked, surveying the charred remnants left in the aftermath. However, the man's words had alerted Chen Ming divine. Did he refer to the one bestowing them with power? He had not expended excessive energy on this individual, knowing there were still several fire wielders lingering in the vicinity. With time and patience on his side, he could unravel this mystery. As he stepped out of the doorway, he noticed a team of special forces cautiously entering through the community gate. Chen Ming activated a portal, arriving before them. Upon witnessing the portal's opening, the special forces instinctively raised their weapons with heightened vigilance. A portal? Upon seeing Chen Ming emerge, the captain quickly gestured for his team to lower their guns and approached Chen Ming, inquiring, "Are you the Lord of the Undead?" "Indeed," Chen Ming affirmed with a nod. Then asked, "Are you here on a rescue mission?" "No, we received reports of illicit substances being used here," the captain clarified, shaking his head. "Illicit substances?" Chen Ming furrowed his brow, suspecting a connection to the fire wielders. Just as he was about to probe further, the captain continued, "Recently, within the world phishing software at the World Trade Center, a product called Evolution Serum surfaced. Many who have consumed it have transformed into monsters." Evolution Serum? Chen Ming pressed for more information. "Yes," the captain confirmed. "Initially, the serum grants individuals the ability to wield fire attributes, but over time, it severely impacts both body and mind, ultimately reducing them to mindless, flaming beasts. Do you know who the seller behind this is?" Chen Ming's curiosity grew. The captain shook his head. The trading center allows for anonymous transactions. We have no authority to investigate. Where did these monsters first appear? Chen Ming inquired, attempting to narrow down the possibilities. Yang City, the captain revealed. The first incident occurred 2 days ago. We received orders that someone had fished out a fire attribute skill, and we were to escort him to a designated location where others would take him to the Star Alliance. However, he suddenly went out of control, igniting himself and launching a frenzied attack on us. Fortunately, we had a high-level hunter with us, which prevented significant casualties. The captain spoke candidly. Aware of Chen Ming's formidable reputation as the Lord of the Undead, a figure of immense influence within the Star Alliance and beyond. How could he dare to offend such a person? I see Yang City. It's just next to Jiang City, not far from where I currently stand. With the scope narrowed, Chen Ming felt the search would be considerably easier. The fire wielders had not been appearing frequently nationwide, leading him to deduce that their intent was to gradually expand their influence. If the fire wielders strayed too far, they would exceed their control. Lord of the Undead. If there are no further matters, we shall proceed with our mission, the captain requested. Chen Ming regarded the captain and then the 5 individuals behind him. Given their limited manpower and equipment, they would be ill-equipped to confront the remaining fire wielders, merely offering themselves as sacrificial lambs. In gratitude for the intelligence he had received, Chen Ming opted to extend a favor. Chapter 165. Discovering the mastermind. Just as the Special Forces captain prepared to lead his team away, he keenly observed shadows rapidly spreading from beneath Chen Ming's feet, darting towards the entrances of the 4 apartment buildings. Within moments, as the captain was about to speak, he and his team witnessed 4 shadowy doors opening beside Chen Ming. From within emerged towering goblin-like figures, each accompanied by flickering flames and furious shouts. "Let me go? You bastard! Let me go! Die! Die! Die!" The shouts of those still possessing some semblance of will devolved into the frenzied, beastly roars of individuals whose minds had been completely consumed by flames. The 4 fire wielders, now ensnared by the powerful grasp of the goblin undead, found their necks tightly constricted, rendering them unable to escape. Their bodies were ablaze, desperately attempting to retaliate against the goblin undead, yet their feeble efforts failed to breach the latter's defenses. The damage they inflicted was negligible, akin to a mere mosquito bite, insufficient even to elicit a response. Aside from the one I dealt with earlier, these 4 are the only individuals in the community who consumed the evolution serum, Chen Ming explained. "Ah, I see. Thank you for ridding us of this menace. We will report this matter to the Star Alliance without fail," the captain responded, regaining his composure and promptly pledging not to claim sole credit. Chen Ming, however, took his time to respond. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured a fire python, its scales and serpentine eyes exquisitely detailed. As it surged towards one of the fire wielders like a spring, it split into 3 additional heads, each precisely targeting their respective necks to begin voraciously absorbing their fire attributes. Only when the fire wielders were reduced to mere skin and bones, ensuring no energy was wasted, did Chen Ming summon the fire python back. With a firm grasp, he absorbed the remnants of their fire energy, merging it into himself. "This is all I can do for now. There are still numerous zombies within the community. Be sure to exercise caution," he said, gently patting the Special Forces captain on the shoulder before brushing past him. By the time the captain turned to react, all that remained was the image of the closing portal. Behind him, the goblin undead returned whence they came, vanishing underground, leaving only charred remains strewn across the ground. Their bodies, twisted and grotesquely scorched by flames, were a chilling sight. It seemed Chen Ming had considered that their strength was insufficient to confront those creatures, prompting his intervention. Truly, the Lord of the Undead, the world's strongest hunter. Such insight is worthy of a lifetime of emulation. To be powerful, yet remain humble and composed, is indeed a rarity. But powerful? So immensely so. In summary, the respect for Chen Ming was profound. Thanks to him, the mission was accomplished smoothly without a single casualty. Meanwhile, Chen Ming had arrived in the realm of Yang City, elevated above a towering skyscraper. He opened the resource map, zooming in exclusively on the Yang City area. He deselected all unnecessary conditions, such as zombies, various monsters, survivors, food resources, and so on, leaving only the fire wielders highlighted. The remaining icons are strikingly conspicuous, clearly indicating the hiding place of the mastermind. Once everyone is completely assimilated, they will be relocated to another place. Perhaps in an attempt to amass troops and increase leverage, Chen Ming is currently only curious whether the flame origin is a special reward or a skill effect. He selects a coordinate point and teleports. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself in a corridor. Turning sideways, his gaze falls upon the familiar playground, basketball court, and football field outside the window. An abandoned school, he whispers. How infuriating. Is it that group from the Star Alliance again? How many times this month have they ruined my masterpiece? A bunch of inept failures. No sooner had Chen Ming's words left his lips than he keenly heard a man's furious curse from above. Just wait. One day, when I command hundreds of thousands of troops, you will all bow beneath my feet. The voice is filled with confidence. Chen Ming quietly approaches the door of the room where the man is located. He glances up to confirm that the sign reads Chemistry Laboratory. Chen Ming closes his eyes, activating the Eye of God to peer inside, using this unseen eye to secretly observe every move. Inside the chemistry lab, there is only one man present, surrounded by an array of glass test tubes. He is busily working, one hand gripping a test tube while the other points a fingertip toward its opening. A liquid of magma-like hue flows from his fingertip, swiftly filling and sealing the tube. Thus, an evolution potion is completed and set aside. It seems to be a skill without a doubt, Chen Ming assures himself. He picks up another glass test tube only to set it down again. No. I have already expended too much mental energy today. If I continue like this, I might faint. Casting a glance at the 28 completed evolution potions beside him, the man smiles faintly, deciding to take a break and conclude the day. The only matter left to contemplate is how to transport these items to the trading center for exchange with other survivors. To prevent trading partners from straying too far and slipping from his grasp, the man typically heads to nearby world chat channels, casting a wide net to establish connections. Although the officials advise the public, the man's cunning surpasses it. He knows how to exploit information gaps, coupled with a silver tongue and nearly free trading prices, attracting many eager participants. The number of puppets under his control is rapidly increasing. With these 28, it makes 300. With 300 puppets, I should be considered a formidable overlord in this region of Sheep City, right? Ha. The man chuckles as he revels in the sensation of growing stronger. He understands the adage that strength lies in numbers. Excellent. Let us swiftly complete today's trading quota, then eat, rest, and rejuvenate. The undead lord? One day, my legion of flames will inevitably crush your legion of the undead. At that time, even someone as powerful as you will have to submit to me. Ha. The thought of the so-called supreme being in the eyes of the masses one day becoming part of my ranks makes it impossible for the man to suppress his smile. Grasping the doorknob, he pulls the door open, only for his smile to freeze and vanish. Chen Ming does not evade. Instead, he chooses to conceal himself and remains motionless. Facing the man directly, he boldly inquires, "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 166, Plundering S-Rank Skills. The trump card. The man's pupils constrict, momentarily taken aback, before he swiftly retreats to a self-perceived safe distance. Clenching his fist, he retrieves a staff embedded with a large ruby from his backpack. Gripping it with both hands, he aims it at Chen Ming and loudly demands, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Though it is a staff, it gives off the impression of a massive two-handed sword. "Tell me, what skill did you fish out?" Chen Ming asks himself, disregarding the man's desire for an answer. "You think you can belittle me?" The man grits his teeth. Just a moment ago, he had considered himself a dominant figure, and now he is being so openly disdained and ignored. How could he endure that? Resolutely, he decides to teach Chen Ming a lesson. At the tip of the gem, a fireball swirls and rapidly expands. "Chen Ming, since you were so polite in your inquiries, if you refuse to answer, I shall resort to a more forceful method." He triggers the SSS level skill, Permanent Theft. In the next instant, a system panel appears, clearly displaying all the skills possessed by the man. S-Rank Skill, Flame Origin. D-Rank Skill, Fireball Technique. D-Rank Skill, Skill Acceleration. So, the skill is called Flame Origin, and it is indeed of S-Rank. Chen Ming realizes with clarity. Upon hearing this, the man's face reveals unmistakable shock. Although the fireball has been gathered, it is not immediately released. He demands loudly, "Who exactly are you? How do you know about my skills?" Chen Ming continues to ignore the man's questions, focusing solely on the S-Rank skill. Such a valuable asset. Combined with the man's series of negative impacts on public order, now labeled as a villain, Chen Ming sees no reason to let this opportunity slip by. Why show mercy to a villain? Whether or not he can persuade others is irrelevant. Chen Ming has convinced himself, confirming the theft. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the S-Rank Skill Flame Origin, D-Rank Skill Fireball Technique, and D-Rank Skill Acceleration. Speak, you bastard. The man stares in disbelief at his fireball technique, which has inexplicably vanished despite his not canceling it. He is certain his mental energy has not waned to the point where he cannot sustain even a D-Rank fireball. To avoid being underestimated by Chen Ming, he attempts to conjure another fireball. Strange. Why is this happening? My skills. The man repeatedly tries, but to no avail. Noticing Chen Ming's mocking gaze, he suppresses his growing panic and feigns calmness, saying, "You, don't get too cocky. My real trump card has yet to be unleashed. My loyal flame servants, come forth." He raises his hands high, shouting loudly. Setting aside everything else, his commanding presence is quite impressive. However, 10 seconds pass, 30 seconds pass, a minute passes. Silence reigns. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The man feels mortified, wishing to burrow into the ground. Then, with a determined heart, he thinks, "Since I've already lost face, I might as well continue losing it. My esteemed flame servants, come forth. Appear. Show yourselves." He cries, stamping his foot in frustration. "Are you looking for them?" Chen Ming's voice drifts into the air as, beside him, the once loyal flame servants materialize like phantoms, filling the corridor. The man's eyes widen in disbelief as he grapples with the reality that his painstakingly assembled flame legion has betrayed him. What have you done? How could they possibly have gone to your side? Could it be that the failure of my skills is somehow linked to you? The evidence is irrefutable, making it hard for the man not to think this way. Incorrect. Let me correct you. The skill hasn't failed. It has merely become mine. The flame servants are entirely bound to the flame origin skill. Even after the theft, their numbers remain unchanged and can accumulate indefinitely. You actually managed to plunder another's skills. Who on earth are you? Before he could finish his sentence, the man suddenly recalls the words Ming had spoken upon their first meeting. Are you looking for me? You must be that rumored undead lord, aren't you? He asks, trembling in fear. Indeed, I can summon the undead. With a snap of his fingers, countless undead fill the chemistry laboratory. Now, my dear man, how could he have anticipated that merely uttering the name of the Lich Monarch would summon this fiend? Infuriating. It turns out that, beyond the skill of necromancy, his true trump card was the ability to usurp the skills of others. What should he do? Is it truly his fate to perish here today? The man's mind was a tempest of anxiety, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Undoubtedly, he wished to evade death. A sudden inspiration struck him. Swiftly, he selected an ancient key from his backpack. The moment the key was drawn, a faint lock appeared in midair before him. He hastily inserted the key into the lock, turned it, and opened a portal. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed inside. Gambling his destiny, he nearly forgot that he had chosen this long-abandoned school as his base, rather than a 5-star hotel. Precisely because of this key capable of unlocking an S-rank secret realm. The man understood well that he could not conquer the S-rank secret realm, but he could exploit the monsters within to orchestrate a cunning assassination. Above all, the immediate priority was to eliminate the troublesome Chen Ming. Even at death's door, Chen Ming had the audacity to deliver a surprise. How considerate of him. Chen Ming had a myriad of ways to slay the man in an instant. Yet upon witnessing the secret realm key, he halted the Lich, who had raised his sword high. Then, he led the undead and 300 fire wielders through the portal, which would remain open for free passage. The portals opened by the secret realm key were diverse, some restricted entry, others allowed only exit after defeating a boss, and some, like the one before them, were akin to the standard portals, allowing unrestricted entry and exit. Should the secret realm remain unconquered for too long, a countdown would commence. Once the countdown concluded, the portal would lose its constraints, fully liberating it to allow monsters to enter and descend upon Blue Star. As he stepped through the portal, the unique aroma of earth and foliage flooded his senses. The sounds of various birds and insects filled the air. Towering trees loomed all around, creating a landscape reminiscent of an oversized rainforest. A light mist hung overhead, rendering the atmosphere pleasantly humid and comfortable. However, finding one man in this vast expanse would prove challenging. Chen Ming left several undead to conceal themselves in the shadows, tasked with guarding the portal to prevent the man from escaping. Merely stealing skills was insufficient. Why not extract them as undead minions while retaining their original abilities? It was a rational approach to recycling resources. Chapter 167, Summoning Monsters. Indeed, locating a solitary individual was no simple feat, but fortunately, Chen Ming could effortlessly unleash 100,000 zombies to conduct a thorough search. Countless undead blended seamlessly into the shadows, merging with their surroundings as they spread out. Even the keenest observer would struggle to detect them. While the undead scoured for the man, Chen Ming strolled through the secret realm's rainforest, ever vigilant for any lurking creatures that might ambush him from the underbrush. Just as he finished speaking, a sense of danger pierced through the air. Reacting swiftly, he withdrew his foot before it touched down, clearly witnessing a transparent blade of wind slicing past him in a blur. The scene before him warped momentarily. Turning sharply, his gaze sharpened, and he followed the trajectory of the wind blade, discovering a colossal, mutated mantis concealed among the oversized leaves. It towered over him, robust and formidable. If it remained still, it would be nearly impossible to detect, its vibrant green body camouflaging perfectly with the environment. The mutated mantis retracted its scythe-like arms, poised to strike. Adjusting its aim, it lunged at Chen Ming with explosive speed, unleashing a compressed air attack akin to a blade of wind. The force of this assault was reminiscent of a punch rather than a mere slice, capable of shattering bones upon impact, inflicting excruciating pain that would incapacitate its prey. Ensuring a successful capture. The rainforest teemed with diverse wildlife, so the presence of a mantis came as no surprise to Chen Ming. With effortless anticipation, he evaded the wind fist attack. Bang! The wind fist crashed into a nearby tree, leaving a terrifying crater as splinters erupted everywhere. Witnessing the devastation caused by that strike, Chen Ming swiftly reassessed the situation. A mere mortal would not survive such an encounter unscathed. They would surely perish. Without a doubt. However, Chen Ming was no ordinary man. Triggering his S-rank object control, an invisible hand seized the mutated mantis, lifting it into the air. The creature screeched, struggling to escape, attempting to unleash its scythe arms. With a firm grip, Chen Ming twisted the mantis's body, causing it to explode. Blood and entrails splattered across the nearby flora and trees. Successfully killed the mutated mantis. Congratulations. Host, you have received a silver treasure chest. Could there truly be monsters in an S-rank secret realm capable of yielding silver treasure chests? The disparity was indeed remarkable. While he grumbled, he began the process of skill theft and undead extraction. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired C-rank skills. Gale compression, charge slash, and pounce. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead minion. Mutated Mantis 1. The considerable variance in monster levels did not diminish Chen Ming's vigilance. This only indicated that the secret realm was expansive and populated with more monsters than ever before. It appeared he had not struck gold this time. Upon first glance at the mantis's swollen abdomen, he had expected to find nematodes within. It turned out that its corpulence was merely a result of abundant sustenance. Oddly, he still could not locate that man on the resource map. Could it be that he had utilized some form of invisibility device? The monsters lurking throughout the forest became vividly apparent on the map once Chen Ming rechecked. Just as he had anticipated, many, countless. There were creatures of all ranks, a veritable cacophony of chaos. One moment he encountered an E-rank monster, and the next could very well be an A-rank. With this in mind, a new theory arose regarding the man's absence from the resource map. It was plausible that, after being stripped of his skills, he had fled into the forest, only to be brutally slain by a monster, devoured entirely, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Such a pity. While lamenting, Chen Ming refrained from recalling the 100,000 zombies he had unleashed until he had thoroughly verified the situation. All was mere speculation, insufficient to extinguish his hopes. As the saying goes, one must see the living to confirm death. Even if the man had indeed met his demise at the jaws of a monster, surely some trace would remain? Even a scrap of clothing or a drop of blood would not escape the notice of the zombies. He allowed them to continue their search. It was a rare opportunity for them to stretch their limbs. Additionally, upon discovering a monster, he would leave one behind to mark the spot. This would be far more distinct than relying solely on the map's coordinates. Shortly after implementing his plan, Chen Ming had walked approximately 200 steps from the portal when he sensed the presence of the hidden zombie. As he approached, the zombie emerged from the shadows, raising its left hand to point at a lurking creature. Chen Ming followed the direction indicated by the creature's finger, parting the underbrush to reveal a cannibalistic tribe. There stood a monstrous figure, adorned like a priest, its emaciated upper body covered in a thin layer of skin marred by crimson spots. Its lower half was clad in a heavy, somewhat tattered dark red skirt, embellished with various wooden plaques inscribed with ancient glyphs that clinked together with each movement. The entirety of its face was obscured by a mask fashioned from tree bark, rendering its features indiscernible. Fortunately, Chen Ming had no desire to discern them. In its hand, it gripped a solid wooden staff, wrapped in bandages and adorned with a string of unknown animal bones, their yellowed hue indicating their age. Its fingers were long and slender, at least twice the length of Chen Ming's, and deathly pale. Was it a mage? Chen Ming was uncertain. Raising his arm, he prepared to replicate the method he had employed to slay the mutated mantis, eager to send that creature to the netherworld. Suddenly, the monster pivoted without warning, its gaze fixed intently upon Chen Ming. Though he could not see its eyes, he perceived a glimmer of crimson light emanating from them. He was certain that it was his raised arm that had entered its perceptive range. The creature swiftly lifted its staff, the C-shaped tip illuminating with a vibrant green glow that illuminated the surroundings. The ground trembled violently, roots erupting from the earth and intertwining with one another. Instantly, these roots surged upward, transforming into tree monsters, robust yet cumbersome, under the creature's control. They possessed limbs resembling those of a human. Yet their visages bore no distinction from the thick bark mask worn by the summoner, with only vague impressions of eye and mouth holes discernible. A total of 6 were summoned. With a series of thunderous sounds, the tree monsters uprooted themselves, trudging toward Chen Ming with heavy steps. Humans? No, it would be more accurate to say monsters in overwhelming numbers. In a contest of numbers, Chen Ming believed he would not falter. Chapter 168. A monster boss that looks expensive. Stealing in progress. The theft was successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring B-level skill, Summon Tree Monster, B-level skill, Earth Entanglement, and B-level skill, Swamp. In terms of numbers, Chen Ming was undaunted by the monster summoner. However, why engage in a direct confrontation when a more convenient resolution was at hand? He resolved to steal all of the summoner's skills, and just as the tree monsters were on the verge of disbanding, he activated the Summon Tree Monster skill once more. The tree monsters reformed, but this time, the control lay in Chen Ming's hands, not those of the monster summoner. The summoner clutched his staff tightly, appearing harmless and trembling in fear, clearly unprepared for the violent theft of his skills that would soon turn against him. Wooden fingers extended from the summoned creatures, ensnaring the summoner like a cocoon, binding him securely. With a series of brutal impacts, the summoner was flung into the air, only to be slammed back down repeatedly, his health plummeting rapidly. Within moments, as his health dipped below 30%, he was summarily slain. As a summoner, he was devoid of any means of resistance without his summoned creatures. Akin to a fish upon a chopping block, successfully defeated the tree monster summoner. Congratulations, host, for receiving 2 golden treasure chests. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new undead servant, tree monster summoner. After dispatching the tree monster summoner, Ming waved his hand, dispersing the 6 tree monsters, which transformed into a mass of thick roots that burrowed back into the earth. As he prepared to continue his exploration, he received word from the dispatched undead zombies. They had discovered a man. Ming closed his eyes, temporarily assuming control of the undead zombies. Upon reopening them, the scene before him shifted dramatically. In a clearing, he beheld a dazzling firelight, bright as a diamond. The man stood there, arms raised, wearing a dazed expression as if entranced, shambling toward the radiant glow. Ming could sense the powerful allure of that light. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was sufficiently strong, bolstered by his acquired skills, preventing him from succumbing to its influence like the man had. By reading the fragmented memories of the undead zombies, Ming learned that the man had employed some sort of artifact to render himself invisible. However, his good fortune was short-lived, as he inadvertently stumbled into this uncharted territory, drawn in by the 7-colored glow leading to the current scene. Closing his eyes once more and then reopening them, he returned to his own body. Utilizing the exclusive skill of the undead sovereign, S-level, Shadow Shift, he instantly swapped positions with the zombie. He retrieved the sunglasses he had pilfered from the mall, worth a small fortune, and donned them. Shielding himself from the blinding radiance, he beheld a colossal diamond, rising from the earth like a dark claw, resembling a ring's setting. The diamond towered no less than 10 meters, its brilliance overwhelming. Opening the resource map, Ming immediately discerned the nature of this object. What was exposed was merely the tip of the iceberg, with the remainder buried underground. This was, in fact, the boss of the secret realm. Ming was unwilling to allow the quarry he had set his sights upon to be snatched away by another. Clenching his fist, he summoned a bolt of lightning, hurling it like a spear toward the diamond. The crackle of thunder resonated, shaking the very earth. Merely the residual force of the electrical arc sent the man flying, his back crashing against a tree. Gasping, his expression shifted in horror as he coughed up blood, regaining consciousness from the fall. Though his awareness returned, he was oblivious to how many bones had fractured in his body. The effects of the lightning rendered his limbs paralyzed, leaving him unable to move. Even the slightest motion felt 100-fold more painful than a mere bump against a nerve. A howl of agony echoed from the spider, which had been mostly concealed underground. Indeed, it was a spider. Its body was primarily composed of a special gemstone resembling diamond, with the massive gem that had ensnared the man occupying its abdomen. The reason it emitted such hypnotic light stemmed from its skill, capable of unearthing the deepest desires of the heart, ensnaring those who gazed upon it in utter bewilderment. By the time the man realized what was happening, he had already been devoured by the spider, reduced to nothing more than a bone fragment. How infuriating! Why had it come to this after he had managed to escape? Lying on the ground, he struggled to sit up, his eyes filled with resentment. He had believed his plan would unfold seamlessly. Well, at least before he met his demise, he would witness his own slaughter at the hands of the boss, ensuring he would not journey to the afterlife alone. With a voice as faint as a whisper, he lamented. His body grew increasingly frail, and the slightest exertion felt as though he were on the verge of collapse. He gazed at the diamond spider, an unsettling sight, its mouth adorned with white fur resembling a ghostly visage. The nearby diamond-shaped gemstones, varying in size and darker blue in hue, were its true eyes. Its 8 legs bore a jagged, angular appearance, reminiscent of meticulously cut blue diamonds, while the central portion was shrouded in dark fur, lending them an imposing girth. Reflecting on the vision he had just encountered, the man became convinced that he had been ensnared by that alluring light. In his fantasies, he had conjured 1,000,000 flame legions, ruling the world, a figure of utmost prominence revered by countless nations, all swearing fealty to him. And then, before he could bask in the glory for even 2 seconds, Ming had forcefully shattered his dreams, leaving him in this wretched state. His hatred surged exponentially. After all, if death was inevitable, why not perish within the confines of a beautiful dream? Ming paid no heed to his thoughts as he stepped forth to confront the diamond spider. Roaring, the diamond spider expressed its fury. With a mouth full of sharp teeth, the throat's depths, visible to Ming, were composed of a singular material, exuding an air of opulence. Do you enjoy calling out? Ming summoned the perilous wanderer mech, swiftly donning his equipment, and removed the shotgun from his waist. Without granting the diamond spider any opportunity to react, he thrust the barrel directly into its throat. Bang! Pulling the trigger unleashed a torrent of shattered diamonds that rained down like blood. The diamond spider was propelled several meters away, rolling multiple times and crashing into several century-old trees before finally coming to a halt. With its back to the ground and face to the sky, it struggled for quite a while before managing to flip itself over. The mech. Wait, wasn't this the renowned mech deity that had stirred up quite a commotion online? Not only did he possess the ability to summon the undead, but he also managed to capture a mech. Upon realizing this, the man reflected on his earlier self-satisfaction at having caught an S-class skill, believing himself invincible. He suddenly felt that his impending failure was not without reason. It was quite absurd. He fully understood the meaning of there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Could that spider truly kill him? A lingering sense of solitude washed over him as he felt destined to embark on the path to the underworld alone, unable to accompany Chen Ming. Chapter 169. Can he also plunder monster skills? As the diamond spider arched its abdomen, continuously intensifying its alluring light to entice its prey, Chen Ming remained unfazed. The man found it perplexing. How could he be unaffected? Did this fellow lack desire? Or was it possible that the spider's allure was simply too weak to satiate Chen Ming's ambitions? Upon deeper reflection, this conjecture was not without foundation. When desire reaches a certain magnitude, there comes a point of insatiability. While he dared not make assumptions about others, for Chen Ming, the sovereign of the undead, his global influence, coupled with an array of extraordinary skills and a legion of hundreds of thousands of undead, did he truly need the illusions conjured by the diamond spider to fulfill his desires? Even as an adversary, the man had to concede that, to him, the world was at Chen Ming's fingertips, should he so wish. Envy, jealousy, and hatred intertwined within him. As for why the man was not affected by the alluring light, it was partly because the diamond spider had exerted all its effort solely on Chen Ming. Additionally, even if there were some effect, the moment the man intended to act, a sharp pain surged through his body, instantly awakening him. A faint smile crept across his lips, revealing a bittersweet expression as he pondered whether he should feel joy or concern. What was happening? Why did it seem as though the spider's radiance was dimming? The man noticed this with surprise. In reality, unbeknownst to him, the diamond spider's life force was being relentlessly siphoned away by Chen Ming. If he could see its health bar, he would observe it plummeting rapidly, 90, 60, 40. Soon, only 10 points of health remained. It is worth noting that the life drain effect was a permanent deprivation. Thus, even if the opponent possessed formidable self-healing abilities, once their life force was reduced to 10, there was no possibility of recovery. No matter how much it healed, it could only maintain that meager 10 points. This was not merely the effect of the original life drain skill, but rather an enhancement acquired upon upgrading to SSS rank. Chen Ming was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. Noticing a fragment of stone at his feet, he casually kicked it with little force, sending it flying towards the diamond spider. Boom. Crash. The kill skill was triggered, and the diamond spider's body shattered, blood splattering as the diamond components of its form disintegrated, falling to the ground and losing their luster. The man barely managed to utter a word before his complexion shifted dramatically, and he coughed up blood. He had entertained the thought that, given Chen Ming's strength, he might be able to slay the diamond spider in a single blow. However, such a brutally simplistic execution was entirely beyond his expectations. To casually kick a stone and obliterate a boss-level creature? Was he even human? Compared to the monster, which of them was truly the beast? Confusion clouded his mind, leaving him bewildered. How could there be such a vast disparity when both were human and engaged in fishing? Kill the radiant demon spider successfully. Congratulations, host, for receiving a diamond chest 1. Upon acquiring the chest, skills were stolen and the undead extracted in one fell swoop. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the S-class skill illusion domain, A-class skill lethal spray, A-class skill web trap, A-class skill mutation, and A-class skill mount tie pressing down. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a new undead servant, Radiant Demon Spider 1. In terms of these skills, aside from the illusion domain, Chen Ming held little interest. Fortunately, there was still one S-class skill as a fallback. Chen Ming opened the system panel, poised to locate the diamond chest, when suddenly, rumble, an unusual noise echoed once more. Chen Ming's form swayed uncontrollably as the very earth trembled beneath him. Luckily, his stance remained firm, preventing him from falling and injuring himself. In stark contrast, the man was far less fortunate, tumbling about like a ball. He collided with rocks and trees. His body felt as if it were not his own, completely beyond his control. The sound of massive stones crashing echoed in his ears. Turning his gaze, Chen Ming witnessed the already towering trees rising even higher at an astonishing speed. Were the trees mutating? No sooner had Chen Ming voiced the thought than the giant trees began to topple, uprooted one after another. In their place emerged a peak. He observed the colossal trees, unable to anchor their roots to the ground, collapsing amidst the rolling earth and stones. The peak continued to rise, and soon the upper half of a colossal beast surfaced. Among the tangled roots, a grotesque face could be faintly discerned, prominently three-dimensional. Tendrils dangled down like whiskers, swaying smoothly with its movements. Within the intricate network of roots, the primary component was revealed to be stone. Indeed, stone had come to life. In such an era, this was not surprising. However, the scale of this creature was truly astonishing. Those 100-meter-high trees barely reached its waist. No wonder, after slaying this creature, There had been no notification of a treasure chest. It seemed there were two bosses within this secret realm. Chen Ming cast a glance at the thoroughly obliterated radiant demon spider. Two bosses. With difficulty, the man propped himself up against a tree, and upon hearing this news, a spark of hope reignited within him. Could there still be a chance? Since there was an opportunity to drag Chen Ming along to the underworld, how could the man willingly let it slip away? He widened his eyes and shook his head, striving to dispel the encroaching drowsiness. He must witness Chen Ming falter and fall, to bear witness to the entire process. Gritting his teeth, he held on to a fleeting breath. The colossal stone beast fully emerged from the underground, breaking free from the hundreds of roots that had ensnared it. It bent down and seized a dozen ancient trees, uprooting them with ease, while heavy clumps of damp earth cascaded down like rain. With a powerful grip, it forcibly melded them into a formidable weapon, raising it high before hurling it at Chen Ming. The man found himself within the attack's radius, his pupils constricting in fear. Experiencing such a colossal creature for the first time left him utterly speechless. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he swallowed them back down. To witness such a spectacle before his demise was, at least, not a futile endeavor. The man silently lamented. Chen Ming, however, held an entirely different perspective. He had no intention of surrendering. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to test the newly acquired S-class skill. The illusion domain unfurled. A massive gemstone appeared independently, not fused with Chen Ming, floating above his head and radiating a dazzling brilliance rivaling that of the radiant magic spider's seven-colored glow. It targeted the stone giant, conjuring illusions of enemies. In the next moment, the stone giant indeed halted its assault, turning to unleash its hammer on another direction. Boom! The sound was thunderous. Yet all the man could hear was the frantic pounding of his own heart, racing even more wildly than a racing car's engine. Apart from that, everything else was muted. His gaze fixed on Chen Ming, then on the gemstone above his head. He was utterly stunned. Not only could he usurp human abilities, but he could also seize the skills of monsters. Chapter 170. A single strike to victory. Clearing 100 floors. The man was utterly convinced that this was undoubtedly the skill of the radiant magic spider. No matter how similar, it could not resemble it to such an extent. And especially not at this precise moment. What a coincidence could there be, all aligning so perfectly for him. Who would believe it? Not even the man himself. In this moment, Chen Ming single-handedly shattered his understanding of this world. Initially, he thought it was already outrageous that Chen Ming could wantonly plunder the hard-earned skills of others. But he never imagined that even monsters were not spared from his grasp. No wonder the light had been dimming. It was because he had stolen their skills. Though mistaken, it did not hinder the man from displaying a look of sudden realization, considering himself a bearer of the truth. The man's perception was not overturned without reason. At this stage, for an individual to fish out powerful skills heavily relied on luck. Whether Chen Ming could encounter such individuals also depended on chance, thus imposing some limitations. However, upon witnessing his ability to seize skills from monsters, this limitation in the man's eyes was utterly obliterated, rendered non-existent. It must be noted that in this era, monsters were abundant. If Chen Ming could plunder formidable skills from monsters at will, growing stronger against the strong and invincible against the invincible, then was it unreasonable to deem this apocalyptic world his private garden? At least from the man's perspective, there was no issue with such a claim. The apocalypse was indeed Chen Ming's personal paradise. As the stone giant became ensnared by illusions and unleashed an onslaught against thin air, Chen Ming summoned the undead blood knight, merging with it, then activating the A-grade skill, enlargement. His already colossal form multiplied in size, equaling that of the stone giant. The weapon in his hand also underwent a simultaneous enhancement. Buzzing. As he clenched his fist, blue lightning coiled around the blade, adding a touch of dominance. With a reverse grip on the sword, he swung his arm in a 360-degree arc, the blade whirling toward the stone giant. The thunderous roar accompanied the sword energy extending over 100 meters, leaving behind a charred chasm and igniting trees in flames. The stone giant suddenly ceased its movements. In an instant, the cut was clean, collapsing. With a single strike, Chen Ming had vanquished it. Kill Guardian Giant successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 diamond treasure chest. Stealing in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-grade skill body of the war god, A-grade skill strength stack, A-grade skill explosive strike, A-grade skill death stomp, A-grade skill reorganization. Extracting in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new network servant, Guardian Giant 1. With an additional diamond treasure chest capable of yielding S-grade skills, Chen Ming wore a satisfied expression. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 S-grade clearance chest. Upon seeing this prompt, the audacious thoughts he had yet to complete dissipated into thin air. Even the departing teleportation portal appeared before him. The forest still concealed numerous monsters. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Chen Ming dispatched a multitude of high-level undead to harvest, subsequently returning them all for him to personally siphon skills and extract the undead. However, before that, there was a robust patch of leaks that required harvesting. Turning around, His eyes locked onto a man who looked half dead, bearing an expression akin to that of a ghost, staring at him. It's unfair. Your existence is far too unfair to those of us who struggle to survive. The man shouted, his voice strained with pain. If you can't make it, don't blame the road. Your bad luck has nothing to do with me, Chen Ming retorted. The man hesitated, unable to conjure a rebuttal. All right, it's time to hit the road. Chen Ming casually retrieved a king snake dagger, plunging it into the man's heart with a soft thud. With a forceful twist, he shattered the heart. Extracting in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant. Flame Puppeteer 1. A Flame Puppeteer? Quite high level. Chen Ming began to review the detailed information regarding the Flame Puppeteer. In essence, the Flame Puppeteer could, by infusing the essence of fire, transform humans, zombies, and monsters into members of the Flame Legion. Unlike the undead, this had to be done while they were still alive. You see, if you aimed for the monsters and joined the Star Alliance, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Why must you harm others? Chen Ming remarked. Chen Ming adhered to a principle. If a person does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they offend me, I shall repay them 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and 10,000-fold. Furthermore, compared to humans, Chen Ming felt that the skill of fire essence was far better suited for use on monsters. Once monsters are transformed into flames, their attributes remain unchanged. However, humans are different, skills do not persist, and the fundamental attributes are incomparable to monsters. This distinction in extraction is stark, as one is S-grade while the other is SSS grade. Before long, the shadow gates opened one after another, with the undead emerging, dragging the corpses of monsters, forming piles before Chen Ming. Stealing in progress. Extracting in progress. Having completed everything and ensured no omissions, Chen Ming walked contentedly into the teleportation portal, leaving the secret realm. Upon returning to the abandoned school, the portal closed behind him. Without lifting his head, he stepped into another teleportation portal, returning to Fushan residence. During this process, he took out his phone and sent a message to Zhao Qian, instructing him to inform his subordinates not to worry about the evolution potion issue, as he had already resolved it at its source. Buzzing, he crushed the empty mineral water bottle in his hand and, using telekinesis, tossed it into the trash bin several meters away. Chen Ming sat up and picked up the phone that lay on the glass coffee table. It was a brief message from Zhao Qian. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. He raised his hand to swipe the air, and the system panel appeared. Although he could operate it with his mind, Chen Ming preferred to do it manually when conditions allowed. Just as he was about to open his backpack to unveil the 2 diamond treasure chests and the S-grade clearance chest, he clicked on the Trials Tower page synced to the system panel. I wonder how many floors Hongyue has conquered by now, purely out of curiosity. Not because he was concerned about his ranking being surpassed by Qin Hongyue. If he were truly worried about such a matter, he would not have sent her to the Trials Tower. He clicked to view the leaderboard. 99 floors. What efficiency. Truly deserving of the title of Human Emperor. She was just one layer away from breaking 100. Chen Ming exclaimed with delight. How could he not be pleased? As the master, the stronger the servant, the greater his own security. Having an emperor as a bodyguard indeed provided a profound sense of reassurance. Chen Ming sighed in genuine admiration. As soon as he spoke, he noticed that the previous highest floor had changed from 99 to 100. Goodness, that was incredibly swift. Chen Ming could easily foresee the kind of uproar Qin Hongyue's actions would ignite in Daxiao and across the globe. Chapter 171, The Mysterious Top-Tier Powerhouse. As Chen Ming had anticipated, following Qin Hongyue's swift and overwhelming triumph in shattering his record, a multitude of admirers flocked to the scene. They first activated the minor functions of the trial tower before exiting, perpetually monitoring Qin Hongyue's progress within. Outside the tower, a sea of humanity thronged, with every pair of eyes fixated on their mobile screens. This is utterly preposterous. How much time has elapsed, and she has already reached the 100th floor? Such velocity is hard to believe without the aid of cheats. Qin Hongyue. I have never heard of this individual. Yet she has not only shattered all previous completion records set by the Necromancer Lords, but has also surpassed them by a staggering 80 floors. The Necromancer Lords were merely testing the waters, and the supposed limit is 20 floors, correct? I do not care who is stronger between her and the Necromancer Lords. I merely wish to know how many SSS-level skills one must possess to accomplish this with such ease. Could it be that the Trial Tower has a simpler mode that we have yet to discover? Nonsense. Do you think this is a game? Amid the crowd, the sisters Zhao Ye and Lin Wei, who had been searching unsuccessfully for someone to engage with, were drawn in by the fervent discussions. Handsome, what are you all talking about? Lin Wei asked, having been nudged forward by Zhao Ye. Have you not heard? Our Daxiao has produced a top-tier powerhouse. In less than half a day, she has shattered the record set by the Necromancer Lords, breaking through to the 100th floor of the Trial Tower, exclaimed an excited man. What? 100 floors? Although Lin Wei had never entered the Trial Tower, she was well aware of the formidable challenges involved, having gleaned much from forums. The very first floor's boss had thwarted a majority of professional hunters. Initially, Lin Wei and Zhao Ye had considered testing their own mettle, but upon learning of the numerous failures, they decisively opted to abstain. They understood their own limitations and did not wish to become victims. More importantly, with Chen Ming's earlier performance serving as a benchmark, having only reached 20 floors, it was both shocking and somewhat gratifying to hear that someone had surpassed him by such a margin. It felt as though they shared in a collective glory, envisioning themselves through the perspective of Chen Hongyue, who had achieved the remarkable feat of conquering the 100th floor of the trial tower. High-ranking officials, upon learning this news, could not remain idle. They hurried from various locations, eager to extend invitations to this enigmatic powerhouse to join their ranks. The achievement of surpassing the necromancer lords by 80 floors was undeniably dazzling and impossible to overlook. Step aside, everyone, step aside. The sound of sirens pierced the air, and loudspeakers echoed commands as they cleared a path. Following closely behind were armored vehicles that exuded an aura of distinction. It was not difficult to imagine the caliber of individuals seated within. It was understandable, as the crowd was rife with voices eager to curry favor and align themselves with a powerful ally. The convoy stretched out in a serpentine line, with Zhao Qian among them. Clenching his fists, he felt the cold sweat of surprise. He had not expected that Da Xiao harbored a presence equal to Mr. Chen's prowess. He did not assume that Chen Hongyue, with her higher completion count, was necessarily superior to Chen Ming. Instead, he believed they were equals, both belonging to the echelon of top-tier strongholds. Indeed, if they could persuade her to join the Star Alliance, combined with their amicable relations with the Necromancer Lords, the future of Da Xiao would undoubtedly be bright. While he mulled over this, Zhao Qian turned to a young soldier who was diligently scanning a tablet. Have you found anyone matching her profile in the database? Commander, there are many individuals named Chen Hongyue and Da Xiao, but our database for professional hunters yields no information on anyone by that name, the young soldier reported. None. How peculiar, Zhao Qian murmured, lowering his voice. If someone were to breach the trial tower, the Star Alliance would surely have received some intelligence. Could it be that she possesses invisibility skills that deceive the Guardian's watchful eyes? The middle-aged man seated beside Zhao Qian offered his speculation. That is plausible, and the likelihood is high. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement. He could only hope that the sincerity he presented would be sufficient to persuade the mysterious woman named Chen Hongyue. Amidst the onlookers, Zhao Ye suddenly posed a question. You know, if any one of those individuals in the vehicles could be chosen as a spouse, would one ever need to worry about surviving again? While that may be true, we lack the qualifications to even approach them, let alone craft a story. Lin Wei gently advised Zhao Ye to remain grounded. What if Zhao Ye harbored her fantasies? Let us not entertain such improbable scenarios. The chances are infinitesimal. Lin Wei shrugged in resignation. Your attitude is no different from a dreamless fish. Zhao Ye rolled her eyes. A fish with dreams remains a fish. The essence remains unchanged. Lin Wei retorted. I'm done discussing this with you. Zhao Ye pouted. For if it weren't for Lin Wei's awakening combat skills allowing them to synergize as healer and fighter, she would have long since severed ties. Lin Wei, too, harbored similar thoughts, feeling somewhat resentful towards Zhao Ye. She mused that had it not been for Zhao Ye, her relationship with Chen Ming might not have soured so drastically. After all, as close friends, it was inevitable that they would be entangled in each other's reputations. In essence, Lin Wei felt that being Zhao Ye's confidant severely tarnished her image in Chen Ming's eyes. Lin Wei had privately sent several casual messages to Chen Ming, all of which were ignored, with not a single red notification appearing. Even now, the messages remained unviewed. The pain of being read but not replied to was far more hurtful. Lin Wei was convinced that in this era, coupled with the ubiquitous Myriad Worlds phishing app, it was impossible for someone to overlook messages for days unless they deliberately chose to ignore them. She lamented how much better things would have been had she not met Zhao Ye. Perhaps then, Chen Ming might have granted her a friendly price for powerful items or even taken her along on quests. That woman possesses an incredible aura, so domineering. She must be Chen Hongyue, right? A voice nearby jolted Lin Wei from her reverie. Turning to look, she indeed beheld a stunning beauty emerging from the trial tower's portal. Just as she was about to engage Zhao Ye for her opinion, she noticed the look of astonishment on Zhao Ye's face. Unable to resist, she asked, "Why do you look so surprised? Do you know her?" Chapter 172. How could a mere servant surpass their master? Lin Wei fervently hoped that Zhao Ye indeed recognized Chen Hongyue. If so, all her previous grievances against Chen Hongyue could be forgotten. All it would take was for Zhao Ye to introduce her to the formidable Chen Hongyue. Unable to connect with Chen Ming, meeting a top-tier powerhouse who surpassed him seemed to Lin Wei an undeniably advantageous arrangement. Zhao Ye hesitated, closing her mouth, shaking her head. She felt perhaps she was overthinking it. What are the odds of encountering so many coincidences? She dismissed the thought and refrained from associating that extraordinary figure on the leaderboard with the beautiful woman before her, who shared a significant connection with Chen Ming. Surely, it couldn't be that all the good fortune was hoarded by him alone. The heavens would not be so unjust. Zhao Ye repeatedly reassured herself. Convincing others was of little importance. She merely sought to convince herself. Please wait. A guard stepped forward, courteously calling out to Chen Hongyue. Among those present, he alone recognized the woman's connection to Chen Ming. In the eyes of the guard, she was undoubtedly the most fitting candidate to engage with, due to the fact that Apart from Qin Hongyue entering with the influence of Chen Ming, all other hunters seeking to access the trial tower must have their identities meticulously verified. The guards were exceedingly confident that they had not overlooked any suspicious individuals who could have infiltrated. "What is the matter?" Qin Hongyue inquired, her expression frigid. She could sense that her interlocutor bore no malice towards her. Otherwise, a mere glance would have sufficed to shatter his soul into fragments. "May I ask, is your name Qin Hongyue?" The guard mustered the courage to ask. Faced with Qin Hongyue, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, causing his knees to involuntarily bend, tempted by the thought of kneeling in submission. "Yes," Qin Hongyue affirmed. "Do you know me?" "Of course. You are the first formidable individual to conquer the 100 levels of the trial tower. Your records dominate the leaderboard." The guard exclaimed with excitement. "Leaderboard?" Qin Hongyue's brow furrowed in confusion, not entirely grasping the guard's intent. "Please hold on a moment." The guard swiftly retrieved his phone, and after a few deft maneuvers, turned the screen towards Qin Hongyue, allowing her to clearly see the scrolling leaderboard information. "You see, currently, whether in terms of the highest level completed or the fastest completion time for each level, all the records bear your name. Even the Lord of the Undead pales in comparison." "Lord of the Undead?" The term was equally unfamiliar to Qin Hongyue. "The person who accompanied you earlier is the Lord of the Undead. He was recognized as the strongest combatant in the Great Xia before your emergence." The guard thought nothing of it, believing the woman simply to be uninformed about these widely acknowledged titles. "Are you saying I am stronger than him?" Qin Hongyue pressed further. "Judging by the surface data, that indeed appears to be the case." The guard nodded. "What nonsense! How could a mere servant surpass their master?" "I do not wish to hear such words again." Qin Hongyue's gaze turned steely. In an instant, the guard glimpsed a vision of a blood-soaked battlefield. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself kneeling before Qin Hongyue, having unconsciously succumbed to her formidable presence. It was the most terrifying gaze he had ever encountered, without exception. However, more astonishing than this was the revelation that such a transcendent powerhouse as Qin Hongyue would refer to herself as the servant of the Lord of the Undead. What was happening? After Zhao Qian and the others exited their vehicle, they observed the guard kneeling before Qin Hongyue, puzzled. "Commander Zhao, this is not her fault. I misused my words, leading to a misunderstanding, hence my kneeling to apologize." The guard took upon himself all the blame, wishing to avoid a conflict. "What is that little warrior doing? Why on earth is he kneeling? Could it be that she is Qin Hongyue, seeking to seize an opportunity to curry favor? If I could align myself with her, I would gladly endure kneeling or even breaking my legs to live a life of luxury. Is that truly her? The aura she exudes is extraordinary. I cannot fathom what kind of man could stand beside her without being overshadowed. As for the Lord of the Undead, merely 20 levels, and yet he dares to covet the 100? Huh. The way you speak, one might think you are the one who conquered the 100 levels of the trial tower." As voices multiplied, disputes inevitably arose. She is indeed Qin Hongyue. My heavens. Lin Wei, through the voices in the crowd, confirmed Qin Hongyue's identity. "Xiaoya, stop teasing and tell me, do you know her? If you truly do, we must ensure to honor this esteemed figure and treat her with utmost reverence. The treasures in her backpack must be abundant. Even a couple of items would place us leagues ahead of humanity. If you merely know her, that is fine. I excel in cultivating relationships. We can slowly build rapport." Lin Wei fervently urged Zhao Ye to seize this opportunity. An opportunity must be grasped to be considered an opportunity. Why are you always looking to rely on others? Are we truly inferior to them? Is self-reliance impossible? Zhao Ye retorted. Can one conquer the 100 levels of the trial tower by oneself? Lin Wei countered. What is impossible now does not preclude future possibility. Zhao Ye maintained her stance. You are stubborn. The opportunity is right at your fingertips, yet you choose to gamble, first missing out on a good card like Chen Ming, and now about to forfeit another even better one. As she spoke, Lin Wei could not help but let out a long sigh, exuding an air of disappointment. She could not fathom why such opportunities did not come her way but were bestowed upon Zhao Ye, who seemed capable of squandering even a hand of aces. Lin Wei even contemplated whether to distance herself from Zhao Ye, fearing that prolonged association with a fool might tarnish her own intellect and, more importantly, her future fortune. Though Lin Wei had never believed in fate, she now found herself convinced of its existence. Just as Zhao Ye was about to voice another thought, a familiar black portal, unmistakably the color of the Lord of the Undead's teleportation gate, materialized before them. At present, aside from Chen Ming, no records had indicated the existence of a black portal. Following that, Chen Ming indeed emerged from the portal, drawing the attention of all. Holy cow, he cannot possibly be the Lord of the Undead, can he? Be confident. Omit the cannot. So young, so handsome, so dashing. Lord, I adore you. Cheers erupted. Upon witnessing Chen Ming's appearance, Zhao Qian promptly sought to welcome him. However, as he turned, he noticed someone had already made their move, faster than himself. That person was none other than Qin Hongyue. Chapter 173. The Pinnacle of Power, calling him master? As Qin Hongyue directly approached Chen Ming, Zhao Qian's heart sank, apprehensive that a clash might ensue between these titans, each vying to establish superiority. Had she set her sights on the Lord of the Undead? Surely she did not harbor intentions of hostility? How could that be? Did she think all top-tier powers were as narrow-minded as you? Perhaps she intended to forge an alliance with Chen Ming? Oh no, if those two united, who in our country could possibly stand against them? Do you truly believe that without their alliance, anyone in our country could rival them? That does seem to be the case. Be confident. Not only domestically but globally, no one could contend with them. Witnessing this scene, Lin Wei held a starkly different perspective, gently patting Zhao Ye on the shoulder. Hey, do you think she might have taken a liking to Chen Ming? The likelihood seems high, for some reason. I feel that Chen Ming has become even more handsome. His physique is unparalleled, and compared to those celebrities and models on television, they all seem lacking. In terms of presence, he is unmatched. Lin Wei mused, lost in her thoughts, while Zhao Ye, aware of Chen Ming's acquaintance with Qin Hongyue, remained silent. Unable to muster a smile, a strong sense of inadequacy washed over her, akin to realizing that he was surrounded by such exceptional and powerful beauties, leading her to question her worth. Shaking her head to dispel the cluttered thoughts, she resolutely decided not to dwell on matters related to Chen Ming any longer. In that moment, she understood more than anyone else that she and Chen Ming now inhabited entirely different worlds. He had undeniably ascended to an exalted existence beyond her reach. A complete relinquishment. Master, it seems there exists a certain limitation within the tower, impeding further progress. At present, one can only challenge up to the 100th level. Qin Hongyue reported earnestly to Chen Ming. The utterance of the first two words incited a tremendous uproar, generating endless discussion. Holy cow! Holy cow! Ladies and gentlemen. Am I hallucinating? It seems I heard her refer to the Lord of the Undead as Master. I find that hard to believe. Surely, we cannot all be experiencing auditory delusions and illusions. I have envisioned countless possibilities regarding their relationship. Yet never did I consider that it might be one of master and servant. Damn, how enviable, to have such a servant. Even if she were merely an ordinary person rather than the Lord of the Undead, would render one invincible in the world. Where have those who previously claimed she surpassed the Lord of the Undead gone? Have they lost their voices? Why do they not speak? They dare not utter a word when mentioned in this context, as they cannot afford to provoke the winds of opposition. Moreover, the actual Lord of the Undead, Chen Ming, is still present. Should these words reach his ears, it would be a grave offense, indeed. I must retreat to the periphery of the crowd. Can one not avoid trouble? Whatever the matter, it can wait until later. Chen Ming felt overwhelmed by the multitude of voices and the din, and thus turned to enter the teleportation portal. Yes, Qin Hongyue replied, following closely behind, embodying an unwavering compliance and absolute obedience. How outrageous. Possessing such formidable skills alongside an exquisite servant, it is no wonder that Lin Wei, upon realizing the oddity of the situation, hastily regained her composure, swallowing the words that had almost escaped her lips. She did not wish to wound Zhao Ye's heart, and at long last understood why Zhao's reaction was so pronounced when she mentioned Qin Hongyue and Chen Ming. A sigh escaped her lips, abandoning Qin Hongyue. Did Chen Ming not also claim her, Lin Wei? While there may be a gap, it could be bridged. However, how does one pursue a chasm so vast that not even a figure is visible? Though Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue have departed, the profound shock they imparted upon the ranks of professional hunters remains unabated. At the Fushan Villa, upon witnessing Qin Hongyue emerge from the teleportation portal, which then closed, Chen Ming, seated on the sofa, queried directly, "With your strength, are you unable to break the rules within the tower?" "Indeed," Qin Hongyue affirmed with a nod. "After I shattered the barrier, all I beheld was a void. There were neither monsters nor any structures." Chen Ming smiled faintly, speculating. "It is likely they intervened because you exceeded their expectations with your rapid progress." He did not dwell excessively on this issue. "Master, I have stored all the monster corpses within this spatial ring." Qin Hongyue removed a delicate silver spatial ring from her slender finger and presented it to Chen Ming with both hands. Chen Ming extended his hand, lifting the spatial ring from her palm. "How does one utilize this?" "Quite simply, Master, you need only infuse your consciousness into it," Qin Hongyue explained. Consciousness. At that moment, Chen Ming acutely felt the chasm that lay between him and practitioners of cultivation. He continued, "You see, we do not share the same cultivation system. For instance, I do not comprehend how to wield spiritual energy. In that case, I can bestow my knowledge upon you, granting you the qualifications for cultivation, facilitating your ability to utilize spiritual energy at will," Qin Hongyue proposed proactively. "Very well, though it need not be excessive, as long as I can use this item without affecting your own cultivation." Chen Ming expressed his concern that Qin Hongyue might directly transfer her imperial level of cultivation to him. He preferred that his servant possess such prowess rather than himself, as he favored delegating tasks over personal involvement. "I understand," Qin Hongyue replied. "By the way, cultivation generally requires a spiritual root, does it not?" "Do I possess one?" Chen Ming inquired with curiosity. "You do not, but I have a synthetic spiritual root," Qin Hongyue revealed, producing the spiritual root. In a radiant glow, it resembled intricate human meridians, akin to a millennia-old ginseng. "Is there such a thing as a synthetic one?" Chen Ming was genuinely taken aback. Though synthetic spiritual roots cannot rival those that grow naturally and are innately nurtured, the quality of the synthetic root I possess reaches the upper tier of the earth grade. Subsequently, Chen Ming learned from Chen Hongyue that spiritual roots are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each major category further divided into 4 minor levels: top, upper, middle, and lower. Chen Ming held no interest in the path of immortality, solely wishing for convenience in wielding the artifacts Chen Hongyue had brought from the dimensional world. He lamented that, although the corpses of the bosses from the 100-level trial tower were within reach, he could not interact with them. Alright, fuse the spiritual root for me and impart your cultivation. Chen Ming settled into a meditative posture. As you wish, Chen Hongyue immediately complied. First, she fused the spiritual root, then imparted her cultivation. Chapter 174, A Bountiful Harvest. Skills abundant enough to compile an encyclopedia, with an imperial-level powerhouse safeguarding the process. The fusion of the synthetic spiritual root proceeded effortlessly and without peril. The impartation of cultivation was even swifter. During this process, Chen Ming could sense warm currents flowing into him just below his navel, transforming into strength that spread throughout his limbs and meridians. It was reminiscent of the enhancement and acquisition of attribute points, characterized by a straightforward and effortless nature. The impartation complete, Chen Hongyue lowered her hands and ceased the flow of spiritual energy. So, according to the cultivation standards of your previous world, what is my current level? Chen Ming inquired casually. From low to high, the realms of practitioners are as follows: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void reversal, integration, great accomplishment, tribulation crossing, and emperor. Chen Hongyue clarified the classifications before revealing, your current strength is at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. You are more than sufficient to utilize the spatial ring. Thank you for your hard work. Upon hearing that he could use the spatial ring normally, Chen Ming ceased to inquire further, recognizing the futility in doing so. It is my honor to assist you. Chen Hongyue promptly expressed her stance. Chen Ming fell silent. His gaze fixated upon the spatial ring he held, channeling spiritual energy into it. The next moment, he could distinctly perceive the contents within. It was filled entirely with the corpses of monsters. Mutated spiders, mutated scorpions, mutated toads, mutated rats, and countless venomous insects. The number of light dragons alone exceeded 5, encompassing all 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. First, he extracted all the blood cores in bulk, storing them in his system backpack. Then, he selected and siphoned skills en masse, hundreds of thousands, with a single click to acquire. Siphoning in progress. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained A-level skill. Ice Roar. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level skill. Furious Dragon Roar. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained S-level skill. Headshot. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained A-level skill. 5 blades in 1 second. The speed of refreshing was astonishingly rapid. Even if Chen Ming were to concentrate, he would struggle to discern the new skills he had acquired. At present, the skills he possessed had multiplied to such an extent that he could effortlessly compile a comprehensive encyclopedia of skills for global hunters to reference. Exploring what skill rewards might be drawn from the myriad realms, Chen Ming cast a few cursory glances before dismissing the pop-up window, allowing it to refresh on its own. As stated before, even if he had no immediate need for them, Chen Ming would not disdain possessing an abundance of skills. During moments of idleness, he could allocate these skills to his legion of undead, thereby enhancing their overall combat quality. Subsequently, he selected and siphoned a multitude of undead, various boss guardians, and elite monsters. Siphoning in progress. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant, Golden Spirit Dragon 1. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant, with Spirit Dragon 1. Siphoning successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new undead servant, Water Spirit Dragon 1. Although the quantity of undead extracted was not as vast as the skills, the speed of refreshing was equally swift, making it difficult for the naked eye to discern the details. Following the same method, he set it aside to let it operate autonomously, wildly expanding his undead legion. Chen Ming merely needed to verify the results once the notifications concluded. Upon acquiring nearly 1 million skills and several 100,000 undead, Chen Ming found himself increasingly fond of Chen Hongyue, the empress he had successfully reeled in. Even if she possesses no skills and lacks the cultivation of an emperor, merely existing as a decorative figure, she undoubtedly possesses the potential to reach an SSS level. Just gazing upon her is a feast for the eyes, incomparable to any film star or international model, particularly her aura and temperament, which are simply irreplicable. After all, before being ensnared by my charm, Chen Hongyue was a formidable human empress, standing at the pinnacle of the world. In the annals of history, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a timeless sovereign. That being said, since she has been granted permission to enter the trial tower alone, It implies that, under the established rules, apart from being my servant, she should be regarded as a person, right? Contemplating this, a thought emerged in Chen Ming's mind. He retrieved a brand new, unopened smartphone, tore off the plastic film, opened the box, and took out the phone. It powered on smoothly, showing more than 60% battery life. As Chen Ming held it in his hand, the multiverse phishing software materialized out of thin air, swiftly completing installation and proving impossible to uninstall. Subsequently, he handed the phone to Chen Hongyue, urging her to take a look. Sure, she responded, following his instructions without further inquiry. Standing beside her, Chen Ming observed clearly as the multiverse phishing software remained unopened. The moment the phone was in Chen Hongyue's possession, it became ensnared in chains, the icon dimming. As expected, it seems that phishing is a privilege exclusive to the inhabitants of Blue Star. Chen Ming reclaimed the phone, assuring Chen Hongyue not to overthink it, merely a test. Furthermore, he did not believe that someone of Chen Hongyue's caliber needed to rely on the multiverse phishing to enhance her abilities. He encouraged her to pursue her own endeavors, free to do as she wished without worrying about him. Then, Master, I shall take my leave to cultivate, she declared, setting aside the uncertainties surrounding other cultivators. Under the present known conditions, both Chen Ming and Chen Hongyue stood as the only two cultivators in the world. Thus, the spiritual energy of Blue Star was theirs to share. Chen Ming held no interest in cultivation. He was content to let Chen Hongyue monopolize the spiritual energy. If Chen Ming truly desired to enhance his cultivation, it would be simple. He could directly receive teachings from Chen Hongyue, rather than painstakingly absorbing and refining the spiritual energy. Such an endeavor would be far too tedious. Instead, he could simply relax. He picked up the remote control and turned on the television, which displayed news about Chen Hongyue breaking records and conquering the 100 levels of the trial tower. Though Chen Ming had appeared on screen, Zhao Qian had strictly prohibited the official media from releasing it without his consent. How the news spread among the public was their concern. But the official stance must remain clear. This time, the voices of dissent were minimal, nearly non-existent. Primarily because, upon learning of the master-servant relationship between Chen Hongyue and Chen Ming, his image in their minds elevated to one of grandeur, invincible. They dared not oppose him. Harboring a profound sense of respect, setting down the remote, he picked up the nearby phone. A glance at the two virtual panels revealed that notifications continued to appear. The skills stolen and the summoned spirits had yet to be fully displayed. Could they not provide an option to ignore? Chen Ming grumbled, just as he was gathering his thoughts, holding the phone in one hand and preparing to open the multiverse phishing software. A call came in. The caller ID read, Zhao Qian. Chapter 175, Telekinetic Flying Knives. Hooking the Eastern Ancient Dragon. Chen Ming pressed the answer button, certain that Zhao Qian would not call for casual chatter unless it was urgent. Hello, Mr. Chen. I actually called to inquire about your thoughts regarding the news from Yangshe. The television station wants to broadcast footage related to you, but I've temporarily halted it. Zhao Qian disclosed everything without concealment. If you are unwilling, I can use my authority to suppress this matter further. I have no objections. Feel free, Chen Ming replied. At this stage, he did not mind leveraging the official channels to enhance his visibility and influence among the public. This would facilitate future endeavors, allowing him to traverse the globe merely on the strength of his visage, without the need to summon spirits. Understood. I will convey your message to the television station. Zhao Qian excitedly affirmed. He too wished for the outside world, especially foreign powers, to recognize Chen Ming's might, particularly the nature of his relationship with a powerhouse like Chen Hongyue. The stronger Chen Ming became, the more it assured the safety of Daxia. While natural disasters remained an unresolved issue, reducing the negative impacts of man-made calamities was undoubtedly a wise choice. Zhao Qian was determined not to let any opportunity slip by. Having concluded their conversation, he hung up, refraining from further disturbing Chen Ming's time. Upon seeing the call ended, Chen Ming exited the call page and opened his browser, eager to discover how he was currently portrayed online. Following his usual routine, he headed straight to the trending topics, the most direct and convenient way to gather the latest news. Aside from the official pinned advertisement for recruiting professional hunters for the trial tower, the rest of the trending topics, unsurprisingly, were firmly dominated by Chen Ming. Explosive news. High-definition photos of the Lord of the Undead exposed. Check it out. What does it mean to conquer 100 levels of the trial tower? Mysterious powerhouse, Chen Hongyue. Chen Hongyue calls the Lord of the Undead Master. How invincible is the Lord of the Undead? What is it like to be alumnus with the Lord of the Undead? The frequency with which Lord of the Undead appeared was so high that Chen Ming felt he might not even recognize those words anymore. He clicked on the trending topic regarding his photo exposure. Indeed, it was in high definition. Chen Ming strongly suspected it had been captured using professional camera equipment. Free photography and free promotional exposure left him feeling nothing but gratitude rather than complaint. Continuing to scroll, he entered the comments section. I declare, this is the true national husband. Who agrees, who disagrees? You all have quite the audacity, daring to compete for a man with Chen Hongyue? That monster who passed the 100 levels of the trial tower in one go. What is there to fear? Happiness is earned by one's own hands. Besides, Aren't their relationship and master-servant dynamic? They're not a couple. Why can't I intervene? Exactly. As long as he is not married, everyone has a chance. Even if he is married, it's still possible, right? Hee. You all are so wicked, so shameless. In an apocalyptic world, to survive, one must resort to any means. Chen Ming, darling, I love you. Many users directly tagging Chen Ming in wild declarations of love were not in short supply. Fortunately, Chen Ming's account nickname was not his real name. Otherwise, as someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he would have been driven to distraction by the incessant notifications. Even though he had never met these people, a multitude were professing their affection for him, sending chills down his spine. He quickly exited the forum. Rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arms, he noted that it wasn't an illusion. He was indeed covered in goosebumps. Truly, it was utterly insane. Indeed. In this apocalypse, power was the ultimate truth. Once one possessed strength, everything else would follow, even unsolicited attention. Chen Ming concluded. He opened the multiverse fishing app, no longer wasting his focus on such matters. Lying down, he raised the phone with both hands, cutting to the chase and clicking Start Fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, the host has obtained 10,000 telekinetic flying knives. The telekinetic flying knives, as the name implies, are blades that can be manipulated through mental power. However, the quantity of 10,000 was truly beyond Chen Ming's expectations. He extracted one telekinetic flying knife, holding it upright, suspended above his palm. With a flick of his fingertip, Chen Ming unleashed his psychic flying knife, which shot forth with remarkable speed. The blade was entirely obsidian, while its edge gleamed a chilling crimson hue. After some experimentation, Chen Ming discovered a rather intriguing feature. Within the psychic flying knife lay two hidden auxiliary blades that could be easily triggered with a mere thought. These auxiliary blades sprang forth from either side of the main blade, resembling vicious hooks. Once embedded in an adversary's flesh and activated, they could wreak even greater havoc upon extraction, delivering devastating wounds. This sci-fi design, coupled with its practical combat applications, represented a pinnacle of technology that humanity, even after centuries of endeavor, could scarcely hope to replicate before the apocalypse. Yet, through a solitary fishing expedition, Chen Ming had amassed a staggering 1,000 of these knives. Even he found it difficult to fathom the terrifying spectacle of 1,000 psychic flying knives shooting forth like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms. He resolved to find an opportunity to test their might. Stowing the psychic flying knives in his system backpack, Chen Ming picked up his phone and resumed his fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10,000 enhancement fruits. Upon reviewing the details, Chen Ming learned that consuming this fruit would yield random enhancements across all attributes. While the magnitude of this reward paled in comparison to the psychic flying knives, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Continuing his endeavor, he cast his line once more. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a top-tier custom spiritual root of heavenly grade, 10. Customizable, top-tier spiritual root of heavenly grade? The literal interpretation was straightforward, yet Chen Ming sought further clarification. Can be customized to include, but not limited to, attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Upon reading this description, Chen Ming felt a surge of optimism. Though he had little interest in cultivation for himself, he could certainly apply it to Qin Hongyue. From his personal attribute panel, he already knew that she possessed only ice and fire as her heavenly grade spiritual roots. Chen Ming was eager to see what extraordinary enhancements would arise from gathering a complete set of elemental roots for her. After all, the stronger Qin Hongyue became, the more advantageous it would be for him, an abundance of benefits with no drawbacks. He yearned for her to ascend to divinity, confident in her unwavering loyalty, without a shadow of betrayal. But first, he sought to indulge in more fishing while the luck was flowing. It would be a shame to miss such a golden opportunity. He cast his line again. Currently fishing. With fervent hopes, he prayed for a bountiful catch. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring an Eastern Ancient Dragon 1. Upon seeing the words Eastern Ancient Dragon, Chen Ming leaped from the sofa in sheer exhilaration. After contemplating the Eastern Ancient Dragon for so long, he could hardly contain his excitement at finally reeling it in. He fervently hoped it was not merely a facade. Should he pull up a Western Lizard Dragon instead? Even his usually composed demeanor would falter, giving way to frustration. He opened his backpack to find the Eastern Ancient Dragon. To be precise, it was named the Fortune Golden Dragon, with the Eastern Ancient Dragon symbolizing its lineage. Clicking to view the details, he read, Fortune Golden Dragon, a holy dragon bearing the bloodline of the Eastern Ancestor Dragon. Not only does it possess formidable power, but it can also bestow fortune blessings, enhancing your luck, accelerating strength advancement, and increasing the probability of breakthrough success. Having already acquired numerous skills that enhanced his luck, Chen Ming felt invincible in the realm of fortune with the addition of this Fortune Golden Dragon. Though he was already quite formidable, this would elevate him further. Bursting through the door, he could hardly wait to release the fortune golden dragon from his system backpack and witness the allure of the Eastern ancient dragon up close. Meanwhile, Chen Hongyue was on the rooftop, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the essence of moonlight, to enhance her cultivation. She caught sight of Chen Ming hurriedly exiting and assumed something significant had transpired. Just as she was about to rise, an overwhelming aura descended upon her, akin to a waterfall cascading down from thousands of feet, enveloping and assailing her entire being. Chen Hongyue quickly looked up, her gaze fixed upon the dragon. No, she corrected herself, it was a holy dragon. In her previous world, dragons existed, but none exceeded a length of 200 to 300 meters. Yet the creature before her was at least a kilometer long. Coiling its body, it obscured the sky and moon, a truly magnificent sight. Unlike ordinary beasts, spiritual creatures, or holy beasts, size often equated to power. Thus, it was no surprise that Chen Hongyue had hastily redefined it as a holy dragon. Wait, could it be the legendary fortune golden dragon? Throughout the ages, she had never encountered a golden holy dragon, a rarity indeed. The color gold was often associated with royalty and fortune. In contrast, fire dragons and mountain dragons were more common, regarded as lesser beings within the dragon hierarchy. The fortune golden dragon before her undoubtedly possessed the most prestigious bloodline. Every aspect of its form, from its body and fur to its scales, teeth, and claws, radiated a divine golden hue. A soft golden glow shimmered, akin to stars cascading from the heavens. As Chen Hongyue reached out to touch it, she could distinctly sense her own fortune elevating. As a cultivator and a powerful emperor-level figure, she was particularly sensitive to the concept of luck. To her astonishment, this world not only brimmed with rich spiritual energy, but also harbored a top-tier holy dragon. Prior to this, she had only glimpsed references to holy dragons in ancient scrolls, their authenticity unverified. Such beings were said to trace back to the distant epochs of antiquity. How could a holy dragon appear in such a place? Was it drawn to her presence, perceiving her existence as a potential threat, and thus seeking to eliminate her first? Chen Hongyue boldly hypothesized that the fortune golden dragon was the guardian spirit of this realm, appearing to eliminate her as an unpredictable element. In an instant, she materialized before Chen Ming, raising her hand to shield him. Rest assured, my master, even if I perish, I shall not allow this creature to harm you. Seeing Chen Hongyue's readiness for battle, Chen Ming raised his hand to gently press down on hers, which was poised before him. My master? Chen Hongyue was taken aback, pondering whether he intended to confront the holy dragon himself. If that were truly his intention, she would not dare contest him. Witnessing her master's might would be an invaluable experience for her, a memory to cherish for a lifetime. Do not be alarmed, it is not an enemy. Chen Ming reassured her, aware that she had misconstrued the fortune golden dragon as a foe. Not an enemy? Chen Hongyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Just as she began to speak, the immense golden dragon lowered its regal head, facing Chen Ming with a posture of submission. It was in that moment that Chen Hongyue finally accepted that the fortune golden dragon was not an adversary but a companion, united in their allegiance to the same master. From this day forth, we are family. Let us coexist harmoniously, Chen Ming advised. Indeed, Chen Hongyue replied without hesitation. The fortune golden dragon responded in kind, bestowing a fortune blessing upon Chen Ming while also granting one to Chen Hongyue, drawing her ever closer to her aspiration of ascending to divinity. By the way, I recently acquired several spiritual roots. Take these to integrate, which will facilitate your rapid advancement in cultivation, breaking free from your limitations. Seizing the moment, Chen Ming produced a few custom spiritual roots. What? Heavenly grade spiritual roots? Chen Hongyue's heart, which had just calmed, surged once more. She had not anticipated Chen Ming could produce such items, her emotional response rivaling that of the fortune golden dragon's arrival, if not exceeding it. Indeed, Chen Ming affirmed, these are superior to artificial spiritual roots. Wait, Chen Hongyue's expression shifted to one of confusion. Why can't I discern the attributes of these spiritual roots? Are they all attributeless? Incorrect. Chen Ming shook his head in denial, elucidating that this object was known as a customizable spiritual root. One could simply decide in their heart what attributes to bestow upon it. What? Chen Hongyue's expression turned vacant as she found herself ensnared in a dilemma. On one hand, she could not fathom her master deceiving her regarding such matters. On the other hand, the concept seemed utterly preposterous, surpassing the limits of her understanding. Chen Ming, discerning her inner turmoil, picked up a spiritual root and envisioned the attribute of lightning in his mind. In the next moment, the formless spiritual root indeed transformed into a top-tier, heavenly lightning spiritual root. Witnessing the entire process, Chen Hongyue was rendered speechless in astonishment. Alongside her surprise was an overwhelming admiration for Chen Ming. It was reasonable to believe that this treasure, if brought to her former world, would undoubtedly incite waves of chaos and bloodshed. Just one could effortlessly provoke a life and death battle among the powerful. It belonged to the pinnacle of treasures, a rarity beyond reach. Such a celestial gem, and her master could casually produce so many for her, Who exactly was he? Curiosity bubbled within Chen Hongyue, though her lips remained sealed. Chen Ming left her with a single instruction to focus on merging the customizable spiritual root. Subsequently, he ceased to disturb Chen Hongyue's cultivation, turning back to the villa, reclining on the sofa, and picking up his phone to resume fishing. Meanwhile, the auspicious golden dragon slipped into the clouds above, coiling atop the luxurious villa at Fashanju as a guardian beast. On the other side, people nearby had recorded the entire scene of the golden dragon's appearance. With a heart brimming with trepidation, they pressed the confirmation button to upload it to the internet, certain that this video would create a sensational uproar. Chapter 177. Fishing out a star destroyer and a demon cultivator? Indeed, as the man anticipated, mere minutes after the video was released, notifications began to flood in. Private messages, comments, and likes surged to 999. Continuous alerts of the video trending were incessant. Each refresh saw the view count rise by tens of thousands, even reaching over 100,000. The comments section erupted in fervent discussion, with engagement skyrocketing. In stark contrast to his previous uploads, which had barely surpassed 10,000 views over several days, the disparity was striking. Curious about the public's reaction to the golden dragon, the man ventured into the comments. Wow, is this for real? It can't be special effects, right? As a special effects artist with a decade of experience, I can assure you, this is definitely not CGI. Our current technology hasn't reached this standard. It's so lifelike. Just watching it on screen gave me chills. How shocking must it be in person? Impressive. Now that SA dragon, far superior to those Western lizard dragons. Superior? Divine. Where did the blogger film this? Who is so incredible as to have caught an Eastern divine dragon? Isn't this unbelievable? Shouldn't the dragon be considered a demigod? That's akin to having a demigod-level bodyguard. In the apocalypse, they'd be unstoppable. Checking the IP location shows Jiangqing. Jiangqing. No wonder it looks familiar. Isn't that the sanctuary built by the undead lord? If I recall correctly, it's the opulent villa at Fashanju. Isn't that man again? As the comments multiplied, the video unsurprisingly ascended the trending topics, climbing rapidly. After all, the Western dragon had long dominated the internet, and there was a growing inclination towards recognizing the legitimacy of the Eastern dragon. With the arrival of the Eastern divine dragon, netizens and onlookers could hardly contain their excitement. Especially since this dragon was related to the undead lord, the buzz was palpable. The combination of the two ignited even the videos circulating on foreign platforms. It's enormous. Is that size for real? The nearby mountain looks tiny in comparison. My friends from Daxia have been explaining the differences between Eastern and Western dragons, and I never quite understood until now. I finally grasped why they prefix dragon with divine. This is utterly astounding. If I were face to face, I'd surely be terrified to the point of losing control. Why are both Western and Eastern dragons in Daxia? Where are our dragons? Because we lack fortunate fishermen like Chen Ming. Rumors say he's the one who caught this Eastern dragon. How infuriating. Did he bribe the gods? Why is he so lucky? When will our Hunter Alliance step up? If this continues, the gap between us and Daxia will only widen. To everyone globally, voices of envy and resentment flooded the internet. As for Chen Ming, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the online commotion, engrossed in his fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a star destroyer. Chen Ming confirmed several times, daring to believe his eyes. It was indeed a star destroyer. A vessel capable of high-speed travel in outer space should only exist in science fiction. Compared to humanity's existing aviation tools, it was immensely superior. Not only did it dwarf aircraft carriers in size, boasting vast space, but it could also traverse the cosmos freely. Its formidable offensive capabilities were equally formidable. Even a smaller planet could be obliterated in an instant, hence the name Star Destroyer. Even if used on Earth, it would constitute a dimensional strike. A true ace among aces. Presently, the most powerful known 7th-generation stealth fighter jet would be unable to withstand the firepower of the Star Destroyer for even 10 seconds. Storing it in his system backpack, Chen Ming felt no particular yearning for outer space. If he continued fishing like this, perhaps one day he might become a mobile fortress for colonizing outer space. He mused. Shaking off such thoughts, he clicked Start Fishing once more. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 100 grade 9 pills, Dragon Emperor pills. Having no interest in pills or cultivation, Chen Ming promptly cast his line again, considering using them to reward Chen Hongyue later. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10,000 resurrection elixirs. 10,000 bottles of resurrection elixirs. Chen Ming's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never imagined that one day, such items would become so inexpensive for him, arriving in a single batch of 10,000. This equated to Chen Ming now possessing 10,000 opportunities for resurrection, setting aside all previously acquired items and skills. Even if Chen Ming were merely a frail being with zero combat power, others would need to kill him 10,000 times to succeed. Only on the 10,001st attempt would they be able to truly end his life. Not only could he use them himself, but he could also resurrect others. Even he, a peculiar individual, couldn't help but marvel at the absurdity of it all. The newfound security of 1,000 lives was exhilarating. Continuing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. You have attracted the attention of misfortune and caught a remnant soul of a demon cultivator. It now seeks to possess your body. Upon reading this notification, Chen Ming did not panic as one might expect. He pondered that it had been a while since he last encountered misfortune. Perhaps he had exhausted his fishing chances due to overfishing? Rising to his feet, he stepped into the teleportation portal, appearing outside the villa's gates in an instant. Confirming the surroundings were clear, he chose to release the remnant soul. He had no desire to damage the villa due to a struggle with a demon cultivator's soul. In the next moment, the void shattered, and a swirl of ominous black mist emerged. Excellent. His original self was not dead. However, his physical form had been destroyed. As the mist looked around, its gaze fell upon Chen Ming. Although weakened, the quality of his spiritual roots appeared satisfactory. It would suffice for now. Chen Ming furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by the myriad of flaws, unsure of where to begin his retort. Without further ado, the eerie mist, having locked onto its target, surged towards Chen Ming with unprecedented speed, intent on annihilating his soul and usurping it. Lacking a physical body and merely possessing a remnant of a soul, its endurance would not last long. It feared that the opportunity for reincarnation bestowed by the heavens would be squandered in vain. Chen Ming remained unfazed, for he sensed a powerful presence stirring behind him. A formidable aura surged forth like a tidal wave, shattering the black mist with ease, rendering it utterly defenseless. The black mist retreated 100 meters before halting, regrouping into a mass, and bellowed, "Who dares to disrupt my affairs? Seeking death, are we? The one courting death is you." Chen Hongyue emerged, sweeping her hand majestically, donning her imperial robe once more, embodying the essence of the human race's empress, domineering, resolute, and regal. She stood unwaveringly before Chen Ming, guarding him fiercely. Chapter 178. Astonished Demon Cultivator. The Empress as a servant. Who are you to dare ruin my plans? As the eerie mist reformed, a pair of crimson eyes glowed menacingly, reflecting its inner fury. It attempted to penetrate the essence of Chen Hongyue, but found itself impotent. Comforting itself, it concluded that it had just reincarnated into this world and had yet to acclimate. Its lips uttered, "What a pity she is a woman, otherwise. Making her my vessel would not be a bad idea. Master, are you unharmed?" Chen Hongyue, having no time to heed the barking of a cur, turned around. Her gaze filled with warmth as she inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Your arrival is timely," Chen Ming replied, shaking his head to ease her anxiety. In that moment, he once again felt the profound comfort of having a 100 loyal empress as his protector. The eerie mist, seething with rage, felt humiliated as the once majestic leader of the demon cult now found itself belittled. Internally furious, it feigned nonchalance. "You possess some charm. Perhaps after I take over your body, you could serve as my maid. What say you? You think you are worthy?" After confirming that Chen Ming was unharmed, Chen Hongyue's gaze returned to the eerie mist. "Preposterous. I was once the leader of the all-seeing demon cult, at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. If I am unworthy, then who is?" The eerie mist proclaimed angrily. Introducing itself, it hoped Chen Hongyue would not remain oblivious and recognize the disparity in their strengths. Pinnacle of the nascent soul? Chen Hongyue's expression remained impassive as she unleashed the imperial might only those who had ascended to the quasi-emperor realm could command. As an emperor, her aura was even denser, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "What is this?" The eerie mist's fierce eyes shrank to the size of mung beans in shock. "Impossible. There must be a mistake. How could a place like this harbor an emperor-level powerhouse? And why would such a being take a foundation-level cultivator as a servant?" The eerie mist desperately denied the reality it witnessed. In its understanding, an emperor was the most powerful existence in any realm, without exception. In even a smaller realm, with billions of inhabitants, only one could succeed in achieving the status of emperor, the value of which was evident. The eerie mist could not fathom why Chen Hongyue, already the strongest in existence, would submit to a seemingly powerless weakling. Or was it that this individual had surpassed the boundaries of its comprehension? The latter theory was more palatable than the former. If the latter were true, then its journey of reincarnation would end before it even began. Chen Hongyue remained indifferent to the eerie mist's confusion, having no obligation to enlighten it. Turning to Chen Ming, she asked, "Master, how would you like me to deal with this individual? Just don't leave a single ash behind," was Chen Ming's only request. Primarily wishing to preserve some remnants for the extraction of the undead. To expand the army of the undead, he was truly going to great lengths. Hongyue understood. As her words reached the eerie mist's ears, in the blink of an eye, it was horrified to find Chen Hongyue before it. At that moment, the eerie mist felt an unspeakable divine might suppressing it, rendering it immobile. The thought of impending death surfaced in its mind. The vast disparity in strength led it to abandon any hope of retaliation. Its gaze shifted towards Chen Ming, perplexed as to how he had managed to conquer an emperor-level powerhouse and make her willingly serve him. In the next instant, its soul shattered, forcibly erased from existence. As the mist dissipated, Qin Hongyue grasped the remnants and returned to Chen Ming's side. Opening her palm, a tiny cloud of black mist floated above it. Chen Ming did not ask further, but seized the moment to extract, unwilling to squander such a splendid opportunity. He wondered how the demon cultivator would manifest after being extracted in this manner. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new undead servant. Soul-stealing demon cultivator 1. Soul-stealing demon cultivator? The title seemed rather intriguing to Chen Ming. Upon inspecting the details, he discovered that the reason this demon cultivator was labeled as such was not merely for grandeur. Rather, it could genuinely be utilized to usurp the bodies of others. Against those of weaker cultivation, the success rate was 100. Against those stronger, it depended on skill and fortuity. However, it was worth noting that across the globe, among the current population of 10 billion, none had the ability to cultivate, still relying on fishing skills as their primary means of power enhancement. In other words, everyone could become a target for the soul-stealing demon cultivator. It could commandeer their bodies, assimilate their memories, and replace their existence. To put it plainly, as long as Chen Ming wished, he could dispatch the demon cultivator to impersonate leaders of hawkish nations or cherry blossom countries, ensuring no one would discern the difference. Quite disturbing, Chen Ming rated it highly. Following this, he summoned the demon cultivator. Noticing Qin Hongyue's wariness, Chen Ming hastily reassured her, "Do not worry, he is now mine." Ah, I see. Despite this, Qin Hongyue could not relax her heart. Even she had never encountered or heard of such divine arts. The very person who had been her adversary moments ago was now offering 100 loyalty in another form. Master, you truly are the master. Your power is unfathomable, evoking admiration. By the way, you have served me well. Here are a few pills as a reward. Chen Ming casually produced 10 Dragon Emperor pills, tossing them to Qin Hongyue with nonchalance. Initially, she recognized them merely as pills, but as she reached out to catch them and discern their true nature, she gasped in shock. This is a 9th grade Dragon Emperor pill, and it bears pill patterns. You know of this pill? Chen Ming asked, surprised. I have seen it in ancient texts. It has been lost for 10,000 years, Qin Hongyue replied. A single 9th grade Dragon Emperor pill could captivate countless top-tier alchemists and cultivators, let alone one with patterns. Pills are ranked from 1 to 9, with each grade further divided into low, middle, and high tiers. Pill patterns far exceed these tiers, appearing only in exceptional pills at the moment of their creation. Such phenomena are exceedingly rare and only manifest in advanced pills. Qin Hongyue never dreamed that Chen Ming could so casually bestow upon her 10 9th grade Dragon Emperor pills with patterns. She found it increasingly difficult to fathom her master. Just a short while ago, he lacked even a spiritual root. The only reason he could use a spatial ring was due to the artificial spiritual root she had provided and the cultivation she had imparted. Yet shortly thereafter, he unveiled countless extraordinary treasures beyond her imagination, dominating with sheer force. Her resolve solidified once more. No matter whom she owed in this life, she could never betray him. Enough, do not overthink it. Focus on your cultivation. As long as you grow stronger, that will be the greatest gratitude to me. As Chen Ming passed by Qin Hongyue, he raised his hand and gently patted her shoulder a few times. Yes, after showcasing his prowess, he decided to return to the villa for fishing. He shrugged his shoulders, feeling the slight chill of the night breeze. It was rather cold. However, the sudden emergence of a system notification disrupted his meticulously laid plans. Chapter 179. The arrival of the ultimate S-rank apocalypse instance. In reality, the entirety of Jiang City has been enveloped by the apocalypse instance, the plague of frenzied rodents. The scope of this calamity is undeniably vast. If memory serves, this is likely the largest apocalypse instance to date. Chen Ming did not need to ponder the matter. It was evident that such an instance would not manifest without cause, and it was likely summoned by some unfortunate soul. After the novice phase, such occurrences became increasingly commonplace, a fact Chen Ming had grown accustomed to. The term frenzied rodents alone hinted at the nature of the instance. Nevertheless, he clicked to view further details for confirmation. Frenzied rodents, an S-rank large-scale instance featuring no fewer than 99 types of mutated rodent monsters, vast in number, inherently savage, and with a penchant for human flesh, often appearing in swarms. Note, at the moment you receive this alert, a barrier has been erected around Jiang City. Entry is permitted, but exit is not. To leave, one must either wait for the instance duration to expire or defeat the boss. Note, within the instance, teleportation skills are only permitted within designated areas. 3 days. A total of 72 hours. The duration of this instance is quite extensive. However, it is fortunate that while exit is prohibited, entry is still allowed, allowing the Hunter Alliance to dispatch reinforcements, thereby enhancing survival odds. Chen Ming murmured to himself, ensuring only he could hear. As for the second note, he could hardly shake the suspicion that it was aimed directly at him. Previously, he had contemplated opening a portal for civilians to escape the instance. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the apocalyptic rules swiftly countered it. 99 types of mutated rodents. Chen Ming smiled faintly, anticipating that things would soon become quite lively. Entering his home, he He realized that although he could not leave Jiang City, there remained ample time before the instance truly commenced and the rodents emerged from their lairs. The apocalypse instance granted everyone an hour for preparation, arming themselves and selecting shelters. Once the apocalypse rules took effect, the external world's chat channels and trading functionalities would be suspended. Numerous restrictions awaited them. Reclining on the sofa, he activated his virtual panel and opened the local chat channel. Chen Ming wished to observe the prevailing atmosphere within Jiang City. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? S-Rank? S-Rank? Which bastard summoned this? If I ever find you, I've truly hit the motherload of bad luck. Does anyone have weapons? Private trades or online? I'm open to anything. Can anyone be more unfortunate than me? I was about to reunite with my girlfriend in Yang City, only to be yanked back at the last moment. 3 days, 72 hours. With neither weapons nor skills, how are we supposed to survive? We should find a place to hide and wait until after midnight to fish. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. What if we fish up an even more formidable monster? That is just pouring gasoline on the fire. Then you can just wait to die. Preserving your own life is far more important. Why complicate matters? I wonder if the Lord of the Undead is in Jiang City right now. If he were, he could easily dispatch the boss and rescue us from this dire strait. God knows, I'm not his inner thoughts. Ming Shun, save me. If I can survive, I'll be your woman and even bear you a football team. Your ambitions are loud enough for me to hear from East District. The overall sentiment in the regional chat channel could be encapsulated in 4 words, utterly at a loss. Faced with this situation, the crowd was entirely unsure of how to proceed. Those with a modicum of rationality sought resources and trades. Those who retained their wits and intellect began sharing locations, rallying groups, and shouting slogans, hoping to counter the plague of mutated rodents through collective effort. The prospect of 99 types of mutated rodents instilled an overwhelming sense of panic within everyone. Those who had been lethargic were instantly roused. Under such circumstances, how could one possibly sleep? Fears of falling into a deep slumber and never waking again loomed large. In addition, there was a faction of individuals, more accurately, they were devotees. However, their faith was not placed in deities, nor in Buddhas, and certainly not in demons, but rather in Chen Ming. They believed that instead of hoping for powerful weapons and skills from the fishing updates after midnight, it was far more prudent to place their faith in Chen Ming, praying for him to lead a legion of hundreds of thousands of undead to vanquish the beast tide. After scanning the chat and gauging the general sentiment, Chen Ming exited the local chat channel. At that moment, a news anchor on television received a white sheet of paper. Chen Ming could easily surmise what she would announce. After a brief confirmation, the anchor spoke in a standard broadcasting tone. Dear viewers, we interrupt this program to bring you an urgent message. An S-Rank apocalypse instance has descended upon Jiang City. Please refrain from unnecessary travel. Once entered, you will be unable to leave for 72 hours. In response to the S-Rank instance, the plague of frenzied rodents, the Star Alliance headquarters has urgently dispatched professional hunters from across the nation to Jiang City. Citizens are advised to remain indoors and await rescue from hunter teams. In breaking news, the 97th Military Division has dispatched 10,000 Special Forces to aid Jiang City. Their response was far swifter than Chen Ming had anticipated, perfectly exemplifying the adage, when one is in peril, all come to aid. Hunter teams and elite soldiers equipped with cutting-edge weaponry were hastily converging from all directions. Their speed was remarkable. Compared to the disarray and chaos exhibited by foreign nations, Chen Ming believed that even if humanity were destined for extinction, Xia would be the last to fall. The unity demonstrated by the people of Xia in the face of crisis was unparalleled and difficult for other nations to emulate. To achieve such an outcome, not only did official intervention play a role, but the cooperation of the populace was essential, a unified front. In contrast, among the Hawks, states often clashed over relief supplies, promising safe passage only to have the military intercept aid convoys upon arrival, leading to a chaotic environment already in disarray. It was laughable. Yet, in the face of an apocalypse, they were indifferent to how the outside world perceived them. To put it bluntly, even before the onset of the apocalypse, they had lived in their own worlds, believing themselves to be benevolent, the guiding light of the world. Now, with a greater crisis unfolding, their true natures were laid bare. Picking up his phone, he opened the universal fishing app. With some time still remaining before the plague of frenzied rodents instance commenced, he decided to seize the opportunity to fish for a while. Daydreaming would yield no rewards. He clicked, Start fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations. The host has acquired a bread factory. A bread factory? Chapter 180. A rod reels in an aerial island. To have snagged a food processing factory was beyond Chen Ming's wildest imagination. The question, however, remained, where would he recruit workers and source raw materials? In comparison, recruiting staff became relatively straightforward. He could simply employ the undead, needing no wages, no provisions, and they could work tirelessly around the clock. The challenge lay in finding the ingredients for bread making. Chen Ming struggled to comprehend how he had managed to reel in such an item. Yet, He reassured himself. Random probabilities must yield both good and bad, and perhaps it would prove useful in the future, perhaps when order and productivity were restored. Of course, that was a conversation for another day. Ming casually clicked to view the details of his acquisition. The bakery factory, no raw materials required, no employees necessary. Fully automated processing, customizable bread types according to the catalog, with a maximum daily production of 100,000 loaves. Fully automated. Capable of processing a staggering 100,000 loaves daily. And customization. This aspect truly took Chen Ming by surprise. He had anticipated a conventional bakery, but it now appeared he had underestimated the scale of possibilities. This was indeed a remarkable asset. With this factory, Chen Ming need not lift a finger, yet could effortlessly acquire 100,000 loaves each day, beyond the extensive catalog of 999 pages of optional bread templates. He could whimsically utilize thousands of ingredients to tailor the taste, flavor, and size to his liking, which thoroughly delighted Chen Ming. There was no need to worry about monotony and flavor. The most convenient feature was that the factory could be constructed or dismantled at will, alleviating concerns of relocating without having to part with it. The system had evidently been designed with meticulous consideration. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 50 square kilometer floating island. A floating island. The literal interpretation was not lost on Chen Ming, but what truly exhilarated him was that this floating island measured an impressive 50 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of a county, excluding the surrounding jurisdiction of townships. It was akin to possessing a floating island the size of a major urban area in the skies. The panoramic view was vastly superior to that of his villa on Dushan. Most importantly, at this stage, residing in the heavens presented a far greater security than on the ground, where formidable monsters typically roamed. A relocation was imperative. To be honest, Chen Ming had yearned for a floating island of his own since childhood. Now, with the opportunity to realize that dream laid bare before him, how could he possibly refuse? Stepping out of the villa and into the courtyard, he turned and raised his gaze towards the rooftop. He noticed that at this moment, Chen Hongyue had just completed the fusion of a heavenly-grade earth spirit root. Sensing Chen Ming's presence and gaze, Chen Hongyue opened her eyes and instantly appeared before him, inquiring, "Master, do you seek my assistance? Is there a way to uproot this mountain and relocate it to the sky?" Chen Ming posed his question directly. Achieving such a feat with S-grade telekinesis would be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, in Chen Ming's view, there was no necessity to upgrade the S-grade telekinesis skill to SSS grade, as S-grade was generally sufficient in most contexts. Considering that Chen Hongyue, as an emperor-level powerhouse, ought to find such a task trivial. Certainly, Chen Hongyue nodded affirmatively, not probing further into Chen Ming's intentions. Very well, await my command. Chen Ming opened the system panel and located the floating island in his inventory. Upon looking up, he beheld a vast expanse of green virtual imagery, distinctly illustrating the area required for the floating island. It was an overwhelming sight, confirming the release. The previously translucent virtual image transformed into a tangible entity at an astonishing speed. What is this? Chen Hongyue gasped in astonishment. Floating island. I need you to move this mountain, along with the area enclosed by the walls, to that location. Is that feasible? Chen Ming articulated his request. Absolutely. Chen Hongyue affirmed with conviction. With a swift motion, she ascended, and with a flourish of her arms, she drew a circle in the air. Thunderous rumbles echoed beneath Chen Ming's feet, followed by a palpable sensation as the entire mountain began to levitate, elevating their field of vision. Chen Ming directed the floating island to advance, facilitating Chen Hongyue's effortless handling of the mountain as she made her way to the island. The unfolding spectacle rendered the onlookers below utterly speechless. Utilizing his Huawei phone, they activated the camera function and magnified it 100-fold, revealing a lone figure supporting the mountain with one hand as they soared towards the floating island. Unable to contain their astonishment, they exclaimed, "Is this even a human being?" Uploading the image to the internet, it rapidly gained momentum and popularity. Many flocked to the comments section. Is this again Jiangxing? There have been so many news stories from Jiangxing lately. It's only natural. Many must believe that with the necromancer residing there, it would be especially safe. So, the mutated rats are all on that floating island? Aren't rats supposed to live underground? How could they be up in the sky? Is it possible that the floating island was fished up by the necromancer? Why does everything have to be linked to him? Can't it be that an ordinary person just had incredible luck and caught it? I can't speak for other matters, but this is likely related to him. For the mountain that woman is holding was clearly crafted by him as a sanctuary, evidently part of a plan to relocate to the skies. Who is this woman? Does she possess divine strength? Or has she acquired an S-grade skill? How can she lift a mountain with one hand? This is absurd beyond belief. Haven't you heard of Chen Hongyue? A creature capable of single-handedly conquering 100 floors of the Trial Tower. I know of Chen Hongyue. I just don't understand how she became associated with the necromancer. She is the necromancer's servant, having publicly acknowledged it. What the hell? Boom. As the internet erupted with excitement, Chen Ming's Dushan smoothly descended, seamlessly merging with the floating island. Aside from the villa, The island was largely vacant and astonishingly spacious. Chen Ming was unconcerned, believing he could gradually develop it later. He had faith that the factory would not only yield once. Selecting the bakery factory, he established it not far from the Dushan villa, easily visible to the right upon exiting. It occupied a considerable space, yet was insignificant compared to the entire territory of the floating island. Before commencing construction, Chen Ming had yet to finalize the types of bread to be processed. Standing at the roadside, he gazed into the distance, eagerly anticipating the day when his very own floating island city would be completed. Sighing deeply, just as Chen Ming prepared to return to the villa to continue fishing, hoping to reel in more structures suitable for installation on the floating island, a system notification unexpectedly appeared before him. S-grade rat plague instance officially activated. The World Chat channel has been disabled for external communication. The World Trading Center has been prohibited from external use. Chapter 181. The rat tide erupts. Has it begun already? Time truly flies. Chen Ming closed his eyes, instantly transporting his consciousness into one of the undead scattered throughout the city. The entire Jiangcheng had, in fact, been infiltrated by his undead minions, who had been lurking in the shadows, serving as eyes for observation and gathering intelligence. The undead to which Chen Ming currently attached himself was a goblin archer. Despite its diminutive size and lack of strength compared to the hulking giant goblins, it was agile and quick, making it far more suitable as a covert observer than its larger counterparts. Additionally, there were mutated spiders capable of traversing vertical walls and complex environments with ease. In Chen Ming's estimation, they were highly rated. Oddly, the undead had sensed movement moments ago. Why was there now complete silence? Chen Ming pondered, closing his eyes. He listened intently. The sound of claws scraping against the ground echoed in disarray from the walls. Following the noise, it originated from underground. Chen Ming opened his eyes, quickly locking onto a sewer manhole cover at the center of the intersection. With a sudden force, the cover was slightly lifted, only to fall back into place, sealing tightly. Silence lingered for mere seconds. Bang! Boom! The cover was propelled skyward by a surge of black tide. Upon focusing his gaze, it became clear that it was no tide, but a swarm of giant rats. Their eyes glowed a sinister red, the size of house cats, pouring forth from the sewer like a deluge unleashed after a storm. The sheer multitude was so overwhelming that it caused the sewer entrance to crack open. At least 200 or 300 mutated rats gushed forth. And despite the alarming number already exposed, the eruption showed no signs of abating. It is worth noting that there are still tens of thousands of such sewers in Jiang City. Chen Ming did not believe that this was the only sewer from which mutated rats would emerge. Although these mutated creatures appeared to be merely larger versions of common rats, their terrifying numbers rendered them a chilling sight, with little distinction from ordinary rodents, perhaps even more frenzied. However, with such a colossal horde of rats, the prospect of human resistance, absent large-scale weaponry and powerful skills, seemed almost impossible. They were akin to locusts. Each rat could consume a living person in mere moments, leaving nothing but bones behind. Don't come any closer. A woman's piercing scream drew Chen Ming's attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw the woman cowering inside a clothing store. The glass door was barricaded by various cabinets, with several layers of rusted iron chains wrapped tightly around the handle. A massive tide of rats surged, continuously pressing against the chains, causing them to loosen as several managed to squeeze through the gaps of the glass door. The mutated rats, akin to low-level zombies, were impervious to pain, driven solely by their relentless hunger for flesh. They clamored to enter through the obviously smaller opening. Even if it meant shattering their skulls, they persisted, dragging their tattered bodies closer to the woman. In a desperate attempt, she wielded a shovel she had found, striking the approaching rats with frantic blows. With each swing, a rat's body exploded, showering the ground with blood, resembling gruesome blossoms of gore. Yet again, the mutated rats excelled in sheer numbers, individually or in small groups. They posed little threat to an adult. However, the woman, evidently unskilled in combat, succumbed to fear and the instinct for survival, failing to conserve her energy or allocate her strength judiciously. Even when a rat lay lifeless at her feet, she struck again, wasting precious stamina. Consequently, her attacks grew weaker, and her reflexes slowed. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the tide of rats swelled, overwhelming both the chains and the glass. From Chen Ming's perspective, he could discern the fine cracks spreading across the glass. Crash. Soon enough, the display window shattered under the weight of thousands of rats, scattering jagged shards across the ground. The swarm of rats poured into the shop, engulfing the woman, her cries for help drowned out by the incessant squeaking of the rodents. In mere seconds, the tide receded from the shop, leaving behind a chaotic scene. But the most striking sight was the fresh corpse of the woman, stripped bare of flesh, reduced to clean bones. This efficiency was even more outrageous than the passage of 1,000,000 locusts. Besides these creatures, there were still 98 other types of mutated rats. Chen Ming could only imagine the dire plight that awaited the people of Jiang City in the next 72 hours. The rat tide showed no interest in Chen Ming's spectral form. They were solely focused on human flesh, blood, and entrails. Unless Chen Ming actively drew their ire, perhaps by killing one of their kin with a bow, they would continue their hunt for humanity. The rats possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, frequently halting to sniff the air. Once they identified a target, they would charge in droves. Damn it! Die! 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 A man stood by the window, pouring gasoline from a barrel to ensure more of the rats attempting to ascend to the third floor would be doused. Once he confirmed the barrel was empty, he hurled it down. Following that, he lit a match and tossed it after the barrel. The flames ignited upon contact with the gasoline, rapidly spreading and engulfing the rats in a fiery inferno. Despite this, the tide of rats did not waver, mindlessly pressing on, one atop another. Intent on reaching the man to feast upon his flesh and drink his blood, they continued until they were reduced to charred remains, their bodies contorted before collapsing. In ancient times, they would be akin to warriors who refused to yield until their last breath was spent. As the rats, ablaze, surged toward him, the man stumbled back, losing his footing and falling down. Soon, he was overwhelmed by both the rats and the flames. Chen Ming's thoughts returned. Utilizing his S-Rank skill, he executed a shadowy shift, swapping places with the undead. Only the goblin archer and Qin Hongyue remained on the floating island, exchanging awkward glances. The goblin chose to retreat into the shadows, awaiting Chen Ming's next summoning. Indeed, no matter how effective the undead were, they could not compare to his own abilities. Chen Ming retrieved a rocket launcher, resting it upon his shoulder, and aimed at the manhole cover from which the incessant tide of rats continued to erupt. Pulling the trigger, the rocket soared forth, trailing a plume of smoke. Boom! The explosion lit up the sky, a conflagration of black smoke and fire clashing in a vivid display. The ground trembled violently as the methane trapped in the sewer ignited, sending dust swirling into the air. Upon closer inspection, one could even see cracks forming in the pavement. Mutated rat killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Mutated rat killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Mutated rat killed successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a wooden treasure chest. Although the treasure chests were of low quality, their quantity was staggering. With that single rocket, coupled with the methane explosion, Chen Ming amassed over 3,000 wooden treasure chests. He was met with countless ruby-red eyes suddenly fixating on him. Nearly 100,000 mutated rats surged forward in a frenzy. Chen Ming felt no fear. Displeased with merely one rocket launcher, he opted for a second, one in each shoulder. From his vantage on the 6th floor, he aimed at the ever-thickening wall of rats and simultaneously pulled the triggers. Boom, boom. 2 rockets shot forth, striking their targets and exploding. Countless rats were flung into the air, resembling a shower of petals. The wall of rats breached. The notifications for kill rewards flooded in incessantly. Chen Ming continued to fire, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the tide of rats. The infinite ammunition and automatic reloading feature allowed him to revel in an experience akin to cheating in a video game. The rockets flew as if they were free, the explosions ringing out incessantly, a symphony of destruction. It was a one-sided massacre. He deeply understood the true meaning of the phrase. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. While Chen Ming reveled in the exquisite output of firepower, an untimely sense of danger prickled at his back. Something was attempting to ambush him from behind. It was no ordinary mutated rat. Chapter 182. The Power of Lightning, slaughtering the mutated rats. With a nimble sidestep and a slight lean backward, he evaded the sharp, deadly claws that descended toward him. The claws nearly grazed Chen Ming, striking the ground with a shower of sparks, leaving 3 deep gashes, each at least the depth of a pinky finger. With a bit more force, they could have pierced the ceiling. Compared to the earlier swarm of mutated rats that had erupted from the sewer, this particular rat was evolving closer toward a human-like form. Its forelimbs had shortened, while its hind limbs had thickened and elongated, allowing it to stand steadily on its feet. The transformation of the rat's head is rather subtle, yet the structure of its fingers starkly contrasts with that of a human, featuring elongated, curved claws reminiscent of scimitars, exuding a formidable visual pressure. It evokes the impression that even the slightest brush could result in grievous wounds. After the ambush plan fell through, the Ratman did not concede defeat. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in its eyes as it twisted its wrist downwards, palm facing towards Chen Ming, and then struck outwards with a powerful claw. However, Chen Ming executed a swift teleportation, appearing behind the Ratman. Without allowing the creature a moment to react, he delivered a precise kick to the side of its head. Bang! Boom! The force was so tremendous that it caused the rat's head to explode on the spot, blood splattering and shattered bones scattering across the ground. Is it really that fragile? Chen Ming mused, believing he had not exerted much effort. Kill of the mutated Ratman successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 3 wooden treasure chests. Upon seeing this notification of the kill reward, Chen Ming ceased to dwell on it. What more could one expect from a creature worth 3 wooden treasure chests? Soon after, several shadows leapt from below, landing gracefully. These Ratmen belonged to the same species as the one whose head Chen Ming had just obliterated, the corpse still laid out nearby. Initially, Chen Ming assumed these creatures were more adept at solitary combat. However, it became evident that the lead rat had fled too swiftly, leaving its companions behind. They advanced like a pack of wolves, claws extended, dispersing to surround Chen Ming, effectively blocking his escape. Chen Ming maintained a serene demeanor, continually retreating towards the edge of the building. The strategy of overwhelming numbers was not solely theirs to wield. A faint smile graced his lips. As the ratmen collectively resolved to charge at him, a dark tide surged behind him. It was the rats, now wholly transformed in allegiance. Summoned as undead under Chen Ming's command, their presence was even more imposing. This torrent intentionally circumvented Chen Ming, cascading towards the ratmen. Despite their desperate attempts to resist, they were utterly powerless against the sheer numerical superiority, being rapidly engulfed. Their mouths, one after another, viciously tore flesh from their kin, feasting with unabashed delight. Before long, all that remained were complete, pallid skeletons, stripped of all flesh. It was evident that these were non-human skeletons, particularly the cranial portions. These rats bore a striking resemblance to the locusts summoned by the cataclysmic plague skill. If one were to pinpoint a difference, it would be that the undead mutated rats do not yield any additional enhancements, while the SSS-level locusts of the plague can endlessly divide, multiplying without restraint, devouring all in their path. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new undead minion, Mutated Ratman 7. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Chen Ming extracted every last one as undead. Behind him, the two surges of rats, one living and one undead, collided and tore at each other, neither yielding an inch. The mutated rats were driven by hunger, while the undead rats obeyed the commands of their master, Chen Ming. If he commanded them not to retreat, they would fight to the bitter end. As long as Chen Ming's mental energy remained sufficient, the rat horde could be resurrected infinitely. Notably, the mental cost required to revive these undead rats paled in comparison to the speed at which Chen Ming's mental energy replenished. This was inevitable, as the plethora of skills at his disposal, particularly those of SSS rank, had elevated his mental capacity to a terrifying level. Even if he encountered a situation where recovery could not keep up with consumption, his storeroom was stocked with a plethora of long-forgotten potions, capable of instantly replenishing his mental energy. With a clutch of his fingers, he produced an S-rank weapon known as the Azure Thunder Whip Sword. Though it appeared as a sword, it possessed remarkable flexibility, formed from a series of S-shaped mini-blades interlocked together. By rotating the hilt, its blade form could be altered from a straight sword to a whip. A single lash unleashed a formidable electric force. Chen Ming leapt into the air, and as he landed, he flicked the whip in his hand. The flexible sword coiled around him like a soaring dragon, the purple azure thunder dazzlingly radiant. Like a tidal wave, it linked together the mutated rats, sending them flying, decimating a large swath of them. The mutated rats were not composed of plastic. Their bodies were conductive, enabling a chain reaction. One struck, and 10 followed, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000, 1,000 to 10,000. With a single strike, he annihilated all the mutated rats within his line of sight. Such efficiency was unparalleled. Even a scythe would bow before him. Observers from the surrounding buildings, upon hearing the commotion, peered out in stunned silence. Honey, is that a whip he's holding? How can it generate electricity? It must be a high-level weapon he fished out. The power is just absurd. Did he take out a mountain of corpses with that single whip? Is he a professional hunter? Should we go join him and seek his aid? Professional hunters don't arrive that swiftly, and besides, they don't act alone. It's too perilous. Usually, they operate in pairs. I envy him. Why can't I fish out such a premium weapon? Oh, if only real life were like a game where we could recharge. Our money wouldn't be reduced to mere scraps of paper. The man ignored the woman's remarks, pulling out his phone and activating the camera, trying to capture a clear image of Chen Ming's face. Unfortunately, the darkness and flickering lightning made it impossible to focus. He had to abandon the idea. Initially, he had planned to snap a photo and post it on the World Chat channel, hoping someone might recognize him and join him. He was convinced that staying near such a top-tier powerhouse would make surviving this dungeon a trivial matter. Snap, snap, snap. He took several photos of Chen Ming single-handedly slaughtering tens of thousands of mutated rats amidst the swirling purple lightning. Selecting the best shot, he saved it and opened the interdimensional fishing software, switching to the World Chat channel. He chose the photo and confirmed the send. Accompanying text read, "Does anyone know this great figure? I wish to join you." Wow, I didn't know the chat channel could send pictures. Village Internet. Sure. Where are you? I'll come join you. A whip with electric properties? I want one so badly. I only fished out a plain watermelon knife. Boo-hoo. Even if you got such a weapon, are you sure you could wield it? Don't end up whipping yourself into a pulp. I only regret not finding a martial arts school before the apocalypse to learn a thing or two. This photo looks quite dashing. It could serve as a wallpaper. You truly have the leisure, even in a life-threatening moment, still pondering wallpapers. What can I do? I'm not the one wielding the whip, since I'm idling. I can only wait for my fishing attempts to refresh and gamble on luck. While they fervently discussed among themselves, Chen Ming had already dispatched the last mutated rat that had scurried from the sewer with a single whip, leaving no trace behind. Was it over? Not yet, for beneath there were still ominous sounds. The noise echoed beneath Chen Ming's feet, as if something were being hammered. Chapter 183. Chen Hongyue takes action. The sound grew increasingly closer. Chen Ming lifted his foot, revealing a series of cracks. The ground buckled, and the fissures widened. As the sense of crisis flared, Chen Ming unfurled his fallen angel wings and soared into the air. The pavement shattered into large chunks, propelled upwards in an instant. A massive rat, as large as a small mountain, opened its cavernous maw, quickly burrowing forth. Alas, it was a moment too late. It snapped its jaws at nothing but air. Steel-like claws clawed at the edges of the hole as it struggled to extricate its corpulent form. The claws pressed forward relentlessly, sparking wildly. Chen Ming had no intention of remaining a mere spectator. He lashed out with the whip sword, accompanied by a bolt of lightning as thick as a python. This strike was exceptionally sharp, severing one of the giant rat's claws. The lightning surged into the wound, wreaking havoc within the giant rat's body, grievously injuring its organs and causing blood to erupt from its 7 orifices. With a desire to roar, his mouth opened, yet no sound escaped in time. As Chen Ming swiftly severed half of the protruding rat snout with a lightning whip. The entire process was remarkably smooth, akin to slicing through lard with a scalding hot knife. The S-class weapon, independent of Chen Ming's own attributes, effortlessly dominated the monstrous creature before him, which was imposing solely in size. Observing that the giant rat had failed to learn even the slightest lesson, it still attempted to strike with its claws, aiming to bring itself crashing down from the air. With a flick of his whip, Chen Ming first severed its claw, then executed a decisive strike that cleanly decapitated the entire rat head. Blood mixed with unidentifiable entrails gushed forth with a splatter. The giant rat collapsed. Half of its body still lodged in the hole. Successfully killed the Rat King. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a black iron chest. Chen Ming felt no surprise at receiving a black iron chest. He had never truly regarded it as the ultimate Rat King that would dominate the entire S-class dungeon. At most, it was a minor elite monster. As a guardian boss, it lacked not only strength but also the appearance and size to meet the standards. It was merely a magnified version of an ordinary mutated rat, truly a monstrous being. Not only was the weapon absurdly powerful, but its combat prowess was equally grotesque. Slaying so many monsters felt like child's play. He must have acquired an S-class skill. Why not ask if he is a member of the rescue team? Why don't you go? What if he shows no mercy to both humans and monsters, relishing in slaughter? My life would be rendered meaningless. Forget it. Let us just guard our little patch of land. With so many people and sufficient supplies, we should be able to hold out until the real rescue team arrives. In a building 50 meters away from Chen Ming, all the residents had gathered in a single room. Observing the entire scene, they whispered among themselves, deliberating quietly. After much debate, they ultimately decided against approaching Chen Ming, unwilling to invite trouble. The primary concern was their inability to ascertain whether he was friend or foe. As the saying goes, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Beneath human skin, who knows what vile souls may lurk. As for them, they had been neighbors for over a decade, knowing each other intimately, and were certainly more trustworthy than an outsider. Look, what is that? A sharp-eyed individual noticed something amiss and shouted. Before the crowd could scrutinize further, a series of crisp sounds erupted, echoing in succession. Following the source of the sound, they saw a glass sphere glowing red, about the size of a soccer ball, filled with a viscous liquid reminiscent of lava, displaying hues of orange-red and bright yellow. It emitted a melodious sound as it bounced on the ground. However, in the next instant, the glass sphere shattered, and before they could react, a blinding explosion engulfed their vision. Chen Ming turned to see person after person, screaming as they fell from the 6th-floor balcony, their bodies engulfed in flames. They flailed desperately, yet to no avail, until they landed heavily on the ground, silenced forever. Only the high-rise walls, illuminated by the flames, flickered in and out of visibility. A new type of mutated rat? Chen Ming was uncertain whether the chaos was a result of human error or the work of monsters. His eyes could not perceive all that transpired. Soon enough, however, he spotted a glass sphere, enveloped in lava and radiating light, arcing gracefully towards him from dozens of meters away. It landed on the ground without shattering immediately, bouncing a few times before rolling towards Chen Ming. His danger perception activated just in time, as beside him, the space fractured, and a graceful figure emerged. Upon recognizing the visitor, Chen Ming chose not to evade. It was unnecessary. Bang! Boom! The glass sphere shattered, and the lava splattered violently under the force of the explosion. Once flesh came into contact, it would burn through to the bone in mere seconds. Its sticky nature made it impossible to shake off. Any attempt to pry it away with hands would only exacerbate the flames. It bore a striking resemblance to the infamous white phosphorus bombs on the battlefield. In the face of this onslaught, the timely arrival of Chen Hongyue saw her raise her arm, fingers twisting as she absorbed all the lava and explosive damage, condensing it into a fireball no larger than her palm. With a firm grip, she extinguished it, erasing its existence. Master, are you unharmed? Chen Hongyue inquired with concern. No. Chen Ming shook his head in denial, praising her timely intervention. Just as Chen Hongyue was about to respond, her gaze sharpened, keenly noticing figures rapidly descending from the surrounding buildings, seemingly forming an encirclement. Chen Ming activated his divine eye, locking onto one, and observed clearly that it was indeed a rat. Unlike the previous rat man, its claws were not as elongated, indicating it did not rely on claws as its primary means of attack. Its tail was exceptionally thick, around 1 to 2 meters long, twice the length of its body. Coiling around a glass fireball, Chen Ming was convinced that the recent deaths and the explosive event before him were connected to these creatures. Have they designated me as a primary target? Waves upon waves of them. Chen Ming chuckled at the absurdity. Perhaps this was for the best, sparing him the time of hunting them down. The rats raised their stout tails high, poised to hurl the glass fireball. Chen Hongyue's eyes shifted slightly as invisible hands gripped them tightly, rendering them immobile, eliciting desperate shrieks. The force was so great that the rats' eyes bulged, forced to bare their teeth in a grimace, their bodies contorting grotesquely. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, their flesh could no longer withstand the pressure, emitting the faint sounds of bursting bodies. Streams of vivid blood trickled down the walls. The glass fireball rolled away, dimmed in its brilliance, splitting in two. The cooled lava was exposed to the air. Successfully killed the explosive fire rat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 wooden chests. Successfully killed the explosive fire rat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 wooden chests. Chen Ming needed to do nothing, quietly reaping the rewards, emerging as the ultimate victor. He also extracted the souls and skills at hand. The skill of throwing lava fireballs seemed quite intriguing to him, worthy of retention. Master, it appears we are trapped within a barrier in this city. Chen Hongyue spoke while still trying to analyze, seeking a way to break the formation. As a martial cultivator, her expertise in formations was not particularly high, let alone, the formation enveloping the entire Jiang city was entirely different from those she was familiar with. This was her first encounter with a formation that did not require spiritual energy for maintenance or activation. Do not worry, it will end soon. Setting aside playful thoughts, Chen Ming opened the shadow gate wide behind him, unleashing hundreds of thousands of mutated rats, poised and ready. Their eyes glinted with a gem-like crimson hue, densely packed together. Under the night sky, the effect was even more pronounced. Anyone who beheld it would feel a shiver run down their spine. Chapter 184. Turning passivity into initiative. Too early to celebrate. A simple activation to maintain the combat proficiency of this body would suffice, avoiding stagnation. Chen Ming had no intention of continuously confronting the mutated rats alone, rather than engaging directly. He preferred to enjoy the overwhelming dominance brought by the sheer numbers of his undead minions from behind the scenes. Enthralled by the continuous slaughter, he extracted from the corpses. The more he killed, the larger his undead army grew. Moreover, Chen Ming discovered a rather interesting feature. The SSS class undead extraction skill could be set to automatic extraction, provided that the undead were the ones to achieve the kills. He opted for automatic extraction, saving himself a great deal of unnecessary expenditure of mental and physical energy. The upcoming time would reveal what delightful surprises they could bring him. Chen Ming turned to face the dense swarm of mutated rats that filled the entire road, stretching as far as the eye could see. He harbored immense expectations for them. Subsequently, Chen Ming would only need to provide the spiritual energy required for the resurrection of the undead mutated rats, leaving the hunting entirely to them. He was eager to observe whether this legion of nearly 200,000 undead rats could conquer the entire S-rank chaotic rat disaster dungeon and autonomously forge a formidable undead army primarily composed of mutated rats. The ultimate count after assimilation filled Chen Ming with anticipation. In the next moment, close to 200,000 undead mutated rats surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, deliberately steering clear of Chen Ming and Chen Hongyue as they charged ahead. At that instant, the dynamics shifted from passive to active. The roles of hunter and hunted were completely reversed. Are we heading home, or do you wish to remain here and fight alongside those rats? Chen Ming inquired as he activated the portal to the floating island. Before departing, he sought Chen Hongyue's thoughts. She chose to return to the villa with Chen Ming for training, convinced that the rat swarm could accomplish the task without her involvement. Furthermore, rather than squander time battling foes that were minuscule in comparison by hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times, Chen Hongyue preferred to focus on her cultivation. Slaying a few rats was far too mundane for her, unless it was an order issued directly by Chen Ming. Perfectly executing Chen Ming's commands was, however, quite intriguing for her. The two figures stepped into the portal, which promptly closed behind them. Meanwhile, in the southern district, within a hotel building named Nanhai Street, a towering man, reminiscent of a giant, stood steadfast at the staircase, carrying a hefty fuel tank and wielding a flamethrower, unleashing flames relentlessly. He could not afford to relax for even a moment, as mutated rats continued to pour forth from the escape passage. The instant he released the trigger, he would be engulfed by the rats, devoured to the last bone. Behind him, a young man busily filled the flamethrower's fuel tank, ensuring a continuous supply. Further back, others wielded sniper rifles or crossbows, or even clasped their hands to conjure small fireballs, doing their part to target the rats that had managed to escape into the dead angles, pulling the triggers to eliminate them and prevent the rats from ambushing the main damage dealer. Damn it, is there no end to these rats? Where are they all coming from? The man turned his head to inquire loudly. Has anyone contacted the rescue team yet? We're running low on fuel. If this continues, we're doomed. No, the line is still busy. I can't get through, the bespectacled man replied, dialing another number. His arms trembled with tension, and he had already lost count of how many times he had called. Not a single one of the dozen numbers has gone through. The man asked again. Yes. I've tried each one at least 10 times. In the midst of his words, the bespectacled man heard the familiar mechanical voice. Sorry, the number you have dialed is. He swiftly hung up and dialed another number. Every moment was precious. He dared not waste any time. The sooner he could connect with the rescue team, the greater their chance of survival. Just as the bespectacled man was about to press the call button, a notification popped up. Low battery. The phone will shut down in 30 seconds. Please connect to a power source. This is bad. The phone's dead. He pushed his glasses up with a trembling finger, unable to distinguish between the sweat from the heat and the cold sweat of fear. What about other phones? Someone asked. They all ran out of battery long ago. The bespectacled man replied, his body slumping against the wall, his eyes filled with despair as he surrendered to the inevitable. Glancing at the dwindling fuel tanks, he realized that even if he did manage to get through, the rescue team would never arrive in time. It was merely a means to calm himself and delay the inevitable. Delay. His gaze shifted towards the staircase, watching the relentless, tireless rats, each more frenzied than the last, as if they were on drugs. He wished he could delay, but his will was strong, yet his strength was lacking. Don't give up. Keep stalling for time. Soon, the fishing chances will refresh. If one of us could catch a high-level skill, we still have a chance, shouted a man named Fu Weiqiang, the strongest member and backbone of the team. Even in such dire circumstances, he did not forget to rally his companions. Hold on, there's still a glimmer of hope. If we give up, we will only be devoured by these rats, suffering a slow death. Fu Weiqiang did not wish to pressure them, but what other option was there? It was necessary to instill fear, to wash away their existing dread with greater terror. He emphasized that before death, one would experience a fate worse than death. Being not alive, what difference was there from torture? Boss, watch out. A young man cheering on the side noticed a rat sneaking towards Fu Weiqiang's feet and swiftly reacted, kicking it away. The sniper quickly regained his focus, raising his rifle, aiming with one eye locked onto the target. He managed to pull off a headshot before the mutated rat could make any movement. After completing this, he was the first to perk up and urged his companions, all right, let us move quickly. A faint hope is better than none. The two who had caught E-rank fireball and crossbow skills exchanged glances, agreeing that his words held merit. A slim hope was still hope. Draw your bows. As they prepared their crossbows, the woman urged the bespectacled man sitting on the ground, go search the hotel room. Perhaps you can find a power bank or a laptop. After all, it's a 5-star hotel, and it doesn't look like it has been looted. Not everyone had a system panel like Chen Ming. Without power, the phishing software from various worlds was unusable. Seeing the bespectacled man remain unmoved, the woman's tone grew more irate. I'm talking to you. Just then, she caught sight of him rising to his feet, and she swallowed her words. To her astonishment, the bespectacled man dashed towards the window at the end of the corridor, rolling and scrambling. Regardless, it's a death sentence. I might as well die quickly. Gripping the fire axe he had taken from the fire safety box for self-defense, he forcefully broke the safety-locked window. Without hesitation, he leapt out. As he descended, he caught sight of the hotel building's walls swarming with rats, and a smirk crept across his face. He laughed at Fu Weiqiang and the others for being foolish. Struggling in vain, unable to embrace a swift demise like himself, they would die after being tormented, suffering the agony of dismemberment. Wait, but soon, he realized something was amiss. Those rats looked remarkably like undead. Could it be? Chapter 185, The Rat Tide Collides. They see him as their life goal. Bang! Before the bespectacled man could regret his decision, his body crashed heavily to the ground. With his knees hitting first, both legs suffered compound fractures. Then, as he fell sideways, his left shoulder shattered, and his arm snapped with a sickening crack. Finally, his head struck the ground last, but the impact was still severe, resulting in massive intracranial hemorrhaging, almost instantaneously claiming his life. His eyes were completely obliterated, blood spilling forth, obscuring any trace of white, the darkness of his pupils deepening in hue. In the next moment, blood began to flow from his nose, mouth, and ears, his death a tragic spectacle. That guy was truly beyond redemption. Fu Weiqiang knew the bespectacled man was timid and had a poor psychological tolerance, but he had not anticipated it to be to this extent. He possessed the courage to die, but lacked the will to survive. It was truly pathetic. Wait, are there rats coming in through the window? The archer's inadvertent glance widened his eyes to their limits. His eyes resembled those of a goldfish, seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets at any moment. Close the window. Hurry, shut the window. He had to admit that the moment he learned the window behind him was ajar and that mutated rats were infiltrating from the outside, Fu Weiqiang's heart was gradually consumed by despair. Thoughts began to swirl in his mind, questioning whether it was truly worth persevering. Perhaps it would be better to simply take a bullet to the heart or head and die swiftly. But wait, those rats appeared to be somewhat different. Narrowing his eyes, the sniper's gaze sharpened, revealing a flicker of surprise. Different? Fu Weiqiang quickly confirmed the target of his flamethrower was accurate before hastily turning to look. These rats resembled the specters of the undead. The crossbowman voiced what Fu Weiqiang had been on the verge of saying. Don't celebrate too soon. Perhaps they merely bear a superficial resemblance. The young man responsible for fueling the fire wore a pessimistic expression, convinced that under such circumstances, survival would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He had nearly lost all hope. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. It was better to prepare for death. The others, upon hearing this, found a semblance of reason in his words, raising their sniper rifles and crossbows. Initially intending to sound a warning, they were momentarily stunned when they beheld countless undead rats bursting through the window, distorting the frame and shattering the walls. Surging in like a tide, after a brief moment of paralysis, they silently lowered their weapons. Every inch of their bodies and souls seemed to remind them, it's futile. Cease your futile efforts. As everyone steeled themselves, closing their eyes to accept the moment of being overwhelmed by the tide of undead rats, they were suddenly greeted by the chaotic squeaking of the creatures rushing past them like a deluge. Upon opening their eyes, they discovered that the undead rats had intentionally avoided them, heading straight for the mutated rat horde. Seeing this, Fu Weiqiang promptly released the trigger. The flames receded, leaving only a flicker, which he extinguished by pressing the gun's muzzle against the ground, confirming that the undead rats were neither foes nor monsters, but rather belonged to Chen Ming's spectral army. He dared not act rashly. He feared that wounding the undead would lead to retribution from the spectral lord, who was presumably somewhere nearby controlling this legion. Facing the mutated rat horde, Fu Weiqiang still harbored a modicum of resistance and struggling thoughts. Yet, when confronted with the undead army, despite having heard tales of the spectral lord's might, he felt too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of defiance. A figure capable of suffocating an entire nation, no, the whole world. Even the hawkish faction, known for their rampant tyranny and dubbed the troublemakers of Blue Star, had no choice but to bow to him. How could he, an ordinary man, dare to resist? Meanwhile, as the flamethrower's output ceased, the fire-fearing mutated rats immediately unleashed their counterattack. Their frantic and frenzied movements were truly terrifying, piling up to 2/3 the height of the hotel corridor. They trampled over one another, racing on 4 legs, each intent on being the first to tear away large chunks of flesh from Fu Weiqiang and his companions to satiate their hunger. They had devolved into mere killing machines, wholly under the sway of starvation. In this regard, the undead rats and their mutated counterparts were strikingly similar. The two swarms collided fiercely, akin to water and fire, each vying for dominance, water attempting to extinguish the flames while the flames sought to evaporate the water, neither yielding to the other. Incredible. Who would have thought that our lives would be saved by monsters? Silence. The spectral lord is not a monster. The crossbowman, a devoted worshipper, chastised the young man. Upon meeting her fierce gaze, he quickly shook his head and explained, I am not referring to him. I mean these undead. Once the crossbowman understood his point, she refrained from further rebuking him. The young man exhaled, relieved that her attention had shifted away from him. It was rare to witness such a terrifying expression on a woman. He recalled not long ago when she was merely a fresh-faced neighbor, just graduated from university. Now, reflecting on this, he couldn't help but marvel at how much the environment could change a person. Conversely, he, who once excelled in academics and was hailed as the exemplary child by countless parents, had fallen to a state where he could only scrape by as part of the group. Producing his phone, which had long since run out of battery and shut down, a look of determination crossed his face. I'll go check the room for a power bank. With that, he ventured towards the window, intending to retrieve the fire axe that the bespectacled man had discarded earlier. All the hotel doors were locked, leaving no better option than to break them down. Watching the rat swarm deliberately avoid him, rushing past him from above and beside, the young man's astonishment was evident on his face. In that moment, he could understand why the crossbowman idolized the spectral lord. He silently established a goal for himself. In the future, even achieving 1%, no, 1,000th of the spectral lord's accomplishments would suffice. He considered this ambition not greedy. However, if he were to learn of Chen Ming's true capabilities, he would realize that the notion of 1,000th and the term not greedy were worlds apart. After picking up the fire axe, the young man aimed at the card reader and swung forcefully. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, he finally destroyed the lock mechanism and successfully entered the hotel room. Gripping the fire axe tightly, he dared not let his guard down. The quieter it became, the more the seemingly harmonious atmosphere hinted at unimaginable dangers lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 186. If there were a god in this world, it would surely be the god of the undead. Fortunately, the young man meticulously inspected the room, including the bathroom. under the bed, and the balcony doors and windows, finding no signs of monsters. He then began rummaging through cabinets, searching for a power bank or any electronic device capable of charging his phone. Outside the door, the sniper observed the escalating number of undead and remarked, "Have you noticed? It seems like the more we kill, the more they multiply. It's normal. The rumor is that the Spectral Lord possesses an SSS level skill that allows for the unlimited summoning of dead bodies." The crossbowman shared her knowledge. Unlimited summoning? Does that mean he can summon all the monsters in the world as undead if he so wishes? The usually composed sniper's expression shifted dramatically at this revelation. Indeed. The crossbowman nodded affirmatively, then countered, "Isn't the scene before us proof enough?" "It's true," the sniper reluctantly agreed, finding it hard to refute given the evidence laid bare before him. He had often listened to the crossbowman's tales about the Spectral Lord, her exaggerated admiration leaving him indifferent. Now, however, he found no room for such thoughts. Though he could not claim to revere Chen Ming, he certainly felt gratitude towards him. Were it not for his guidance, he might have already become nothing more than a pile of bones. Holding this gratitude close to his heart, it mattered little whether Chen Ming was aware of it. If the day came when he could be of service, the sniper would not hesitate to repay that debt. His principle was simple: a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Before long, the undead were decisively driving back the mutated rat horde with no strength to retaliate. Even so, they showed no mercy, fiercely biting down and engaging in a slaughter to assimilate. From a scattered force of no more than 20,000 undead rats, their numbers had swelled to 50,000. And this number continued to rise. "We are alive?" As the last of the undead mice vanished into the escape passage, the heavy door was struck with a violent impact, swaying left and right, finally easing the taut nerves of the crossbowman. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, his body feeling as though it had lost all its strength. It seemed that he was not alone in this state. Fu Weiqiang was similarly affected. Detaching the cumbersome fuel tank and casting it aside along with the flamethrower, leaning against the wall as he slowly sank to the floor. His hands trembled uncontrollably, a mixture of fear and the severe depletion of both physical and mental energy. The weight of the fuel tank, combined with the intense heat from the flamethrower, had caused him to sweat profusely, with moisture evaporating rapidly, leaving him parched and dry. The interior of his mouth felt desiccated, as if it were cracking, unable to produce even a drop of saliva. The flamethrower, while lethal and possessing a wide range, came at a cost, inflicting damage not only upon the enemy, but also upon himself. "I found it. I've uncovered ample water, food, a power bank, and a laptop with 75% battery remaining," a young man exclaimed, approaching Fu Weiqiang with a bottle of unopened mineral water. Standing further back, he could only imagine the state of Fu Weiqiang, whose lips were so cracked that they resembled parched earth. "Thank you," Fu Weiqiang said, raising his hand to accept the mineral water. After a brief attempt to sip, he passed it back with a wry smile. "I'll need to trouble you once more." "Not at all. This is my duty," the young man replied, not forgetting Fu Weiqiang's crucial contributions despite the ferocity of Chen Ming's undead army. Had it not been for Fu Weiqiang, who had steadfastly remained at the forefront, refusing to entertain thoughts of surrender, they would not have endured until now, waiting for the arrival of the undead sovereign. Quickly twisting off the bottle cap, he handed it back to Fu Weiqiang. The latter hastily sealed his lips around the bottle's opening and gulped down the water, squeezing the bottle with fervor, desperate for hydration. In mere moments, he drained the entire bottle, leaving not a single drop behind. Observing Fu Weiqiang shaking the empty bottle, the young man pointed towards the hotel room, indicating that there was more water in the refrigerator inside. "No need," Fu Weiqiang waved his hand, deeming it unnecessary to waste water resources. "Just quenching my thirst is sufficient." After a brief respite, the group entered the hotel room, retrieving a charger to connect the power bank and laptop. Once the device powered on, they promptly opened the software for the universal fishing. A glance at the clock revealed the time, 04:51. It was well past midnight, and the fishing attempts had finally reset. "Boss, shall we fish?" The crossbowman spoke, apprehensive. What if a monster bites the bait? He shuddered at the thought of narrowly escaping one peril only to plunge into another. "Go to the balcony and toss any monsters out if they appear. Let them experience the fall from a height," Fu Weiqiang replied, reluctant to take unnecessary risks. However, given the current circumstances and the inability to contact the rescue team, their only hope lay in the supplies from the universal fishing. They could not rely on Chen Ming's undead army to miraculously arrive precisely when they were on the brink of collapse, like divine intervention. Fu Weiqiang understood all too well that the primary purpose of the undead army's appearance was to assimilate monsters and augment their numbers. Saving them was merely a secondary concern. "Since the boss has spoken, I shall fish first as a sign of respect." The young man eagerly clicked on the words, "Start fishing." Simultaneously, the regional chat channel buzzed with activity. "I declare, from this day forth, if there exists a deity in this world, it must be the god of the undead. You lot were also rescued by his undead army, weren't you? Remove the 'were' from that statement. Damn it. I was on the verge of death when I saw a horde of mice charging at me, thinking I was surely doomed. only to discover they were the undead army. In less than half a minute, they reduced a giant rat, larger than an elephant, to nothing but a skeleton. This time, our survival hinges entirely on the might of the undead sovereign. Who can deny it? To be born in Jiangcheng. No, to be born in Daxia. What great fortune. I recognize your ID. Didn't you previously lament about your bad luck and vow never to be a Daxia citizen in your next life? That was youthful folly. I've come to my senses now. Move along. Don't bring up the past. Wang Jiping, you're nearing 30, yet you speak of youthful folly? Hey, who are you? The lively exchange in the world chat channel did not escape Chen Ming's notice. Although he had little interest in their overtures of allegiance, garnering their admiration and incurring a debt of gratitude was, in itself, a pleasant surprise. It could prove useful at some future juncture. The people of Daxia were inherently grateful and aware of the importance of gratitude. Despite a small fraction of scoundrels, they could not change the nature of the majority. Closing the system panel, Chen Ming's attention was drawn to the news broadcast on the television, which was connected to the hawkish faction. Chapter 187, Striking Down the Weak. A professional hunter squad was currently enforcing a fishing ban on the refugees in Salt Lake City, with a spokesperson from the hawkish faction declaring a refusal to grant any interviews until formal investigation results were released. Chen Ming gleaned that the situation had arisen from Salt Lake City's promotion of itself as a sanctuary for refugees, enticing people to come. However, upon arrival, the reality was starkly different. Those who arrived were met with guns to their heads, forcibly confiscating smartphones and all devices capable of using the universal phishing software. The official narrative claimed this was to prevent anyone from fishing up uncontrollable monsters that posed a threat to public safety. Yet, some had secretly exposed that at the stroke of midnight, after phishing attempts were refreshed, the Salt Lake City officials would systematically require refugees to fish in designated areas, with all caught items forcibly surrendered to them. Those who resisted would face execution. Footage of these shootings circulated online, though the Salt Lake City officials dismissed it as mere rumor. Nevertheless, the global populace was evidently unconvinced, demanding answers from both the hawkish faction and the Hunter Alliance. Naturally, the Salt Lake City officials stubbornly denied any wrongdoing. Under pressure, the hawkish faction held a press conference, reiterating the statements broadcasted in the news. While the public understood that the hawkish officials were attempting to downplay the situation while waiting for a larger event to draw attention away, their only recourse was to voice their grievances online. As for the stance of other nations, they were too preoccupied with their own troubles to concern themselves with the internal affairs of the hawkish faction, feeling it was of no consequence to them. Speaking too much could provoke unnecessary animosity. Weighing the pros and cons, when faced with reporters' inquiries, the officials uniformly adopted a stance of feigned ignorance. Their responses were a typical case of answering one question while evading another, with not a single word aligning with the truth. They were unconcerned about the global criticism. Far greater challenges awaited their resolution. A single misstep could potentially lead to their downfall, as a nation could vanish without warning. If one were to ask Chen Ming for his opinion on this matter, he would not be surprised. He did not believe such events had only recently occurred. Rather, they had merely come to light recently, with even darker, more shocking events yet to unfold. In this world, the oppression of the weak by the strong was an all too common occurrence. The principle of survival of the fittest was gradually reawakening in the minds of all. More individuals would come to realize that beyond fishing, the simplest and most direct means to elevate oneself was to wield the scythe against the weak. However, such actions were not without their risks. In the realm of universal fishing, anything was possible. One might be the aggressor in one moment, only to become a victim the next due to the opponent fishing up an S-level or even more formidable skill. In contrast, the official faction bears a relatively lower risk in this regard. They possess the ability to unite a greater number of formidable individuals. Through eloquent persuasion, they can transform the empowered victims into accomplices, wielding their blades to exploit those even weaker than themselves. The more chaotic news Chen Ming encountered, the more he became convinced that extracting the souls of the deceased was indeed the most reliable method, requiring only a modicum of mental energy to procure a warrior of unparalleled loyalty, one who would never betray him. The fickleness of human hearts, to Chen Ming, was an arduous trial, one that could scarcely withstand scrutiny. Of course, individuals like Qin Hongyue, who could be ensnared and subsequently bound to an unwavering loyalty, were not out of the question. Alternatively, there were intelligent puppets like Bai Yuan. Setting aside his phone and closing his eyes, he activated his divine sight to survey the entirety of Jiangxing. Upon magnifying the scene, he observed individuals engaged in fierce battles against various mutated rats scattered across different locales. He also noticed swarms of undead rats, some of which had evolved to adopt a human-like gait, adorned with long fur, wielding bows and arrows, and poised atop high buildings, silently and accurately hunting their targets. The fur along the back of their heads was distinctly elongated, reminiscent of medium-length hair, cascading over their shoulders, evoking an odd sensation. Their abilities were beyond reproach. Every arrow was effectively utilized, consistently resulting in a successful harvest. At times, they could even achieve a remarkable penetration of multiple targets. Smaller mutated rats could manage to pierce for it once. As the sovereign of the undead, Chen Ming not only commanded them to autonomously extract souls, but was also inundated with notifications of rewards from vanquished foes without pause. Successfully killed a mutated rat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 wooden chest. Successfully killed a giant rat king. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 wooden chests. Successfully killed an archer ratman. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 7 wooden chests. Successfully killed a 2-headed venomous rat. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 black iron chest. The sheer volume and rapidity with which the chests appeared left Chen Ming in a state of numb astonishment. He raised his hand, swiping his fingertips to dismiss the system panel, ensuring it did not obstruct his battlefield observation. This experience was far more thrilling and intense than any 3D or 4D film. It was predicated on authenticity, immersing him entirely in the moment. The sudden roar of a Gatling gun captured Chen Ming's attention. The power of the divine sight skill lay in its ability not only to survey the surroundings, but also to perceive sounds, making it exceptionally suited for reconnaissance. Chen Ming magnified the image before him, adjusting the map for swifter tracking and target acquisition. In less than half a minute, he successfully traced the source of the noise to a hunter squad embroiled in combat with an elite-level monster. It's a skill, not an actual Gatling gun. Upon zooming in to discern the weapon wielded by the man, Chen Ming was quite taken aback. Indeed, it was a Gatling gun, but rather than being forged from metal, it was a manifestation of skill, adorned with a molten lava skin, with bullets that were also made of lava. Each bullet, upon striking an enemy, erupted with splatters of lava, delivering a persistent burn effect. This was far more intriguing than a conventional Gatling gun, piquing Chen Ming's interest further. Beside him stood a woman who, drawing back a longbow, released an arrow that instantly multiplied into 3, retaining its full potency. The squad comprised 4 members. The other 2 played the roles of a warrior and an assassin. The warrior transformed into a formidable shield, grasping a specially crafted, heavily reinforced shield in his left hand, while wielding a massive sword in his right, primarily tasked with drawing the enemy's ire. The assassin moved stealthily, seeking opportunities to strike. Whenever she did, she unleashed devastating explosive damage. The team demonstrated a remarkable synergy, leading Chen Ming to speculate that they were likely not a hastily assembled group. Moreover, the creature they battled was no ordinary foe. It was a newly mutated species that Chen Ming had never encountered before. Chapter 188. It appears quite weak. Still within the realm of rat men, its skin bore a purplish hue, hunched over with an exaggerated hunchback that loomed significantly above its head, exuding a sense of imminent collapse. Crystals of varying sizes protruded from its back in a haphazard arrangement, pulsating with minute electric currents that interconnected to form thicker strands. The crackling sound of electricity sent shivers down one's spine. Each time the Ratman unfurled its 5 fingers to harness lightning within its palm, the crystals adorning its back illuminated, radiating erratic electric patterns that flickered in and out of visibility. Not only could it discharge electricity from its palms, but its tail was equally capable. When the tail struck the ground, it generated deep craters the size of a fist with minimal effort, scattering debris in all directions. Faced with the relentless barrage of molten Gatling gun bullets, the Ratman swiped a claw, and the lightning surged forth like a claw mark, cleaving through the air. Upon colliding with the lava bullets mid-flight, it triggered an explosion prematurely, rendering them ineffective. The archer's split arrows met a similar fate. Although the warrior's shield could mitigate some of the electrical effects, it was insufficient to wholly absorb the overwhelming power contained within the lightning. The warrior was forcefully repelled, his arms trembling from the residual electric shock, feeling a pronounced numbness. The assassin, attempting to flank the Ratman from its blind spot for a sneak attack, was repeatedly thwarted by its tail, which was more agile than a venomous serpent and charged with high-voltage electricity. Damn, this creature is indeed a formidable adversary. The bullets have no effect on it. Boss, keep its attention on you, the young man exclaimed, planting the molten Gatling gun into the ground, exhaling heated breaths. He raised a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his brow. Thus, Chen Ming deduced that the mental energy consumption required to utilize the molten Gatling gun skill was considerable. You make it sound easy, but its lightning can penetrate shields and cannot be fully blocked. If we force a confrontation, I fear I would be reduced to charcoal in under half a minute. Su Pe, the leader of the hunter squad, retorted irritably. The youth's words implied that he was deliberately holding back, not exerting his full strength. If I wear a plastic raincoat, would it completely shield me from its lightning? The youth speculated boldly. Don't be foolish, such a thing would be pierced instantly. After yet another failed attempt at a sneak attack, the assassin was forced to retreat, her expression darkening. She raised her hand to smooth her bangs, only to be singed by a small electric arc, turning her hair to charred ash. A gentle rub reduced it to black powder that stuck to her fingertips. What now? We can't get close, and we can't escape. We are utterly at a standstill, the youth inquired, seeking Su Pe's thoughts. Without a viable plan, he was unwilling to waste mental energy on futile efforts. Killing this monster will significantly elevate our ranking on the leaderboard. We've worked hard to break into the top 100. We cannot let this opportunity slip away. Supa asserted firmly. While his words were resolute, the others were less optimistic. I'll do my utmost to buy you a minute. During that time, unleash your maximum output. Supa interrupted the youth, whose complaints were as predictable as a dog's inability to speak wisdom. He continued, if we cannot resolve this within a minute, I cannot guarantee what will happen next. At that point, we can only leave our fates to chance. The three of them took deep breaths, with Supa continually fortifying his resolve. Merely witnessing the mutated rat's palms flowing with electricity, indiscriminately striking the ground, set his heart racing with anxiety. Wait, did you hear that sound? Supo's determination faltered as the archer's sudden remark almost caused him to stumble and fall. Sound? What sound? Supa, cautious of the mutated rat, confirmed it was also observing them before glancing at the archer and inquiring. It seemed as though, from the vantage of the archer, a tumultuous disturbance arose from below. Damn it! Just as one wave subsides, another surges forth? Must these creatures never allow us a moment's respite? The youth furrowed his brow, cursing vehemently under his breath. Bang! Boom! The sound of a manhole cover being forcefully dislodged and crashing to the ground startled him, causing his muscles to tense. He quickly positioned his hands, gripping the lava Gatling gun, aiming towards the source of the noise. Then, he beheld a torrent of black, filthy water surging upwards from the sewer, soaring several meters high. A rat tide. It was a tide of rats. The youth's pupils dilated, his face betraying a look of terror. He found this horde of lowly creatures, whose individual prowess was negligible at best, and whose strength lay solely in their overwhelming numbers, far more daunting than the mutated rats that wielded the power of lightning. Although armed with the Gatling gun, the strain on his mental fortitude was unsustainable. Stay calm. Don't panic. I doubt they are our enemies. Observing the youth's bewildered expression, the archer raised his bow and rested it on his shoulder. Not enemies? Have you lost your mind? Or have I? The youth regarded him with a look of incredulity, as if gazing upon a fool. Did I not mention that I had seen in the regional chat channel that someone claimed to have been saved by an army of undead rats? Upon hearing this, the youth redirected his gaze towards the swarm of rats, scrutinizing them intently. They appeared markedly different from the rats he had encountered previously. Could these be the famed undead army that had been the talk of the internet? They looked quite feeble. Yet, as he observed the legion of undead rats converging upon the rat men with singular focus, his previously anxious heart settled. His pulse nearly leapt from his throat in tension. The undead rats, unperturbed by the specter of death, surged forward like relentless waves crashing against the rat men. The rat men unleashed bolts of electricity, akin to seasoned ramen chefs skillfully pulling noodles. However, while the chef draws noodles, he was pulling forth blue and white lightning. The lightning not only dealt formidable magical damage, but also dispersed continuously, inflicting harm upon nearby foes. The closer one got, the greater the damage, the farther away. The damage diminished, making it a type of area attack. When faced with such adversaries, the best course of action was to maintain distance. For clustering together was akin to courting death. The attacks from the rat men were lethal to the undead rats. Yet, the advantage of the undead rats lay in their sheer numbers, allowing them to be reborn under the vast dominion of Chen Ming's mental prowess. The two sides found themselves in a stalemate. Witnessing this scenario, the assassin seized the opportunity, proposing, while they distract the monsters, let us retreat swiftly. Retreat? Are you jesting? Is this not an excellent chance to seize some spoils? The youth scoffed at the assassin, mocking his lack of foresight. Using the swarm of rats as stepping stones, we can find an opportunity to eliminate that lightning rat. Boost our rankings. I would advise against such an approach. Do you wish to contest with the Lord of the Undead for kills? The archer promptly expressed his stance, unwilling to incite conflict with Chen Ming. For heaven's sake. Can't you discern priorities? We were here first. How did it become a matter of stealing kills? The youth replied with exasperation. Moreover, in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, strength alone defines all. If he lacks the ability, whose fault is it? You all are placing far too much importance on him. The youth sighed and shrugged. Chapter 189. A refreshing revelation. Chen Ming, who merely wished to observe the spectacle, was genuinely taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Nevertheless, he found the youth's sentiments entirely agreeable. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, prowess is the only currency that matters. Thus, he would never willingly relinquish the lightning rat to them. Who would forsake a treasure chest to play the benefactor? Especially to someone who regarded himself as superior. Why does it seem that the rats have multiplied? Remove the notion of seeming, for they had indeed multiplied. Not just in the sewers, but in every street and alley. They were converging towards this very spot. There must be at least tens of thousands of mutated rats. As the mutated rats surged like a tsunami, towering over the rat men, the youth, fearing the loss of his kill, swiftly redirected his weapon towards the towering wave of mutated rats, pulling the trigger. The three barrels of the lava Gatling gun whirled rapidly. The bullets, forged from molten rock, glowed with an unmistakable radiance, their trajectories clear. You've lost your mind. The archer shouted, attempting to thwart the youth's reckless endeavor. Yet, with the lava Gatling gun in a frenzied state of output, approaching would subject one to a searing heatwave, compelling the archer to retreat. This rare opportunity was not one he wished to see his hard-earned ranking points snatched away by others. The youth's resolve solidified. He was determined to claim the lightning rat. Heaven forbids, God obstructs. Truly hopeless. Are you not concerned that by disturbing the undead, the Lord of the Undead will come seeking vengeance? The archer wasn't genuinely worried for the youth. Rather, he feared being embroiled in his reckless actions alongside Su Pe and the others. Alas, what can be done? I am but a youth. If a young person does not possess fervor, can they truly be called young? The youth smirked, exuding an air of youthful defiance. Initially, Chen Ming would not have taken the youth's banter to heart, but now, as the youth pulled the trigger, personally gunning down one of his undead, such behavior transcended mere bravado. In Chen Ming's eyes, it was an overt act of provocation, a declaration of war. He had no intention of displaying mercy towards such an individual. Rather than be remembered for his kindness, Chen Ming preferred to instill fear, thereby minimizing unnecessary troubles. Bang! A shadowy portal quietly opened in the sky, and a massive sword descended first. The broad blade stood like a wall, intercepting the molten bullets that sped toward the youth. Following this, the imposing figure of the undead blood knight descended, towering before the four of them, forcing them to gaze upward in awe. Upon witnessing this colossal entity materialize out of thin air, the youth was rendered speechless, involuntarily loosening his grip on the trigger. His previous impressions of the Lord of the Undead, powerful, now underwent a jarring transformation. Ever since he had acquired the B-rank skill, the lava Gatling gun, during his third fishing expedition, the youth had lost interest in any strength other than his own, finding them unworthy of his attention. His collaboration with Su Pe and the others stemmed solely from their utility, nothing more. Once he deemed himself sufficiently powerful, he would not hesitate to extricate himself from their ranks. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of the undead blood knight, a thought struck him. The undead he could summon were not limited to those mere numbers devoid of quality. The undead blood knight raised its hand to grasp the hilt of the sword, effortlessly extracting it from the ground. With a casual sweep, it disregarded the lightning rat's unleashed power, cleaving it in twain, the upper half splattered with blood, soaring through the air. Only a small portion of the rat remained upright, struggling to stand, but soon succumbed to the oncoming tide of rats, consumed and devoured. The youth, bearing witness to this unfolding spectacle, felt a tremor resonate within him. Reflecting upon the previous collaboration of their party of four, which had been unable to so much as approach the lightning rat, he now beheld the undead blood knight effortlessly dispatching the creature with a single stroke. The shock within him was inexpressible. How could that being summon such a monster? The youth was bewildered. His self-perception as a genius, a favored child of destiny, was utterly shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Once the lightning rat was dispatched, the SSS level skill of undead extraction activated automatically, completing the extraction process. In the next moment, the severed lightning rat rose once more in a different form from the tide of rats, undead rats cascading down from its body, unable to evade their fate. What is that? Witnessing this scene, it was not merely the youth who was astonished. Even Su Pe, the archer, and the assassin were equally taken aback. Indeed, the rumors were true. He could extract the undead without limit. Whether it be monsters or humans, he had the power to extract at will. The archer swallowed hard, gazing at the undead blood knight striding toward him. No, more accurately, toward the youth. A wave of anxiety washed over him, fearing that this fire might engulf him as well. Convinced that the youth's actions against the undead rat had triggered the blood knight's ire, he fervently thought, "O great lord of the undead, I never intended to be your foe, nor have I harmed your undead minions. Every grievance has its source. Please do not seek me out." With nothing but silent prayers, he could think of no other recourse. His entire being was ensnared in an abyss of terror, as if he were not himself, feeling utterly foreign and beyond his control. Thud! As the final step echoed, the youth's legs trembled violently. Faced with such a towering giant whose head was tilted to the limit, he dared not harbor even the slightest thought of combat. "Pardon me, are you the Lord of the Undead? I did not mean to offend. You must have been watching us from nearby, right? I admit I was a bit arrogant just now. I am willing to make amends and assure you I will never again lay a hand on your undead minions. I beg you, grant me a chance to live." In that moment, the youth's desire to survive surged within him, more intense than ever before. To this, Chen Ming felt no stirrings within his heart. Resolute in maintaining his command over the undead blood knight, "Su Gu, Wei Wei Jia, save me." The youth, seeing the blood knight raise its great sword directly above him, was gripped by terror, paralyzed in place. Noticing the youth's gaze, Su Pe, the archer, and the assassin, without exception, turned their heads away, averting their eyes. They were devoid of will and strength. They lacked the courage to confront the Lord of the Undead. The archer felt no guilt, for she had repeatedly warned the youth against reckless actions, yet he had dismissed her words as mere whispers in the wind. How could one call him a young man without a hint of impetuousness? She deeply understood the futility of trying to counsel the reckless. The youth vividly illustrated this lesson. Chapter 190. He is the true monster. Damn. 18 years later, here I still am. Thud. Boom. The great sword descended, instantly shredding the youth's body to pieces, exploding into a gruesome spectacle. Though the archer believed she was far enough away, she could not escape the splatter of blood. Disgusted, she hastily retrieved a handkerchief to wipe herself down. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness and was quite sensitive to such matters. After ensuring the blood had been wiped away, she felt a sense of relief and calm. Washing the handkerchief? There was no need. She simply discarded it. Once the undead blood knight had dispatched the youth, Chen Ming immediately took possession of it, facilitating the extraction of skills. Setting aside the youth as an individual, Chen Ming was genuinely intrigued by the abilities he possessed. Stealing in progress. The theft was successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring B-grade skill, Lava Gatling. With the skill successfully acquired, Chen Ming departed with satisfaction, his consciousness returning to his own body. As for what followed, he entrusted entirely to the undead to handle. At this moment, Chen Ming stood outside the villa, activating his skill. With a swift motion, he summoned the Lava Gatling, its radiant skin shimmering into existence. Upon closer inspection, the lava that formed the Gatling was in a state of slow flow, appearing searing hot. However, as the user, he felt no burning sensation. The sole regret was that it had only 3 barrels. In terms of output and firing speed, it could not compare to 5 or 6-barreled Gatlings. Aiming carelessly in a random direction, he pulled the trigger, and within a second or two, the barrels reached their maximum rotation speed. The glow of lava bullets formed a continuous line, shooting forth at a speed far exceeding Chen Ming's expectations. Previously, when the youth wielded the Lava Gatling, he had held back, fearing he might exhaust his mental energy. Thus, he had restrained his output. However, with infinite ammunition at his disposal, Chen Ming had no such worries. Filling the Gatling's magazine with this skill was far more efficient than manifesting bullets from mental energy, a different realm entirely. If this skill, in the youth's hands, was merely a B-grade skill, unable to unleash its full potential, then in Chen Ming's grasp, it transcended B-grade, effortlessly achieving A-grade firepower output standards. Once the skill activated and the Lava Gatling was drawn, he needed only to pull the trigger, mindlessly aiming at targets. Indeed, the infinite ammunition skill guaranteed the weapon's quality would be elevated by 1 tier. Chen Ming felt immensely satisfied. Stowing away the Lava Gatling, Chen Ming turned back toward the villa. Casting a glance at Qin Xuanji, who was still focused on her cultivation atop the roof, he nodded in silent acknowledgement, reflecting, indeed, it's far more delightful to leave the competition to others. Chen Ming harbored no interest in such rivalries. Returning to the undead blood knight, after executing the youth, it followed Chen Ming's command, turning away to join the horde of rats. It scoured the city for mutated rats, executing them, and subsequently assimilating them into the ranks of the undead to serve Chen Ming. There was no trouble caused for Su Pe, the archer, or the assassin. As they watched the undead blood knight depart, the 3 finally exhaled the breath they had been holding. Their legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed onto the ground. Damn, that was terrifying. The assassin buried his head, his pupils quivering in a state of shock. They were fortunate not to have acted recklessly like that brash youth. Otherwise, they would likely share his fate, leaving not a single bone intact. Who could blame us? Su Pe, the team leader with extensive experience, leaned on the great sword buried in the ground, barely supporting himself, still haunted by lingering fear. Wait, what is that? Could it be that the Lord of the Undead had changed his mind? As the shadowy portal opened beside the archer, the assassin instinctively braced himself, pushing back with his legs in a desperate attempt to distance himself. It was not that he wished to flee. His legs felt weak and unresponsive to his commands. Following the assassin's line of sight, the archer quickly turned her body to look. Her right hand instinctively reached for the wooden bough resting on the ground. But upon recognizing the figure emerging from the portal was undead, she immediately restrained her right hand, avoiding any actions that might be construed as hostile. Lest Chen Ming misinterpret her intentions, she feared that displaying any animosity would render her already tenuous chances of survival even slimmer. The youth, without a doubt, served as the best cautionary tale. The image of him being cut down by the undead blood knight was etched into their minds, a memory they would never forget. Do you think that guy looks somewhat like that brash youth? The archer was the first to realize. Similar? The assassin, startled, forced himself to calm down, scrutinizing the figure emerging from the shadowy portal. Indeed, the resemblance was striking. The assassin concurred. Not just similar. Clearly, that fellow, after his demise, was summoned as an undead by the Lord of the Undead, just like other monsters. Supa articulated his thoughts. Wasn't that Gatling his skill? The assassin mused. As an undead, he could retain his skills? This realization made the assassin's eyes widen involuntarily. I believe so, Supa offered his understanding. Whether one chose to believe it was a matter for the assassin to ponder. My heavens, could it really be so? To be summoned as an undead and retain skills? Does that mean that a hunter with S-grade skills, upon being defeated and summoned, becomes akin to a S-grade hunter undead? Their power and scathe? The words of the assassin were imbued with both envy and fear. The formidable strength of Chen Ming left him feeling utterly powerless, as if he were gazing upon an immense mountain. Unlike any other peak, this mountain seemed infinite, its summit obscured no matter how far he craned his neck. The mere thought of attempting to scale it was beyond his imagination. All that remained was a profound sense of helplessness. Is it any wonder that it was deemed an SSS-level skill? Otherwise, how could he possibly be regarded as the world's strongest hunter? The archer responded with questions, while the assassin fell silent, observing the retreating silhouette of the undead, who bore a Gatling gun upon his shoulder and strode away with purposeful haste. His thoughts became a tumultuous whirl. After a lengthy pause, he muttered, "Indeed, one should never offend anyone, especially that fellow. He is the true monster." In the assassin's heart, compared to the monstrosity that was Chen Ming, the group of rodents appeared almost benign, their features more refined, and they did not incite disgust. At that moment, Chen Ming's power seemed so overwhelming that it was nauseating. Of course, this nausea was not intended as a disparagement, but rather an expression of admiration. In this instant, the three shared a unanimous sentiment. From this day forth, they would treat Chen Ming, the undead lord, with the reverence one reserves for ancestors. Even if they could not become friends, they must never become enemies, nor stand in opposition. Should they choose that path, the sole outcome would be death, a most gruesome demise. Undoubtedly. Chapter 191. The hunter enters the city, half ape, half mouse. After the Thunderbolt Mousemen were slain and the undead departed, Su Po and his companions did not linger. Swiftly retreating into a large building to find a room where they could recuperate, they intended to utilize their already replenished fishing attempts, hoping to bolster their combat strength. The matter of slaying monsters and contending for leaderboard positions had long since been cast aside by the trio. Their numerous near brushes with death had enlightened them to the preciousness of life. In the absence of any significant enhancement to their combat abilities, they resolved to remain indoors, waiting for the arrival of a rescue team. They thought, if I cannot provoke them, can I not at least evade them? However, as time passed, they began to wonder why the rescue team had not yet arrived. The assassin bit into a half piece of compressed biscuit, despite his hunger. He found the taste quite unpalatable and exceedingly dry. He quickly grasped a nearby bottle of water, uncapped it, and took a large gulp to wash it down. Even so, a residue of biscuit powder remained clinging to his teeth, necessitating meticulous scraping with his tongue to remove it. While the presence of the powder did not significantly affect him, its removal would certainly be more comfortable. He surmised that the rescue team would likely enter through the northern city gate, which was quite distant from their location, and it would take considerable time for them to break through and arrive. After voicing this, Supa took another hearty bite of the biscuit. Once a retired Special Forces soldier, he bore no aversion to such rations. In the past, during missions on the battlefield, having enough to eat was a blessing. There was little time to complain about the taste or texture of food. "I'll inquire in the regional chat channel," the archer announced, pulling out his phone, opening the fishing app, and accessing the regional chat. "Undead Lord, you are my deity. From this day forth, in life I shall be the dog of the Undead Lord, and in death, his soul. While I admire your determination, my friend, is there any possibility that even if you wish to be someone's dog, they may not be inclined to accept? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Upon entering the regional chat channel, the screen was inundated with an array of messages, all revolving around the Undead Lord, showering him with praise. Not receiving the desired responses, the archer took the initiative to type and send a query. "Does anyone have any news about the rescue team?" Regarding the rescue team, "I saw a contingent arrive, but they were not hunters. They were fully armed special forces, numbering around 100. Breaking news. A group of professional hunters has entered Tianxin Street from the southern city gate. There are approximately 30 of them. I advise you not to harbor excessive expectations for the rescue team. Unless the final boss is eliminated, we cannot leave within 72 hours. So what good will their arrival do? Sticking with the larger group certainly increases your chances of survival compared to going it alone. This is a simple truth that is difficult to grasp. Moreover, the significant advantage of moving with them is the elimination of the need for treachery. Indeed, expending effort without gaining any benefits, all rewards would go to them. If you're unwilling, then simply refuse the rescue. Who is forcing you? How absurd. Tensions flared, and a verbal battle was imminent. It was reported that 30 professional hunters had arrived at Tianxin Street, situated about 2 to 3 kilometers from their position. Should they proceed? The archer set down his phone and shared all the information he had gathered, seeking Su Pa and the assassin's opinions. "Let us fish first and see the outcome before making a decision," Supa suggested. Agreed. The assassin and the archer concurred, both clicking the Start Fishing button. Under the watchful eye of the divine, Chen Ming received word even earlier than Su Pa and his companions regarding the arrival of a contingent of hunters from the Star Alliance. Among them were 1 hunter possessing an A-level skill, 5 with B-level skills, 4 with C-level skills, 8 with D-level skills, 5 with E-level skills, and 7 with F-level skills. The proportion of advanced professional hunters was not insignificant. However, despite their formidable levels, within the framework of the Star Alliance's hunter classification system, only one among these 30 achieved the status of a 3-star hunter. Notably, this 3-star hunter was categorized as a B-level hunter. Indeed, a B-level hunter. In terms of merit, combat prowess, and training data from the laboratory, he far surpassed the hunter with the A-level skill. Chen Ming opined that such a comprehensive standard was more reasonable. In contrast to the common practice in other nations, where the skills one possessed dictated the classification of their professional hunter status, this approach may seem convenient. Yet it fails to guarantee the requisite combat power for completing missions or defeating monsters when the time comes. It is not uncommon for high-level hunters, rich in skills but lacking experience, to be thrust into battle and meet their demise. Numerous proposals have been made to the Hunter Alliance advocating for a more optimized evaluation system for hunters, yet no official response has been forthcoming. Do not inquire. The answer remains that discussions are ongoing, and any developments will be announced at the first available press conference. In stark contrast, the Daxiao officials had given this matter due consideration from the outset. While it may appear that they were slow to act, they were quietly resolving all issues before addressing public relations. Chen Ming's thoughts were abruptly drawn to a portal that opened without warning. Situated along the path the hunter team was destined to traverse. "Everyone, be cautious. Protect the civilians," shouted the 3-star hunter, Li Yaoshi. All hunters sprang into action, forming a protective circle around the ordinary citizens who were devoid of combat capability, ensuring their safety. Those possessing skills or special weapons were summoned to confront the monsters, contributing their strength to the collective effort. The team did not accommodate idlers. One either remained behind to await the conclusion of the mission or joined forces to face the formidable foes. Li Yaoshi's rationale was straightforward. Greater power entails greater responsibility. Though a few dissenting voices emerged, none dared to express their discontent under the current circumstances. They were acutely aware that only by aligning themselves with Li Yaoshi and his group could they hope to survive. Suddenly, something emerged from within. But what exactly was it? A giant ape? No, that could not be right. How could a giant ape possess a mouse's head? It was enormous. Its size was approaching 3 meters. And there were so many of them. Damn it, I mustn't discover which fool unleashed this instance. Otherwise, I shall certainly reward him with a punch. Perhaps that imbecile has already met his demise. Even if he is still alive, only a simpleton would confess to it. As I observed the numerous towering, hybrid creatures, part ape and part rat, emerging from the blood-red portal, the expression on our captain, Li Yaoshi, inevitably darkens. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ratmen, resembling gorillas, raise their arms and pound their broad, heavy chests. Yet, the sounds they emit are those of rodents, rendering their display utterly bizarre and the atmosphere rife with dissonance. Chapter 192, Low Intellect, Malicious Humor. Captain, these creatures appear rather formidable, do you not think? Should we avoid confrontation, leaving a portion of our team to delay them while the majority retreats? Suggested a hunter who approached Li Yaoshi. No, Li Yaoshi firmly rejected the proposal, articulating his rationale. There are too many of them. A hasty retreat would only scatter our forces and lead to the needless demise of those who remain. You make a valid point. The squad member conceded. Within the crowd, discussions regarding the appearance of the ratmen burgeoned. Is it not peculiar? Ordinarily, monsters would launch an immediate assault upon our arrival. They seem to be observing us. Observing? You cannot possibly suggest these creatures possess intelligence, intending to toy with us for their amusement? If that were the case, I would genuinely prefer it not to be true. The monsters are already formidable enough. Bestowing them with intelligence would spell disaster for us. Relax, do not frighten yourself. Perhaps only one of these monsters has inadvertently gained intelligence and is guiding the actions of the entire rat horde, cautiously observing us. Such conjectures gradually garnered wider acceptance among the crowd. In truth, one could argue that he was correct. Chen Ming, through the resource map, discerned that the entities before them were merely ratmen soldiers. The true Rat King remained concealed within the unsealed blood-red portal. Rat King possesses a degree of intelligence, cunning and treacherous, delights in tormenting foes to death. This was the succinct description provided upon selecting the Rat King on the resource map. The Rat King's reluctance to initiate an attack with its ratmen soldiers was primarily a tactic of intimidation. Lurking in the shadows while keenly observing the expressions on Li Yaoshi and his companions, the more flustered and terrified they became, the more exhilarated the Rat King grew. A truly sadistic pleasure. Chen Ming rolled his eyes in disbelief, musing, is it possible that, in the future, such monsters will proliferate and even become the norm? Monsters lacking intelligence are already a nuisance. Bestowing them with cognitive abilities is a terrifying prospect for the world. In such extreme and dire circumstances, how many would be able to survive? Never mind, that is a concern for another day. Chen Ming waved away his chaotic thoughts. Focusing intently on how Li Yaoshi and his team, the officially trained hunters of the Star Alliance, would respond to such a formidable horde of monsters. Would they confront them head-on, or would they opt for a strategic retreat? Furthermore, Chen Ming noted that the undead Blood Knight seemed to be drawing near. He jested, "You all better hurry. If that fellow arrives, there may be no opportunity left to intervene." Chen Ming held unwavering confidence in the strength of the undead Blood Knight. The ratmen would face annihilation at his hands, with no exceptions. The disparity in power between the two was astronomical, existing on entirely different planes. Ending his musings, Chen Ming observed that the ratmen finally began to move, but under the Rat King's command, only one emerged from the horde. What does it intend? Is it challenging us to a one-on-one duel? Do they comprehend such concepts? What shall we do? Should we adhere to the rules of engagement, or simply swarm it? The crowd buzzed with speculation, all awaiting Li Yaoshu's decision. In terms of obedience, there was no question, random actions were not an option. I will handle it. You all remain vigilant for ambushes, Li Yaoshu declared, opting to confront the creature himself. As the highest-ranked hunter in the team, his involvement would minimize casualties. If he could not contend with the ratmen, the others would take this as a cue to decisively retreat. While fleeing may seem disgraceful, survival is far more paramount than pride. Captain, perhaps I should take this one. A hunter, who shared a close bond with Li Yaoshu and owed him a life debt, stepped forward, volunteering. While uncertain whether this was a cunning trap devised by the ratmen, he could not bear to watch Li Yaoshu charge into danger. There is no need for that. Keep an eye on the others to prevent any ambushes. Li Yaoshu discerned the man's intentions, patting him on the shoulder and speaking in a tone only they could hear, entrusting him with an important task. Understood. The man knew that once Li Yaoshu made a decision, it was immutable. Since he had assigned him another task, he would comply without question. Please, exercise utmost caution. As Li Yaoshu prepared to depart, the man reiterated his warning. Rest assured, I shall secure a resounding victory and strive not to bring shame upon humanity. Li Yaoshu raised his arm, fist clenched, making a solemn vow. The man drew forth his dual daggers, fingers poised for action. As an assassin, he was ready to unleash his skills at a moment's notice to eliminate any treacherous rats seeking to ambush Li Yaoshu. After all, his life had been salvaged from the clutches of monsters. He bore no qualms about returning it. Go, boss. Captain Li, you can do it. Victory to the captain. Defeat that rat. The crowd fervently rallied behind Li Yaoshu, their admiration for his noble figure evident. Had it been those self-indulgent individuals, they would have pushed everyone else into the fray, seeking to hide at the back. It was precisely this valor that earned Li Yaoshu their unwavering respect. At times, the commands of higher-ranking leaders might not hold weight with them, but when Li Yaoshu spoke, they would grant him their utmost regard. This man possesses a certain courage and heroism, Chen Ming mused, holding Li Yaoshu in high esteem. Then, he observed as Li Yaoshu's fingers coalesced, summoning an azure-long sword into existence. A sword? In terms of appearance, it seemed rather ordinary, lacking any visible blood core. Thus, Chen Ming dismissed the possibility of it being forged by a Blue Star blacksmith. He deduced it was likely a weapon procured through the multiverse fishing software. Activating the resource map, Chen Ming discovered that this sword was intended for cultivators. Named the Azure Bamboo Sword, it was crafted from a unique material not found in the Great Xia, infused with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, rendering it vastly superior to ordinary blades. In the realm of dimensional continents, the ranking of such weapons typically range from low to high, classified into 6 major tiers: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, holy, and divine. Each tier further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional categories. The Azure Bamboo Sword wielded by Li Yaoshu belonged to the superior tier of the yellow grade, boasting extraordinary power. Chapter 193, Fundamental Body Refinement Techniques, Misfortune's Compound. Unlike weapons, divine techniques and skills, even in the absence of spiritual energy or knowledge of cultivation, could still inflict significant damage upon most existing monsters. Through the eye of God, Chen Ming could perceive things invisible to ordinary eyes. For instance, the surface of Li Yaoshu exuded a faint, ethereal glow, reminiscent of wisps of smoke. This nebulous luminescence was something Chen Ming had previously observed on Qin Hongyue. However, in comparison to Qin Hongyue's vast and oceanic spiritual energy, the essence emanating from Li Yaoshu was but a mere whisper, scarcely worthy of mention. Consequently, Chen Ming surmised that, apart from this sword, it seemed that Li Yaoshu had also reaped other rewards connected to the mystical continent. Driven by curiosity, Chen Ming continued to observe through a godlike perspective with one eye, while the other was occupied with his phone, searching for information regarding Li Yaoshu. The foremost search result revealed that the Star Alliance had publicly commended Li Yaoshu for his remarkable feat. He had selflessly donated a body-refining technique he had acquired to the Star Alliance, aimed at developing a suitable practice for the people of the Great Xia. While this body-refining technique was categorized as rudimentary within the system of martial arts, akin to what a nascent child in Qin Hongyue's world would practice, it nonetheless held the potential to qualitatively elevate the populace of Great Xia. At present, what Great Xia required was a solid foundation. Much like in the past, when everyone opted for infrastructural development, establishing a strong base was essential for continuous learning and accumulation of results. Chen Ming eagerly anticipated how the premier research institutions would utilize this body-refining technique as a cornerstone to create an innovative cultivation system. Being the one who had fished out the body-refining technique, Li Yaoshu was poised to grasp the art of lowering barriers to entry more swiftly than others. This was an inescapable challenge they must ponder. Bang! Meanwhile, Li Yaoshi was already engaged in combat with the Ratman soldiers. Whether wielding his sword or facing the claws of the Ratmen, there was a distinct absence of technique, merely a display of raw power. One word to describe it: swift. So swift that bystanders could easily miss crucial moments. The clash between sword and claw ignited sparks, particularly under the night sky, enhancing their visibility. Tiny sparks flared up, but vanished almost instantaneously. Fortunately, the blade he had drawn from the mystical realm was fortified, otherwise, a typical unenhanced blade would have dulled and become riddled with dents. In a more dire scenario, it could have shattered entirely. It was easy to predict the fate of a swordsman who lost his weapon. They were both formidable. Do not rejoice too soon. This is not good news. Not good news. Certainly not. Let us not forget that our captain is the most powerful among us. Even he can only manage a stalemate with that rat. And with the remaining dozens, do you honestly believe we can cope? Upon hearing this, the smiles that had once adorned the faces of those present faded, replaced by a shadow of concern. They found his words compelling and were left speechless. These creatures are indeed toying with us, trying to push us to our limits. To encounter such circumstances right at the outset, truly befitting an S-rank secret realm dungeon. It isn't just the beginning, as there has been a considerable interval since the dungeon's opening before our arrival. Are we destined to await our demise like this? Damn it. Why not take a gamble with our lives? If we must perish, let us at least do so like men, fighting for our dignity and leaving behind a legacy. Listening to the murmurs behind him and observing the Ratman soldier, who remained unperturbed after several clashes, Li Yaoshi felt his breath quicken. The pressure weighed heavily on his heart. His mind raced as he endeavored to devise a flawless solution. Even if defeat were inevitable, he at least needed to find a way to ensure the survival of as many as possible. They had come here to instill hope, not deepen despair. Li Yaoshi couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt towards them. He needed a strategy, a means to break the deadlock urgently. Did these creatures not possess any weaknesses? Impossible. Every living being must have vulnerabilities. I simply had yet to uncover them. Where? The urgency consumed him. He had never felt such an intense desperation. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, indistinguishable in origin, fear, heat, or anxiety. Boom. The wind lashed against his face as a Ratman soldier charged at him. Li Yaoshi snapped back to attention, his reflexes quick enough to raise his sword defensively, using one hand to brace against the blade, employing it as a shield to block the soldier's returning claws. Such immense strength. Li Yaoshi was forced back step by step, unable to contend with the brute force of the Ratman. As he beheld the soldier raising its other muscular arm, he gulped nervously, uncertain if he could withstand the blow. Bang! The outcome was that Li Yaoshi was sent sliding back several meters, staggering backward for another 3 or 4 steps. Captain! Fortunately, someone acted swiftly, grasping his shoulders from behind. With considerable effort, they managed to stabilize his staggering form. What incredible strength! The residual force from the Ratman's strike coursed through the man's arms. His brow furrowed in distress. Are you all right? Li Yaoshi inquired. I'm fine, the man replied, though his tone sounded strained, and his hidden arm trembled slightly. While Li Yaoshi could not see it, those behind the man observed it clearly, and the unease grew within them. Each of them wished to remain silent. Yet they were at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to the situation's dire turn. What more could be said? Offer him encouragement? It seemed that sacrificing a small number of individuals to grant the majority a chance to escape was the only option. Those willing to stay back should express their willingness. But I will not force anyone. Li Yaoshi was reluctant to make such a choice. However, after truly facing the Ratman soldiers, he understood he had no alternatives. Beyond this, he could conceive of no better solution. His mind was a blank slate. I am willing to stay. I will stay too. Damn it, let us fight. Killing one is a profit. Killing two is worth it. The number of those willing to remain was less than 1/3. Li Yaoshi said little more, instructing those who chose to leave to ensure their safety. Turning once more, he aimed his sword at the Ratman soldiers. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Run." Yet, misfortune compounded upon misfortune as thunderous footsteps approached from the distance, echoing like the sound of impending doom, rapidly drawing near. Chapter 194. Fortunate that power resides in civilized hands. The others, hearing the sound, felt their previously chilled hearts plummet into the abyss, completely frozen. As professional hunters, having dealt with various monsters countless times, they needed not to behold the foe's visage. The sheer intensity of the sound was enough to ascertain that a formidable boss was approaching. With the current horde of troublesome adversaries unresolved, another boss was on the way. Many regretted their commitment to this task, acutely aware of how gravely they had underestimated the S-rank dungeon. Severely underestimated. It appeared that today, they would all perish here. In such a world, dying sooner rather than later was perhaps a form of liberation. If death must come, it should be grand and resounding, so that future generations would know of their existence. Gradually, they made up their minds, drawing weapons and activating skills. Look, it's not a monster, it's the undead army, the army of the undead lord. This is the first time I've seen the undead in person. It's truly awe-inspiring. I feel like I've seen this figure somewhere before. The Blood Knight. I fought with the Mecha Sovereign before. There was a live stream of that encounter. Since it concerns a battle with the Mecha Celestial Sovereign, why then is it intertwined with the Lord of the Undead? As he spoke, a look of sudden realization dawned upon him, as though he had stumbled upon an epiphany. Could it be the undead of the Lord of the Undead? Among the professional hunters present, none had ever witnessed an undead creature firsthand. They looked up in awe at the slightly diminutive high-rise, from which emerged the undead Blood Knight, framed against a backdrop of countless stars. The shock within him was palpable, evident upon his countenance, revealing no hint of concealment. Seeing him, I finally comprehended why Commander Zhao Qian held the Lord of the Undead in such high regard. Speaking of him with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities, he was extraordinarily powerful. Compared to him, that horde of rats seemed almost insignificant. I declared that the extraction of the undead was the ultimate skill. Who among you agrees or disagrees? My word, if that colossal sword were to strike down, what magnitude of power would it wield? There is no doubt, we would undoubtedly be annihilated in an instant, perhaps even faster, with no chance to react. Good heavens! This is merely one among his hundreds of thousands of undead legions? That figure of hundreds of thousands is an antiquated estimate. I surmise it has likely surpassed 1,000,000 by now. 1,000,000 undead soldiers. Upon witnessing the arrival of the undead Blood Knight, the previously heavy, terrifying, and oppressive atmosphere transformed into one of lightness and clarity, with all negative emotions swept away. Here he comes. Chen Ming was not at all surprised. After all, he had foreseen through the eye of God that the undead Blood Knight was approaching as he hunted the mutated rats. He did not mind allowing the undead Blood Knight to intervene and extricate Li Yaoshe and the others from their predicament. It was not out of some grand altruistic notion of saving a life, but rather a simple inclination to protect those who resonated with his temperament from being dispatched by the Rat King. If given the choice between mutants and humans, he would certainly ally himself with humanity. Furthermore, the existence of the Star Alliance held significant strategic value for Chen Ming. By extending them a favor, he would reap benefits without incurring any detriment. Boom, boom, boom. As the undead Blood Knight approached, wielding a massive sword crackling with electric patterns, he called out urgently for everyone to clear a path. Li Yaoshe snapped back to reality, raising his voice to warn the others lest they impede the undead Blood Knight and be crushed underfoot. The crowd complied, dutifully parting to grant the undead Blood Knight an exclusive passage. No one dared to rebel at such a moment, boldly leaping before the harbinger of death. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of the undead Blood Knight were heavy, and with each step, the very essence of all present trembled. They gazed up at his colossal form as it swept past, feeling a concoction of tension, fear, and a hint of excitement. After all, it was not every day one could witness the might of the undead army in such a manner. They were determined to observe closely and etch the memory into their minds, anticipating a chance to regale others with tales of their experience once the secret realm dungeon concluded. In the face of the undead Blood Knight's arrival, the Ratman soldiers displayed no sign of trepidation. It was unreasonable to expect much from a bunch devoid of rich emotions or even basic feelings. Under the Rat King's command, the Ratman soldiers brandished their claws hidden beneath their long fur, resembling feline predators. Then, in a reckless charge, they surged toward the undead Blood Knight without a hint of fear. At that moment, the hearts of all present raced, their pulses quickening to the point of threatening to leap from their throats, especially when they beheld the sword being lifted from the ground by the undead Blood Knight. Boom! A tempest arose, and dust and debris flew. The undead Blood Knight swung his colossal sword toward the encircling Ratman soldiers. Rather than being slain by the sword itself, it seemed more accurate to say the Ratmen were obliterated by the sheer force contained within the blade. The Ratmen, robust even by human standards and as formidable as small hills, paled in comparison to the undead Blood Knight. The instant the blade made contact, it could not withstand the pressure, erupting into clouds of blood mist, dissipating and blending, its hue gradually fading. All who witnessed this spectacle were left utterly speechless, with Li Yaoshe's expression the most exaggerated. After all, he was the only one among them who had previously engaged with the Ratman soldiers. Back then, he had unleashed all his might, yet could not fell a single Ratman. In stark contrast, the undead Blood Knight swept away hundreds of Ratmen with a single stroke, annihilating them to the point of leaving no trace behind. Overcome with excitement, Li Yaoshe was beside himself. To witness the emergence of such a powerful being was, without a doubt, a profound honor for him. Even more gratifying was the fact that this formidable entity resided within the Great Xia. He was relieved that such power was wielded by those of true civilization. If it had fallen into the hands of hawkish factions, cherry blossoms, or those from the Stick Nation, Li Yaoshe covered his face, unable to fathom how catastrophic that scenario would unfold. So overwhelmingly formidable, so extraordinarily powerful. This combat prowess was off the charts. Indeed, no amount of hearsay could compare to witnessing his splendor firsthand. A single undead possessed such exaggerated and astonishing combat capabilities. Imagine 1,000,000 undead. Good heavens, I'm covered in goosebumps. Instant annihilation? Good gracious. Instant annihilation? Is this the true strength of the Lord of the Undead? My eyes have truly been opened. Allow me to correct you. This is merely 1/10,000th, no, 1/1000,000th of his true power. It is no wonder that the populace venerates him as the only god among men. It is not an exaggeration, not in the least. Their awe for Chen Ming reached unprecedented heights at that moment. Yet, what they did not anticipate was what was yet to come. It was evident to all that, on the ground, one shadowy portal after another, dark and textured like the undead army, was opening in succession. The location of each portal corresponded precisely with the remnants of the Ratman's bloodstains left behind on the ground. Chapter 195, Unending Turmoil. What is that? Everyone watched in astonishment as from the shadowy portals emerged familiar, yet distinct Ratman soldiers, now undead. Were these the mutated Ratmen from earlier? He was not even present. Yet he could summon those monsters as undead? Or had he simply turned around, revealing he was nearby? What a breathtaking scene. Could it be that, in the end, every monster within this secret realm dungeon would transform into his undead minions? Be confident, they surely will. For us, this place is a nightmarish dungeon, but for him, undoubtedly. It is a reward stage. Difficulty level S has been reduced to a super easy mode? Ha ha ha, it is indeed as simple as that. At that moment, someone sensed something amiss and raised a hand, pointing at the still open, blood-red swirling portal, exclaiming, "Wait, that door hasn't closed." Could it be swallowing the words he was about to utter? He refrained from voicing anything ominous, wary of the misfortune of a jinx. Just as he spoke, before the others could react in panic, a rat head emerged from within. Having barely caught their breath, they watched as the rat head, along with its body, crashed heavily to the ground. It was none other than the Rat King, who, despite hiding behind the portal, had not evaded the lethal sword stroke that cleaved him in two. The minor lightning-infused sword energy was nearly invisible to the naked eye, yet its sharpness was not to be underestimated. Is that the boss? In terms of both size and visage, it was far more grotesque and terrifying than the previous mutated Ratman. There was no doubt about it. The Blood Knight's strike had managed to slay him even while he was concealed behind the portal. How powerful, how monstrous. It is no wonder he has earned the title of the world's strongest. There truly is no one more deserving of that accolade than the Lord of the Undead. Indeed, the gap between that individual, ranked second in the world, and us is akin to the distance between heaven and earth, especially for ordinary folk like ourselves. One wonders, upon death, if one could retain personal consciousness as a specter in his service, if such a notion were possible. Embracing death and becoming his ethereal servant might indeed appear to be a rather splendid choice. The thoughts of the masses are becoming increasingly absurd. In the past, Liaoshe might have shared such sentiments. However, having witnessed the formidable power of the undead Blood Knights firsthand, and then the subsequent emergence of the undead Rat King, adorned with a sinister grin as he stepped from the portal, a towering figure exuding an overwhelming presence, Liaoshe found himself suddenly more understanding of their feelings. Confronted by such crushing might, even the act of breathing became slightly laborious. "We are here to assist you." A throng of individuals burst into what appeared to be a pitch-black barrier from the outside, their hurried footsteps slowing as they glimpsed the dark mass of the undead army led by the Rat King, abruptly halting their conversation. They had received orders to provide support upon learning of Liaoshe and his team's peril. It now seemed that such assistance was unnecessary. With a self-deprecating smile, one might ponder whether their presence was even required, for where the undead sovereign resides, a palpable sense of security is undoubtedly felt. Noticing the environment's darkness contrasted starkly with the exterior, the group of professional hunters collectively gazed upwards, astonished to see a continent suspended in the sky. Such marvels could be appreciated later. The immediate priority was to rescue more individuals, for they could not solely rely on the undead sovereign. Liaoshe approached the leader of the group, extending his hand with a benevolent smile, introducing himself. Special Operations Team from Jiangqing, Temporary Squad 6, Captain Liaoshe. Squad 13. Jiang Ping, the other replied politely, shaking Liaoshe's hand. "You are correct. Now is not the time for idle thoughts. We must act swiftly to save more lives." With that, the two teams proceeded to carry out their respective duties, putting words into action. "Captain Jiang, if I am not mistaken, this island is likely connected to that undead sovereign, is it not? How enviable. Why is it that he always seems to reel in such treasures?" Jiang Ping mused. "More importantly, I wonder how many times he has cast his line? Just judging by its vastness, it could easily accommodate 200,000 to 300,000 people. Indeed, there is a leaderboard. The top spot belongs to Chen Ming. So, the undead sovereign bears this rather ordinary name." With a clap of his hands, Jiang Ping, as the captain, urged, "All right, who knows how long we will remain here? I advise you all to conserve your energy and speak less. This is a battlefield, not a playground. One misstep could cost you your life. Do not treat it lightly." Among those under Jiang Ping's command were many fresh recruits who had just completed basic training and had yet to face monsters directly. Thus, while his words may seem redundant, they were necessary. Every bit of wisdom absorbed could prove invaluable. Bang! Boom! Just as Jiang Ping finished speaking, a deafening explosion resonated above. Looking up, his eyes widened in shock. It was not an explosion, but rather the wall being shattered by some formidable force. The smoke was too dense to discern the scene within, revealing only large chunks of debris, mixed with steel rebar, plummeting down. "Get out of the way," Jiang Ping shouted, alerting everyone. "What on earth?" they exclaimed. "Ah, don't block the path." Everyone scattered in a panic, scrambling for safety. During the chaos, Jiang Ping caught sight of a young girl, trembling on the ground, clutching a wooden staff, seemingly no older than 20. Without hesitation, he raised his arm, instinctively activating his skill. Instantly, a large array of machinery unfolded from his palm, enveloping and conforming to his fingers and arm, forming a cannon. He stabilized his right hand with his left, then aimed at a falling stone less than 3 meters from the girl. Boom! Channeling the accumulated energy, he unleashed a blue energy beam, striking the stone. The resulting explosion shattered it into fragments, propelling the girl several meters away. She sustained abrasions on her knee, arm, and ankle, with blood seeping out. But she had narrowly escaped with her life. Had Jiang Ping not reacted swiftly, the girl would have surely been reduced to an unrecognizable puddle of blood. With a sigh of relief upon seeing the girl safe, Jiang Ping lowered his arm, only for his heart to race again. He recalled the unseen menace that had breached the wall amidst the smoke. Looking up once more, the dust was beginning to settle, yet no figure was visible. Nothing. Jiang Ping furrowed his brow, doubting that the wall would have been so inexplicably damaged. Just then, a terrified shout pierced the air. "Captain Jiang, there's a monster behind you." Behind him. Without turning, Jiang Ping quickly glanced down. A large shadow loomed on the ground before him, its shape and size unmistakable. Chapter 196, No Chance to Strike. Without needing to turn around, Jiang Ping could hear the creature's mouth opening, a viscous sound echoing in his ear. Noticing the shadow growing larger, the creature was silently closing in on him. Jiang Ping swiftly stepped forward, completing his turn while raising his still intact mechanical hand cannon, aiming at the monster's blood-red, disturbingly vibrant mouth. With a thunderous blast, he fired a fully charged energy beam. The monster closed its mouth, swallowing the beam whole. It was knocked back, sliding several meters across the ground, leaving behind dozens of white scratches. It had actually blocked it. Jiang Ping stared in disbelief at the creature, which showed no reaction, wisps of black smoke seeping from the gaps in its mouth, resembling an unnameable aberration. The previously calm demeanor of the crowd suddenly became tumultuous. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, hidden and utilizing the eye of God, observed everything. The creature before him bore little resemblance to a rat. Its body was pitch black, adorned with irregularly sized, blood-red eyes. The upper portion of its head, along with its neck, thighs, and shoulders, was particularly abundant with these eyes. Curiously, this creature had not just one leg. It possessed at least 16 limbs, resembling arms more than legs. The hands, in terms of shape and size, seemed to have been carved from the same mold. While some arms were robust and served as supports, others were slender and flailed about aimlessly. Long, thick, barbed spines jutted from its body, leading one to mistakenly believe it was a porcupine. Its tail resembled the human spine, segmented and seamlessly connected, covered by a layer of black skin. The coloration was akin to that of the undead, yet the texture was markedly different. The surface of its body was smooth, lacking the flickering flame-like effect typical of the undead. Overall, it was an unidentifiable amalgamation, a grotesque patchwork of various corpses. Its size was at least 4 to 5 times that of an adult Siberian tiger. What on earth is this thing? It's utterly revolting. More than disgust. I feel a sense of eerie strangeness. How could it possess so many hands? Could they all belong to the humans it has devoured? It is certainly possible. Why hadn't I considered this before? The sheer density of its eyes gives me goosebumps. So, is this creature specifically targeting us? Is it so famished that it would break through walls to reach us? Glancing at the massive hole in the building created by the monster's assault, I murmured. Suddenly, my pupils dilated as I noticed an enormous black creature, thicker than a python, emerging from the breach. Just as I was about to warn others, I realized they, like me, had already taken notice of the creature. Why must they come in such rapid succession? Can't they approach one at a time, allowing us a moment to catch our breath? Ha ha ha. The notion of overwhelming the few is not a privilege exclusive to our kind. 2 creatures are more than enough. We have shown them mercy. Prepare for battle, lest we find ourselves ensnared in a dire predicament. This abomination is even more grotesque than the previous one, and the multitude of eyes adorning its body is quite excessive. Those appendages on its head resemble horns or whiskers. And as if that were not enough, its sides are lined with what appears to be a pair of centipede-like appendages, truly a source of revulsion. Its elongated fangs threaten to consume half a person with but a single bite. Why are its eyes white instead of red? Regarding this matter, Chen Ming believes he holds the ultimate interpretative authority, for he knows better than anyone that this creature, which bears little resemblance to a mere rodent, has been hunted and assimilated by some nameless undead. Measuring over 10 meters in length, its tiny hands diminish in size towards the tail, which ends in thorn-like protrusions. Without approaching closely, one could hardly distinguish its fingers. These diminutive hands sway with the creature's movements, appearing devoid of bones. The prior monster did not burst through the wall in pursuit of Jiang Ping and his companions due to a hunger for flesh. It was merely seeking refuge from the relentless chase. Through the resource map, Chen Ming learned that one creature is called the crimson-eyed shadow rat, while the other, with a serpentine form, is known as the crimson-eyed centipede. While it may not boast 1,000 appendages, 200 or 300 could certainly pose a challenge. The crimson-eyed shadow rat seeks to press its attack against Jiang Ping, charging towards him with haste. Sensing the impending danger, Jiang Ping swiftly raises his arm, recharging his hand cannon. Just as he prepares to fire, bang, boom. A perplexing scene unfolds as the crimson-eyed centipede sinks its teeth into the side of the crimson-eyed shadow rat, forcefully hurling it away. The shadow rat extends its powerful arms, striving to tear apart and shove aside the centipede. The four hands near the centipede's mouth, along with the densely packed, whisker-like appendages on either side of its head, rise to engage in a fierce contest with the shadow rat's 10 fingers, neither side willing to yield. What is happening? Why are monsters clashing with one another? The hunters, who had prepared for battle, now stand as bewildered spectators. I understand now. A fist strikes into the palm of the other hand. What have you understood? Inquires a bystander. That creature appears different because it has already been assimilated into the ranks of the undead. It belongs to the dominion of the undead lord. So it has been conscripted. No wonder this chaos has erupted. It seems that the previous behemoth broke through the wall to escape its pursuers. In this S-class instance, the number of undead may well surpass that of the monsters. By the way, what exactly are we here for? While they engage in heated discussion, the crimson-eyed centipede's assault grows increasingly frenzied, gnashing its teeth and violently shaking its head as it rends the shadow rat's flesh. The blood and meat disperse like tattered rags into the air, only to dissipate like smoke. However, the gaping wounds inflicted upon the shadow rat by the centipede show no signs of healing. The shadow rat, despite its intentions to resist, finds itself utterly powerless. The centipede exploits its length to apply a constricting maneuver, akin to the hunting techniques of serpents, tightening its grip, rendering the shadow rat immobile. Furthermore, the centipede's fangs are infused with a paralyzing venom that hampers regenerative abilities. This explains why the advanced mutated shadow rat is unable to heal. It is not that it cannot be healed, but rather the process is agonizingly slow, incapable of keeping pace with the devastation wrought by the centipede. As it voraciously devours its prey, while simultaneously constricting its form, the shadow rat can only lash out with its tail, reminiscent of a spine. Striking the ground in futile rage, life swiftly approaches its end. Chapter 197, A Signal of Danger. The sound of an explosion. Jiang Ping and his companions watch in horror as the shadow rat's body succumbs to the pressure, bursting apart in a violent explosion. A surge of black, several meters high, rushes towards them. Realizing the peril, everyone quickly covers their mouths and noses with their arms. After all, none can ascertain whether this black wind harbors toxins. Should they inhale it, the consequences could be catastrophic. One hand shields their eyes. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, and the tumult subsides swiftly. Lowering their arms, adjusting their collars, and rolling up their sleeves, they cautiously verify their safety before allowing themselves to relax. Everyone can breathe easy. All is well. I anticipated a battle of equal strength, yet this was a massacre. I share that sentiment. Could it be that monsters, after becoming undead, not only retain their power, but actually grow stronger? Goodness, that is rather grotesque, isn't it? Not to mention, what hope do we have against such creatures? Hope? What nonsense. We should simply overturn the table. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, concerned that the crimson-eyed shadow rat has left behind not even a scrap for extraction, watches as a portal of shadows opens, and the shadow rat steps lightly through. It appears that the automatic extraction process requires no further concern, a comprehensive consideration indeed. Chen Ming feels a wave of relief wash over him. After its assimilation, the crimson-eyed centipede no longer pursues the shadow rat, twisting its body like a serpent and departing. The shadow rat, likewise, pays no heed to Jiang Ping and his companions, leaping effortlessly as it scales the vertical surfaces of the towering buildings, as if traversing flat ground. Bystanders cannot help but marvel, wishing they possessed such agility. Let us retire for the night. In dreams, anything is possible, someone quips. Not I. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by fate. Moreover, it seems the fishing attempts have been refreshed. Perhaps I shall cast a line. Just in case a reversal occurs. If you draw forth greater trouble, I shall be eternally grateful. Go on, speak only kind words. Should you fish up an SS-tier skill, I could single-handedly clear the instance. Obliterate the boss. In contrast, Captain Jiang Ping feels an immense burden. He understands that were it not for the undead crimson-eyed centipede, merely relying on himself and his companions would require tremendous mental exertion to confront the shadow rat, resulting in considerable sacrifice. Although he has never witnessed Chen Ming's army of hundreds of thousands of undead, he has heard many tales of it. It is difficult to imagine what Chen Ming's legion of undead would look like now. Merely envisioning it evokes a sensation akin to being throttled, breath becoming labored. He experiences a profound sense of powerlessness in the face of such formidable adversaries. In a voice only he can hear, he murmurs, without having met face to face. Should that moment arise, gulp, His throat constricts at the thought. After a brief moment of composure, he resumes, leading everyone to commence their rescue operation, hoping fervently to avoid encountering another creature as formidable as the crimson-eyed shadow rat. Though his strength may be slight, he shall not retreat a single step. As time ticks away, the influx of official personnel into Jiang City continues to swell. Armored vehicles, resembling tanks yet equipped to unleash torrents of flame, arrive in succession. Such crowd control weaponry becomes increasingly prevalent, a clear indication of their preparations to combat the rodent tide. The effectiveness of fire-based assaults is evident. A multitude of special forces, paired with heavy artillery and coordinated with professional hunters, easily neutralize the crisis posed by the mutated rodent horde, which relies on sheer numbers for dominance. Even when faced with stronger mutated ratmen, their numbers and teamwork allow them to prevail effortlessly. The human faction's safe zones expand rapidly. Of course, this accomplishment is also attributable to Chen Ming's undead army. It should be said that his legion is the primary source of output. Unlike the approach of others who strive to evade conflict for the sake of their own safety and the primary goal of rescue. The logic behind the actions of the undead army is strikingly simple and pure, encapsulated in a single word: attack. As long as there is a breath left, they will fight until death, and after death, they will resurrect and continue the fight. There is no passivity. They are perpetually on the offensive, relentlessly hunting. Should they catch even the faintest trace of their prey, they will cling to it tenaciously. Passers-by, be they hunters or survivors, find it nearly impossible to discern who the aggressor is and who the victim. Gradually, whether among the survivors, professional hunters, or special forces, a troubling realization dawns. Why does it seem that since half an hour ago, there has been no encounter with any monsters? To be precise, it has been 29 minutes since the last sighting of a rat, less than half an hour. Is it not a good thing to encounter fewer monsters? If we were to face them more frequently, how many of us would survive? Given the undead army's penchant for slaughter and rapid expansion, it is only logical that as time progresses, our opportunities to strike diminish. It is no wonder that the only entities we have encountered during this time frame are the undead. Thankfully, this instance takes place in Jiangcheng, under its watchful guardian. Had it been drawn from another location, one can only imagine the multitude of corpses required to successfully clear the instance. Clear the instance? Such a thought is overly simplistic. The possibility of success is virtually non-existent. The most straightforward method would be to refrain from deploying any troops and wait until the entire city succumbs to death, allowing 3 days to pass until the instance closes automatically. While such words may sound harsh, they are irrefutable. Reflecting upon previous encounters, the majority of monsters, had it not been for the timely intervention of the undead, would have proven insurmountable. Just because others seem to dispatch foes with ease does not imply that one can do the same. None among them are naive enough to believe they could stand alongside Chen Ming and his cadre of fiends. Speaking of which, there were the hawkish factions, the Bungo, and which other nation? The Sakura country. Noticing the man struggle to recall, a friend gently nudged him. Yes, the Sakura country. Since those three could hire the undead from the undead sovereign, might we not also do so? Even if we could you afford the price? The hawkish faction has already invested in aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and various advanced missiles. Just because it is unfeasible now does not mean it will remain so. Patience is key. I have heard tales of a small East Asian nation where a fisherman managed to catch an aircraft carrier. I too have come across that news. Forcibly requisitioned by local armed forces, truly heartless. Speaking of heartlessness, the hawkish faction is not to be outdone. The repercussions of the incident in Salt Lake City seem to have truly been suppressed. It is fortunate I was born in the Great Xia. Those capitalists are more ruthless than the last. Speaking of capitalists, I wonder what the sentiments of those self-satisfied individuals who fled overseas must be now. What could their feelings possibly be? Certainly, they must be. Just as the conversation meandered, a deafening roar reverberated, causing pain to the ears. Looking up, the sound emanated from the city center. Despite the distance of several kilometers, the impact of the sound remained undiminished, sending a jolt of fear through the crowd. It was reasonable to conclude that this was a harbinger of the boss's arrival. Chapter 198. It is SSS class. The sky became awash in a peculiar orange-red hue, more oppressive than the setting sun. It appeared as if the entire expanse of the heavens was ablaze, the flames spreading wider and more ferocious, dazzling to behold. The floating island drifted further away, offering them a glimpse of this dramatic scene. There was no mistaking it. The boss of the instance had indeed arrived. Such a large-scale instance was originally slated to last 3 days. Yet here we were, not even half a day in, less than 12 hours, and the guardian boss was already making its entrance? One could only surmise that the undead under the command of the undead sovereign were increasingly formidable, a dungeon that could take hundreds of thousands 3 days to navigate. He accomplished in less than half a day. Were it not for the vast area requiring thorough search, I suspect even half a day would be excessive. 1 hour would suffice. In reality, the over 1 million undead troops stored within Chen Ming's shadow realm had only deployed the undead blood knights thus far. The hundreds of thousands of undead currently visible were the result of the initial extraction of mutated rats, compounded by the automatic extraction of undead skills, creating a snowball effect. Among all known skills, it was indeed the summoning abilities that proved to be the most formidable. I have heard whispers of individuals fishing for beast-taming skills that allow the summoning of pets to fight on their behalf, yet they pale in comparison to the undead summoning, which can only summon a single pet, and perhaps a more advanced version might allow for 1 or 2 additional summons. With an SSS rating, coupled with the undead summoning skill, it is truly excessively powerful. Ming, however, grew disinterested in their discussions, directing his divine eye towards the epicenter of the fiery chaos. He sought to comprehend the current situation. Upon arrival, it became abundantly clear that within a kilometer radius, not a single living soul remained. Instead, a suffocating darkness enveloped the area, resembling a sea, filled with the undead that filled every street and alley. Their numbers exceeded 1 million. These million undead constituted all the creatures within this S-class secret realm instance, the rat plague, aside from the boss itself. Now, in less than half a day, they had all been assimilated into the undead, joining Chen Ming's legion. At this moment, they were gathered en masse, surrounding the guardian boss atop the roof of a 6-story building in the city center. In stark contrast to the massive form of the boss, the building appeared feeble, with cracks spiderwebbing across its walls, giving the impression that it could collapse at any moment. A dragon? Chen Ming felt uncertain. The creature's head bore features reminiscent of both rat and lizard, lacking dragon horns. It was currently hunched over, its gaping maw revealing a mouthful of shell-white, razor-sharp teeth. As it swung its head and unleashed a lizard-like forked tongue, bellowing in fury at the swarm of undead. Its physique resembled that of a lizard dragon, yet differed in that it was not protected by hard scales. Instead, it was covered in fine, glossy fur. Its 2 pairs of robust claws gripped the edges of the building, providing support. While its forelimbs were relatively slender, its hind limbs were more muscular, clearly serving as the primary support. Like a dragon, it boasted a pair of broad wings, with elongated wing bones. And the membrane connecting its wings was not flesh, but rather a fiery orange flame. The further out one gazed, the darker the hue became, turning ashen, while the inner edges glowed brighter. Similar flames danced atop its head, emanating from its eyes and extending to the tip of its tail. The flames were formidable, billowing like red silk in the wind, infused with an ink-like texture. Overall, Chen Ming could not help but think once more. It was even less recognizable than a chimera. To call it a mere amalgamation would be an understatement, as it appeared to be a patchwork of various creatures forcibly melded together. With the numerical advantage of several 100,000 mutated rat undead, it should not be too difficult to eliminate this creature, Chen Ming mused. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, a sound akin to drone rotors filled the air. Redirecting his gaze, he indeed spotted a drone. Most likely, it belonged to someone like himself, seeking to ascertain the situation. Chen Ming paid it no mind, letting it be. On the other end of the drone, the technician responsible for operating it projected the video feed onto a wall, enabling the hundreds present to observe the unfolding events in the city center while ensuring their safety. Although they had anticipated the scene, witnessing it firsthand still elicited gasps of shock from their lips, their faces unmistakably reflecting disbelief. The streets and roads were teeming with creatures. No, one should say undead, numbering at least several 100,000. All rats. Could it be that all the monsters within the entire raging rat disaster dungeon have been single-handedly converted into undead by him? There exists such a possibility, at least. I personally discern the physical characteristics of rats in the majority of the creatures. This dungeon summons hundreds of thousands of undead, another dungeon summons hundreds of thousands more, and the next dungeon yet again summons hundreds of thousands. At this rate, the numbers of the undead army may well be on the path to surpassing 100 million. Goodness, 100 million? The concept of 100 million troops is beyond my imagination. 100 million undead armies would undoubtedly dominate the entire world, wouldn't it? What you say implies that it is difficult for him to seize global dominance now. Allow me to correct you. It should be dominate the universe. Goodness, while we are still contemplating how to survive on Earth, he is already capable of reaching for the cosmos and the boundless starry skies. By heavens, this illustrates the disparity. In an instant, exclamations of awe and wonder echoed throughout the crowd. Many found themselves instinctively filled with a sense of reverence towards Chen Ming, viewing him as a deity, elevated above them. The number of those who felt the need to look up to him was certainly not few, for in their current reflections, they could conceive of no one other than Chen Ming possessing the strength to bring this apocalyptic scenario to a conclusion. Wait a moment. Could that one in the middle be the boss? You just noticed? Ha. Raising a hand to scratch my head, I awkwardly chuckled, feeling that it was hardly conspicuous compared to the vast army of hundreds of thousands of undead. I find it hard to disagree. It is evidently a gatekeeper boss. Yet upon witnessing the undead army, I feel not the slightest belief that it can prevail, but rather a tinge of sympathy for it. Indeed, it is supposed to be the boss that brutally annihilates challengers, yet now it finds itself transformed into the challenger, facing inevitable death. Naturally, how could an S-class dungeon boss be compared to an SSS-class boss? SSS, are you perhaps underestimating Lord Monarch? He is at the very least SSS level. A devoted fan exclaimed with unabashed admiration, her adoration etched plainly on her face, revealing sentiments that others might not know. Individuals like her are innumerable. Others offered no rebuttal, let alone 5 SS. Even if they were to grant Chen Ming several more SS, they would find it entirely reasonable, for he possesses that strength. Without a doubt. Chapter 199. One sword instant kill? Not quite right. Enough. Quiet down. They are engaging in battle. A voice rang out from the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone ceased their discussions, their gazes drawn to the projection on the wall, utterly transfixed. Never had they been so earnest about a single event. They beheld clearly as hundreds of thousands, comprising over 90 varieties of mutated rats, surged towards the gatekeeper boss, the dragonfly rat. The unified color scheme of the undead, coupled with the relatively low-definition projection, resembled a black ocean invading the city. Some mutated rats scurried along the ground, others leapt between floors, climbing, while some spread their wings to take to the skies, an overwhelming mass that was nothing short of astonishing. Terrifying. This scene, if featured in a disaster film, would undoubtedly earn awards with ease, simply due to its authenticity. Faced with an onslaught of rats that surrounded it from all directions, leaving no opportunity for escape, the dragonfly rat did not lament the shared origin nor the hasty conflict. This time, it refrained from roaring to intimidate its foes. Instead, it unleashed a massive torrent of flames, akin to a fiery whirlwind, instantly dispelling the darkness and illuminating hundreds of meters. If this brilliance were to occur during the day, it would surely compete with the sun for glory, should a common person find themselves too close, without even needing to make direct contact with the flames. They would face severe dehydration and fall into crisis within a mere moment. The surrounding temperature surged dramatically, trees withered, walls cracked, and plastic curtains rapidly curled upward. It must be said, as the boss of an S-class secret realm dungeon, its power is indeed formidable. A single blaze extinguished hundreds, if not thousands, of undead, only for them to be reborn a second later and rejoin the assault against the dragonfly rat. Seemingly aware that remaining on the ground would afford the undead too many opportunities to strike, the dragonfly rat unfurled its wings and took to the sky. With wings ablaze, each flap intensified the flames that replaced the wing membranes, making them appear wider, longer, and more visually oppressive. The entire dragon form appeared as if forged entirely from flames. Breathing fire continuously, it swayed its head from side to side, without a primary target for its hunts, randomly selecting its victims. Confronted by a vast swarm of mutated rats that approached like dark clouds, possessing the ability to fly, the dragonfly rat adopted a straightforward defensive strategy, perfectly embodying the adage that the best defense is a good offense. Its twin dragon wings spread wide and then violently swung outward. Boom! The flames that burned on its wing bones detached rapidly, like a ferocious wave, devouring the flying undead and obliterating them. This boss is no simple foe. Of course, it is, after all, the gatekeeper boss of an S-class secret realm dungeon. How could it be straightforward? I initially believed that the greatest challenge of this dungeon lay in the multitude of mutated creatures, which would severely diminish the boss's attributes. However, it now appears I was mistaken. The undead's advantage seems to lie solely in their numbers. If one cannot approach, they cannot resolve the boss, right? Once they get close, they would be instantly annihilated. So what? Can it continuously unleash skills? Have you not noticed that despite the prolonged battle, the number of undead has not diminished in the slightest? Hey, have you all forgotten that there is another boss yet to make an appearance? Boss. Does the rules state that there are 2 bosses in the dungeon? That is not what I meant. What I was implying is that the undead giant knight wielding the massive sword that you have yet to encounter. Indeed, he has yet to show himself. Upon hearing footsteps, the scene shifted. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The undead blood knight, dragging a colossal sword crackling with electric patterns, approached slowly from hundreds of meters away. Accompanied by wisps of mist, its somewhat hazy figure, coupled with the fiery glow spilling from its eyes, exuded an aura that was undeniably overwhelming. Goodness, this fellow is incredibly handsome, so domineering. I have no doubt in declaring him a boss of an S-class dungeon. To possess such a knight as a subordinate is beyond my wildest imagination. Truly, a blessing harvested from 8 generations of ancestors. If I were to have such a servant, I would stand one person beneath a billion. There is no need for explanation. Everyone understands well enough that when he refers to one person beneath, he means Chen Ming. Upon sensing the presence of the undead blood knight, the dragonfly rat ceased its indiscriminate slaughter of the undead army, redirecting its primary focus towards the undead blood knight. Clearly, even without taking action, the mere presence of the undead blood knight was enough to attract all enmity. The principle of capturing the leader first applies equally to monsters. Prioritizing the elimination of a formidable opponent brings a sense of unease. A firestorm resembling flames swept toward the path that the undead blood knight was traversing. Moving diagonally as it approached, the dragonfly rat aimed to incinerate him alive. Faced with a wide and radiant area of scorching flames, still at a distance but within sight, the undead blood knight halted, gripping the massive sword it dragged behind with one hand, and with a swift flick of its arm, boom. The speed was such that it generated a sonic boom. The sword energy, previously imperceptible in the darkness, became vividly clear as it cut through the flames, forcing them back. Roar. Although the dragonfly rat opened its mouth to the fullest, and the flame column visibly thickened, it was still unable to contend with the lightning-like sword energy. Before long, the flames were forced back deep into the dragonfly rat's throat. In an instant, the sword energy decapitated the dragonfly rat, severing its head along with a large portion of its neck from the air. The flash of sword energy, akin to a bolt of lightning illuminating the horizon, dissipated in an instant. What the hell? What the hell? A one-hit kill? This is utterly outrageous. I had anticipated at least a balanced confrontation, culminating in the undead knight narrowly claiming victory. A one-hit kill is indeed absurd. Moreover, from such a distance, how could the potency of his sword energy remain undiminished? With him by my side, it is evident that he stands unrivaled. If the great Chen Ming were to agree to rent this undead knight to Daxia at a friendly price, I believe many challenges would be effortlessly resolved. Perhaps, following this battle, the nation might truly consider it. Contemplating this, someone approached the technician operating the drone and inquired, "Can these visuals be preserved?" Indeed, the technician, understanding the intent behind the question, nodded affirmatively and assured that once the boss was defeated and the instance concluded, the video would be submitted to the Star Alliance as a data reference. This brings me comfort. Perhaps in the future, the authorities could genuinely establish a partnership with the undead monarch to propose a service for renting undead guardians. Everyone harbored boundless hopes for the future. At this moment, optimism outweighed despair. However, the atmosphere was swiftly shattered by a high-pitched exclamation. Something's amiss. That monster isn't dead. Chapter 200. Fission. 3 heads and 6 arms. As the rodent's head fell mid-air, it crumbled like ash from a burnt piece of paper, scattering in the wind. Yet, concurrently, the head of the flying dragon mouse, which should have been severed, visibly reattached itself as if woven by machinery, rapidly completing its regeneration. But that was not the crux of the matter. Am I hallucinating? Or is there a malfunction with the camera? How can it regrow a severed head and somehow gain an additional one? Indeed, upon regeneration, the flying dragon mouse's head transformed from 1 to 2. Addressing concerns regarding a potential camera malfunction, the technician confidently assured, "No, it's not a machine issue. It has indeed grown 2 heads. My display shows all systems operating normally, unaffected by any interference. It appears this is primarily due to a built-in skill of the boss, with an astonishingly potent self-healing ability. If it keeps splitting, how on earth are we to contend with it? At this rate of fission, what bizarre spectacle will emerge?" The mere thought sends shivers down my spine, as if countless insects were writhing upon it. Goodness, enough with the specifics. Even I can't help but feel that sensation creep in. But let us not panic too much. I believe there must be limits. Otherwise, how would this endless division ever cease? The group engaged in a spirited discussion. Entering the fray, such thoughts were entirely absent. It's vital to possess self-awareness. They were acutely aware that their chances of participating in this battle were virtually non-existent, let alone making an appearance. Even navigating through the horde of undead to reach the boss was a daunting prospect. Should they inadvertently provoke the undead monarch, drawing its ire, the consequences would be dire. It was far wiser to observe. When deities clash, mere mortals should refrain from intervening to avoid being scorched in the crossfire. They understood the adage well and had no intention of dancing in a minefield, courting disaster. Returning to Chen Ming's side, upon noticing that the flying dragon mouse not only completed its healing but also split into a second head, he concluded this was a skill effect. As the undead blood knight continued to engage in fierce combat with the flying dragon mouse, he activated the skill, Permanent Theft, to forcibly glean the details of the mouse's abilities. A swift glance revealed the S-rank skill, Attack Fission. Attack Fission. S-rank. Upon receiving an attack, any severed body part will undergo fission. Heads, feet, tails, wings, etc. will fission upon receiving significant damage and completing self-healing. With a limit of 6 fissions, the body will expand 1.5 times after sustaining major damage, with an upper limit of 10. After reviewing the description, Chen Ming sincerely found the skill rather intriguing. If applied to the undead blood knight, wouldn't it result in the emergence of 6 arms? When power is insufficient, actively severing limbs to enhance combat prowess. The more he pondered, the more fascinating it became. As for himself, he had no intention of acquiring this skill. The reason? It was simple. The imagery was too beautiful to contemplate. Compared to human limbs, it was evident that beastly monsters were far better suited for this skill. Boom. The explosive roar of flames drew Chen Ming's attention. In the blink of an eye, the flying dragon mouse had, under the undead blood knight's assault, split into 3 heads. For dragon wings and 2 thick tails, flames blossomed like flowers, rendering the mouse's previously grotesque visage imbued with an unusual beauty beneath the night sky. To engage, Chen Ming remained unhurried. He wished for the flying dragon mouse to exploit its fission ability to its fullest, in peak condition, to facilitate its extraction as an undead. There was no need to extract a half-finished product. Simultaneously, he communicated this notion to the undead Blood Knight, urging him to assist in the mouse's fission, enhancing its power. This would facilitate a more lucrative harvest later on, maximizing their benefits. Still splitting. Still splitting. Could it truly continue endlessly like this? The undead knight's assaults were indeed formidable, yet it was likely not the boss's match. Indeed, with each split, its combat prowess doubled, akin to a cheat code. Its size continued to swell, expanding 3 to 4 times larger than at the outset. No wonder it was the formidable guardian boss of an S-rank instance. Its strength was well-deserved. Had a stalemate been reached? Would the undead monarch face its first defeat? First defeat? We are far from that. Ming was uninterested in such musings. His sole concern was whether his plan could progress smoothly. 3 to 4 minutes elapsed. And with the friendly assistance of the undead Blood Knight, the flying dragon mouse's fission of heads, tails, and wings had indeed reached the limit of the attack fission skill, 6 fissions. Among its various body parts, the most striking were undoubtedly the 3 pairs of dragon wings. With roots glowing yellow, midsections orange-red, and tips black-gray, the flames burned vibrantly, resembling a resplendent flower blooming, exuding an aura of the divine. Were this scene to occur in peacetime, it would undoubtedly attract countless admirers, hailed as a miracle. The wings were so dazzling that the other parts seemed less significant. Soon, the body also reached the skill limit under the relentless release of the undead Blood Knight's lightning and sword energy. Compared to its initial form, it had inflated tenfold. The fully realized form of the flying dragon mouse left many who had come to witness in utter astonishment. This boss was invincible. I have a premonition that even the powerful undead monarch would find it challenging to eliminate it. It would likely have to wear it down until the instance time expired, causing both the instance and the boss to vanish. It appears this instance is relatively merciful, had the conditions mandated that the boss be defeated to close the realm. I shudder to think of how many lives Daxiao would lose to resolve it. It would undoubtedly result in a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. I hope those hundreds of thousands of undead can hold it back. Otherwise, we shall all perish. As someone took out their phone, intending to notify the outside world to cease sending people into the instance, a companion raised a hand and placed it on the back of his hand, saying, "Don't waste your effort. It's futile. Once you enter Jiangqing, all connections with the outside world will be severed." The companion understood his intent, yet the reality remained unchanged. The man, filled with reluctance, attempted to access his contacts, only to notice that the signal for both of his communication cards was entirely disconnected. Realizing that at this moment, aside from placing their hopes for survival in the undead, there were no other viable options. Clenching his fists, frustration and helplessness filled his eyes. In contrast, Ming, recognizing the opportune moment, noted that the chives had flourished to the most suitable stage for harvest. Resolute, he permitted the undead Blood Knight to strike with lethal force, unencumbered by any other considerations. Chapter 201, Millions of Undead. Exclusive Skill, Upgrade Bestowal. The instant Ming issued his command, the undead Blood Knight, mid-swing with the fallen demon's sword, abruptly froze and retracted his motion. This action was meticulously captured by the drone's camera, leaving viewers perplexed. What was happening? Surely, the undead lord was not contemplating surrendering the fight against the boss. Continuing in this manner would only squander spiritual energy, without any benefit. If the undead were to retreat, what would become of the hundreds of thousands of us? Await death, someone in the crowd nonchalantly remarked. Though blunt, the statement was undeniably true, stirring anger among the masses. After all, how could one blame someone for speaking the uncomfortable truth? There was no justification to demand protection from the undead lord, as it was clear that he bore no such obligation. Not being a member of the Star Alliance and not subject to national orders. Just as everyone was mentally preparing to leave farewell notes, an unidentified voice in the crowd shouted, "No, you've all misunderstood. The reason the undead knight halted his sword swing is that he intends to unleash his ultimate move." Ultimate move? At this proclamation, the crowd swiftly lifted their gazes, refocusing on the projection. They beheld the undead Blood Knight gripping the fallen demon, sword-s hilt with both hands, raising it high. Instantly, 2 fiery red glimmers danced in his eyes, expanding like boiling water. The fallen demon's sword in his grasp radiated a brilliant electric light, soaring skyward and piercing through the clouds. The colossal force of thunder coalesced into the shape of a massive sword. Witnessing this spectacle, Ming, who had planned for a swift resolution, decided to lend a hand to the undead Blood Knight. He selected the fully mutated form of the flying dragon rat and instantly extracted all its skills. The skill extraction would not negate the target's existing upgrade status. However, after the rat's head and wings were severed, it could no longer utilize its healing abilities, as it had lost that skill. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the S-Class skill, Fatal Dragon Flame, S-Class skill, Attack Split. S-Class skill, Inferno C, A-Class skill, Rapid Healing, A-Class skill. Apart from the 3 S-Class skills, the remaining abilities were all A-Class. To demonstrate his fairness as a ruler, Ming bestowed all these skills upon the undead Blood Knight. The S-class skills were of little necessity to him, and the A-class skills were even less significant. Simultaneously, the undead Blood Knight, now fully transformed into his lightning sword form, decisively swung down the fallen demon's sword. The colossal sword, entirely forged from thunder, descended with great force. The unleashed waves of lightning resembled sunlit ocean waves, shimmering and radiant, though fleeting. The memory etched into the minds of the onlookers was profoundly intense and unforgettable. Boom! The lightning sword instantaneously pierced the flying dragon rat. As the lightning dissipated, the rat's massive form turned to ash from head to toe, rapidly vanishing. It was not until the flying dragon rat had completely disappeared from view that the gathered thousands suddenly snapped out of their shock. Seconds? It was defeated in seconds? Was this what you referred to as a fair fight? You call this a balanced confrontation? So, all of that was merely the undead lord toying with it. Testing the waters? Now finding it dull, he simply executed a swift kill? A phrase springs to mind. A clever donkey is left with no tricks. I had my doubts. How could an ordinary S-class dungeon monster possibly contend with the undead lord? It was a complete thrashing, no explanation needed. I have already received the notification that the dungeon has concluded, with the kill leaderboard proclaiming Chen Ming as the top contender. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had not even made an appearance, yet he had almost single-handedly cleared the S-class dungeon. I believe this is a feat unparalleled in history. Look, the barrier has vanished. At last, it has concluded. 3 days in the dungeon, finished in half a day. This undead lord must have been cheating. There is no way such power could exist without some form of trickery. I would call him an unparalleled lucky sovereign. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Chen Ming received notifications of rewards for completing the S-class dungeon. An S-class completion treasure chest, along with a wealth of experience for anglers, allowed him to level up significantly, increasing his enhanced fishing attempts and luck. For Chen Ming, the other enhancements were mere embellishments. The increased fishing attempts and luck were undoubtedly his most pressing needs. Chen Ming took stock. From this S-class dungeon, the Rat Calamity, he had extracted a total of 1,289,007 undead. No, to be precise, with the recently turned full-strength flying dragon rat included, it was 1,289,008 undead. He had collected so many treasure chests that his hands felt weary. Even opening 10 or 100 chests would take considerable time. Seated comfortably at home, the sensation of acquiring 1,000,000 undead was indeed extraordinary. Chen Ming clenched his fingers into a fist. What thoughts occupied his mind? It was evident from the upward curve of his lips that he was far from dissatisfied. Unlike those who sought to confront and punish those responsible for the Rat Calamity dungeon, Chen Ming was inclined to reward them instead. However, in the vast sea of people, he did not actively reveal himself. Even for Chen Ming, it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He resolved to let go of that concern. Accessing his system inventory, he prioritized selecting the 2 diamond treasure chests obtained from defeating the flying dragon rat. Confirming the opening. Opening diamond treasure chest. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the S-class exclusive skill, Upgrade Bestowal. Opening successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the S-class skill, Eye of the Storm. In comparison to the second skill, which was self-explanatory, Chen Ming was far more intrigued by the first S-class skill he had opened. The mere phrase Upgrade Bestowal left him struggling to grasp the true essence of what this skill entailed. The term exclusive skill only piqued his curiosity further. Rather than racking his brain, he found it far more convenient to directly examine the detailed description. View. S-class exclusive skill Upgrade Bestowal. This skill is exclusive to the Undead Lord. Upon acquiring this skill, you can bestow upgrade capabilities to the undead. Killing enemies grants upgrade experience. And upon leveling up, you receive attribute bonuses and unlock new skills. Level cap, 100. The undead can level up. Understanding the implications of this skill, Chen Ming's eyes widened in delight. Without hesitation, he utilized the SSS class skill 1 key upgrade card. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the SSS class exclusive skill, Upgrade Bestowal. SSS class exclusive skill Upgrade Bestowal. This skill is exclusive to the Undead Lord. Upon acquiring this skill, you can bestow upgrade capabilities to the undead. Killing enemies grants massive upgrade experience, and upon leveling up, you receive substantial attribute bonuses and unlock new skills. Level cap, 1000. Undead with a level cap of 1000? Even Chen Ming found it hard to fathom the sheer power that would be wielded by undead reaching level 1000. What would it mean for millions, tens of millions, or even billions of undead to attain such levels? He fell into deep contemplation, as those below on the floating island shared the same sense of unease. As the shadow gate opened, the flying dragon rat was reborn in its full glory. Chapter 202. Is this asking me to become a monk? Alive again? I don't think so. This appears entirely different from the previous boss. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a stark contrast. The undead aura is potent, and the flames have transformed into a holy white. If it hadn't perished, how could the dungeon barrier possibly have vanished? Thus, this creature has truly undergone the process of becoming undead? After all, it was the boss of an S-class dungeon. Is it not somewhat hasty to be so easily transformed into a specter, becoming one of his formidable generals? What alternative do you envision? Have you forgotten how he met his demise? A single strike. His mouth opened and then closed, rendered speechless by the retort. A friend approached, placing a hand on his shoulder, gently patting it a few times, offering solace. Such occurrences will only proliferate from now on. You must adapt swiftly. Moreover, with a level of being taken down in one strike, I doubt he could truly serve as a general. The man remained unable to refute this, having comprehended the vast chasm of power. The boss, once perceived as overwhelmingly formidable in his eyes, was, in reality, merely prey to be slaughtered like swine or vermin. Lesser than ants. Previously resistant to the notion of fishing across realms, he would have resolutely avoided utilizing this software were it not for the necessity of survival. Yet now, he proactively retrieved his phone and opened the Realm phishing application. Observing the dwindling 3 attempts remaining, he hesitated before ultimately selecting the start phishing option. He realized that in this world, to preserve his life and alter his fate, he had no choice but to rely on this fortuitous software and his own luck. The formidable power of Chen Ming instilled in him the courage to take risks. He understood that in this world, one could not desire to have it all. To grow stronger necessitated the acceptance of corresponding risks. However, upon casting his line, the man found his brow furrowed in concern. With each successive cast, his expression darkened further. By the final cast, his countenance was most unpleasant, akin to having swallowed a fly. His emotions were indescribable, a profound sense of nausea enveloping him. Regret filled him for the numerous wasted fishing attempts. The specters returned entirely to the Shadow Realm. Chen Ming had just granted upgrade privileges to the millions of specters under his command. Now, the shackles binding them had been shattered, through slaughter. They could not only automatically assimilate other specters, but also gain experience for upgrades. With each minor level gained, their attributes would significantly enhance. Upon ascending 10 minor levels and reaching a major level, there existed a chance to awaken new skills. Remarkably, granting upgrade privileges to millions of specters consumed nearly 2/3 of his mental energy. Chen Ming was surprised to witness such a notable decline in his mental fortitude. The sensation was subtle. Only when he clenched his fists did he realize he could not exert his full strength. The more his mental energy waned, the more pronounced this condition would become. Fortunately, the depletion of 2/3 of his mental energy occurred in an instant, and the replenishment proceeded equally swiftly. The benefits of possessing numerous skills became evident. Chen Ming's mental recovery speed, augmented by various SSS, SS, and S-level skills, had transcended that of ordinary individuals. If one were to assert that he was, in fact, a transcendent human being, they would find no second contender in the entire world. Indeed, he had achieved true transcendence. Yet, compared to this, his attention swiftly shifted to the S-level completion treasure chest. Typically, Chen Ming did not retain high-level treasure chests for extended periods. Rather, he opened them immediately. The scarcity of such items, coupled with his curiosity about the fresh rewards they might yield, compelled him. Selecting the S-level completion chest from the Plague of Rodents dungeon, he confirmed its opening. Opening S-level completion treasure chest. Opening successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 magic flute, 2 plague dagger, 3 swift fruit, 1 infiltrator's robe, and 10 mega potions. He clicked to view the details. Magic flute, when played, it summons mutated rodents to fight for you, with a maximum summon limit of 100. Plague dagger, a dagger crafted from the teeth of the Plague King, equipped with powerful attributes, capable of inflicting a plague effect on enemies, continuously causing negative decay and damage. Swift fruit. Consuming this greatly enhances your reaction and movement speed. Infiltrator's robe. Wearing this robe during assassination tasks effectively reduces exposure risk and provides certain assassin attribute bonuses. There was no need to inspect the mega potions. For the billions of people globally, they were invaluable, yet for Chen Ming, they were commonplace, appearing with great frequency. Speaking of which, the reward for being first on the dungeon kill leaderboard was merely an S-level treasure chest and a slight attribute boost. That seemed rather stingy, Chen Ming remarked. Though he was acutely aware that such a reward would elicit joy from other survivors and garner national-level promotion, it did not hinder his critique. With the dungeon issue resolved and the day drawing to a close, Chen Ming stood and made his way towards the bathroom. It was time to wash up and retire for the night, bringing this day to a close. Drowsiness overcame him, and he could not help but stifle a yawn. The Eye of God observed the situation outside the villa. Qin Hongyue remained deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Opening his eyes, his vision returned. Contemplating the fact that as a supreme emperor, closing himself off for several hundred or even thousands of years likely felt akin to a game. He had no need for concern. He placed his phone in the designated spot, squeezed the toothpaste, and casually clicked start fishing. Brushing his teeth while intently gazing at the phone screen, he hoped to discover new rewards. Ideally, something that had never appeared before. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 strengthening pills. Upon consumption, these pills would significantly enhance strength and defense. One could only say they were useful, but not enough to pique Chen Ming's interest. Tilting his head to rinse, he spat and cast again. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a volume of divine level techniques. Once again, Chen Ming felt no inclination towards cultivation and was too disinterested to even examine the details. He resolved to find a time to present it to Qin Hongyue, believing she would likely appreciate it. With a splash of water, he wrung out the washcloth. With his pinky raised, he clicked start fishing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one Taoist robe. A Taoist robe? Is this a signal for me to take up monastic life? Chen Ming vigorously rubbed his face, and upon discerning the reward's contents, he quipped to himself. After hanging the towel to dry, he dried his hands, picked up his phone, and checked the introduction. Taoist robe. When worn, it exudes righteousness, repelling evil and demons. Though the description was brief, Chen Ming perceived its potential future utility. He decided to keep it. Exiting the bathroom and ascending the stairs to the second floor, Chen Ming cast his line once more. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one lawful Gatling gun. Chapter 203. Shaking the mountain to startle the tiger. Lawful Gatling gun? Chen Ming had never envisioned that these two terms would ever be combined. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, in the realm of fishing, anything was possible. He relished this sensation. After reviewing the details, he discovered that the so-called lawful Gatling gun bore little outward resemblance to a conventional Gatling gun, save for a few pieces of yellow talisman paper adorned with incantations made from vermilion, highlighting its unique style. The primary distinction lay in the ammunition, capable of firing special bullets crafted from the talisman paper, which dealt negligible damage to humans and ordinary monsters. However, against ghosts, demons, and zombies, it proved remarkably effective. This was the principal reason for the addition of lawful before Gatling. Chen Ming retrieved a bullet designed specifically for the lawful Gatling gun. Indeed, it was fashioned from paper. Astonished, he carefully unfolded the yellow talisman paper, revealing the intricate vermilion characters, and felt a surge of admiration. He pondered whether modern individuals or professional Taoists could replicate identical talisman paper using yellow paper and vermilion ink to serve as bullets, potentially wielding them against malevolent entities. A yawn escapes my lips, and tears well up at the corners of my eyes from fatigue. I crumple the yellow talisman into a ball and casually toss it into the trash bin. Such an object, as long as the skill of infinite ammunition remains, will never fail him. I draw back the covers and lie down on the bed, placing my phone on the bedside table for wireless charging. At this moment, Chen Ming wishes to think of nothing, only desiring a good night's sleep to welcome the dawn of tomorrow. The floating island has drifted beyond the skyline of Jiangqing, allowing most to finally behold the silver moon above, significantly enhancing visibility. Despite recently receiving aid from the rescue team, the inner turmoil of the crowd has not subsided. As the floating island drifts further away, gradually vanishing from sight and becoming shrouded in mist, a sense of tension arises. Accompanied by worry, the Lord of the Undead and his island have departed Jiangqing. Who will protect us now? Rather than relying on others, it is better to depend on ourselves. Indeed, as long as we do not give up, one day we will also reel in skills and become professional hunters. While this sentiment rings true, the comfort of having a strong ally is undeniably delightful. However, one wonders how formidable one must be to gain the privilege of residing on that vast island. The Lord of the Undead seems reluctant to forge connections with others. Ascending to that place is akin to climbing to the heavens. Residing there would certainly ensure safety. Everyone, it's getting late. Wash up and sleep. Dreams encompass everything. You said it. If I don't find anything in my dreams, I'll hold you accountable tomorrow. Amidst their banter, there lies a hint of bittersweet humor. Life in the apocalypse is already fraught with hardship. One must find joy to uplift the spirit. Worrying incessantly about negativity can affect one's entire being, leading to depression. Conventional ailments may lack cures, let alone afflictions of the heart. It is best to minimize troubles whenever possible. Later, those willing to leave cooperate with the special forces and hunter teams to evacuate Jiangqing. Those who choose to stay, for whatever reason, are not forced to leave. It is entirely voluntary. The division between those who remain and those who depart is nearly equal. Among those who choose to stay, some believe that since the dungeon has just concluded and the undead army has slaughtered all monsters within the city, it will be relatively safe for a while, at least safer than other places. Additionally, some are reluctant to part with the supplies hoarded in their homes. The hunters and special forces are eager to evacuate and report back to the Alliance for further task assignments. There are still numerous locations within the Great Xia territory suffering from beast outbreaks that require their assistance. They cannot afford to wait for anyone to return home and gather food. Every second of delay could cost lives. Buzzing. I catch the drone with my bare hands. Though still somewhat unskilled, I manage to hold it steady. After a thorough inspection, everything appears normal, with no signs of damage. You've worked hard. The technician has long regarded the drone as a companion, a second pair of eyes. Even though it lacks life, this does not hinder his sincere display of affection. I connect my phone to the drone and copy all video footage into a designated folder. After a swift review to ensure accuracy, I transmit it to the Alliance. Utilizing the most advanced satellite communication lines, the transfer speed is remarkably swift, hardly reminiscent of a world on the brink of collapse, possessing military-grade quality. Upon receiving the video, Zhao Qian promptly gathers everyone to watch and comprehend the first-hand information. As the commander of the Alliance, it is imperative that he remains informed. Throughout the viewing, jaws remain agape, particularly at the moment when the undead Blood Knight, wielding a thunderous sword, obliterates the fully mutated boss in an instant, leaving them in awe. Their mouths part even wider. When the video concludes and the lights brighten, someone expresses their lingering astonishment. Incredible. He is truly formidable. How can a mere human possess such power? Indeed, how could he? Throughout the encounter, he never revealed his face, yet successfully cleared an S-rank dungeon. His growth in a single day surpasses what an ordinary person might achieve in a decade. A decade? Surely, you overestimate yourself and us. It would take at least a century. A true monster. He is undeniably a genuine anomaly. I cannot fathom the consequences should he ever find himself at odds with us. Standing against the Great Xia and the Alliance. What a precarious predicament that would be. Determined to shake off such unsettling thoughts, I rub my hands against my thighs, attempting to alleviate my tension and dry the cold sweat lingering on my palms. Mr. Chen is a reasonable person. As long as we do not provoke him or act offensively, he will not turn against us. Sensing it is the right moment, Zhao Qian steps forward to clarify their stance. His repeated emphasis on this point stems from a fear that someone might act impulsively, thinking themselves capable enough to confront Chen Ming. It is one thing to sacrifice one's own life, but Zhao Qian's genuine concern lies with the potential consequences for over 1 billion people in the Great Xia. No one dares to refute Zhao Qian's words. They accept them as truth. The astonishing feat of Chen Ming swiftly clearing an S-rank dungeon has left those who consider themselves seasoned veterans in utter shock and awe. It is universally acknowledged that if the undead army claims second place, no one else can claim first. When compared to modern armies, the difference is on several dimensions. Professional hunters? The disparity between them and elite scholars is akin to that of kindergartners and academicians. It is evident and undeniable who is superior. Old Zhao, should we make this video public? Suddenly, someone inquires. Public. Mr. Chen does not oppose this action. It serves as an excellent opportunity to further intimidate those who still harbor intentions of seizing a piece of the Great Xia. Zhao Qian asserts, intending to strike fear into the hearts of potential aggressors. Chapter 204, A Stone Cast into 1,000 Waves. With Chen Ming's consent, Zhao Qian and the others are eager to let the world know just how formidable Chen Ming truly is. The more they comprehend this, the more they ought to reflect on the recklessness of invading the Great Xia. Should they provoke Chen Ming's ire, the repercussions would be catastrophic, akin to divine retribution. They hope their adversaries will consider this carefully and refrain from acting on impulse. In the eyes of Zhao Qian and his companions, Chen Ming is undoubtedly a force capable of safeguarding the entire Great Xia, providing the time necessary for steady development and the restoration of order. A powerful ally. Seeking the support of such an ally is not shameful. It is far better than having none at all. Outside the Great Xia, many have devised elaborate plans to invite Chen Ming to their countries, as Zhao Qian is aware. Recently, the number of individuals attempting to smuggle themselves into the Great Xia has been on the rise, most drawn by the desire to seek Chen Ming's protection. Moreover, a portion of those apprehended has been identified as top-tier agents from over 13 countries. Their intentions for entering the Great Xia are glaringly obvious. Thus, rather than engaging with them, Zhao Qian and his team prioritize more pressing matters, swiftly expelling them from the territory, leaving their fates to chance. Although they are acutely aware that the foreign forces' veiled threats hold little weight against Chen Ming, Zhao Qian and his team prefer to minimize interactions between these individuals and Chen Ming. Even the slightest possibility of a conflict must be curtailed. Furthermore, they worry that frequent encounters with foreign agents might provoke Chen Ming's displeasure, leading him to conclude that the Great Xia lacks the capability to defend against even a handful of agents. In matters concerning Chen Ming, no one dares to be careless. Soon, the video of the million undead, alongside the undead Blood Knight's decisive strike that annihilated the S-rank dungeon boss, is uploaded to the official account of Yangshi and subsequently shared by various verified accounts, amplifying its reach and accelerating its dissemination. This maneuver proved remarkably effective. In less than 10 minutes, it ascended to the top 10 trending topics on the forum, with related searches quickly becoming visible. View counts surged into the hundreds of thousands, with many viewers returning for repeated viewings. The comments section was abuzz with activity. Art. I dare say it is an art unique to the apocalyptic era. I've watched it 7 or 8 times, and I simply cannot stop. It's overwhelming. Goosebumps abound. As an individual force, to have the Star Alliance, such an official and commanding entity, hold a press conference to express gratitude, that is indeed the pinnacle of one's life. While it is not incorrect to call it an individual feat, to summon 1 million undead so casually, can that truly be labeled personal power? What a shock. When that sword fell, I felt as if the heavens and earth themselves were cleaved in two. No explanation needed. The one and only true deity. Unique. Unprecedented. With no successors to follow. If you had said this before, I would have immediately rebutted with examples. But now, I must concede, in my humble opinion. You are correct. That is the boss of an S-rank dungeon, right? Bloodbath? Instant kill? Are you sure there is no mistake? No way. I'll watch it a billion more times. Indulging in such videos excessively can lead to arrogance. Do you think it's possible he could be one of us from Sakura country? Perhaps just traveling in your great Xia? Nonsense. I say he is from our Bang country. Who is in favor, who is against? Both of you go away. The video was swiftly disseminated to foreign networks. Although a portion of foreigners had already mastered the rather than racking his brain, he found it fiends far more to access the great Xia and convenient to directly internet examine the detailed description. However, due to their lack of proficiency in the Xia language, their operations remained cumbersome and less than fluid. The vast majority continued to await the latest updates on their own forums. Given its global nature and extensive user base, even with the official attempts to control the flow, the viewership numbers skyrocketed, spreading from 1 to 10 and then to hundreds. The comments section showcased a plethora of opinions. Is this video truly not a product of special effects? Or is the great Xia side intentionally misrepresenting the dungeon level? Are they merely hyping this individual? I simply cannot believe that an S-rank dungeon boss could be instantaneously defeated by a human. This guy is so powerful he seems inhuman. Why is my fishing so different from his? Or rather, are they merely puppets of someone? Are you joking with me? We hawkish types need such a formidable hunter. You should focus more on the suffering individuals in Salt Lake City. Fixating on a foreigner will not bring goodness to this world. That sword strike, I adore it. I wish to clip this video and turn it into a dynamic wallpaper. Please share. His singular power could rival that of an entire nation. Such a person is more terrifying than a monster and warrants greater caution. Compared to the discussions in Great Xia, the voices from foreign networks were far more cacophonous, encompassing a wide spectrum of sentiments. To summarize bluntly, some revered Chen Ming, others feared him, while still others were uncertain how to perceive his existence. It surpassed the realm of comprehension. More radical suggestions emerged, advocating for a coalition of nations to prioritize the elimination of Chen Ming, this great demon king, to prevent him from inflicting losses far exceeding those of various monsters on this world. They argued that, in comparison to the power he displayed, the monsters became trivialized. Moreover, with the apocalypse having only recently descended, he had already harnessed such staggering, unimaginable energy. No one could predict how formidable Chen Ming would become in 6 months, a year, 5 years, or 10 years. What if his power spiraled out of control? Such suggestions garnered both support and disdain, with many cautioning against provoking the Lord of the Undead, asserting that overwhelming numbers would not yield any benefits for humanity's future. It would only exacerbate the situation. That night, discussions regarding the Lord of the Undead reverberated around the globe. Meanwhile, the quintessential Chen Ming, the Lord of the Undead, was immersed in a sweet slumber, his expression serene. The floating island, coupled with the myriad standing machine gun turrets, and, most importantly, the Empress's guards, afforded him the confidence to cast aside all worries and relish his sleep. The following day, sunlight dispelled the cold and darkness. Streaming through the curtain seems to illuminate Chen Ming's face. He raised a hand to shield his visage and gradually sat up, still somewhat bleary-eyed. Fortunately, his overall sleep quality had been quite satisfactory. After dressing, he descended to the first floor, poured himself a glass of water, and drank heartily. Perhaps due to the prolonged absence of water, its sweetness was distinctly pronounced. He then entered the restroom, lifted the toilet seat, and sat down. Casual as ever, he opened the forum to see what fresh news had emerged since last night. Unsurprisingly, everything revolved around the disaster of the Mad Rat Dungeon. Chen Ming was indifferent toward the video's exposure. The reaction in the comments section was precisely what he desired. Everyone respected him, feared him. No one dared to seek trouble with him. There were indeed numerous voices of allegiance, with the hawkish officials openly expressing their desire to invite Chen Ming to join their ranks, becoming the sole hunter endowed with national-level authority. Whatever his demands, the hawks vowed to fulfill them to the best of their ability. Instantly, this stirred a considerable uproar across the internet, generating significant buzz. Chapter 205 Absurd? This is reasonable. The video of the press conference spread widely across domestic networks, garnering nearly as much attention as that of the Undead Blood Knight's instant kill of the S-rank dungeon boss, both commanding equal prominence. Damn hawks like thieves, always coveting what belongs to others. Who can argue with that? Thankfully, our Star Alliance's overall combat strength now rivals that of the entire Hunter Alliance. Otherwise, we might not merely be discussing it at a press conference, but actually sending a carrier group to snatch him away. What if the Great Xia government remains silent? Should the Lord of the Undead truly be lured by the allure of national power to join the Hawks, what then? Some commoners forget how many elites, diligently cultivated by various nations before the apocalypse, were seduced by the Hawks' honeyed words. Haha, do you think those elites still wish to remain with the Hawks? continuing to hold on to their green cards? Besides, those who can be swayed by sweet words are hardly elites. They're worthless. True elites are silently building this nation. You simply can't see them, or they haven't been featured on your short video feed. Sweet words? Are you overestimating the power of the Hawks? If the Lord of the Undead desires, can any nation in this world truly withstand him? Why bother sharing power with anyone? Thanks to the Lord of the Undead, our great Xia finally has the opportunity to strut our stuff on the world stage. Chen Ming's stature was, unbeknownst to him, rising ever higher. He paid little attention to it. At that moment, he was savoring 5-star delicacies, permanently preserved in his endless storage space, alongside Qin Hongyue. Ever since she tasted Blue Star cuisine once, she had been yearning for it. As Chen Ming emerged from the restroom, he found her waiting at the door. Though she was an empress, she could not conceal her thoughts before him, nor did she intend to hide them. Chen Ming, seeing through her but remaining silent, extended an invitation for dinner. Qin Hongyue accepted without hesitation. How is it? Is it to your liking? Chen Ming inquired. Yes, just as delicious as ever. Qin Hongyue nodded emphatically, relishing the industrial-grade charm. Utilizing mystical techniques could similarly extract the essence from culinary ingredients. However, most would typically opt to apply such abilities to alchemy. The rewards from concocting a single pill far surpass that of seasoning, rendering it a crushing advantage. Chen Ming smiled serenely, choosing not to disturb Qin Hongyue as she savored her meal. He reached for the remote control on the table and activated the television, curious to see what news might unfold. As the screen flickered to life, the term Hawk Faction resonated through the air. Footage leaked from private drones in Salt Lake City revealed a gathering of over 10,000 citizens protesting in the main square, demanding the military release refugees, return all rewards obtained from fishing, and safeguard human rights. The Articulate host reported on the situation, detailing how residents in the Hawk-controlled Salt Lake City risked their lives to share the exposed video material. Despite a night passing, the hawkish authorities had yet to make any statement sufficient to quell public outrage. The local government resorted to violent suppression. While live ammunition was not used against the protesting citizens, many were struck by riot batons. The unsuspecting populace, confronted by tear gas and a large contingent of riot police, was swiftly dispersed. Among the crowd, there were indeed those armed, yet they understood that firing a weapon would inevitably incite a massive firefight. How could the weaponry of ordinary civilians possibly compare to that of elite soldiers? They were not foolish. Ultimately, this farce concluded with an unexpected surge of corpses. Conspiracy theories suggested that the Salt Lake City authorities had intentionally summoned the tide of corpses to compel the populace to disperse, thereby minimizing trouble and conflict. However, such claims remained mere whispers without any tangible evidence. These individuals truly displayed a level of ugliness. Chen Ming shook his head with a sigh. It was all too common for the powerful to wield their blades against the weak, and for the weak to turn their blades against those even weaker. It must be admitted that the Salt Lake City government's appropriation of fishing rights from refugees significantly bolstered the overall combat effectiveness of its elite soldiers when facing the tide of corpses and various monstrous entities. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for over 10,000 individuals to muster the courage to take to the streets in protest. In contrast, surrounding cities had succumbed to despair. While they possessed strength, it remained fragmented and uncoordinated. Reflecting on the past absurdities and outrageous actions of the Hawk faction, Chen Ming felt a sense of foreboding that the Salt Lake City government's tactics would soon spread, imitated by cities and states across the land. As the number of imitators grew, the largest official powers would likely turn a blind eye, or even legally endorse such actions. Should this occur within the Hawk faction, Chen Ming would not find it exaggerated. Rather, it would seem entirely reasonable. Their failure to act otherwise would be the true surprise. After finishing his meal, Chen Ming set down his bowl and chopsticks, sweeping the leftovers aside with a wave of his hand into a designated space for garbage. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Qin Hongyue said as she stood, preparing to ascend to the rooftop for her cultivation. Eager to absorb the spiritual essence of the heavens and the earth, the sensation of monopolizing the world's spiritual energy was one she relished. Wait, Chen Ming called, halting her. Is there something you wish to command, master? Qin Hongyue inquired, pausing in her tracks. Chen Ming did not rush to respond. Instead, he opened his system backpack and retrieved the divine-level cultivation technique he had previously caught while fishing, one he had yet to thoroughly examine or even identify by name. Much like weapons, armor, and magical artifacts, cultivation techniques were classified by ranks, ranging from the lowest to the highest: yellow, xian, earth, heaven, and divine, with each major rank further divided into 4 tiers: inferior, middle, superior, and premium. The technique he had selected from his system backpack, named Heavenly Demon Body Technique, was a divine-level premium. Chen Ming mused that even as an emperor-level powerhouse, the human female emperor should at least register some sensation upon receiving a fully leveled technique, or at the very least, not remain entirely unaffected. Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps this was not such a bad outcome. The lack of reaction from Qin Hongyue only served to underscore her vast experience and profound foundation. As her master, Chen Ming would enjoy greater protection as a result. It was a philosophy of never incurring loss, either gaining or reaping substantial rewards. This approach to life greatly pleased Chen Ming, who found it entirely satisfactory. While the world may have descended into chaos for others, for him, it was undoubtedly a period of prosperity, a true golden age. I have a cultivation technique for you. Take it and cultivate. Chen Ming casually tossed the heavenly demon body technique to Qin Hongyue. She caught it steadily with both hands. Thank you, master, she expressed. But her words halted abruptly as she recognized the name and rank of the technique in her grasp. Chapter 206, The Giant Beasts of the Deep Sea. What is this? Qin Hongyue finally regained her composure, raising her enchanting autumn-like eyes to Chen Ming, her disbelief palpable. What? Is the rank too low for you to regard? Chen Ming feigned ignorance, knowing full well the answer. No, it is not that. The rank is too high. I feel unworthy, master. Qin Hongyue hastily shook her head, eager to dispel any misconceptions. There is no question of unworthiness. It is yours to accept, Chen Ming asserted with a hint of firmness. Understood, Qin Hongyue replied obediently, not wishing to provoke Chen Ming's ire or displeasure. Is such a technique rare in your world? Chen Ming inquired casually. To my knowledge, divine-level premium techniques number no more than 5 in existence, Qin Hongyue replied candidly, realizing that the total was fewer than he had expected. Chen Ming finally grasped the reason behind her previous reaction. It was entirely reasonable and not at all inappropriate. Divine-level premium techniques were indeed exceedingly rare. Chen Ming had initially assumed there would be several hundred, considering that the fantastical world Qin Hongyue hailed from was subdivided into 3,000 smaller realms. Each small realm was as vast as the entire blue planet, albeit sparsely populated. A single small realm could barely support 10 billion inhabitants, a meager equivalent to a large summer. Well, this matter is no longer your concern. Focus on your cultivation. Chen Ming waved his hand, signaling for Qin Hongyue to proceed with her own tasks. Yes, she affirmed, swiftly disappearing from his sight with remarkable speed and silence. As for Chen Ming's subsequent arrangements, there were none of particular note. He lounged lazily on the sofa, digesting his meal while listening to the news broadcast, and took out his phone to open the multi-realm fishing application, contemplating casting a line. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1,000 gene enhancement potions. The meaning of gene enhancement potions was self-evident and required no further elaboration. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 terabytes of curated adult film resources in Blu-ray. Seeing the words critical hit, Chen Ming was about to marvel at his good fortune for triggering the fishing reward twice in succession when, in the next moment, he found himself in a daze as the name of the reward appeared. He could not comprehend what it meant to receive 100 terabytes of resources for himself. When would he ever get to view such a quantity? Chen Ming joked. Fortunately, fishing incurred no cost and did not drain mental energy, so there was no loss to speak of. Continue. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring S-level skill, Demon Eye. Click to view skill introduction. S-level skill Demon Eye. With this skill, you will have a probability of identifying and targeting weaknesses in your enemies during an attack, potentially causing significant, multiplied damage. While this effect may not be substantial against ordinary monsters, it would certainly prove effective against bosses that relied on health as their advantage. Currently upgrading. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. You have acquired SSS level skill, Extraordinary Demon Eye. SSS level skill Extraordinary Demon Eye. With this skill, you will have a 75 probability of identifying and targeting weaknesses in your enemies during an attack, potentially inflicting massive, tonnage-level damage. Given the potential impact, Chen Ming did not hesitate to expend an SSS grade skill upgrade card, as he had plenty to spare. He knew where to be frugal and where to be generous, and he would never falter when it came to the latter. With his formidable strength, he could effortlessly eliminate ordinary monsters. However, if this pace continued, he could not guarantee that a powerful boss, far beyond his capability to confront, would not emerge in the future. Before that time came, he must diligently accumulate strength. No opportunity could be wasted. An urgent announcement interrupted the moment. Residents near Dingyuan Bay in the Southern Sea area were advised to maintain a safe distance of at least 1 kilometer from the ocean, as our military aircraft had detected an unknown colossal beast approaching beneath the waves. It was about to land. Chen Ming paused, captivated by the news broadcast. He felt a surge of curiosity about the monstrous entity mentioned by the host. Setting aside his phone, he swiftly completed a location fix and activated his Goddess Eye. Beneath several state-of-the-art fighter jets, he indeed observed a vast shadow swiftly advancing towards the shore through the water. Its size was immense, far beyond 100 meters, likely several hundred. At that moment, it remained concealed beneath the deep sea, its true form obscured, until further orders were issued. The pilots dared not launch an attack for fear of provoking the creature. Soon, the water was no longer sufficient to conceal the beast's massive body, a cement-colored, pointed structure gradually emerged, resembling an iceberg standing tall. One by one, more body parts surfaced from the depths. It bore roots reminiscent of ancient trees, entwined together, with prominent muscular lines and thick arms. Its fingers were replaced by countless flexible tentacles, as agile as fingers themselves, swaying gracefully as it moved. From the front, aside from the two mutated arms, it resembled an infinitely enlarged pointed squid, adorned with 2 rows of golden tentacles glistening like moonlight beneath the weak daylight, with 7 or 8 appendages extending from its eyes. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Those tentacles, when interpreted through the lens of human anatomy, bore a closer resemblance to whiskers. The true body was even more colossal than imagined, buried deep beneath the water. Additionally, despite being a marine creature, it sported an unusually large pair of skeletal wings with thick membranes. Ming could hardly suppress his skepticism. Could this creature truly take flight? Or was it merely a decorative feature? Boom, boom. The sound of missiles slicing through the air reached Ming's ears. He turned to see the missiles launched by the earlier fighter jets. It was evident that the authorities had issued an attack command, directing them to draw the creature's ire and divert its course away from the land. The colossal beast was not oblivious to the incoming missiles. On the contrary, its reflexes were astonishingly swift. It turned and raised its arms. The supple tentacles unfurled, expanding like 2 enormous mouths, engulfing the missiles and constricting tightly around them. The missiles detonated within, the sound muffled, as the tentacles, reminiscent of a cicada's pupa, retracted. Fragments of missiles rained down into the sea, black smoke billowing forth. The creature itself remained unscathed, continuing its advance towards the shore with an unwavering determination to land. Boom! The fighter jets whizzed past, close to the position of the goddess Eye, and Ming keenly heard the pilot's voice from the cockpit. Feed it all the ammunition. If Ming's conjectures were correct, he was likely the commander of this squadron. No sooner had the order been given than 2 other fighter jets unleashed a flurry of missiles and bullets at the deep-sea behemoth, attempting to incite its fury and guide it into uninhabited waters with their superior speed. Sensing the barrage of missiles and bullets, the colossal creature once again halted, turning around. With a whoosh, its tentacles, resembling whiskers, rose high like an elephant's trunk, and before one could discern the details of its mouth, it expelled a jet of water, akin to a laser, sweeping wildly through the air. The velocity of this water jet was astonishing, capable of cutting through steel. Upon contact, the missiles were shredded into pieces before they could even explode, and the bullets met the same fate. Ming had previously seen videos of water cutters dismantling explosives, so he was not taken aback. After eradicating all missiles and bullets, the monster did not relent. It closed its mouth and continued to expel a steady stream of salty seawater, attempting to bring down the pilots and their jets. Fortunately, the pilots exhibited exceptional composure and skill, executing a series of high-difficulty maneuvers, flipping and twisting 360 degrees in a breathtaking display of aerial acrobatics. For an ordinary observer, merely watching would induce dizziness. Compared to this, a roller coaster seemed trivial. Additionally, the new generation of Daxiao fighter jets demonstrated superior combat performance, never disappointing in real combat scenarios. Once the jets evaded the reach of the water jets, the creature lowered its tentacles, abandoning its pursuit and resuming its advance towards the shore, exhibiting an unmistakable intent to land today, with no inclination to retreat. With their ammunition fully expended, the fighter jets had no choice but to return to base for resupply and to call for additional armed support. Remaining in the area would only waste fuel without yielding any results. Did they intend to ram the creature with their aircraft? Such thoughts were far from their minds. Firstly, the cost of the jets was exorbitant, and secondly, experience from previous encounters had taught the pilots that even with a willingness to sacrifice themselves, they would have no opportunity to engage the giant up close. Its reflexes were simply too swift. As they drew near, faced with so many tentacles, even the most skilled pilots in the most advanced jets would find it nearly impossible to evade. A willingness to sacrifice did not imply a desire to engage in futile sacrifices. Not long after the jets withdrew, reinforcements arrived swiftly, including an armed helicopter. Ming noticed the helicopter gradually descending. Upon reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground, it entered a hovering state. The cabin door opened, and a single rapid descent rope was dropped. One person, indeed, just one individual, rather than a team, descended from the helicopter and landed successfully. After his landing, the helicopter quickly turned and departed, maintaining a safe distance. Ming had no particular impression of this individual. Searching his memory, he found he did not recognize him. Observing as he advanced towards the colossal beast, submerging his feet into the water, he waded deeper. Ming surmised that he was likely a professional hunter who had recently acquired a skill, and his deployment to such a location indicated a high skill level. This creature, reminiscent of the monsters in Western Cthulhu mythology, could not be guaranteed to belong to the same species, yet its formidable appearance suggested it possessed divine power, categorically reaching at least A grade. In these times of scarcity, the Star Alliance's willingness to permit him to confront an A grade, or even higher level monster alone was sufficient proof of his considerable strength. Ming paused his thoughts of reaping, keen to observe the skills this individual possessed. He watched as the man, devoid of expression, bent down before the colossal beast, submerging his arms in the water up to his armpits. Suddenly, he exerted force, thrusting his palms upward with a vigorous sweep. Instantly, the previously tranquil surface of the sea erupted into towering waves, surging towards the monster. Oh, a skill capable of summoning a tsunami? Intriguing. To Chen Ming, this skill likely had a profound connection to water, requiring a specific environment for its execution. Relying solely on a strength-based skill to generate such a tsunami would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, unless the man possessed an SS grade or even SSS grade skill. Boom, boom. The crashing waves enveloped the monstrous creature, producing a thunderous roar akin to the roar of a tiger or the chant of a dragon as they surged towards it. The sheer force contained within the ocean's swell compelled the beast to retreat a few steps. Yet, that was the extent of its response. How infuriating. Did it yield no effect? The man resolved to make another attempt, bending down to submerge both arms into the ocean's depths once more. Boom, boom, boom. This time, he unleashed 3 colossal waves in succession. By the time the third wave approached, it was evident that its size had diminished by a third compared to the initial assault. Even so, it still towered at a height of 20 to 30 meters, formidable enough to be taken seriously by any human. The man, feeling utterly drained, staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the sandy shore, panting heavily with his mouth agape in exhaustion. The 3 waves surged forth with relentless determination, converging upon the giant creature with a fearsome intensity. This time, the creature did not simply acquiesce to the onslaught. Raising its arms, dozens of its tentacles grew wildly, intertwining rapidly. Initially, they formed a round shield, continuously layering forward, resembling a drill that shielded its body. As the great waves crashed against it, they were effortlessly sliced apart, flowing around the creature's sides and colliding with the ocean surface, erupting into a multitude of surging waves. The white foam, combined with the tumultuous currents, created a unique aesthetic. How could this be? Observing the deep-sea behemoth that he had so painstakingly forced back just moments ago now advancing towards him, the man felt not only physically exhausted but mentally drained as well. The reality was far from the smooth progression he had envisioned. The tentacles untangled and reverted to their original state with remarkable fluidity. The natural slickness of the tentacles glistened as if coated in lubricant. The monster continued its advance, drawing closer to the shore. Missiles launched from fighter jets and bullets fired were swept away by its extending tentacles, which danced chaotically in the air, deflecting and detonating them prematurely. It seemed to have deciphered humanity's attack patterns. At this moment, it couldn't even be bothered to turn its body, exuding an air of nonchalance. The newly arrived aircraft quickly expended their ammunition, achieving little to no effect. If one were to summarize, it might be said, was that merely a sound? The armed helicopter attempted to close in, swiftly springing into action with plans to provide cover and assist the man in retreating. Realizing the giant creature was less than 50 meters away, he hastily pulled the trigger, launching several missiles. Just as the missiles appeared poised to strike the monstrosity, they were ensnared by its tentacles, which deftly redirected them back towards the man. With wide eyes and trembling pupils, he stared at the incoming red-headed missiles, his mind racing with thoughts of defense. Unfortunately, his hands and feet refused to obey him. Trembling uncontrollably, still reeling from the previous assault, he felt utterly powerless. Chapter 208. He commands more than one undead knight. As everyone, including the man, braced for what seemed to be certain death, a sword suddenly fell before him, its broad blade resembling a towering mountain, casting a shadow over his vision. Bang, bang, bang. Black smoke billowed, swirling as the explosive flames surged incessantly. All missiles and bullets were effectively blocked, leaving only a slight shockwave, accompanied by the salty air that slapped against the man's face. After holding his breath for what felt like an eternity, he finally grasped that he had survived. He instinctively exhaled before taking a deep, frantic breath. To an outsider, it might have appeared as if he had nearly drowned. Scanning up and down at the sword, the man felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen it before. Yes, suddenly, he recalled that this very sword had appeared when the undead knight had effortlessly dispatched the S-rank dungeon boss in a prior video. It was indeed the absolute protagonist of that footage, the undead blood knight wielding the colossal sword capable of unleashing lightning. Could it be the undead lord? Upon realizing this, the man straightened his posture, looking around desperately for Chen Ming's figure. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ming was currently leagues away, utilizing the skill of permanent theft. Chen Ming accessed the system panel and discovered that the man possessed an S-rank skill named Tsunami. Succinctly put, as he had previously surmised, this skill required a specific environment with abundant water to maximize its potential. Furthermore, it demanded an immense expenditure of mental energy, rendering its user fatigued after only a few uses. After closing the system panel, Chen Ming merely sought to understand the skill's details, not intending to act as a bandit or forcibly seize it. He had no need for this particular skill and did not wish to jeopardize the amicable relationship he had established with the Star Alliance over a single ability. Chen Ming had no intention of positioning himself against the Daxia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, on the side of the giant creature, upon observing that its launched attacks had been entirely thwarted, its retracted tentacles once again expanded outward. They tightly entwined around the fallen demon's sword, nearly obscuring the blade entirely. At that moment, a shadowy portal opened upright, and a gloved arm clad in armor first emerged, grasping the sword's handle. Then, with a swift rotation of the blade, it rapidly sliced through the tentacles, sending flesh and blood flying in all directions, splattering the man's face and coating him in a thick layer. The blood was viscous, clogging his throat, prompting him to hastily raise his hands and wipe it away, his movements frantic. Once he regained his breath and vision, he turned and, summoning every ounce of strength, rolled and crawled away, his limbs working in unison, not daring to look back. Deep down, he understood that he had no right to partake in this battle. Forcing himself into the fray would only lead to a tragic end, leaving nothing but bones behind. Seeing this, his comrades aboard the armed helicopter swiftly descended from the ropes, quickly assisting the man in donning his equipment. Once completed, they raised their arms and gave a thumbs up. The helicopter pilot, receiving orders, promptly ascended in altitude and turned to fly away. As the distance between them increased, the monstrous figure gradually shrank in the man's vision, and his wildly beating heart finally began to calm. No longer did it pound like a drum, racing fast enough for him to hear it distinctly. The whirring of the helicopter's rotor grew louder in his ears. Hiss! The man furrowed his brow. Noticing this, his companion inquired, "What's wrong? Hunter Yang, do you feel unwell? Do you need us to take you to the nearest hospital for a checkup?" "No, that is not what I meant." Yang Lai raised his hand, gesturing for them to calm down. He continued, "I just feel that the night looks quite different from what I saw in the video. Why does it have wings? And the design appears much more intricate." Hearing this, his companion also turned to look. "I think they're probably not the same knight. There's no resemblance." It seemed that the undead lord commanded more than just one undead knight. Just how many of such creatures had he summoned? The more Yang Lai pondered, the more his heart raced with trepidation. "I read online that he has millions of undead, and others say he can summon tens of millions. There are all sorts of claims," his companion added. "In any case, let us have the helicopter drop me off on the rooftop of a nearby building. I want to observe closely." Yang Lai was reluctant to leave without witnessing firsthand how the world's top-tier combatants engaged with such an epic beast, believing it would become an invaluable experience in his life. "All right," his companion complied, signaling to the helicopter pilot. The pilot followed suit, deftly landing the helicopter atop a nearby high-rise. The space was flat and spacious, posing no difficulties. "Hunter Yang, are you all right?" The pilot jumped down from the cockpit, expressing concern. "I'm fine. It's just that I've overexerted my skill, and my mental energy is depleted." Yang Lai shook his head, reassuring the pilot not to worry, stating that he would recover with a bit of rest. However, he added, "That undead lord is even more extravagant than rumored. The knight is unlike anything I've seen before, and it seems far superior to the one that effortlessly slayed the dragon." The driver stood resolutely against the wind, the sound of rushing air ringing in his ears, exclaiming in awe. Indeed, Yang Lai found it difficult to disagree. His gaze remained fixed on the fallen paladin, unwavering and intent. With one hand, he raised the corrupted demonic sword, pointing it directly at the leviathan of the deep sea, which hovered above the ocean's surface, its toes barely skimming the frothy waves, while the angelic wings behind him fluttered gently. In terms of aura, it was undeniable that he surpassed the undead Blood Knight. As for strength, with Chen Ming not having bestowed the undead Blood Knight with ample skills or equipment, the fallen paladin had the upper hand. But now, it was hard to say. Chen Ming had released him to provide an opportunity for demonstration, striving for equitable treatment. On the other side, after its tentacles were severed, the sea beast seemed to experience pain, emitting an indescribable wail. Though the meaning of its cries was lost on him, the anguish and fury were unmistakable. In the next moment, the severed tentacles predictably began to regenerate, leaving no trace of injury. Chen Ming was already accustomed to such phenomena. For monsters of this caliber, self-healing was a fundamental attribute, a standard feature. Without it, they would be the subject of ridicule from other creatures. On the building, Yang Lai glanced at his companions. "Which side do you think will prevail?" One of his comrades answered first, "I bet on the undead lord." The helicopter pilot followed suit. "I'm with him." "Why do you both favor the undead lord?" Yang Lai pressed for clarity. "Because he has the numbers." The helicopter pilot articulated what another special forces soldier was thinking. Indeed, Yang Lai found it hard to disagree. "In my estimation, the battle should conclude in about an hour," he stated, drawing from personal experience. Just as the two were about to express their opinions, they caught a glimpse from the corner of their eyes as the deep-sea monstrosity raised its arms. Dozens of tentacles cascading like celestial flowers, arcing gracefully towards the fallen paladin. Chapter 209. An hour? Instantaneous annihilation. The fallen paladin swung his sword with astonishing speed. The heavy greatsword in his grasp seemed as light as a feather. My heavens, that sword moves so swiftly, I can only see flickers of light. His actions are utterly indistinguishable. The special forces soldier and the helicopter pilot marveled inwardly, displaying admiration akin to starstruck fans. As they watched the tentacles severed into hundreds of fragments raining down from the sky, Yang Lai remained silent, yet his heart was tumultuous. So formidable. He resolved to amend his earlier judgment. It would not take an hour. He felt certain it would be halved. 30 minutes, that should suffice. After the tentacles were severed, they recoiled rapidly. The beast staggered back, spreading its arms wide, emitting a roar brimming with rage as its tentacles underwent rebirth, attempting to intimidate the fallen paladin. As an undead being devoid of emotions, the fallen paladin was impervious to such tactics. With the blade held upright before him, he flicked his wrist, and the sword's edge reflected the rapid transformations of his visage and chest. Triggering the S-Rank skill, Heaven in a Thought, Hell in a Thought, he entered a hellish mode. Overwhelming demonic energy surged forth. The offensive attributes multiplied exponentially. This is utterly absurd. My hand is trembling uncontrollably. The helicopter pilot lowered his head, astonished by his own involuntary shaking. Gulp. The Special Forces soldier beside him swallowed hard, his legs quaking in response. Yang Lai's words barely steadied their nerves, and he silently reduced his estimate of the fallen paladin's victory time by another 10 minutes. 20 minutes. That should do. No, wait. He quickly shook his head, self-rejecting. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes will suffice. This fellow's combat prowess is absurdly high. It cannot be measured by conventional standards. Boom. In the next instant, the fallen paladin flapped his wings with all his might, instantly appearing before the deep-sea behemoth. The gust generated by his wings was palpable even to Yang Lai and his companions, standing 100 meters away. They raised their arms defensively, struggling to keep their eyes open against the sand and wind. After a moment of adjustment, as they lowered their arms, they beheld the beast's attack frozen in time, utterly unresponsive. Subsequently, radiant lines of light appeared upon its form, converging to form a dazzling hexagram. This was the fallen paladin's ultimate skill, the S-Rank hexagram slash. As a high-ranking undead, he had no penchant for toying with his prey. Targets that could be slain in a second would not be given to, as efficiency was paramount. Thunderous roars echoed as the deep-sea monstrosity disintegrated, massive chunks plummeting into the ocean, stirring up tumultuous waves. The white spray shot up to several meters high, one after another. An awe-inspiring sight. Seconds? Did he just? The Special Forces soldier and helicopter pilot gaped, yet before they could voice their astonishment, Yang Lai's words interrupted them. They glanced at Yang Lai, who leaned against the railing, gripping it tightly. The two exchanged a knowing look, fully comprehending his feelings. It was undeniable that such an event was shocking, even for the most seasoned observers. Initially expecting a fierce and evenly matched battle, they were instead met with another instantaneous kill. The Special Forces soldier managed a strained smile. Indeed, if you hadn't said it, I might have suspected that the undead lord and his minions had awakened a skill for instant kills. The helicopter pilot wholeheartedly agreed, nodding vigorously. If we had 1,000 of such knights, no, 100, it feels like we could effortlessly dominate the world. How enviable. If I had a knight like that to protect me, I wouldn't fear the end times at all. In response, the helicopter pilot placed a hand on the Special Forces soldier's shoulder, gently patting him. Stop dreaming. For ordinary people like us, reaching that level is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Who could argue with that? The Special Forces soldier replied, his eyes filled with resignation. In stark contrast, Yang Lai remained fixated on the fallen paladin, unable to accept the reality before him, not uttering a word. For him, the shock within ran so deep that he forgot to blink. Bloodshot eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he stepped back, raising an arm to wipe away his tears, a few drops escaping. Just as he intended to speak, directing his subordinates, he was captivated by the deep-sea monstrosity, now transformed into an undead creature, bearing the mark of a slave. It was as if a powerful magnet held his gaze immovable. He then witnessed the fallen paladin sheathing his sword and departing, while the deep-sea creature sank to the ocean floor, actually descending into the shadowy portal opened at the seabed. Heavens! That creature has been summoned back as an undead. The Special Forces soldier's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. The SSS-Rank Skill was indeed terrifying. Was there no limit to its power? The helicopter pilot's jaw dropped, requiring manual closure. Yang Lai had heard numerous tales about the undead lord. He had to concede that witnessing firsthand the annihilation of a creature, despite his utmost efforts, was a revelation of its power. This strength. Though Yang Lai had just made an erroneous prediction, he felt compelled to assert, the magnitude of Chen Ming's strength would elude future generations for a century. With no prospect of even a fractional chance of catching up, the disparity was so immense that even he, a high-level hunter possessing the S-Rank skill Tsunami, regarded as an extraordinary being, felt utterly powerless. Chen Ming's monstrous strength had completely subdued him. Chen Ming, indifferent to the adulation of his newfound admirers, was focused intently on the few skills he had just extracted from the deep-sea monstrosity. Just as he had initially surmised, the creature was of A rank. Perched at the pinnacle of A grade, only a hair's breadth away from S rank. Even if it is merely a step away, The skills obtained cannot ascend from A level to S level. Fortunately, Chen Ming is not picky. A-level skill, limb regeneration. As long as the core remains intact, your severed limbs can be resurrected indefinitely. Although seemingly tasteless and regrettable to discard, it proves to be quite useful. Mom no longer has to worry about me losing my hands or feet, Chen Ming jested. A-level skill, tentacle cage. Utilizing numerous tentacles to firmly bind the opponent, continuously tightening until their body is crushed. A-level skill, high-pressure water stream. Expelling the water stored within the body at supersonic speed, possessing a formidable cutting effect. After perusing these skills, Chen Ming felt that they did not quite align with the aesthetic of the fallen paladin, so he decided to bestow them upon other undead. Thankfully, the undead harbor no grievances and are always willing to toil tirelessly. As for himself, he had no need for them. Even the most useful limb regeneration paled in comparison to super divine healing by several grand realms. Chapter 210, 100 trillion underworld currency. After successfully vanquishing the sea behemoth and acquiring skills, Chen Ming did not squander excessive time on the creature. After a brief examination, he resumed his daily activities, casting a line. Fishing. At that moment, Yang Lai and the others were preoccupied with battling the sea behemoth and had no time to record video footage. However, the nearby residents, who chose not to evacuate immediately, documented the clash between the fallen paladin and the sea behemoth from various angles and uploaded it to the internet. Some shared it purely for enjoyment, while others sought to capitalize on the hype to attract more followers. Brothers, I must confess, when I saw this video, my heart felt liberated. Likewise, it feels entirely natural for the undead lord to handle such matters. However, judging by this video, it is highly likely that the undead lord commands more than just these two types of undead knights, and it is certainly more complex than merely two knights. Absolutely. He has undoubtedly established a knightly order. Damn, just one is already astounding. How powerful must the knightly order be? A killing machine. A true killing machine. Sweeping through everything in its path. So freaking awesome. The crowd was captivated by the knightly order, igniting fervent discussions. The related videos, rather than gaining traction on hawkish mainstream websites, initially exploded in popularity within the borders of the Sakura Kingdom. They topped various platform popularity charts and were repeatedly broadcasted by official news outlets. This was due to the fact that the sea behemoth first appeared in the waters near the Sakura Kingdom, leading to the demise of several fishing vessels and warships, leaving hundreds dead and causing considerable distress among the populace. The undead lord truly deserves the title. He dispatched the enemy with a single move, perfectly aligning with all my expectations of a real-world hero. We invested so much manpower, resources, and finances, sacrificing countless members of the self-defense forces, yet couldn't inflict a scratch on the monster, and he took it down in one blow? To clarify, the undead lord himself has never shown his face. That was merely one of his knights. Damn, what are the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom doing? They should swiftly promise national power like the Hawks. We must ensure the undead lord becomes our guardian deity. I strongly recommend we immediately begin constructing a temple to honor him, showcasing our utmost sincerity. With the undead lord's involvement, I believe we can swiftly bring this farce to an end. In my heart, he is already one of us. No acknowledgement is necessary. News of the Sakura Kingdom's desire to claim Chen Ming soon reached the mainland, inevitably inciting a wave of conflict. Various memes flooded the internet, churning out comical expressions paired with mocking text. Unable to comprehend the words, could they not understand the images? The overwhelming numbers of the Sakura Kingdom's netizens wielded their advantage to perfection, leaving the officials powerless to respond. They were forced to set up barriers and isolate all foreign IP channels to alleviate the server's burden. If this continued, their precious equipment would surely be incinerated. Upon returning to the floating island, Chen Ming had just completed the selection and construction of a hot spring hotel. To be honest, he had not anticipated catching such a thing while fishing. However, given the ample space of the floating island, increasing the number of structures was advantageous for him. Not to mention, it was a hot spring hotel, providing hot water 24 hours a day, allowing for a genuine hot spring experience. After a long day of fishing, the thought of soaking in a hot spring before bed was sheer delight. Gazing at the completed hot spring hotel from below, he looked out at the vast expanse of the floating island, a limitless horizon before him. A gentle smile graced Chen Ming's lips as he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. What would it be like to build a city uniquely his own atop this land? Whether or not he could achieve it hinged entirely on luck. There was no rush. After all, he had a long lifespan. If necessary, he could always find a few monsters to squeeze for more time. He felt no anxiety, remaining remarkably composed. Before catching the hot spring hotel, in addition to various bountiful rewards, Chen Ming had extraordinarily lucked out, fishing up an S-level Lion King, adept in both ice and fire elements. However, mere seconds after its emergence, it was obliterated by a mere gesture from Qin Hongyue. The efficiency was so astonishing that even Chen Ming, the master, could not help but marvel. Turning to glance at the tranquil Qin Hongyue, lost in her cultivation, he murmured, "It seems the emperor is not her limit." As long as I possess the ability to fish across realms, I can continuously empower her, enabling her to surpass her ceilings. He too was filled with anticipation for Chen Hongyue's future. Activating the portal, he arrived directly at the hot spring. Inside a bathroom the size of half a football field. The decor was extravagantly opulent. Those aware of its nature as a hotel might find it unremarkable, while those unaware might mistake it for a noble's private residence. A massive hot spring pool, adorned with several vividly sculpted animal statues, gushed forth warm water from their open mouths. Enjoying such a grand VIP suite alone was rather splendid. Due to its ample size, it responded to even the slightest movement. Chen Ming quickly shed his clothes, rinsed off, and stepped into the hot spring, taking a seat. Whether it was the psychological effect or not, he felt utterly relaxed, indulging in the experience. In the future, if he added a football field, a basketball court, a golf course, or a badminton court, would his floating island not become a tourist destination? It was merely jesting. Chen Ming had never contemplated allowing anyone other than his subordinates to step foot on this land. Retrieving his waterproof phone, he balanced relaxation with work. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the authentic ancient martial art, Mantis Fist, at maximum level. Mantis Fist, in an era of peace, seemed quite useful to Chen Ming, at least capable of handling multiple adversaries. However, in an apocalyptic scenario, it felt somewhat lackluster, likely serving only to strengthen the body. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-level skill, Heavenly Thunder Summoning. Heavenly Thunder Summoning? Does this mean it directly replaces the function of the Heavenly Thunder Talisman? Upon reviewing the skill's details, it indeed did. Not only did it replace it, but the thunder summoned was even more formidable. Such a skill, even as an S-level, was more than sufficient. Thus Chen Ming had no intention of upgrading it to SSS. Continuing. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 trillion underworld currency. Underworld currency? The mere mention of it left Chen Ming momentarily bewildered, his expression one of confusion. He checked the detailed description. Underworld currency, a special currency usable in the realm of the dead, imbued with powerful ghostly energy, capable of facilitating transactions in the underworld. Note, valid only for intelligent spirits. After perusing the introductory notes, Chen Ming found the very notion of fishing for such rewards to be rather ominous. He couldn't help but scoff. I reside in the realm of the living. So what use do I have for currency from the underworld? Yet, in an instant, he grasped the true significance of these Yama currencies. Chapter 211, The Underworld Ghost Realm. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the Special Dungeon Opening Privilege 1. A special dungeon? Without indulging in excessive contemplation, he promptly examined the textual description. Special Dungeon Opening Privilege. By utilizing this privilege, you can unlock the dungeon of the Underworld Ghost Realm, where you may acquire numerous spiritual artifacts that can be brought back to the real world to enhance your strength. Note, you may actively select the number of individuals entering the Underworld Ghost Realm dungeon, with a maximum limit of 5,000 people. There was no need for further investigation. Merely the phrase Underworld Ghost Realm allowed Chen Ming to vividly imagine the nature of such a secretive world. The dungeon was rated at SS. The necessity of 5,000 participants was a crucial condition. Should Chen Ming fail to make a decision, the system would randomly select from a global pool. If he chose to select personally, the range of candidates was exceptionally flexible. He could opt for individuals one by one or based on their moral standing. Once he determined the criteria of good or evil, the system would automatically select the individuals with the highest sin values in descending order, casting them into the Underworld Ghost Realm. With the Taoist robe, the Gatling spells, and the Yama currency, is it merely to prepare me in advance? Chen Ming jested, understanding that the spiritual artifacts could be brought back for use in the real world to bolster one's combat prowess. He sent a message to Zhao Qian, inquiring if he wished to select a group of professional hunters from the Star Alliance to enter the Underworld Ghost Realm. There was no intention to pressure Zhao Qian. The decision rested firmly in his hands. After all, this was an SS-rated dungeon, known for its generous rewards, yet fraught with unknown perils. One misstep could lead to total annihilation. The Underworld Dungeon. SS-rated. Upon reading the message from Chen Ming, Zhao Qian, situated in his office, abruptly stood up, swallowing hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, pooling at his chin before plopping onto the ground, splattering like a small flower. It was no wonder Zhao Qian was astonished. The highest-rated known dungeons globally were merely S-rated. Artifacts that could enhance combat strength? Grasping his phone with one hand and ruffling his hair with the other, he ultimately decided to notify all A-grade and above hunters within the Great Xia territory, leaving the choice of participation to them. Those below B-grade were excluded, as their contributions, even in a group battle, would be negligible. The SS-rated dungeon evaluation compelled Zhao Qian to exercise utmost caution. A single miscalculation could result in utter defeat. Moreover, the stability of the domestic environment required a cadre of skilled individuals to maintain it. If everyone were to venture into the dungeon world, who would safeguard the reality? More importantly, Chen Ming's opportunity to remember the Star Alliance and extend a helping hand was something Zhao Qian was already grateful for. He dared not wish for him to care for other hunters as a babysitter. Once they entered the underworld ghost realm, their fate, life or death, would rest solely in their own hands. Time passed swiftly, and the news returned. A total of 1,002 hunters expressed their willingness to participate in the underworld ghost realm dungeon, compared to the entirety of A-grade and S-grade hunters. This number was but the tip of the iceberg. Zhao Qian smiled, feeling it was reasonable. Whether out of a fear of death or prudent consideration, there was nothing amiss. Was it wrong to fear death? Was it wrong to be cautious? Even as the commander, he could not forcibly compel all hunters to venture into the underworld ghost realm. He slapped his cheeks, reminding himself to remain clear-headed, to avoid overthinking, and to quickly compile the list to send to Mr. Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Picking up his phone, Chen Ming noticed a document sent from Zhao Qian. Upon opening it, he found a record of 1,002 professional hunters, a smattering of S-grade among them, with the rest being A-grade. Names, ages, and skills were meticulously documented. Among them was Zhang Bo, someone Chen Ming was relatively familiar with, possessing the S-grade skill Sword Qi. Not seeing any SS-grade hunters, Chen Ming surmised they were likely concerned about the possibility of a boss invading Great Xia while they were in the underworld ghost realm, leaving the rest defenseless, even if they were fortunate enough to triumph. It would come at the cost of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a most unwise trait. Chen Ming selected this document, and the system automatically extracted it, recording all 1,002 professional hunters on the list. As for the remaining 997 slots, Chen Ming utilized the entirety of Blue Star as a filtering range, allowing the system to bring forth the 997 most malevolent individuals to the underworld ghost realm to be dealt with by those vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. If they managed to survive and exit with spiritual artifacts, it could only be said that they were exceptionally fortunate. Having made all necessary preparations, Chen Ming resolved to exercise his privilege and unlock the underworld ghost realm dungeon. Before him, hues of blood red and deep crimson swirled ominously. The sight of the portal alone instilled a sense of foreboding, clearly indicating that there would be no goodwill awaiting beyond its threshold. Without hesitation, Chen Ming stepped into it alongside Qin Hongyue. He had previously confirmed with the system that as a servant, Qin Hongyue would not count towards the total of 5,000 participants. Chen Ming had resolved from the outset to bring her along. With such a formidable trump card, why not utilize it? Simultaneously, across the globe, crimson portals leading to the underworld ghost realm opened one after another. However, there was no leniency for those malevolent individuals. Like a vacuum, they were forcibly drawn in. Even with all their might, resistance proved futile. At that moment, in their life dictionaries, there was no option to refuse. The gentleman's nation. A castle perched on a cliff, with a tumultuous sea churning behind it. My lord, officials have dispatched individuals again, seemingly to conduct a covert investigation. A butler, an elderly man with a head of graying hair, approached a middle-aged man seated on the throne, cradling a golden-haired, blue-eyed woman, who he was biting into, drawing forth her blood. The middle-aged man did not respond immediately, fixated on the act of blood draining. After several seconds, once the woman's complexion had turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of any trace of color, did he finally retract his fangs. He grasped her chin, observing her feeble state, and with a sinister smile, welcomed her to the vampire family. The woman, rendered incapable of speech from the excessive blood loss, had tears streaming from her eyes, indicating her unwillingness. My lord, regarding those individuals, the butler seized the opportune moment to probe. The middle-aged man frowned, visibly displeased. Cast them out. Do they think the current stability of the gentleman's nation is due to whom? If I do not drain a little more blood, how can I grow stronger? If I do not amass more followers, how can I contend against the ever-increasing monsters? As for the voices of the weak, why should I heed them? Humanity is destined for elimination. It is merely a matter of time. The future world shall undoubtedly belong to the vampires. The middle-aged man's gaze was resolute. His name was Yuga Vandik, the first to reveal himself within the gentleman's nation and globally, awakening the SS-grade skill vampire. Chapter 212, Vampire. Vandik had always been reluctant to submit to the gentleman's nation and join its official hunter alliance, especially as more and more individuals underwent the transformation into vampires, becoming his followers. With each new vampire follower, Vandik's strength would incrementally increase. The greater the number of followers, the stronger his power as the progenitor and originator of vampires would become. The enhancement of power that can be bestowed upon subordinates will also increase significantly. Initially, when Van Dyke's strength remained within a controllable range, the officials of the gentleman's kingdom were willing to turn a blind eye to his actions of draining the blood of others and transforming them into vampires. This was because Van Dyke and his vampire minions indeed assisted the gentleman's kingdom in resolving numerous troubles and disturbances caused by monsters. However, a growing number of voices among the populace expressed their concerns, lamenting the forcible abduction of relatives and friends by Van Dyke, who drained their blood. reducing them to mere puppets forever bound to his will, condemned to live only in the night and deprived of daylight. Furthermore, Van Dyke had repeatedly declined to join the official ranks as a professional hunter. Consequently, the calls for his elimination within the gentleman's kingdom were steadily increasing. They believed that if this continued, the threat posed by Van Dyke would not be significantly weaker than that of the zombies and monsters. They understood well that unlike Chen Ming, the Lord of the Undead, Van Dyke was a man who would stop at nothing to achieve his ambitions. His insatiable aspirations were a cause for great concern, as they feared the gentleman's kingdom might ultimately devolve into Van Dyke's realm of night, with all its denizens transformed into vampires. The instantaneous increase in strength and the promise of an extraordinary lifespan were undeniably alluring. Yet, those willing to accept the rule of a tyrant remained but a minority. There were still those who firmly believed that the apocalypse would eventually come to an end. And when it did, what would become of those who thrived in darkness, with sharp fangs and a thirst for blood? They did not wish to stand in opposition to billions, feeling utterly powerless. Why not just transform them all into vampires? Van Dyke exclaimed impatiently. My lord, I do not recommend such an action, as it would only exacerbate our conflict with the officials. Some among them are already stirring, waiting for us to slip up. The butler offered his perspective. Van Dyke scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. And what of them? Since acquiring the skill of awakening vampires, Van Dyke had already transformed over 5,000 vampire subordinates. This vast number of vampire minions instilled in him the confidence to confront the officials. Were it not for the low quality of the ordinary vampires he had turned, and his prohibition against them feeding on human blood without his consent, that number would have multiplied several times. The vampires Van Dyke personally transformed possessed superior lifespans and enhanced attributes in strength, speed, and defense, along with remarkable self-healing capabilities. In contrast, those transformed from ordinary vampires, aside from their sheer numbers, remained stagnant in quality, incapable of further enhancement. A single individual could only be transformed once. Van Dyke, we are agents of the Investigation Bureau, and we currently possess evidence of your illegal actions, your disregard for the law and forcibly draining human blood, violating the rights of free individuals, and transforming numerous innocent people into vampires. This is a warrant for your arrest. Please cooperate with our investigation. Just as the butler was about to continue persuading Van Dyke to reconsider, the sound of a door being forcibly opened echoed from behind them. He raised a hand to his forehead, furrowing his brow, knowing that nothing he said would make a difference at this juncture, as Van Dyke would not be swayed. He opted to remain silent, lest he attract the ire of his master. You lot have some nerve. How dare you trespass in my castle without my permission? Van Dyke's fingers clenched tightly around the armrests of his throne, the two upright golden cobra armrests glistening menacingly. His originally black eyes were replaced by a blood-red hue, and sharp, white fangs protruded from his upper lip. His fury was palpable, unmasked. Please cooperate with the investigation. The intruders showed no sign of fear in response to Van Dyke's rage. They remained undeterred. Observing this, Van Dyke smiled, knowing that these individuals were undoubtedly high-ranking professional hunters dispatched by the gentleman's kingdom, fueled by considerable resources. With a mere thought, as the progenitor of the Van Dyke vampire lineage, he wielded a unique skill akin to telepathy, allowing him to communicate with other vampires within a 5-kilometer radius, forcibly implanting his thoughts into their minds. Before long, a throng of vampires clad in black cloaks surged through the entrance, numbering at least 100. The investigation agents, witnessing such a spectacle, displayed signs of panic, quickly forming a defensive circle, back to back, to prevent any surprise attacks from behind, each acting as the other's eyes. Van Dyke, cooperating with us is your only and best option. Do not cling to your delusions. We will advocate for leniency on your behalf, one of them shouted. Leniency? Van Dyke laughed heartily. What a joke. You think you can leverage this supposed evidence against me to compel my obedience? How laughable. Do mere ants presume to control a giant? Van Dyke morphed into a cloud of crimson mist, surging toward the intruders. As he drew near, a hand emerged from the mist, seizing one of them by the throat. In an instant, the mist coalesced, restoring Van Dyke to his original form. He swiftly closed the distance between himself and a woman, baring his sharp, white fangs, ready to catch her off guard, forcibly drain her blood, and alter her genes and race, drawing her into his allegiance. The woman's eyes widened in terror. Her mind grasped the impending danger, yet her body remained frozen. As she stared at the menacing fangs just inches away, panic set in. However, just as Van Dyke's fangs were about to pierce her neck, a blood-red portal suddenly opened behind him. The crimson light lent the entire castle an ambience reminiscent of a cinematic vampire lair. Before Van Dyke could react, an irresistible force akin to an invisible hand grasped him tightly, pulling him backward with tremendous force. He gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to struggle, but it proved futile. Damn it! Van Dyke transformed once more into mist, trying to escape. Yet within a second, the familiar sensation of being ensnared by an unseen hand engulfed him again. No. Within the mist, onlookers could see Van Dyke's face, vaguely defined, with only his features and contours discernible, resembling a person whose limbs were bound, striving to break free from a plastic bag with his face. It was a sight both chilling and exhilarating. Even in such a dire situation, it was all for naught as he was drawn into the portal. The portal swiftly closed behind him, as if it had never existed, leaving the group in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Chapter 213. The undead emerge from the earth. Master. The butler appeared equally bewildered, his head spinning with confusion. He could not comprehend the circumstances unfolding before him. Where had that portal come from? Why had it suddenly drawn Van Dyke inside? Glancing once more at their own people, who were locked in a standoff with the official investigators, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Fearing that any misstep could lead to enmity on both sides, his mind raced, seeking a solution. Meanwhile, on the other side, everyone, including Van Dyke, had been forcibly transported to the realm of the underworld. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Van Dyke rose from the ground, pressing a hand to his forehead, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity. As his vision focused, he surveyed his surroundings, only to discover he was in a chaotic graveyard, with tomb mounds of various sizes standing haphazardly. Wooden markers buried in the soil bore only faint traces of ink, rendered illegible by countless years of wind and rain, leaving no way to discern the names of those interred within. What is this place? How did I end up here? Van Dyke mused, perplexed. Doubting whether he was dreaming or had been influenced by the abilities of the earlier investigators, he extended his 10 fingers, their inky black tips elongating like sharp blades. With resolve, he pierced his fingernail into his shoulder, penetrating the skin. After piercing through his shoulder, blood trickled down his fingertips. He attempted this act of self-mutilation in a desperate bid to regain consciousness and forcibly extricate himself from the clutches of his hallucinations. However, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. The scenes before his eyes remained unchanged. The pain in his shoulder became increasingly acute, resonating deep within his very essence. Fortunately, after extracting his nails from the wound, his flesh healed at a visibly remarkable pace, leaving no trace of a scar. As one who commanded thousands of vampire minions and bore the title of progenitor, his regenerative abilities had long surpassed those he possessed when he first acquired the skill of vampirism. One could hardly argue that even if his nails punctured a gaping hole, or if he were riddled with bullets from a machine gun, he could expel the projectiles instantly and restore himself to his former state. This was the source of Van Dyke's unshakable confidence. While he was still grappling with his disorientation in this unfamiliar environment, unable to discern reality from illusion, a system panel suddenly materialized before him. Due to your exceptionally high villain value, you have been selected to participate in the Underworld Ghost Realm dungeon. Within the Underworld Ghost Realm, you will face no restrictions. Your sole consideration is how to survive. In each scenario, there are opportunities to undertake random quests and earn rewards to assist your survival. The Underworld Ghost Realm? What on earth is villain value? Van Dyke bellowed in frustration, his anger bubbling over. The system paid him no heed. After briefly outlining the situation, the panel vanished, leaving only the echoes of his discontent and a gentle breeze brushing against his ears. As Van Dyke prepared to continue his tirade against the system, a sudden clatter behind him drew his attention, a wooden sign crashing to the ground, striking against the stone. In such an environment, it was impossible not to be on high alert. He swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a chilling spectacle. An arm broke through the soil, raised high and perfectly straight. Soon, another arm followed suit, emerging from the earth with stiff, unyielding movements, its elbows rigid. The hands clawed at the ground, exerting tremendous force. And with a resounding boom, a cloud of dust erupted as the figure vaulted out from the earth. Coughing, Van Dyke inadvertently inhaled the swirling dust, clutching his throat as he sputtered. Once he regained his composure, he raised his hand to wave away the haze. His expression was a mix of vigilance and curiosity. Before the dust settled enough for him to discern the form, a tall silhouette rapidly became distinguishable. In the next instant, a figure leaped from the ground, arms outstretched. Clad in garments unfamiliar to Van Dyke, not resembling modern attire, the figure appeared gaunt, with a sallow complexion and eyes that glowed green. Like him, it possessed sharp fangs. A vampire? Van Dyke could not be certain, but one thing was clear. This creature was no ally and must not be underestimated. As the figure bounded toward him, leaping 3 or 4 meters with each stride, Van Dyke transformed into a mist of blood, evading the assault while circling behind. With hands outstretched, claws fully extended, he aimed for the creature's heart. He anticipated that this maneuver would effortlessly pierce through his foe, leaving 10 gaping wounds in its chest. Yet, upon contact with the creature's back, his nails bent abruptly, yielding no expected resistance as they struck flesh. It felt as if he had collided with iron. No, rather, with some synthetic metal of extraordinary hardness. What? Although Van Dyke did not suffer much pain from this encounter, he was nonetheless astounded. In an instant, the creature that had emerged from the grave pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful blow to Van Dyke's shoulder. He grimaced, his feet leaving the ground as he was sent hurtling away. The pain of shattered bones was unmistakably acute. His body flew several meters due to the force of the creature's strike. Thankfully, owing to his formidable regenerative powers, he managed to rise swiftly, within moments. The spiderweb-like fractures in his bones mended and vanished. This creature not only possessed a body of iron, but also exhibited astonishing strength. Van Dyke decided against a head-on confrontation. Retreat was the wisest strategy. As he turned, he noticed countless hands emerging from the ground, a scene repeating itself. The grotesque figures continued to rise, their numbers exceeding 10, then 20, then 30, and still growing. Had Van Dyke taken the time to familiarize himself with the myriad films and literature of the Daxia, he would have recognized that what he referred to as monsters were indeed known as zombies. Meanwhile, Chen Ming found himself on a quiet, shadowy street. The architecture was reminiscent of ancient styles, adorned with blue tiles and red walls, starkly contrasting with the modern urban skyline. Gazing skyward, he saw dark clouds looming overhead, with a massive blood moon hanging ominously in the sky, so close it seemed it could plummet at any moment. Looking around, he noted the eerie silence, devoid of any sound or movement, yet the area was brightly lit. Red lanterns hung overhead, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows on the street, intensifying the unsettling atmosphere. Chen Ming turned to face a two-story building that appeared more lavish than the surrounding structures. He raised his eyes to the sign above, which read Shui Wei Inn. Ascending the steps, he reached for the tightly shut door, eager to investigate further. With a creak, the doors slowly swung open. Chapter 214, starting with 10 trillion underworld coins. As the door opened, a flicker of flame illuminated Chen Ming's vision. In the next moment, a figure dashed past him, Qin Hongyue, who had sensed danger and sought to protect him. She stepped in front of Chen Ming, her eyes locked in a defiant glare at a small, unassuming figure that had appeared silently beside them. This individual, with a face resembling a shoehorn and long hair, was an elderly man dressed in traditional attire, his pallid complexion exuding an aura of lifelessness. "Are you here to stay, or to apply for a job?" the old man inquired in a ghostly tone. Just as Chen Ming pondered how best to respond, a system notification suddenly popped up before him. Random task triggered. Choose to apply for a position at Shui Wen to earn underworld coins. Successfully complete a day's work and survive to receive an additional 100 underworld coins as a reward. Underworld coins? Chen Ming was certain that the underworld coins mentioned by the system were the same as the 10 trillion he had previously fished up. Given that the system emphasized the necessity of surviving a day's work to earn the extra reward, he recognized this task as significant, especially since it offered only 100 underworld coins. He deduced that underworld coins were a crucial item within the underworld ghost realm. The system's reward of a mere 100 coins suggested that working for a day would likely yield negligible profit. Having reached this conclusion, Chen Ming, with his initial stock of 10 trillion underworld coins, saw no reason to accept employment. He raised his hand, palm upward, and a total of 100 notes, each valued at 100 underworld coins, materialized and fell into his grasp. "How much for a night's stay?" Chen Ming inquired, deciding to remain calm and assess the situation before taking action. Upon seeing the thick stack of underworld coins in Chen Ming's hand, all of which were of the 100 denomination, the old man's eyes widened in shock. His already small pupils, now accentuated by the surrounding whites, resembled dead fish eyes, further enhancing his ghostly demeanor. His expression softened, a smile creeping onto his face. "Just 10 copper coins for a night." "Copper coins? What are those?" Chen Ming asked, perplexed. "How do they compare to these underworld coins I have?" Hearing Chen Ming's question, the old man was internally aghast. Is he jesting with me? How could he not know what copper coins are? Or perhaps this man is immensely wealthy, using only underworld coins, looking down upon mere copper coins. After much contemplation, I have concluded that this possibility is the most plausible. Noticing the impatience etched on Chen Ming's face, the elder quickly regained his composure and spoke to the esteemed guest. "Copper coins are a lesser form of currency compared to the yellow spring coins you possess. 10 copper coins equate to 1 yellow spring coin. Therefore, the single yellow spring coin in your possession is worth 1,000 copper coins." It becomes clear. Once Chen Ming grasped the rules, he casually tossed the bundle of yellow spring coins, valued at 10,000, to the elder, stating, "The remainder, after accounting for my lodging and sustenance, is your gratuity." The elder's gaze remained fixated on the yellow spring coins, his longing evident. This made Chen Ming realize that the significance of the yellow spring coins in this realm far exceeded his initial assumptions. The adage that money can move mountains might indeed hold a kernel of truth. Regardless, with a staggering sum of 100 trillion, it would be remiss not to spend it. Opportunities to expend yellow spring coins are not always abundant. More importantly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Consumption of 10,000 yellow spring coins successful. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 million yellow spring coins. Indeed, Chen Ming possessed the limitless skill of 100-fold rebate. Money, after all, only multiplies with expenditure. How can one speak of waste? The elder, transfixed by the bundle of yellow spring coins cradled in his hands, appeared utterly dumbfounded, his astonishment unmistakable and unmasked. Is it not enough? Chen Ming jested. Nonsense, nonsense, please, have a seat. The elder, upon hearing this, accepted the yellow spring coins and hurriedly gestured for Chen Ming to sit. He dared not be careless in the presence of such a distinguished guest, firmly believing that someone capable of casually producing such a sum must possess a formidable background that should not be offended. Soon, under the elder's guidance, Chen Ming took a seat with Qin Hongyue. The bench was a long slab without a backrest, and the table, crafted from solid wood, bore the marks of time, its grain obscured by a sheen of oil, raising concerns about cleanliness. Might I inquire what you wish to eat? The elder asked with utmost deference. What are your signature dishes? Chen Ming countered, purely out of curiosity about the culinary offerings of the ghost realm. Our establishment's specialties include a full banquet of internal organs, a nourishing brain marrow soup, and blood wine. Stop, stop, stop. I need a moment to consider what I wish to eat. I will call for you once I've decided, Chen Ming interjected, waving his hand to dismiss the elder. The items he mentioned stirred no appetite in Chen Ming, and he was well aware of the origins of the ingredients the elder spoke of. Very well, I shall not intrude further, the elder retreated. Keen to avoid any annoyance from Chen Ming, he feared that any misstep could lead to dire consequences for himself. Respect must be given. As the elder approached the counter, wielding an abacus in one hand and a brush in the other, he appeared occupied with his ledger. Chen Ming quietly inquired of Qin Hongyue, "What is your perspective? This realm is thick with sinister energy, and that individual bears a considerable amount of it. In my estimation, he is no living being. However, compared to him, there exists a far more formidable entity nearby." She hesitated, glancing upward. Following her gaze, Chen Ming looked at the ceiling. While he could not sense the sinister energy she described, he could perceive a chilling draft emanating from above. Perhaps this chill was what she referred to as sinister energy? Chen Ming did not dwell on this for long, reflecting on the rules previously disclosed by the system. It seemed there had been no explanation regarding the duration of the instance or how one might exit the secret realm. He pondered whether this was a bug, a flaw in the system, or a deliberate omission. Suddenly, a loud crash from the entrance jolted Chen Ming from his thoughts. He turned to see a towering figure clad in bright red, adorned with a tiger-skin skirt. His face was dominated by an oversized mouth and a massive eye, while his bald head sported a thumb-sized spiral horn on his forehead. Upon entering, the red demon surveyed the room, his gaze locking onto Chen Ming as he approached with heavy, echoing steps, each footfall resonating in the eerily silent atmosphere akin to a graveyard. "Is this how you greet a guest?" The red demon thundered as he towered over Chen Ming, scrutinizing him. The grotesque, bulging eye reflected Chen Ming's features, albeit distorted. Chapter 215, The Evil Spirit Presents a Treasure. Chen Ming remained silent, initially glancing toward the counter, only to realize that the elder had mysteriously vanished. It dawned on him that the red demon mistook him for the innkeeper due to the elder's absence. "Are you deaf, or do you simply choose to ignore me?" The red demon bellowed, raising a hand threateningly. With a resounding crash, his hand smashed the wooden table in front of Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue into splinters, sending a gust of wind that tousled Qin Hongyue's hair. "Boy, hurry and fetch me some wine. If you dare delay, I will crush your skull," he threatened, his hand looming ominously above Chen Ming's head. Mid-sentence, an overwhelming sense of impending doom engulfed Chen Ming, paralyzing him where he stood, as if ensnared by an unfathomable demonic force. His body and mind were utterly constrained. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Suddenly, the elder's voice rang out as he hurriedly approached. Qin Hongyue halted her attack, her hand poised mere inches from the red demon's face, awaiting Chen Ming's command. The red demon, feeling the weight of the situation, crumpled backward, collapsing to the ground in a state of shock, his expression one of utter bewilderment. How could a mere human like Qin Hongyue possess such formidable strength? He was paralyzed by fear, feeling as though this body was no longer his own. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The elder interjected, raising his hands in a conciliatory gesture, urging, "There is no need for conflict. Let us not damage the peace." Yes, yes. It's all a misunderstanding." The red demon fervently nodded, desperation etched across his face, fully acknowledging the elder's words. Had he known Su Qingyue was this powerful, he would never have dared to provoke Chen Ming. Though he was a demon, having already experienced death once, facing another demise would mean eternal damnation. Seeing that Qin Hongyue was still watching Chen Ming's expression, and Chen Ming appeared to regard the situation as inconsequential, the red demon realized that there was no way to resolve this without bloodshed. Gritting his teeth, he produced a silver skull ring, presenting it with both hands. "This is the finest treasure I possess. I beseech you to forgive me." As Chen Ming's gaze fell upon the skull ring, a system notification materialized before him. Name: Wraith Ring. Grade: Level 2 Spirit Artifact. Function: capable of devouring a portion of the opponent's ghostly energy for personal use, enhancing one's own ghostly energy. Note: Spirit artifacts range from levels 1 to 9. Only level 2. Upon learning that the highest grade for spirit artifacts was level 9, Chen Ming's interest waned. Only level 2? Are you not being a tad greedy? The red demon's dissatisfaction simmered beneath the surface. Do not presume that only you have significant backing. I too have powerful figures supporting me, the red demon warned, hoping Chen Ming would recognize the value of his offer and cease his demands. If things escalated to a point of mutual destruction, it would benefit neither party. Chen Ming ceased to waste words, casting a glance at Qin Hongyue, who understood instantly. With a flick of her fingers, she unleashed her spirit energy, enveloping the red demon entirely. What is happening? My body, why am I floating? The crimson demon exclaimed in a state of panic. Qin Hongyue had no intention of explaining herself. She tightened her grip with her 5 fingers. Bang! Boom! The massive form of the crimson demon was instantly crushed by an invisible, intangible force, blood gushing forth and splattering all over the elderly man, staining his snow-white beard a deep crimson. The area before him was thickly coated in blood. Sir, by killing him, you will attract considerable trouble, the old man warned. Wiping the blood from his face and shaking his hand to rid himself of the stains, his tone rife with helplessness. And just how much trouble might that be? Chen Ming asked indifferently. Qin Hongyue, meanwhile, employed her sorcery to piece together the shattered remnants of the wooden table, restoring it to its original state without a trace of damage. Behind him is the notorious local tyrant, who commands numerous wicked spirits. If they discover that you have slain one of their own, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance, the old man elucidated. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new, undead servant, the Crimson Demon. Oh, I see, Chen Ming replied dismissively, his attention fully absorbed by the system notification. After confirming the extraction, he gestured with his fingers, dismissing the system panel. The old man hesitated, observing Chen Ming's nonchalant demeanor, combined with the display of power from Qin Hongyue earlier, and decided to remain silent. He thought to himself, given Chen Ming's seemingly boundless wealth and such a formidable bodyguard, he indeed had the right to disregard those in power. Excuse me for interrupting, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. I shall take my leave for now. Should either of you require anything, do not hesitate to command. The old man bowed and excused himself, heading towards the entrance. Chen Ming's gaze fell upon the newcomer, a young man with yellow hair, speaking in the dialect of the Great Xia. Wait, that's not the Great Xia language, Chen Ming realized, understanding that the system was translating the young man's words for his convenience. Upon closer listening, he discerned faint, distinct sounds beneath the translation, confirming they were in the language of the Bangwa. Having never seen a pig run, he had certainly watched enough Bangwa films online to recognize the language's chaotic, noisy nature. The young man appeared to be a reckless rogue, adorned with tattoos on his right arm, exuding an air of lawlessness. He had taken advantage of the apocalyptic chaos, engaging in various nefarious acts, including violence, as law enforcement had no time to deal with petty criminals like him. In less than a week, he had sullied and brutally murdered over 20 women. In a world devoid of order, his primal instincts had been unleashed without restraint. Unexpectedly, he found himself drawn into this bizarre realm. His seemingly harmless expression stemmed merely from his lack of familiarity with the surroundings. The youth was named Inzairi. This information was accessible to Chen Ming, who had unlocked the ability to view details while fishing for quests to open the Underworld Demon Realm instance. Noticing the system task pop up, Inzairi instinctively raised his hand, only to lower it again, seemingly wary of drawing the old man's attention. He opted to use his mind to operate the task acceptance. Chen Ming observed this entire interaction. Excellent. You are now a formal employee of our Shui Weian. Remember, here, you must not offend any guests. The consequences will be yours to bear, the old man instructed. His attitude towards Inzairi starkly contrasted with that towards Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. He was respectful to Chen Ming, yet cold and indifferent towards Inzairi. Now, hurry and clean the tables and chairs. Ready yourself to welcome the guests, the old man said, tossing a piece of burlap at Inzairi's face. Inzairi took off the burlap, forcing a smile in response. However, as soon as the old man turned his back, his expression darkened, teeth clenched in anger. Upon seeing the old man lift the door curtain and disappear into the kitchen, Chen Ming was taken aback, initially expecting Inzairi to attack the old man from behind. To his surprise, the young man appeared to consider the bigger picture. Then, Inzairi feigned diligence, wiping down the table and bench as he slowly approached Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. Hey, friend, what is the situation here? Let us exchange some intel, Inzairi whispered, keeping an eye on the movements behind the kitchen curtain. Exchange? Chen Ming smiled faintly, twirling a skull ring he had picked up moments ago. The condition for exchange is that you have something worthwhile to trade. You're from the Great Xia? Inzairi recognized the mention of the Great Xia language in the translation. He understood little, only grasping a few words about trading. But it was enough to confirm Chen Ming's identity. Chen Ming chose not to respond. Inzairi's anger was rising, and his peripheral vision caught sight of Qin Hongyue. Damn, what beauty! He was instantly captivated by Qin Hongyue's ethereal, otherworldly aura, instinctively licking his lips, envisioning himself as the male lead in a romantic action film alongside her. He was eager to transform this fantasy into reality. Smack! Chen Ming disapproved of Inzairi's gaze and had no intention of indulging him. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap that echoed throughout the inn's first floor. Though he exerted little force, it was overwhelming for Zairi, who spun several times before stumbling out, nearly falling but managing to grasp the bench for support. Shaking his head, the blurry images before him began to clear. "What are you doing?" Zairi glared at Chen Ming, fury igniting in his chest, clutching his face as if he might shatter his teeth. "Mind your eyes," Chen Ming warned. Although he held no malicious intent towards Chen Hongyue, she was nonetheless under his protection, and he would not allow Zairi to covet her. Upon hearing this, Chen Hongyue felt a surge of emotion, deeply touched by Chen Ming's words, her affection for him skyrocketing. "Damn it, just because the tiger doesn't roar. You think I'm a sickly cat? How dare this mere great Xia person lay hands on me?" Zairi, consumed by rage, summoned golden light that enveloped his fists, forming what resembled gauntlets. Chen Ming recognized it as likely being a skill effect. As the golden light coalesced into translucent fist-shaped armor, Zairi charged towards Chen Ming, determined to teach him a lesson for his insolence. "Smash that dog's head." Bang. Boom. "You wretched fool. What do you think you're doing to the esteemed guests of Shui Weian?" Before Chen Hongyue could intervene, the old man swiftly materialized in a cloud of black mist, colliding with Zairi and sending him flying out the door, landing several meters away in the street. Zairi pressed his hand against his chest, a sweet taste filling his throat, and then, with a loud splat, he coughed up a mouthful of blood that sprayed a meter away. The eerie mist coalesced into a human form. The old man placed the warm blood wine on the table, anxiously inquiring, "Dear guests, our employee hasn't he caused you any trouble, has he? And what do you think?" Chen Ming retorted. The old man's pupils widened in shock, and he promptly knelt before Chen Ming. "I am deeply sorry. It is my negligence that has allowed this incident to occur. Please forgive me. I recall you mentioning that as an employee of the inn, one must never defy the guest's orders, correct?" Chen Ming interjected, confirming. "Yes," the old man nodded affirmatively. "And what happens if one does defy them?" Chen Ming pressed further. "Typically, the offending employee would be devoured by the guest, and if the employee was at fault, we cannot hold the guest accountable," the old man replied. "If I neither wish to consume him nor let him go, what should I do?" Chen Ming continued to inquire, embodying an unwavering spirit of determination. The elder immediately grasped Chen Ming's intent, expressing his willingness to assist in alleviating the troubles of the esteemed. Subsequently, Chen Hongyue summoned her spiritual energy, manifesting an invisible hand that seized Zairi and forcefully returned him before them, slamming him heavily onto the ground. Chen Ming retrieved a common dagger and tossed it before Zairi, the blade clattering as it struck the floor. With a chilling expression, he posed the question, "Will you take your own life, or will you seek my assistance? Choose." Zairi glanced at the elder, whose aura radiated malevolence, then shifted his gaze to the dagger that lay quietly before him. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He soon directed his ire toward the elder, questioning, "Why do you show him such favoritism when we are all mere employees?" "Employees? What nonsense are you spouting? He is a guest, unlike you," the elder retorted sternly. "A guest? He is just an ordinary person like myself. Why must I be an employee while he enjoys the status of a guest?" Zairi protested, feeling unjustly treated by the elder's discrimination. "Perhaps it is due to the fact that money talks?" Chen Ming interjected, waving his hand to reveal a mountain of yellow spring currency, towering upon the table. The sum amounted to millions. The heavy aura of malice was so palpable that the elder nearly sank to his knees, filled with awe for Chen Ming. This is yellow spring currency. How could you possess so much?" Zairi asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Reflecting on the task he had just completed, which had rewarded him a mere 100 for a system mission, he was astounded by Chen Ming's casual display of wealth. "Are you serious?" "Guess," Chen Ming teased, withholding answers to Zairi's inquiries. In that moment, Zairi recalled an ancient saying from the Daxia dynasty he had once heard from a friend. A mute eats bitter gall and cannot express his suffering. He now fully grasped the profound meaning of this phrase. "I apologize. I was too impulsive earlier. Forgive me," Zairi proclaimed, attempting to embody the spirit of a true man, quick to capitulate. However, the decision to forgive rested solely with Chen Ming, who had never contemplated absolving the transgressions of this man. As their gazes locked, and noticing the unwavering coldness in Chen Ming's eyes, Zairi repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, "Please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you. Just grant me my life." In the face of Zairi's abject pleas, Chen Ming remained resolute, his attention shifting back to the elder. He casually picked up a stack of currency from the pile and tossed it to him, stating, "I trust you know what to do next." This perfectly illustrated the notion of treating money with disdain. Chapter 217, New Rules. The Yellow Spring Auction House. Understood. Understood. The elder exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy as he felt the weight of the yellow spring coins in his hands. The wrinkles on his face deepened and multiplied. This fellow, observing Chen Ming casually toss a substantial sum of yellow spring currency to the elder, Zairi finally comprehended why the elder bestowed such respect upon him. To offend a distinguished guest of the Shui Inn, you truly do not value your life. The elder's fingers splayed, his nails sharp as claws, each one honed to a razor's edge. "You old fool, are you blind? He was the one who troubled me first. Just because you received a little money, you can forsake your conscience?" Seeing Zairia's fists clench, still intent on retaliation, the elder's body suddenly surged in size, his clothing tearing apart. From a seemingly frail old man, he instantaneously transformed into a towering giant, nearly 3 meters tall. His physique bulging with muscles stacked like blocks of tofu. Zairi found himself shifting from looking down to gazing up. His face a mask of dread as he locked eyes with the elder, fear etched deeply within him. The golden gauntlets on his fists disintegrated, his skills rendered unusable due to his unstable mindset. To put it bluntly, Zairia's body had surrendered any notion of resistance. He understood that against such a formidable opponent, he stood no chance. The elder, without further ado, raised his arm and brought it crashing down, cleaving Zairi into several pieces, dismembering him. "My lord, shall I have someone prepare this exquisite fresh ingredient for you immediately?" The elder inquired, glancing back at Chen Ming. His voice, now youthful and robust due to his transformation, resonated with strength. "No need. I am not hungry at the moment," Chen Ming replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the dismembered remains of Zairi, intestines spilling forth. However, the thought of consuming such fare was beyond him. He was, after all, human, not a creature of the underworld. "Very well," the elder conceded, dragging Zairia's remains toward the kitchen. As he lifted the door curtain, he paused, turning to Chen Ming to clarify, "My lord, that jug of wine is merely ordinary wine, nothing else added." "Good," Chen Ming acknowledged. Once the elder entered the kitchen and the curtain fell, he picked up the wine jug and poured a cup. Upon inspection, the wine appeared rather mediocre, lacking in fragrance, yet clear and devoid of impurities. If Chen Ming were to describe it, he would say it was inferior to even the 3rd or 4th tier wineries of Blue Star. However, he did not believe the elder would intentionally serve him subpar wine, knowing he lacked the courage to do so. If all went as expected, this would be the finest wine available at the inn. Most patrons likely consumed blood wine here, primarily focused on its sanguine content, so the quality of the wine mattered little. Soon after, 5 more individuals arrived at the Shui Inn, seeking employment as staff, responsible for serving tea and water and attending to guests. Among them were 1 Daxiao person, 2 from the Eagle faction, 1 from Sakura country, and 1, as Chen Ming discerned from his accent, from India. The reason for their arrival was likely due to the system's recent announcement. The Yellow Spring Auction House will open in 12 hours. Only those possessing a worth of 100 Yellow Spring coins may enter. Note, at the Yellow Spring Auction House, you may auction various top-tier spiritual artifacts and opportunities to exit the instance. No wonder the end time of the instance was not disclosed. It was contingent upon the auction. At this moment, in Chen Ming's eyes, the Yellow Spring Ghost Realm had transformed into a labor market for spirits, working in various ghostly establishments to earn rewards. Completing system tasks to acquire Yellow Spring coins was the primary means of amassing wealth. As long as one possessed sufficient wealth, not only could they forge relationships with the supernatural, but they could also purchase powerful spiritual artifacts from the auction house. Securing an opportunity to exit the instance while armed with these artifacts would undoubtedly place him ahead of many. 12 hours until it opens. How intriguing, Chen Ming mused, his anticipation growing. After all, with a staggering sum of 100 trillion Yellow Spring coins at his disposal, how long would it take to reward spirits? An auction house, where money flowed freely, was the perfect venue. All right, that is all I have to say. Now, let us attend to our duties. The elder assigned each of the 5 individuals their respective roles. 1 was sent to chop firewood in the back, another to fetch water. 2 remained in the inn to greet guests, and 1 was dispatched to assist in the kitchen. The individuals remaining to receive guests were from Sakura country and the Eagle faction. Observing Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue, both of Daxia descent, leisurely seated and engaged in conversation over drinks, they felt quite perplexed. Why were they not required to labor like the rest? Yet, upon recalling the elder's menacing aura, they dared not question further, fearing that any misstep could cost them their lives. The fresh bloodstains on the ground served as a grim reminder of the dangers present, urging them to proceed with caution. Noticing their scrutinizing gazes, Chen Ming remained indifferent. At the very least, they did not exhibit the recklessness of Zairi by provoking him. They busied themselves cleaning tables and mopping floors, transforming into diligent workers striving to earn Yellow Spring coins. Their sole focus being to escape this eerie world as swiftly as possible, wishing to linger for not a moment longer. As time passed, the elderly man fully opened the door to the shop, signaling that it was time to commence business. Alternatively, one might say that the ingredients needed for the day had been meticulously prepared. Previously, the sounds of meat being chopped and bones being cleaved had resonated from the kitchen. With a sharp clap of his hands, the old man garnered their attention and cautioned the 2. Customers would be arriving imminently, and they should heed his earlier admonitions. Should they contravene the rules, the repercussions from the guests would be theirs to bear, and the Shui Inn would not intervene. Understood, they replied, their voices trembling. After the old man departed, the 2 exchanged glances, uncertain about the nature of the guests who would soon arrive. Was it even necessary to speculate? Guests from the realm of spirits would undoubtedly not be human. Speaking of which, how did you arrive in this world? I'm not certain. I had no fishing activities. Merely found myself caught in a sudden vortex, a portal that inexplicably drew me into this realm. I as well. The cherry blossom individual exclaimed in agreement. The more they pondered, the more bizarre and uncanny it seemed. They had done nothing, yet found themselves transported to the realm of the dead. Such occurrences were worrisome, suggesting that they might become increasingly frequent, rendering one perpetually uneasy. However, at this moment, their primary concern remained the guests who would soon arrive. The mere thought that these guests might consider them as mere appetizers filled them with an unsettling anxiety. Chapter 218. Welcoming guests before long, their apprehensions were confirmed. A towering specter, approximately 3 meters tall with the head of a wolf, strode through the entrance. A prominent scar marred his right eye, rendering it permanently closed and fused with flesh. The cause of his injury was unknown, but it was evident that he exuded an aura of formidable menace. "See customers, this way, please," stammered Lien Tianyi Mu of the Cherry Blossom Nation, as he regained his composure, forcing a smile and stepping forward to welcome the creature. He hoped that a cordial demeanor might yield generous tips, allowing him to amass enough Yama coins to secure an escape from this predicament. The wolf-headed ghoul remained silent, raising a hand to rest upon Lien Tianyi Mu's shoulder. The sudden weight felt akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, causing his body to involuntarily bend under its burden. Before he could utter a word, the wolf-headed specter brusquely shoved him aside, coldly commanding, "Don't block the way." With a startled yelp, Lien Tianyi Mu lost his footing and fell to the ground. He watched as the towering figure settled into a seat, too intimidated to express anger or protest. His shoulder throbbed painfully, reminiscent of fractured bones. He was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from the creature, deeming it unwise to seek unnecessary suffering. Bang! A jug of human blood wine and a bowl of brain soup. Now? The werewolf slammed his hand on the table, demanding loudly, "Yes, I will notify the kitchen at once." Lien Tianyi Mu attempted to rise. However, Wolfrenier, the hawkish individual among them, swiftly dashed towards the kitchen. "1 jug of human blood wine and a bowl of brain," he began, only to pause. Neil noticed that the eagle-clad woman who had accompanied him was now trembling, tears streaming down her face. The soot from her makeup was washed away by her tears, rendering her visage quite ghastly. Urged by the giant cook, she wielded a large knife to cleave open the skull of the unfortunate soul, extracting the pale, slightly red brain matter and placing spoonfuls into a blood-stained, pock-marked metal bowl. Her cheeks bulged intermittently as she made swallowing motions. It was no surprise that she felt nauseous. Even Neil, from a distance, struggled to suppress his own revulsion. Though he had been responsible for the deaths of many, he had never engaged in such grotesque acts with their remains. Blood occasionally gushed forth, splattering the woman's face, causing her to shut her eyes tightly and tremble violently. Yet, her hands remained unyielding, for she sensed the cook was ever on the lookout for an opportunity to eliminate her and utilize her as a broth ingredient. Was it mere hallucination? Certainly not. It was far from delusional paranoia. Upon their first encounter, the cook had scrutinized her with a predatory gaze, remarking, "So tender, perfect for a savory broth." The chilling words sent shivers down her spine, as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her thoughts were consumed with the urgency to escape this ghastly place. "What are you staring at?" The menacing cook barked at Neil as he became aware of his presence. "The guests have ordered a jug of human blood wine and a bowl of brain soup." Neil replied hastily, fearful that the cook might misinterpret his identity and come at him with a blade. "Understood, now get lost." The cook's demeanor was brutally aggressive. Neil nodded vigorously, retreating and lowering the curtain, hardly daring to disobey. He regretted his impulse to claim credit for the order. Upon seeing Neil return in a daze, Lien Tianyi Mu felt grateful he had not ventured into the kitchen. Just the sound of the cook's thunderous roar sent tremors through his very being. "Ah, the shui wen is finally open again. It has been ages since I've had blood wine. Brother Snake, shall we indulge in a drink?" "Absolutely. Waiter, a hearty soup of 5 vital organs." "Waiter, a large serving of human intestines. No need to wash or overcook. Just bring it swiftly." An increasing throng of guests flooded into the shui wen, each one a ghastly figure, possessing human forms but adorned with various animal heads: tiger, wolf, crane, snake, pig, and weasel. A veritable menagerie. It was rare to encounter a guest with a human face, whose skin resembled concrete, devoid of color. 2 wooden branches protruded from his forehead, resembling dragon horns, while robust branches sprouted from his sides like tree trunks, capable of wrapping around a wine cup and bringing it to his lips. Upon closer inspection, one would find that his waist-length hair was, in fact, a collection of small branches, stiff and far from the graceful flow of normal hair, resembling a tangled mass that had not been washed in years. Neil and Lien Tianyi Mu were frantically occupied in catering to the guests, shuttling back and forth to the kitchen, serving an array of blood-soaked dishes. The pungent aroma was so intense it felt as though someone was delivering punches to their nostrils. Several times they nearly succumbed to the urge to vomit, but the thought of contaminating the food and facing dire consequences compelled them to swallow back their nausea. It was dirty, indeed, but far preferable to losing their lives. They were acutely aware that the souls of the damned were often casting furtive glances in their direction, anticipating a mistake. For only in such an event could they, without transgressing the rules, converge upon Neil and Lien Tianyi and devour them whole. This high-pressure environment was an incessant torment to their spirits, feeling as though a sword hung perilously above them, ready to plunge down at any moment. Casting their gaze towards Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue, they could not fathom how the two appeared so unfazed, seated there as if nothing were amiss. It struck them as profoundly unjust. Chen Ming, noticing the attention of Neil and Lien Tianyi, remained unperturbed, instead observing the various trinkets adorning the waists, wrists, and necks of the specters. Without exception, they were all enchanted artifacts. Their quality seemed comparable to the skull ring Chen Ming was currently toying with some possibly of even higher caliber. It appeared that these spirits also possessed a means of acquiring enchanted items, albeit with a greater degree of difficulty. One either had to endear themselves to the entity or, like the Cyclopean ghoul, resort to murder. The fate of the deceased's belongings would invariably fall to the one who had taken their life. Retracting his gaze, Chen Ming noted the ghoul across the table, adorned with branches. He squinted his eyes, revealing only the faintest glimmer of dark pupils, as he scrutinized Chen Ming, sensing no immediate threat from him. Chen Ming had no intention of provoking him either. With Qin Hongyue ever vigilant at his side, the moment the tree man ghost dared to make a move, it would find itself utterly annihilated. Shifting his gaze to the left, Chen Ming observed a branch extending from beneath the tree man ghost's feet, sneaking along the brick crevice like a serpent. The target was not Chen Ming, but rather the Sakura man, Ren Tianyi, who was playing the role of a waiter, holding a tray laden with a wine jug and cups. Chapter 219. The Misfortune of the Sakura Man. Table 3. 1 serving of spicy kidney. Hurry up. The kitchen's urgent voice pierced the air. Understood, coming right away. Ren Tianyi promptly replied, hastening his steps, completely oblivious to the predicament at his feet. Suddenly, the branch lifted like a bridge, ensnaring the tip of Ren Tianyi's shoe. Ah! He screamed, unable to react in time as the tray, wine, and cups slipped from his grasp, flying through the air. He fell flat on the ground, landing unceremoniously. His front teeth shattered, and blood trickled from his lips. Yet, more than the pain, it was the terror that filled Ren Tianyi's heart. As he sat up, he saw blood and wine splattered all over the tree man ghost. Bang! The wine jug rolled off the table, crashing to the floor and shattering. The shards of porcelain flew up, slicing Ren Tianyi's cheek and leaving a crimson mark. Drops of blood oozed from the wound, growing larger until they could no longer be contained and began to flow. Ren Tianyi, however, seemed numb, utterly unresponsive. At that moment, he stood frozen, his gaze fixed intently on the silent tree man ghost. Apologize quickly. Ren Tianyi, what are you doing? Now is not the time for dawdling. Get up. Apologize. Perhaps there's a chance to earn their forgiveness. His inner voice urged him incessantly, yet his body felt alien, unresponsive to his will. How dare you spill my wine? What will you offer as compensation? The tree man ghost remained silent, yet the two-headed snake monster, who was supposed to enjoy the wine, stepped forward, clad in a blood-red robe. It was unclear whether it was stained with blood. It emitted a strange odor, certainly off-putting to humans. Brother Snake, how about we each take a half of this person? At long last, the tree man ghost spoke, inquiring of the two-headed snake monster. He has drenched you in wine, so it is only fair. However, I must have the upper half, for I have a particular fondness for human hearts. The two-headed snake monster flicked its dark, thick tongue with a wicked grin. Agreed. The tree man ghost readily acquiesced. Upon hearing their macabre arrangement regarding the distribution of his corpse, Ren Tianyi snapped back to reality, gripped by fear. Quickly adjusting his posture, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head. Honorable guests, I sincerely apologize. Please grant me a moment, just half a day, and I shall compensate you with double, no, triple the wine. How does that sound? The tree man ghost and the two-headed snake monster exchanged glances, showing no inclination to respond. Ren Tianyi believed his sincerity was lacking. So he raised one hand, fingers spread wide. 5. I will give you 5 jugs of wine. Seeing their silence, Ren Tianyi threw caution to the wind, extending both hands. All fingers splayed. 10. 10 jugs of wine. Regardless of whether he could fulfill such a promise, he prioritized the preservation of his life. Despite possessing B-grade skills, he lacked the courage to confront the tree man ghost and the two-headed snake monster directly. On one hand, he was uncertain if his strength surpassed theirs. On the other, he could not guarantee that if he engaged them, other specters would not swarm him collectively. The stakes were too high. Meanwhile, Chen Ming observed the spectacle with detached amusement. Sympathy? There was no need to dwell on the despicable acts Ren Tianyi had committed in the past. If Chen Ming truly felt pity, he would not be present in the realm of the underworld. Similarly, if Ren Tianyi were genuinely worthy of compassion, he would not have been transported here. Wine? Where is the novelty in human delicacies? The two-headed snake monster's words sent a chill down Ren Tianyi's spine. No, you cannot eat me. I am but a servant, devoted to your service, while they are inferior humans. Do you not find it unjust that they stand beside you as equals, tarnishing your status? With a sudden stroke of cunning, Rentianemu devised a scheme to redirect the malevolent attention of the spirits towards Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. This maneuver left both Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue utterly speechless. Having encountered disgraceful behavior before, Rentianemu's shamelessness was a new low. Look at how beautiful they are. With delicate skin and tender flesh, they must be delicious. I, on the other hand, am just a mass of greasy fat, truly unappetizing. In a bid for survival, Rentianemu desperately attempted to drag Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue down with him, hoping to make them scapegoats. His words captivated the attention of all the spirits. This fellow is indeed despicable. Indeed, to save his own skin, he would betray his kin. The more despicable the person, the better they taste. By the way, are those two humans guests of the Shui Weian? Hearing this, Rentianemu quickly concocted another line. I am not of their kin, they are from Daxiao. While I am a Sakura man, the Daxiao people pride themselves as descendants of Yin and Huang, inheritors of the dragon's blood. Consuming them could enhance your powers. Heeding his cunning words, he attempted to sway the tree man ghost and the two-headed snake monster. Chen Ming did not respond directly to Rentianemu. Instead, he raised his hand, beckoning the elderly man behind the counter, who hesitated to intervene. The elder had initially thought that bound by rules, even if Rentianemu spoke flowery words to manipulate others, the tree man ghost and the two-headed snake monster would not act against Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. Thus, even if he did not intervene, it would bear no consequence. However, since Chen Ming had called for him, it would indeed be inappropriate not to step forward. He quickly approached. My lord, did you summon me? My lord. The elder's words left the entire room in stunned silence. Not only had Rentianemu not anticipated this, but the other spirits were equally shocked that the steward of the Shui Weian, Lu, would show such deference to a human. Describing it as being subservient would not be an exaggeration. Who exactly was this young man? Why would Lu be so obedient to him? Surely, he possessed considerable influence. For Lu was backed by someone formidable. Who among them would dare to offend? It could only be said that his connections were even more powerful than those behind Lu. Now, a spectacle was unfolding. In comparison to him, do you not find that the woman beside him, also human, exudes a terrifying aura? Indeed, when I drew near, I could not help but shiver uncontrollably. Yes, when she looked at me just now, I felt as if my soul had nearly departed. I have never encountered such an intimidating gaze. Ignoring the raucous chatter surrounding him, Chen Ming waved a hand, producing 100,000 underworld coins, placing them on the table. Today, I shall cover the expenses of everyone present. Chapter 220. With ghost coins, one can do as they please. The spirits raised their cups. Upon seeing the pile of underworld coins, all the specters were momentarily rendered speechless. Following this, a ghost with a fish head, caught off guard, inadvertently popped out a massive eyeball, rolling to the ground and rolling away. After a lengthy chase, it picked it up, dusted it off, and shoved it back in. Indeed, this must be at least 100,000 underworld coins. 100,000 underworld coins? I have never seen so much money in my life. 100,000 underworld coins? How long could we survive on that? Who cares how long it lasts? A big shot is treating us. We small spirits need only to enjoy. Boss, please bring me a serving of roasted brain, generously garnished with scallions. Do not serve the blood wine in a flask. Instead, pour it directly from the vat. I would also like a portion of the 5 viscera hot pot. I have long yearned for this flavor, yet have been thwarted by a lack of funds. The various specters did not hesitate to order dishes, nor did the steward Lu, who specifically reassigned the 2 individuals originally tasked with fetching water and chopping wood to avoid any negligence towards esteemed guests. His primary concern was to prevent any discontent from Chen Ming, fearing he could not bear the repercussions of such a slight. Given Chen Ming's astonishing financial power, casually tossing out tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of yellow spring coins, Lu had every reason to believe there was a formidable ghost backing him. Indeed, he was not one to provoke lightly. The tree demon and the 2-headed serpent monster first expressed their gratitude to Chen Ming with a respectful gesture. They then remarked, "If it pleases you, my lord, we could consider sparing this fellow." "Friend," pleaded Lien Tianyi, swiftly shifting from his previously confrontational stance, "I apologize for my harsh words. I beg you, I implore you to grant me my life. I am willing to serve you as a beast of burden for the remainder of my days." Chen Ming, however, barely cast a glance at Lien Tianyi, let alone entertain the notion of rescuing him. Instead, he stoked the flames of the situation, reminding the tree demon and the 2-headed serpent monster that one should savor fine delicacies while they are still warm, lest they frighten themselves into an untimely demise or spoil the flavor with excrement. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, the tree demon and the 2-headed serpent monster exchanged knowing glances. Instantly grasping his intent, Lien Tianyi attempted to plead further, but the tree demon swiftly extended a branch, more agile than a viper, and tightly bound his mouth, rendering him unable to speak, only able to emit muffled, incoherent sounds. The 2-headed serpent monster then spun around with alarming speed, its tail slicing through the air in a blur, easily severing Lin Tiany's corpulent body in two. He collapsed to the ground, intestines and various entrails spilling forth in a gruesome display. Help me, help me. Lin Tiany's hand reached out desperately, attempting to grasp something. Yet in his eyes, Chen Ming's visage rapidly grew indistinct. Following their prearranged agreement, the tree demon and the two-headed serpent monster began to feast on the upper and lower halves of Lin Tiany. The tree demon bound his legs with branches and hoisted them into the air, just as Chen Ming anticipated that Lin Tiany's mouth would stretch to an exaggerated degree. He was taken aback when the tree demon's chest suddenly opened, unleashing a multitude of tendril-like branches that intertwined, engulfing the legs in an instant before sealing shut. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, as if it had never occurred. In contrast, the two-headed serpent monster, responsible for Lin Tiany's upper body, exhibited a more primal approach. It lifted Lin Tiany's torso and began to gnaw from the head downward, juices bursting forth in a wild, untamed spectacle. A drop of blood splattered into the cup before Chen Ming, diffusing in the liquid and transforming its previously clear state into a pale pink hue. As the members of the Daxia and the Indian nation returned from the backyard to the front hall, they were met with this horrific scene, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Their faces ashen, they became acutely aware of the perilous nature of this world. Resolving to abandon notions of reckless ambition, they chose to bide their time, earn enough to gain entry into the Yellow Spring auction house, and cautiously assess the situation. Life was singular, and they dared not take foolish risks. Why are you standing around like a wooden post? Hurry and serve the dishes. Should there be any delay, that fellow's fate will be yours. Lu's authoritative voice rang out. The Indian individual, who had intended to inquire about the situation from Neil, swallowed their words and made their way to the kitchen. As they reached for the curtain, they were met with an overwhelming stench of blood, causing them to recoil. They suddenly felt that being whipped in the backyard and laboring to chop wood was not such a terrible fate after all, especially after mentally preparing themselves for the kitchen's chaotic scene. Unable to hold back, they leaned against the wall and retched, regretting having overeaten before the teleportation. Fortunately, they did not expel anything unsightly, and the chef, too preoccupied with his frantic cooking, stir-frying, stewing, braising, frying, boiling, did not bother to reprimand them. In a bid to not disappoint the guests, he had grown an additional 4 arms, bringing a total of 6 to bear on the task at hand. Merely observing was enough to invoke a sense of busyness. Beside him, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman appeared utterly disheartened, as if she had lost more than half of her spirit. Mechanically adding wood to the fire at the chef's command. Quickly serve the dishes. Yes. The two, chastised by the chef's glare, quickly snapped back to attention, switching to breathe through their mouths as they lifted 2 plates of meat dishes that required no further description. Internally, they fervently reassured themselves, do not dwell on it. Do not dwell on it. Do not dwell on it. As they brushed past Neil, they heard him quietly advise, watch your step. Though somewhat bewildered, they instinctively acknowledged his warning. Neil's caution was not born from concern that they might meet the same fate as Lin Tiany, but rather from a fear that any further mistakes on their part might implicate him as well. Having witnessed firsthand how Lin Tiany was ensnared and met his demise at the hands of the specters, he could not afford to be careless. He remained on high alert, striving for perfection in every detail, unwilling to give the wandering spirits any opportunity to cause trouble. In the front hall, a specter, a white snake demon, approached Chen Ming with a cup in hand, proclaiming, "My lord, I raise this cup to you. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me." "Very well," Chen Ming replied, lifting his own cup, feigning a sip to indicate his acknowledgement. "I, too, raise a toast to you, my lord. Me as well. Me as well. To the esteemed lord." Chen Ming could sense that these specters were genuinely grateful, far more easily appeased than humans. A small act of kindness could yield profound loyalty. He increasingly resonated with the saying, humans fear ghosts, and ghosts understand the darkness of the human heart. Observing the array of formidable spirits, vengeful souls, and monsters that could effortlessly extinguish his life, all lined up to toast him. The emotions of the Daxia and Indian individuals were immensely complex. They could not comprehend how he had managed such a feat. Surely this could not be mere illusion? Chapter 221. A harmonious approach. The spirit tool at hand. According to their understanding, from the moment any human set foot in this realm, they were destined to occupy the lowest rung, forever trodden upon by the specters. Yet Chen Ming was an anomaly. He shattered the norms, refusing to adhere to the established rules of the secret realm's copy, instilling in them a mix of envy, jealousy, and fear. This was primarily due to a clear stipulation within the rules. 3. Yellow spring currency can be obtained through the slaughter of other survivors. The 3 individuals in the front hall were apprehensive that Chen Ming might set his sights on them for the sake of acquiring yellow spring currency. If surrendering their coins could ensure their survival, they would be content. However, they dreaded the possibility that Chen Ming could turn out to be a ruthless demon, demanding both money and lives. "Get to work. What are you staring at?" Lu's voice echoed as he announced that there were not enough substitutes in the kitchen. The 3 felt a chill run down their spines, recalling the chef's frenzied demeanor while chopping meat, instinctively huddling their shoulders together. Goosebumps rising from head to toe as though lightning coursed through them. Before long, the last specter in the establishment raised a toast and returned to their seat, indulging in a hot pot dish that included hair. Those in the know recognized it as such, while others likely believed it was merely a bowl of squid ink noodles, devouring it with gusto. The sight was indeed grotesque. Even the Empress, Qin Hongyue, found this spectacle to be unprecedented, her feelings complex. Successfully spent 100,000 yellow spring currency. The 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 yellow spring currency. After Liu, the steward, approached and collected all the amassed yellow spring coins from the table, Chen Ming triggered a rebate notification. Spending 100,000 yellow spring currency resulted in an immediate influx of 10 million yellow spring coins. It was simply impossible to exhaust the bounty. A few minutes later, a minotaur suddenly rose, pushed back its chair, creating a significant clatter. Then, amidst the gazes of many, it strode towards Chen Ming. Could this fellow be intoxicated and ready to cause a ruckus? Should we intervene? One of the spirits inquired. In that moment, even as spirits, they found themselves ensnared by the common wisdom of being beholden to others. Fear not, he lacks the audacity. Another spirit, accompanying the minotaur, waved his hand dismissively to reassure the crowd. As it turned out, his words rang true. Upon reaching Chen Ming, the minotaur removed a large string of prayer beads from around its neck and proclaimed, "Today, I, Old Bull, have indulged heartily in drink. Accept this spirit artifact as a gesture of gratitude. Name, Demon-Slaying Prayer Beads. Level, second-tier spirit artifact. Effect, each bead encapsulates a formidable demon-slaying flame. When thrown, upon striking a spirit, the pure Buddhist fire will continue until the target is utterly consumed." While not exceedingly valuable, Chen Ming accepted it nonetheless. After all, why refuse a gift? Then, he produced another 10,000 yellow spring coins, tossing them to Liu, who was diligently recording at the counter, instructing, "From this day forth, deduct all my tavern expenses from this amount." Ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. This friend of mine, Old Bull, is certainly dependable. The minotaur lifted a large bowl of wine from a nearby table, cradling it in both hands, and declared, "I shall drink first as a mark of respect." He tilted his head back and swiftly gulped down a substantial bowl of wine mixed with human blood. Successfully spent 10,000 yellow spring coins. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 1 million yellow spring coins. Chen Ming merely wished to relish the exhilarating sensation of reaping a 100-fold rebate, while simultaneously forging connections within this realm of spirits, believing that such alliances might prove advantageous in the future. He sensed that this yellow spring spirit world was fundamentally distinct from other secret realms and dungeons. As for the veracity of his feelings, he dared not speculate further, waiting for time to reveal the truth. Observing this scene, the other spirits could no longer remain seated, rising one after another to approach Chen Ming. "My lord, I too possess a spirit artifact to present to you as a token of appreciation. My lord, I have one as well. Please look at me." Witnessing the spirits not only revering Chen Ming, a mere mortal, but now also clamoring to present their treasures, the trio from the Daxia, India, and Neil were taken aback. "Why must we endure suffering while he enjoys such divine treatment?" protested the Indian spirit. "Have you heard the ancient saying from our Daxia?" asked a Daxia spirit. "What saying?" the Indian spirit queried eagerly. "Wealth can command even the spirits," was the Daxia spirit's reply. "Indeed, but where does he procure such abundant yellow spring coins?" The Indian spirit realized too late. Chen Ming overheard their whispered conversations, but chose not to explain. There was no obligation to clarify, nor any reason to. Successfully spent 10,000 yellow spring coins. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 million yellow spring coins. Successfully spent 10,000 yellow spring coins. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1 million yellow spring coins. In response to the spirits' offerings, regardless of their status, Chen Ming regarded them all as sincere gestures, leaving behind 10,000 for the wine. The 100-fold rebate and yellow spring coins flowed abundantly. The initial 100 billion yellow spring coins were not diminished in the slightest. Instead, they multiplied exponentially. He finally grasped the sentiment expressed by a certain individual of the surname Ma. Possessing too much money can indeed be quite bothersome, even if it is ghostly currency. However, unlike others who possessed extraordinary earning abilities, Chen Ming's capacity was even more extravagant. His expenditures only led to greater accumulation. Even a single yellow spring coin could snowball into millions, billions, or even trillions. In mere moments, the visible spirit artifacts from all the spirits had been gathered into Chen Ming's possession, totaling 34 pieces, far surpassing all other survivors. Simultaneously, he garnered the respect of dozens of spirits. Chen Ming needed not utter a word. His approachable demeanor inspired boundless imaginations among them. Their speculations about his identity soared to unimaginable heights, with some even concluding that he was the illegitimate offspring of the Ghost Emperor and a human. The more they pondered, the more trepidation they felt, and the less inclined they were to offend him. Chen Ming found this situation quite favorable, as it spared him countless unnecessary troubles. Establishing himself as a formidable figure would facilitate future endeavors. Most importantly, this persona was entirely of their own fabrication, requiring no validation from Chen Ming himself, thus possessing a high degree of credibility. All he needed to do was remain composed, reaping the rewards of their imaginations. Wait, this dangerous individual has arrived. Quickly, alert the Lord to prevent him from encountering trouble. His presence always heralds misfortune. The spirit's chatter caught Chen Ming's attention, prompting him to instinctively glance towards the entrance. Chapter 222, Level 5 Spirit Artifact. The Eccentric Dice. Before him stood a peculiar figure, with a green face and sharp teeth, fiery red hair resembling two exquisite pagodas, and an unmistakable flair. Clad in worn dark green garments, devoid of luster, and sporting two horns atop his head, the most striking feature was undoubtedly his eyes. Indeed, it was the eyes, not the peculiar tufts of hair. One pair of eyes bulged prominently, with a vast expanse of white surrounding a mere dot of black, creating an odd contrast. The entirety of his head gave Chen Ming the impression of being cobbled together from disparate parts. What an enticing scent of wealth. Oh, it emanates from you? The red-haired spirit approached Chen Ming, resting his chin in his hands, incredulously scrutinizing him. As the spirits witnessed the red-haired spirit approaching Chen Ming, they began to rise one after another, only to be halted by Chen Ming's raised hand. He smiled and inquired of the red-haired spirit, "What brings you to seek my presence?" Eager to discern his intentions, the red-haired spirit did not answer immediately. Instead, he produced 2 dice cups and asked, "Care for a wager?" "Wager? How do we wager? What shall we wager?" Chen Ming countered, intrigued. "Quite simple. Anything that can be gambled is fair game. If you wish to stake everything, I am more than willing." The red-haired spirit clarified the rules, explaining that the game was straightforward. Each participant would roll a die, and the one with the higher number would emerge victorious. "My lord, do not gamble with him." The red-haired spirit placed a die on the table. The spirit's warning was abruptly silenced upon sighting the die. Though the red-haired spirit had silenced the spirit, he inadvertently revealed his true trump card. Name, Eccentric Dice. Level, 5-tier Spirit Artifact. Effect 1. When your stakes exceed those of your opponent, you will receive additional luck points, which can assist you in rolling a higher number while imposing misfortune upon your opponent, diminishing their luck. Note, if your opponent's stakes surpass yours, the effect weakens, with a chance of backlash. The greater the opponent's stakes, the higher the probability of backlash. No limits. Effect 2. Once the game commences, the conclusion is at your discretion. If your opponent fails to produce a stake, you may determine the final stakes, which could include life, soul, or note. Should you lose a round and wish to conclude the game, mutual consent is required. Even without inspecting further, Chen Ming could surmise that this die was indeed a spirit artifact. However, after reviewing the description, he couldn't help but marvel at its classification as a 5-tier artifact, boasting not 1 but 2 effects. This die was an absolute prize that Chen Ming was determined to acquire. So, the one with greater stakes holds the advantage? Excellent. I am quite fond of this premise. Chen Ming was eager to see how the red-haired ghost could possibly surpass him with the skill of a 100-fold return in his possession. He was certain that the ghost had amassed considerable wealth in the underworld, relying heavily on a biased die, which gave him a false sense of security. However, this did not alter the fact that the ghost had made a grievous error in choosing his opponent. "Very well, I accept your wager." Chen Ming nodded in agreement. "Excellent. The bet is established," the red-haired ghost replied, unable to conceal his delight. The thought of potentially reaping a substantial reward filled him with glee. He was convinced that with the biased die and the chips he had accumulated over the years, victory was inevitable. Indeed, there was no possibility of defeat. The tree spirit ghost remained silent, wisely stepping aside to clear the way. The red-haired ghost took a seat opposite Chen Ming. "Do you have any extra dice in the shop?" Chen Ming inquired of the manager, Lu. "We do." Lu promptly retrieved a die and approached Chen Ming, bowing deeply while presenting it with both hands. Chen Ming pinched the die between his thumb and index finger, kneading it thoughtfully before inspecting it closely. He confirmed that this die was no magical artifact. It was utterly ordinary, crafted from human bone. To think he would challenge me with a mere common die is truly laughable. Such arrogance is his own undoing. The red-haired ghost was elated by this turn of events, convinced of his assured victory. A mere human, facing a ghost like himself, who wielded a 5th-level spiritual weapon, he could not fathom any possibility of Chen Ming emerging victorious. It was utterly inconceivable. "I wager 100 underworld coins," the red-haired ghost declared, slamming a stack of 100 single-value underworld coins onto the table. While his display of bravado was commendable, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming financial power Chen Ming had demonstrated to the assembled spirits and humans. It was, in fact, rather pitiful. It is worth noting that the higher the denomination of an underworld coin, the denser the aura of energy it contained, thus elevating its quality. Additionally, underworld coins served not only as a primary currency, but also as materials for cultivation. Absorbing the Yin energy contained within these coins could enhance a ghost's strength. Once the Yin energy was absorbed, the coin would be permanently damaged and vanish. 100? Chen Ming nearly laughed at the audacity of the red-haired ghost, who seemed to underestimate him, believing he could muster only such a trifling wager. Aware of the die's properties, Chen Ming decided to make no further concessions. He retrieved a single underworld coin and placed it on the table. What? Just one underworld coin? Are you jesting, Boom? Just as the red-haired ghost prepared to mock him, he was struck by the overwhelming and potent aura of ghostly energy emanating from the single coin, rendering him momentarily unable to open his eyes. What is this? As he gradually adjusted to the intensity, he lowered his arms from his face, only to be met with the sight that dislocated his jaw in shock. This is impossible. A single underworld coin valued at 100,000. Were it not for the undeniable presence of Yin energy, the red-haired ghost and the others would have surely suspected that he had produced a counterfeit coin to deceive them. The authenticity of the Yin energy could not be faked. Chen Ming had anticipated the red-haired ghost's astonishment and felt no surprise at all. In truth, he could easily concentrate 100,000 onto a single coin, if he desired. Even 100 trillion could be summoned. The system granted him remarkable freedom in this regard. Heavens! 100,000. This is truly a 100,000 valued underworld coin. After being a ghost for hundreds of years, this is the first time I've ever encountered such a high-denomination coin. Indeed, it was utterly astonishing. He thought he had reached the limits of his imagination regarding Chen Ming's background, yet it appeared that he had only scratched the surface. The true identity and origin of Chen Ming were far more extraordinary than he could have ever imagined. If he were to absorb the Yin energy contained within that coin, perhaps he could break through the bottleneck he had faced for 3 centuries. Was it still possible for him to pledge servitude to Chen Ming at this point? Who on earth was he? Curiosity piqued. The ghosts exchanged words, each equally eager to uncover Chen Ming's true identity. Their insatiable thirst for knowledge was impossible to contain. Just as their musings resumed, their imaginations began to soar once more. Their minds raced, reaching the limits of their creativity. Yet none could conceive an identity that matched Chen Ming's immense wealth. Chen Ming had no interest in indulging their speculations. His gaze remained fixed on the red-haired ghost, whose jaw was still dislocated in disbelief. With a facade of forced amusement, he inquired, "Are you not going to raise the stakes?" Chapter 223, Manipulating the Rules. Your advantage is now mine. Faced with Chen Ming's question, the red-haired ghost fell into a prolonged silence. Observing his hesitation, Chen Ming was about to reiterate his previous statement when the ghost seemed to gather his resolve. With a grand gesture, he produced a towering stack of underworld coins. Deep within, the red-haired ghost was resolutely determined not to lose. Conceding now would render the biased die useless, leaving him with nothing to show for it. He was steadfast in his resolve to maintain control. "I'm not counting. I have a total of 150,000 underworld coins here," the red-haired ghost proclaimed, acutely aware of the gazes of those around him. This was nearly the entirety of his available wealth. All in, on one hand, it was to assert his dominance, and on the other, to intimidate Chen Ming and convey the disparity between them. He aimed to defeat his opponent through sheer presence. As long as he could maintain this momentum and leverage the biased die's power, the scales of victory would remain tipped in his favor. He raised his eyes, eager to gauge Chen Ming's expression. The red-haired ghost furrowed his brow, bewildered. He could not comprehend how Chen Ming remained so composed in such circumstances. According to the red-haired ghost's expectations, Chen Ming should be fidgeting with anxiety. "Since you are so earnest, I shall not fall behind," Chen Ming replied, raising his hand once more. With a flick of his fingers, another underworld coin appeared, its aura of Yin energy suffusing the entire room, washing over the gathered ghosts like a deluge, potent enough to engulf them all. The power of this coin was even more astonishing than the last. "I have never felt such intense Yin energy before. Just being in its presence makes my own Yin energy boil and gradually increase." Indeed, it was remarkable. The value of this coin surely exceeded 100,000. Exceeding 100,000? Today has truly expanded my horizons. They were abuzz with excitement, feeling as if they were witnessing history. On the other hand, many among them relished the sight of the red-haired ghost being humbled, feeling a sense of vindication. Many of them had fallen into dire straits due to the ghost's manipulations, reduced to drinking from a jug and too fearful to add human blood for fear of extravagance and the consequent hardships that would ensue. The red-haired ghost, a master of persuasion, always managed to extract their last coin whenever they found some money. Thus, seeing him falter brought them greater joy than their own financial gain. Chen Ming reabsorbed the Yin energy back into the underworld coin and placed it on the table, sliding it to the center for the red-haired ghost to view clearly. 1 million. Upon counting the zeros, the red-haired ghost could no longer remain seated, springing up in shock. The chair toppled to the ground with a loud crash. "What you were about to question now hangs on the tip of your tongue, but you swallow it back," he thought. The same truth remained. The Yin energy could not be faked. This was indeed the authentic energy that a 100,000 underworld coin should possess. Not raising the stakes, Chen Ming asked, feigning a calm demeanor while observing the red-haired ghost's frantic yet powerless expression. Or perhaps you wish to concede. If you are truly afraid, I could reluctantly accept your surrender. Chen Ming, perceiving the ghost's intent, began to employ the wisdom of his ancestors, using provocation, a method tried and true. Surrender? What nonsense is this? I am the king of gamblers on this street. You should inquire. There is no wager I cannot claim. Provoked by Chen Ming's taunt, the red-haired ghost took the bait. With a resolute heart, he thought, since I lack the chips, I shall triumph through skill and fortune. The red-haired demon was exceedingly confident in his luck and technique, unfazed by the prospect of losing a few chips. Feel free to deduct, he declared. Thus, the game commenced. Chen Ming seized the dice cup and cast the dice within. Who fears whom? The red-haired demon, unwilling to concede, followed suit and tossed his biased dice into the cup. The two swiftly shook their dice cups, the dice clattering against the walls, producing a continuous sound. Chen Ming shook the cup symbolically a few times before setting it down, leaving the rest to his inexhaustible reservoir of luck. The red-haired demon, relying on his auditory senses, listened intently, determined the desired number, and let the cup fall. Seizing the initiative, he unveiled the cup first, revealing a 5. For the red-haired demon, this was an acceptable number. You must roll a 6 to surpass me. If you fear defeat, you may willingly surrender half your chips. What say you? The red-haired demon cautiously proposed. In the past, he would have never uttered such self-deprecating words. Chen Ming remained silent, disregarding the red-haired demon's suggestion, and unveiled his cup. The number was 6. What? The red-haired demon slammed his palms on the table, his rear lifting off the chair. Let us continue. Chen Ming organized the piles of yellow spring coins before the red-haired demon, stacking them beside himself. As he watched tens of thousands of yellow spring coins being taken away, the red-haired demon's heart bled. For the sake of pride, he forced himself to feign indifference and inquired, "Shall we proceed? Luck will not always favor you." "No matter," Chen Ming reassured him, speaking lightly, as if it were of no consequence. How self-assured this fellow must be. The red-haired demon could not pretend to be unconcerned. Internally, he was in a state of turmoil. "If you lack funds, you may wager other things, such as your dark energy, or even your life," Chen Ming stated calmly, uttering the most chilling words. You know the function of the biased dice." Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, the red-haired demon quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. "All my chips are here, what of yours?" Chen Ming offered no reply, urging the red-haired demon to make a swift decision. The red-haired demon understood that he had already lost to Chen Ming once and could not unilaterally terminate the bet. With no choice but to continue gambling, he retrieved a small pouch from his waist, akin to a magical bag, from which he produced several spiritual artifacts and rare treasures, stating, "These should be worth at least 100,000 yellow spring coins." Concerned that the disparity in stakes was too vast, the red-haired demon feared that Chen Ming would exploit the rules of the biased dice to force him to wager his life to cover the difference. Feeling the loss of agency, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Every movement from Chen Ming left him paralyzed with fear, his body trembling. "These items, I dare say, are worth not even 1,000,000 yellow spring coins, let alone the yellow spring coins you just lost to me," Chen Ming asked with complete seriousness. "Then, what do you propose we do?" the red-haired demon inquired, though a sense of dread loomed over him. "It's simple. Wager your life and soul as well," Chen Ming declared. No sooner had he spoken than the rules of the biased dice took effect. The backlash belonging to the red-haired demon began. Chapter 224, A Life at Stake. A crushing defeat. Before the red-haired demon could refuse, a blue light emanated from his forehead, floating above the table as a stake. Around his neck, a pattern resembling a chain tattoo emerged, black and ominous. Should the red-haired demon lose, his soul would belong to Chen Ming, and the chain would instantly sever his head. Is there truly no way to avoid this? The red-haired demon asked, trembling with fear. At this moment, concerns for pride were insignificant compared to the gravity of life and death. Chen Ming spoke little, picking up the dice cup and shaking it. The clattering of the dice against the walls echoed in the red-haired demon's ears, quickening his heartbeat like the sound of drums. Observing that Chen Ming could force the infamous red-haired demon into such a predicament, the onlooking spirits were astonished, their expressions revealing their shock. He certainly was not as simple as he appeared. Indeed, to overpower someone under the pressure of a 5th-tier spiritual artifact was something I would never have dared to imagine before. Alas, the once great gambling king was about to fall. Having provoked the wrong adversary, a ruthless one at that. One could only hope that in the next life, he might learn from this lesson. Next life? What next life could there be? His soul would scatter, marking the absolute end of his existence. They felt no sympathy for the red-haired demon. Meanwhile, the trio nearby was immersed in admiration for Chen Ming, unable to regain their composure. They knew he was formidable, but had not anticipated how astonishingly powerful he could become. In a situation clearly unfavorable to him, he turned the tide? No, he overwhelmingly crushed the red-haired demon. How infuriating. What is happening? The biased dice. Sensing the red-haired demon's hesitation, swiftly exerted its rules, compelling him to grasp the dice cup and shake his wrist. Bang! After a few vigorous shakes, he forcefully slammed the cup onto the table. Beads of cold sweat streamed down the red-haired demon's face. His previously green visage turned pale. He knew all too well that he could not resist the rules of the biased dice. At that moment, he could barely control his own body. An invisible force pinned him to his seat, rendering him immobile. Every action was like that of a marionette, entirely under someone else's control. Chen Ming felt no need to accommodate the red-haired demon's plight, directly unveiling the dice cup to announce his rolled number first. 6. Another 6. What luck! Indeed. He had merely shaken the cup a few times before setting it down. There were no discernible techniques or finesse in his movements. Unless he rolled a 6 to force a tie. Otherwise, let the souls scatter. Chen Ming gestured for the red-haired demon to expedite his actions, urging him not to waste time and to reveal the results quickly, lest the others grow impatient. Damn it! Down! Down! The red-haired demon struggled against the loss of control, attempting to force his raised arm back into position. His contorted expression revealed the immense effort he exerted. Yet, even with his other hand pushing down, it yielded no result. His fingers gripped the dice cup, slowly lifting it. No, no. The red-haired demon's face was one of despair as he shook his head vehemently, desperate to regain control over his body. The power of the rules was akin to a double-edged sword, sharp when directed at enemies, yet equally merciless when turned against him. He could not refuse. In the ongoing struggle between the two forces, his arm swung forcefully, sending the dice cup flying. With a resounding crash, it shattered. This contest ultimately concluded with the red-haired demon's defeat. The cup opened, revealing a 1. A grim fate was sealed for him. With a sudden snap, the chain-like tattoo around his neck activated, violently constricting and severing the red-haired demon's head. Blood gushed forth from the severed neck, spraying wildly. The torrent of blood subsided quickly, and the lifeless body toppled from the bench, unsteady from the loss of balance. A trickle of blood continued to flow from the neck. Chen Ming opened his fingers, and the red-haired demon's soul gravitated towards him. With a firm grasp, he extinguished it. Such ruthless measures left all in awe, even the spirits gasping in shock. Their spines chilled. Successfully slain the green-faced demon. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 bronze treasure chest. Just 1 bronze treasure chest? The value of the demons surpassed Chen Ming's expectations, far lower than he had imagined. Fortunately, unlike the zombie creatures, there were additional drop rewards. For instance, the previously mentioned skull ring, or the present 5-star spirit tool, the eccentric die. It appears that the majority of the demons draw their power from these spirit tools. The stronger the tool, the mightier the demon. Chen Ming does not deny the existence of formidable beings among the demons who do not rely on spirit tools. But to date, he has yet to encounter one. With a swift motion of his control object technique, he drew the eccentric die into his collection. Naturally, onlookers dared not voice their opinions, for aside from Chen Ming's enigmatic identity and substantial financial resources, they also feared that offending him might render them the next targets for a life-or-death wager. If even the crimson-haired demon could not best him with the eccentric die, it was inconceivable to challenge him now that he wielded it firmly in his grasp, a formidable alliance. In such circumstances, opposing him was akin to courting death in the eyes of the demons. Did they revere him like a deity? Indeed, they regarded Chen Ming as a divine entity. Even more so, some sought him out, offering previously withheld, higher-quality spirit tools to curry favor, hoping to earn even a sliver of his goodwill. Even if they did not succeed in winning his favor, merely having him remember their faces would suffice. It was no loss. They spared no effort in their attempts to please him. Chen Ming, for his part, maintained his stance of welcoming all. Whatever was offered, he accepted without hesitation. After all, with his infinite storage space, he could accommodate it all. He initially believed that peace would continue in this manner. However, to his surprise, before he could even finish 2 cups of wine, a group of uninvited guests stormed in. What were these one-eyed beings after? It was unclear, but their aura exuded hostility, certainly not a good omen. Where there were such ruffians, had anything ever gone well? One could only hope they possessed the sense to avoid causing trouble, lest they ignite their own demise. They seemed to be searching for someone. Indeed, that was the case. Soon, a dozen or so one-eyed demons approached Chen Ming with an intimidating demeanor. Their towering figures compelled all to look up in awe. A few patrons, oblivious to the situation, were brusquely dismissed. Neil stepped forward, intending to kindly inquire what they wished to eat, only to be sent flying by a casual swipe from the one-eyed giant. His bones, at least a third broken, rendered him entirely incapacitated, unable to rise, suffering only from pain. Observing that he still clung to life and knowing that the adversaries were numerous, Manager Lu decisively chose to turn a blind eye. It was hardly worth risking the life of a replaceable human for the sake of a one-eyed demon. As for Chen Ming, it was not that he did not wish to help, but rather that he felt powerless to do so. Furthermore, he had long warned Chen Ming not to kill the one-eyed demons. Yet, recalling Chen Ming's hidden, mysterious background, he found himself wavering. Glancing upward, he murmured to himself, perhaps he should summon that esteemed individual from upstairs to intervene? Chapter 225, Powerful, Yet a Servant. Manager Liu assessed the situation and deemed it too late for intervention. Raising his gaze to the ceiling, he muttered to himself about the noise level being so high that the esteemed individual must have already heard. Given this, why should he meddle? He resolved to observe the situation, lest he offend both sides. The demons, meanwhile, were sweating bullets for Chen Ming. They recognized his strength. Yet facing so many one-eyed demons known for their formidable combat prowess and volatility was undoubtedly pressuring. They hesitated, contemplating whether to assist. Having just offered their spirit tools to Chen Ming, fearing their current strength might be inadequate to contend with the one-eyed demons, especially given their overwhelming numbers. The combat ability of a single one-eyed demon was already astonishing. The combined might of so many was truly unimaginable. The trio instinctively retreated to a safer distance. The intense murderous aura emitted by the one-eyed demons sending shivers down their spines, every cell in their bodies screaming to flee. Fortunately, all attention was focused on the one-eyed demons and Chen Ming, allowing for a moment of respite. Internally, they unanimously believed that it would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Ming to endure this crisis. Quickly, one of them shook his head, dismissing the thought. Chen Ming's immense wealth could surely resolve matters with money, alleviating the demons' resentment over the death of their comrade. As the saying goes, matters solvable with money are not matters at all. Judging by the lengths the demons had gone to offer their spirit tools for mere drinking funds, the trio had no doubt about the high value and significance of the Hades currency in the current world. Did you kill my brother? Boomed the largest and most imposing of the one-eyed demons as he marched up to Chen Ming, his voice laced with fury. When Chen Ming remained silent, the giant's hand came crashing down. Bang! Crash! The recently reconstructed wooden table shattered into several large pieces. If you want to speak, I shall take your silence as an admission of guilt. You, truly audacious to lay a hand on my brother. Leaning down to confront Chen Ming, his enormous eyes loomed large, filling Chen Ming's field of vision, revealing the fine red veins within. The one-eyed demon continued, I wish to know, who gave you the audacity? Speak. Despite his imposing presence, Chen Ming paid him no mind, treating him with utter disregard. Turning his head, he casually glanced at Qin Hongyue beside him and spoke unhurriedly. Hongyue, it's up to you. Yes, master. Qin Hongyue stood, having awaited this moment for far too long. Master? Hearing this, the one-eyed demon shifted some of his attention to Qin Hongyue. Oh, what a stunning beauty. To waste such a maiden on you is a travesty. Why not come with me and be my tribal queen? The one-eyed demon disregarded Chen Ming entirely as he approached Qin Hongyue, assessing her closely while greedily inhaling her scent. So fragrant. In the one-eyed demon's eyes, he harbored both lust and hunger for Qin Hongyue, an amalgamation evident in his gaze, a true reflection of his inner desires. Qin Hongyue paid him no heed, raising her flawless, jade-like arm. The one-eyed demon, mistaking her gesture for a romantic invitation, reached out to grasp her delicate fingers. Yet, Qin Hongyue would not permit the filthy hands of the one-eyed demon to touch her. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the demon's wide, disc-like pupils instantaneously constricted, resembling a cat's eye, as he witnessed his fingertip disintegrate into ashes before his very eyes, dissipating into the wind, and the decay continued to spread toward his torso. Realizing the dire situation, the one-eyed demon swiftly reacted, clutching his left shoulder with his right hand. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered several meters away as his entire arm, veins, flesh, and all, were gruesomely torn apart, brutally ripped asunder. Crack! With a twist of his wrist, he snapped the bone, flinging his severed limb away. In midair, it transformed entirely into ashes, vanishing like smoke before it could touch the ground. The one-eyed demon, too preoccupied with his triumph, soon realized his shoulder was still disintegrating, threatening to spread throughout his entire body. What have you done to me? He began, but his words trailed off as he vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. His 3 souls and 7 spirits were utterly obliterated by Qin Hongyue. You dare kill my leader. Kill, kill, kill. Tear her apart. Roared the one-eyed demons, their fear eclipsed by a surge of fury. Qin Hongyue regarded this with indifference. Their willingness to seek death only spared her considerable trouble. Since her master had issued a command, as a servant, she could not allow these ignorant demons who dared offend her master to escape, not even half of them. They must be eradicated. Facing the charging one-eyed demons, Qin Hongyue raised her hand. Bang! Boom! A powerful shockwave surged forth, leaving everyone momentarily blinded. As the winds and waves sweep by, there exists a sensation akin to being cut by a knife, though the surface bears no visible scars. The pain penetrates deep into the marrow. However, the most shocking scene unfolds after I lower my arms. Dozens of one-eyed monsters vanish into thin air, leaving behind a gruesome trail. The blood is so thick that it engulfs the ankles of the nearby specters. The air is saturated with a pungent, suffocating stench of blood, while the spirits seem unaffected. The trio feels their breaths becoming increasingly labored. Each inhalation and exhalation requires considerable effort to grasp the thin, blood-tainted air that has become scarce. The splatters of blood extend all the way outside, and the explosive stains on the doorframe create a significant visual impact, perfectly befitting the ambience of the ghostly realm. What has she done? Did you all witness her movements clearly? No one could see. They shook their heads, for in my eyes, she merely waved her arm. And nothing more. This human is undeniably a prodigy. In an instant, she shredded all the one-eyed monsters into mere flesh and blood. That figure is indeed extraordinary, deserving of the title master. It is no wonder he maintained his composure throughout. He possesses a sense of invincibility. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. I need to find an opportunity to toast him, hoping he remembers my face. The spirits have seemingly transformed into fervent admirers of Chen Ming, striving to draw near. The impact of Qin Hongyue's strike has left an indelible mark in their minds, far too intense to ignore. They sense that if they do not seize this opportunity, it will be challenging to encounter such a remarkable figure again. Miss this chance, and the opportunity may never arise again. If they feel this way, how much more so does the trio? The reality before them is starkly different from the narrative they envisioned. They believed Chen Ming would resolve matters with money. Yet his methods were brutally straightforward, swift, and decisive. What astonished them further was the revelation that the exquisitely beautiful woman possessed such monstrous strength. Even more surprising was the discovery of her relationship with Chen Ming. She is his servant. Chapter 226, The Boss Lady, the Woman in Red. Why can he bring a servant into the instance? Is this instance not randomly selected and joined? Perhaps, to him. A servant is akin to a tool or weapon, taken out when needed and stowed back in the system's backpack when not. This is simply cheating. Why can he have two while we have only one? Do you dare to confront him? Speak louder if you must. If I weren't so close, I doubt I would hear what you're saying. Do you take me for a fool? A few of them exchanged barbs, voicing their grievances about unfairness. Yet none dared to take action. Why risk death when living is so much better? After dispatching the one-eyed monsters, Chen Ming pondered how to pass the time before the auction at the underworld commenced. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu, the steward, hunched over, approaching him. Upon sensing Chen Ming's gaze, Lu immediately forced a smile, fearing Chen Ming might misinterpret his intentions. Upon reaching Chen Ming, he explained, "Sir, my mistress requests your presence. Could you spare a moment to speak, mistress?" Chen Ming made a slight movement, raising his gaze to observe the rooftop. He had noticed earlier that Lu's eyes often darted upward. It seemed the mistress was above. To become the innkeeper in this underworld must mean she is a distinguished spirit. Chen Ming was eager to witness this elite spirit for himself. He stood up, allowing Lu to lead the way. Qin Hongyue, noticing this, also intended to follow. However, Lu raised his hands in a gesture of deference and said, "Miss, the mistress has only requested the young master. Please wait here for a moment." Chen Ming cast a reassuring glance at Qin Hongyue, indicating she needn't worry about him. She nodded and returned to her seat. After calming Qin Hongyue, Chen Ming's focus returned to Lu. "Yes, please lead the way." Lu stepped aside, raising his hand in an inviting gesture. Following Lu's lead, Chen Ming ascended to the second floor, arriving before a door. Lu stood at the entrance, adopting a servant's demeanor, and quietly reported, "Mistress, I have brought the guest." "Let him in," a woman's voice resonated from behind the door. Though her figure was hidden, the voice was alluring, sending shivers down one's spine. Without needing to see her, it was easy to surmise the captivating beauty that awaited beyond the door. "Very well," Lu replied, pushing the door open just enough for one to enter. He then turned to Chen Ming and smiled. "Sir, please." Chen Ming felt no turmoil within as he strode confidently inside. Just as he entered, he heard the door close behind him, evoking a sense of entering the lion's den. His surroundings were awash in red, festive yet tinged with an indescribable eeriness. Was that a dragon and phoenix candle? Chen Ming confirmed his suspicion. This was indeed a bridal chamber. The style, decorations, and arrangements fit the theme perfectly. What solidified this realization was the sight of a blood-red wedding gown draped over a woman seated quietly, her red veil resembling a delicate gauze, hinting at the exquisite features beneath. "May I inquire as to the reason for your summons?" Chen Ming asked, noticing her silence. Seeing the young master's demeanor so grand and impressive, the woman replied, "I wish to befriend you. Would you be willing?" Her voice bore a hint of temptation. Only those of wavering resolve would find themselves entranced by her mere words. In response to the woman in red's inquiry, Chen Ming readily agreed, "Of course. It would be my honor to befriend the mistress." After all, there was no loss to him in agreeing. There was no reason to sever ties prematurely. "You jest, young master." The woman in red responded with a bewitching smile, her every movement exuding the grace of a refined lady. Yet, recalling Lu's earlier mention of the mistress and the spirit's reaction, Chen Ming was certain this woman was far more complex than she appeared. "Since we are friends, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to hear me out?" She continued, "Rest assured, this favor will not be without recompense. I shall reward you handsomely upon its completion." "Please, do tell," Chen Ming replied, withholding his immediate consent to learn more about the matter. 10 miles south of this street lies a mountain called Black Wind Mountain. Within it resides a fierce ghost who wishes to marry me, she elaborated. Though her strength is considerable, she cannot withstand his greater power. To protect the water moon and left by her fiancé, she was forced to acquiesce. Now, she seeks Chen Ming's assistance to vanquish this fierce ghost. Random task triggered. Task details: eliminate the diamond corpse and prevent the marriage. Task reward: unknown. A task? Chen Ming expressed surprise. Unknown rewards? To say he was not curious would be a lie. Very well, I accept this task, Chen Ming replied decisively, motivated solely by the desire to pass the time. He also hoped that the diamond corpse was indeed as formidable as the woman in red claimed. If so, his army of the dead could gain a powerful ally. Thank you, young master. The woman in red appeared slightly agitated, rising from the bed to approach Chen Ming, grasping his hand and pressing it against her own. Her hand was so cold. Chen Ming's gaze fell upon the pale, delicate hand that had captured his. A complete absence of warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Let us proceed swiftly and not waste any more time. We shall depart at once, suggested Chen Ming. Very well. I shall guide you, my lord, the woman in red eagerly replied. The two of them exited the room, one following the other, and descended to the second floor. The moment the woman in red appeared, the previously jubilant ambience turned unbearably oppressive. All the spirits lowered their heads, too fearful to utter a word. Their movements froze, paralyzed with trepidation. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ming felt an even greater anticipation for the mention of the formidable Vajra corpse by the woman in red. My lord, this way? She beckoned. Chen Ming nodded in agreement while casting a glance at Qin Hongyue. Understanding his unspoken cue, Qin Hongyue arose and followed suit. Thus, the trio departed from the inn, vanishing from the sight of the gathered spirits. The oppressive pressure that had loomed above dissipated in an instant. Phew, they have finally left. Who would have thought that the dignified proprietress of the Shui Inn could exhibit such gentleness towards others? Indeed, it is utterly inconceivable to connect her to that ruthless female tyrant. Shoo, lower your voices. Do not let them hear us. Beware of eavesdroppers. Hiss, quiet down. Did you hear that strange sound? It resembles a wedding procession. Chapter 227, The Wedding Robbery, Not a Marriage. A wedding procession? From whence does it come? It just struck me. Someone from Haifeng Mountain mentioned that they would come today to fetch the proprietress of Shui Inn. So it is a wedding for the proprietress of Shui. Then, TSK, I have heard that beneath that red veil lies a stunning beauty. What a shame to waste her. The spirits lamented the plight of the woman in red, yet out of fear of the Vajra corpse's might, they dared not act recklessly, merely exchanging a few words to vent their frustrations. They were acutely aware that as long as the Vajra corpse wished, it could effortlessly annihilate all present in the blink of an eye, just as Qin Hongyue had done to the Cyclops and his ilk. Voicing their grievances was one thing. Engaging in the fray was another. Risking their lives was hardly worth it. The trio of Chen Ming soon encountered the wedding procession head-on. The participants bore some semblance of humanity, yet their makeup was undeniably ghastly. Their faces were painted a ghostly white, with thick layers and precisely placed red dots on their cheeks, creating an unsettling and bizarre visage. Upon reflection, such grotesqueness seemed fitting for the realm of spirits. The wedding procession was quite sizable. Chen Ming estimated no fewer than 40 or 50 individuals. The front line was occupied by those beating drums and gongs, creating a cacophony, while a lavish sedan chair was carried aloft, followed closely by numerous boxes of dowries. However, despite the grandeur of the 8-bearer sedan chair and the opulence of the gifts, the woman in red exhibited not a trace of joy. On the contrary, Chen Ming noticed her tightly clenched fists. Descend from the sedan, shouted an elderly figure, presumably a matchmaker, standing beside the chair. With a resounding thud, the wedding chair was lowered to the ground. The matchmaker, her face crinkled with a smile, lifted the curtain and addressed the woman in red. Madam, please enter the sedan. Seeing the woman in red remain unmoved, the matchmaker's smile faltered, and she repeated, albeit with a more commanding tone, Madam, please enter the sedan. Apologies, but we shall not be marrying today, Chen Ming interjected, having accepted the task, and feeling no compulsion to stand idly by. Who are you to obstruct our welcoming of the lady? If you value your life, depart at once. The matchmaker's patience had been utterly exhausted by Chen Ming, her expression morphing into one of ferocity, as if she would devour him whole. Regrettably, this marriage shall be thwarted today, Chen Ming declared, seizing the opportunity to assert himself. The woman in red relaxed her previously tense grip, and beneath her veil, her countenance subtly shifted. You seek death, the matchmaker signaled to one of her companions. Upon receiving the command, the individual brandished a swana, inhaled deeply, and commenced to play. The sound waves surged forth like a tide, crashing relentlessly towards Chen Ming. The very fabric of the visible realm warped, transforming into a scene reminiscent of a scorching summer day. This sonic onslaught was exceedingly potent. One could hardly exaggerate its capacity to penetrate the mind. Reacting swiftly, Qin Hongyue conjured a formidable barrier of spiritual energy before Chen Ming, effortlessly absorbing the waves of sound without the slightest hint of strain. Were an ordinary person to endure such an assault, they would likely succumb to bloodshed from every orifice. Gasping for breath, The spirit playing the Suona inhaled again, his abdomen and chest swelling as he prepared to unleash another blast. It was evident that his frustration was mounting. Given the ineffectiveness of his previous efforts against Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue, as evidenced by the irregular rhythm of his playing and the occasional missed notes. Yet, despite his desperate attempts, the Suona proved futile. Just as he planned to repeat his earlier tactics, Chen Ming seized the moment. Utilizing his control technique to snatch the Suona from him and summoned a tempest of wind to blow into it. The resulting sound was thunderous. The energy imbued in the notes forced the entire wedding procession and the heavy sedan chair on the ground several meters back, the force still surging forth. The drummers among the spirits immediately began to beat their instruments, attempting to counterbalance the sound of Chen Ming's Suona. The clash of sound waves echoed through the air, their collision creating a shockwave that spread outward, causing buildings to tremble and debris to rain down, shattering into fragments. Isn't that your spiritual instrument? Why are you hesitating? Retrieve it at once. The matchmaker urged. I cannot control it. The spirit lamented, having failed repeatedly. Useless wretch. The matchmaker cursed vehemently before her form abruptly transformed. Sharp, spear-like appendages erupted from her back, tearing through flesh, totaling 8 in number. Her head morphed into that of a spider, her body rapidly expanding. No, it would be more accurate to describe her as grotesquely corpulent, sprouting coarse hair all over. Her garments were shredded, culminating in her grotesque transformation into a colossal spider creature. Her size now magnified 5 or 6 times. The sedan chair, which required 8 individuals to lift, now seemed diminutive in comparison to her. Roar. The spider creature opened its maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, letting out a fearsome roar as it spewed forth corrosive saliva. To Chen Ming's eyes, this new form was oddly more palatable. Is this the end? No, not by a long shot. One by one, the members of the wedding procession began to metamorphose in a similar fashion to the matchmaker, each becoming a spider creature. In terms of size, they could not compare to her. Even the closest among them fell short by a third. Dozens of mutated spider creatures filled the street, their tattered clothing scattered by the wind. This scene drew the attention of numerous onlookers from the buildings nearby, both spirits and humans alike. What is happening? So many spiders. They are enormous. It appears there is a wedding robbery occurring, and the wedding party is dissatisfied, leading to a clash. They are getting married. Why should they be dissatisfied? One questioned earnestly. Listen closely. It is a robbery, not a marriage, a heist. A companion corrected with exasperation. If I recall correctly, those are individuals from Hafing Mountain. Are they not? Hafing Mountain. Good heavens. These audacious individuals dare to rob someone favored by the Lord of Hafing Mountain. They concluded that Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue had no hope of a favorable outcome today. They were undoubtedly doomed, especially as they observed the spiders coordinating their efforts. Some leaping onto rooftops while others descended around Chen Ming, encircling the trio from all sides. Their teamwork was impeccable. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal-clad feet striking the bluestone pavement resonated ominously, instilling a significant sense of dread in their opponents. Confronted by the rapidly advancing mutated spiders leaping from all directions, Chen Ming remained utterly composed as he drew forth the black hole gun. He had long sought an opportunity to test this peculiar and extraordinary weapon, a marvel of advanced technology that transcended the bounds of reason. In Chapter 228, is he the Lord of the Undead? Upon witnessing Chen Ming brandish this bizarre weapon, resembling a firearm, Qin Hongyue relaxed her stance. No longer poised for action at a moment's notice awaiting his command. The spider, transformed from the media woman, crouched low, then, propelled by its 8 legs acting like springs, launched itself skyward at an astonishing speed, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards him. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing a gruesome sight as flesh tore at the corners, as if it had resolutely decided to swallow Chen Ming whole. Is it that ravenous? Chen Ming mused, positioning the weighty, angular black hole gun, its pure white exterior providing a satisfying heft that allowed him to keenly sense its presence. He took aim and squeezed the trigger. A dark energy began to accumulate at the muzzle. Once charged to its maximum capacity, the energy coalesced into a sphere reminiscent of a black hole, exuding an aura of ominous power. Click. He pulled the trigger again. The gun could only be fired twice, once to charge, and the second to unleash. The longer the charge, the greater the black hole gun's devouring power and range. Boom. The ink-like black hole energy projectile, akin to a droplet of water, surged forth into the gaping maw of the mutated spider, crashing deep into its throat. A cacophony of chaos ensued as the black hole rapidly expanded within the creature's body, twisting and spiraling, until it was utterly consumed, vanishing from existence. With its mission complete, the black hole dissipated. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing speed, from the activation of the black hole to the consumption of the spider. All within a mere 30 seconds. What manner of spirit artifact is that? Unheard of. Unseen. The onlooking specters marveled in awe. A single strike? This must be at least a 6th tier, no, a 7th tier spirit artifact. 7th tier? Good heavens, the most powerful spirit artifact I've encountered in centuries was merely 4th tier. The surrounding entities, both ghostly and monstrous, were left in profound astonishment. Human survivors, who had been discreetly observing Chen Ming's actions, felt a tumult of emotions surging within them. This fellow is formidable. Is he truly here to survive? They could not help but wonder. Bang, bang, bang. Back to Chen Ming. He tirelessly unleashed black hole energy projectiles, targeting the spiders that, in their mutated state, approached him without fear, intent on becoming mere sustenance. His rhythm was impeccable. Utilizing his precognitive abilities, Chen Ming meticulously plotted his assault routes. In this moment, he resembled a player in a game who had activated cheat codes. He was unstoppable. The black hole energy projectiles rained down with a perfect strike rate. Not every spider warranted a charged shot. The smaller the mutated spider, the more easily it could be dispatched. If one shot proved insufficient, he could simply fire a second, or even a third. After all, with unlimited ammunition at his disposal, the concern of running low on supplies had been entirely erased from his life's lexicon. In just over 2 minutes, the entirety of the wedding party was devoured by Chen Ming's black hole projectiles, sent to an unknown realm. All that remained were scattered remnants of torn fabric, the bridal sedan, and various drums and gongs. The stark contrast between the previous revelry and the current desolation was striking. Through the veil of the red bridal attire, the woman in red stared intently at Chen Ming, her astonishment and disbelief beyond description. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, elite level mutated spider monster 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new undead minion, mutated spider monster 48. Upon completing the extraction, Chen Ming released his grip, and the black hole gun automatically returned to his system's inventory. The next time he required it, it would appear at his command. Let us go, he declared, feeling that walking to Black Wind Mountain would be an utter waste of time. With a mere thought, shadows enveloped the majority of the street beneath him. The woman in red swayed slightly, her footing unsteady as her gaze shot upward, taking in the entirety of the street below. What is this? She gasped, panic evident on her face as she beheld the colossal dragon beneath her. Do not be alarmed. It's merely a mount, Chen Ming reassured her nonchalantly. He then directed the disaster dragon towards Black Wind Mountain. With a mighty flap of its wings, the dragon stirred a tempest that swept across the entire street. After 2 or 3 powerful beats, it soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Witnessing this spectacle, the ghosts and monsters were left in sheer awe. A dragon? Is that truly a dragon? How could a dragon appear in this region? Could it be that something has transpired in the Yellow Springs ghost realm unbeknownst to us? The overwhelming presence of the dragon was staggering. Reflecting back, their legs trembled uncontrollably. Dragons, being creatures born with innate enhancements, grew stronger with age without the need for any training, rivaling even the most formidable ghost kings. To question the status and influence of dragons within the Yellow Springs ghost realm is to understand how the entities regarded them as formidable monsters. Among the human faction, within the ranks of the laborers, a momentary hesitation followed by a sudden realization dawned upon them. Wait, that dragon, could it be the Lord of the Undead from the Great Xia? Indeed, I can assure you with utmost certainty that the dragon is indeed the exclusive mount of the Lord of the Undead, at least in my understanding. No one other than him can command such a divine beast. It is astonishing that this instance has drawn the Lord of the Undead into the fray. Why does this bring me a sense of balance? Alas, unlike previous instances where defeating the final boss allowed everyone to escape, we cannot rely on him. Shoo, let us not linger. I sense the gazes of those ghosts are becoming increasingly unsettling. If we tarry any longer, we might attract unwanted attention. Feeling the predatory stares from the shadows, an icy chill coursed through their limbs, as if someone were gently brushing their skin with sharp claws, sending shivers down their spine. This sensation was not one of comfort, but rather a disquieting and fearful one. Recognizing that survival in the Yellow Springs ghost realm depended solely on themselves, they dared not become complacent, continuing to labor diligently. They awaited the conclusion of their toil, eager to receive their wages and the Yellow Springs coins granted by the system, which would offer them entry into the Yellow Springs auction house. They were keen to ascertain the price of the ticket to exit the Yellow Springs ghost realm. It felt as though any connection to the auction would demand a significant sum, making the prospect daunting. They fervently hoped that the rules of the Yellow Springs ghost realm would show some leniency, granting them a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Chen Ming and his companions, mounted upon the disaster dragon, could see the distant silhouette of Black Wind Mountain shrouded in mist. In Chapter 229, the wealthy family, the groom, the woman in red pointed. There lies Black Wind Mountain, Red Moon, Chen Ming acknowledged, casting a glance at Qin Hongyue. Understanding his intent, she stepped forward, sweeping her hand to absorb the black fog enveloping the area, controlling it within her grasp. With a firm closure of her fingers, the mist completely dispersed. What had once been obscured by fog, rendering the scene invisible, was suddenly revealed in its entirety. The entire Black Wind Mountain lay bare within their sight. Beyond the barren trees stripped of life, the most striking feature was the grand estate situated atop the mountain. Boom. Crash. The dragon descended, lowering its massive head as a staircase to facilitate Chen Ming and the others alighting. Chen Ming and Yi Qingsheng had long since grown accustomed to this spectacle. However, for the woman in red, the tumultuous emotions she had managed to quell surged once more. Initially, she believed that Chen Ming's ability to tame a dragon was a remarkable feat, worthy of being chronicled in history. After all, he was but a human, previously seen as mere fodder by demons and spirits, occupying the lowest tier of the food chain. Now, he not only commanded a dragon as a steed, but also humbled it by allowing it to bow its head for them to tread upon. This was a stark contrast to the proud dragon she had envisioned. Had it not been for her own eyes witnessing this, she would have found it utterly unbelievable if anyone else had recounted it. Even she, a creature of the night, found it excessively surreal. The Li residence, was this where the Li family once resided? Judging by the grandeur of the estate, it seemed to belong to a prominent family. Chen Ming instructed the Calamity Dragon to remain outside, for its colossal form posed a risk of flattening the entire structure with a mere misstep. Let us proceed inside, Chen Ming declared. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling gust swept through, biting cold. The two large red lanterns adorned with auspicious characters hanging from the door ignited with a fiery glow, though it was dim, failing to evoke even a hint of festivity. This scene seemed tailor-made for a supernatural thriller, requiring no embellishments. It was ripe for filming, the atmosphere thick with foreboding. As Chen Ming ascended the steps, raising his hand to push open the courtyard gate, he was met with a creaking sound as the doors swung open of their own accord. What greeted his eyes was a tableau he found utterly unsurprising. Everywhere, red silk hung, and fabric was fashioned into ornamental pom-poms. The materials, dyed in a hue of red that was undeniably vivid, nonetheless evoked a disquieting sensation. A circle of red lanterns adorned the eaves, casting an eerie crimson glow over the surroundings. What ought to have been a lively scene was instead eerily silent. Numerous seats were unoccupied, the dust generated by his pride, and the tables were laden with delicacies that emitted no aroma of food. The atmosphere was devoid of life and flavor, steeped in a dismal stillness. "Oh, you have finally arrived. How I have awaited your presence," a somewhat hoarse voice resonated, breaking the silence. The three turned their gazes in unison, certain that the man had not been present at the entrance of the main house moments before. Clad in a vibrant wedding gown embroidered with dragons and auspicious clouds, his attire was a riot of colors, though predominantly red, topped with a traditional cap and sporting a long braid cascading down his back. It was a stark departure from the contemporary styles of marriage, appearing rather antiquated. The man's complexion was ghastly pale, lacking the rosy hue that typically enlivens a bridegroom's face. "An auspicious time has arrived. Let us welcome the bride," someone shouted, though Chen Ming was certain the voice did not belong to the man. In an instant, the previously tranquil courtyard erupted into a cacophony. A glance around revealed the formerly empty seats now filled with guests, whispering and murmuring amongst themselves, their faces fixed with rigid, unnatural smiles, reminiscent of puppets compelled to smile against their will. Their eyes, wide and unblinking, sent shivers down Chen Ming's spine, serving as a vivid reminder that they were not human. "To marry into the Li family is indeed a stroke of fortune," one guest remarked. Who could argue? "Marrying the young master of the Li family guarantees a life of comfort and ease," another chimed in. The clamor of voices swelled, gradually becoming clearer. "Come, my dear. What are you waiting for? Don't miss this auspicious occasion. Let us hasten inside to exchange vows." The bridegroom extended his arm in a welcoming gesture. "Li Sangui, do not harbor such delusions. I shall not marry you," the woman in red declared, unwavering. At her bold proclamation, the once noisy courtyard fell into an oppressive silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All present, as if manipulated by unseen strings, turned their heads in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief, fixating intently on the woman in red, as if silently questioning her audacity. The atmosphere was suffocating. "My dear, what do you mean by that?" "It saddens me greatly," Li Sangui replied, maintaining a facade of calm. "If it weren't for your threats to destroy the Water Moon Inn, I would never have consented to marry you." "Sadness? This is your own doing," she retorted emphatically. "Are you not afraid that I will destroy the Water Moon Inn?" Li Sangui remained expressionless, his words devoid of any emotional weight. "Why should I fear?" Chen Ming stepped forward, addressing Li Sangui directly. "You are not on my family's guest list. If you know what is good for you, depart at once." Li Sangui's voice trembled, his sunken cheeks rendering him even more ghostly. Chen Ming chuckled. "What is so amusing?" Li Sangui's anger flared at Chen Ming's derision, his expression shifting slightly. "You presume to dictate my laughter?" Chen Ming shot back. Li Sangui's demeanor darkened. "You truly intend to sabotage my nuptials today?" Chen Ming remained silent, his stance resolute. "You seek death." With a loud bang, the guests who had gathered for the wedding abruptly rose from their seats, moving stiffly toward Chen Ming, their movements reminiscent of the living dead. "Master, shall I intervene and dispel these illusions?" Qin Hongyue approached Chen Ming, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "Illusions?" Though puzzled, Chen Ming chose not to inquire further and nodded in agreement, entrusting the matter to her. Chapter 230, The True Countenance. Symbolic Flames. Qin Hongyue accepted the command and stepped forward, facing the encroaching throng of eerie guests. She raised her hand, her finger pointing in the air. A sound akin to a droplet falling into water resonated, clear and melodious. However, what captivated the eye more than the sound was the spectacle unfolding before them. As Qin Hongyue's divine power rippled outward like waves, the vibrant red scene began to fade, revealing decay and dust. The once opulent mansion had devolved into ruins. The strange guests, akin to vapor, disintegrated in the face of Qin Hongyue's onslaught. They were erased from existence before they could even muster a thought of resistance. As for Li Sangui, the bridegroom, his disguise was forcibly stripped away, unveiling his true form. His garments were tattered, stained with blood, rigid and brittle. His disheveled hair hung down his back, seemingly untouched by water for years, rivaling the appearance of a ghastly tree spirit. His complexion, along with his exposed arms, bore the pallor of death, devoid of any color, marred by darkening patches of decay. As for Li Sangui's lower half, Chen Ming suspected it had been forcibly amalgamated. How else could a human body sprout tentacles? It was as if the upper half of a human had been grotesquely fused with the lower half of an octopus. 8 or 9 tentacles supported Li Sangui's upper body, their hue and texture reminiscent of ancient, decaying tree roots. Were it not for the presence of suckers, Chen Ming might not have confidently identified them as octopus appendages. Look at you, truly hideous, yet harboring such lofty dreams, Chen Ming remarked with disdain. Upon hearing this, Li Sangui glanced down, raised his hands, and only then realized that his disguise had been utterly dismantled. No, Li Sangui's roar reverberated with fury, for he appeared most reluctant to accept such a form of himself. With arms outstretched and fingers partially clenched, the scattered wood and stones around him began to levitate, their sharp edges aimed menacingly at Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. Following this, he thrust his arms forward with great force, sending the wood and stones cascading down upon the two like a torrential downpour. The woman in red was not within the range of Li Sangui's assault. He was convinced that Chen Ming had incited her. If he could eliminate Chen Ming, the instigator, the wedding could proceed as planned. At that moment, even if the woman in red were to object, she would have no choice but to acquiesce. Observing this, Chen Ming drew forth the Taoist Gatling gun, seizing a rare opportunity to employ it. Having caught the proverbial fish, it would be remiss not to test the waters. He was also curious about what kind of sparks would fly when this peculiar weapon met Li Sangui's vehement and ominous attacks. Qin Hongyue, ever perceptive, dutifully stepped aside, not foolish enough to compete for attention with her master. She harbored no concerns that Li Sangui could harm Chen Ming. He simply lacked the strength. In her eyes, Chen Ming's willingness to engage him was already a tremendous stroke of fortune that Li Sangui had accrued in a previous life, worthy of boasting about. With a firm pull of the trigger, the 6 barrels of the gun began to spin rapidly, reaching maximum velocity within seconds. The bullets, crafted from yellow talisman paper, were discharged without gunfire, lacking a certain flair. However, the sound of gunfire was perfectly replicated. The Taoist talisman bullets poured forth swiftly as Chen Ming adeptly adjusted the gun's aim, creating an impressive barrage of bullets. Boom. The moment the Taoist talisman bullets collided with the wood and stones enveloped in black malevolence, an explosive sound erupted, flames swiftly consuming the dark aura, burning it to cinders. Unstoppable. With the loss of its sinister control, everything began to plummet from the air, engulfed in the flames of the Taoist talismans. This fire inflicted severe damage upon malevolent spirits while wielding potent psychological intimidation. Qin Hongyue observed as the woman in red instinctively recoiled several steps, patting her chest in a display of palpable relief. What kind of spiritual artifact is this? Li Sangui was indeed bewildered. Despite considering himself well-versed in the arcane, he found himself utterly at a loss, unable to comprehend the situation. He swiftly leaped onto the rooftop, not to escape, but to seek a more advantageous angle for attack. His inky black tentacles expanded limitlessly, thickening and elongating, casting a shadow as they shot toward Chen Ming in a direct trajectory. Faced with tentacles thicker than an elephant's legs, Chen Ming remained unperturbed. What truly surprised him were the rows of sharp teeth lining each suction cup, reminiscent of a meat grinder. Should he be ensnared, he would be reduced to nothing more than a pulp in an instant. Chen Ming raised the Gatling gun, aiming with precision, and unleashed a relentless torrent of fire. The Taoist talisman bullets, alongside an infinite supply of ammunition, could reach an astonishing rate of fire, no less than 100 rounds per minute, totaling an astounding 6,000 rounds in 1 minute. Without the skill of infinite ammunition, an ordinary person wielding such a weapon would achieve little effect. However, Chen Ming was free to disregard all constraints, focusing solely on output. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. The Taoist talisman bullets continuously poured forth, striking the tentacles with unyielding resolve. Upon contact, the bullets expanded, and the yellow talisman papers swiftly adhered across a vast area, forcibly altering the color and nature of Li Sangui's tentacles. In the next moment, the incantations inscribed on the talisman papers ignited with a crimson glow. Though the light of a single talisman might seem insignificant, The simultaneous illumination of hundreds of thousands, even millions of talisman papers was no trivial matter. Boom, boom, boom. The Taoist talismans detonated, their flames dazzling and vibrant, seemingly alive as they surged forth from the tips of the tentacles, advancing relentlessly towards Li Sangwei's torso. Though Li Sangwei was a fierce spirit of considerable strength, he found himself utterly powerless against such fierce talismanic flames. The wails were incessant as the tentacles flailed uncontrollably, no longer targeting Chen Ming, but thrashing wildly in the air. The already damaged walls and structures of the courtyard crumbled under the onslaught, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. The entire residence was shrouded in smoke. In contrast, Chen Ming's finger never wavered from the trigger. Even as Li Sangwei was engulfed in dust and debris, it did not impede his relentless output. The anguish cries, audible even from hundreds of meters away, served as the best indication of his hits. As long as the sound rose in pitch, Chen Ming knew he had struck true. Remarkable. How can he be so powerful? After witnessing this display, the woman in red was left utterly astonished. Initially, she had presumed that Chen Ming's greatest asset was Qin Hongyue, but now realized how dreadfully mistaken she had been. He was formidable in his own right. Astoundingly so. Previously, she could hardly fathom that one day, Li Sangwei, who once ruled this territory, would be crushed by a mere human. How infuriating. You have gone too far. Li Sangwei bellowed in rage. Chapter 231, Evolution, Survival of the Fittest. Bang! The sound of crashing reverberated as tentacles fell, hitting the ground, and stirring up considerable commotion. Breaking through the smoke, Chen Ming waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind that swept the fog upwards in a swirling vortex. Initially, upon hearing Li Sangwei's furious voice, Chen Ming had anticipated that he was being pushed to his limits, preparing to unleash a devastating move. To his surprise, the creature chose instead to sever its own tentacles and flee. Through the divine eye, Chen Ming observed clearly as Li Sangwei regrew his tentacles and fled without looking back. Seeking to distance himself from the windswept mountain, the 8 tentacles worked in unison, propelling him forward at remarkable speed. The discarded tentacles, consumed by the talisman flames, turned to ash, ceasing to exist. Master, shall I pursue and capture him? Qin Hongyue eagerly inquired. Chen Ming, having stowed away the Taoist Gatling gun, waved his hand dismissively. Unhurried, he had previously utilized the SSS level skill, Permanent Theft, to peruse Li Sangwei's skill set and was fully aware of its implications, thus he felt no urgency. He was certain of Li Sangwei's forthcoming plans. With the divine eye following him, he could afford to wait patiently as the net tightened. The woman in red was tempted to utter words of pursuing victory and eradicating the root of the problem, but feared that speaking might lead Chen Ming to perceive her actions as overstepping. Choosing instead to remain silent, she preferred to say nothing rather than risk making a mistake. If the regular patrons of the Shuiwen were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. After all, a formidable spirit could exhibit such delicate thoughtfulness in the presence of a human being, engaging in so much consideration and compromising behavior. This was a far cry from the fierce souls they were accustomed to, a stark contrast. As he glanced back at Li Sangwei, who had fled a considerable distance, he slowed his pace once he confirmed that no one was pursuing him. Just as he began to feel relieved at having survived, a surge of anger erupted within him. How infuriating. I have been driven to such a state by a mere human. What will the other spirits think of me if word gets out? No. He had to reclaim his honor. More importantly, Li Sangwei could not shake his concern for the woman in red. He feared that if he did not return, she might very well be coaxed into becoming Chen Ming's exclusive concubine. The mere thought of such a scenario filled him with rage. The disgrace of having his fiancée taken by another would be far more humiliating than being defeated by a human. Having grown accustomed to being a dominant force, he could not afford to lose face. Resolute in his determination, he vowed to eliminate Chen Ming, the traitor, and to wed the woman in red in a grand ceremony. Bringing her back to the Li household in splendor, the tendrils reached out, entwining around the 2 towering trees that obstructed the path, forcibly tearing them from their roots. No road. Then a brand new path shall be carved forth by sheer force. Approaching the precipice, he gazed upon the nearby village, illuminated by the glow of numerous homes. Li Sangwei's smile was grotesque and chilling, enough to induce a shiver even in the hearts of the most fearsome spirits. Excellent, this is it. Li Sangwei hastened down the mountain, making a beeline for the village. Sensing the dense aura of malevolence enveloping the entire village, the diminutive village chief, accompanied by over 100 minor spirits, arrived at the entrance to greet him. Among the crowd were elder spirits, robust young spirits, child spirits, and even some striking female spirits. We are unaware of what has brought you to our Shurgui village, esteemed sir, the village chief said, leaning heavily on his cane. His eyes barely slitted open, yet he spoke with utmost politeness. The collective malevolent energy of the entire ghost village paled in comparison to a single hair on Li Sangwei's cold body. Faced with such a formidable specter, the inhabitants of Shurgui village had no recourse but to harbor respect. Any hint of disrespect could spell doom for the entire village. They had to tread carefully, with no room for error. Li Sangwei, valuing time greatly and fueled by a desire for revenge, was disinclined to waste words. The tendrils surged forth, forming a circle that ensnared the spirits within. Then, in an instant, they tightened. Before they could react, they were forcibly dragged into the roots of the tendrils, towards the gaping maw at the center. This was reminiscent of an octopus indeed. Wait, we know not how we have offended you. Please, I implore you, show mercy. The village chief, aware of his inability to escape, cast aside his cane and knelt without hesitation, curling upon the ground in earnest supplication for forgiveness. Although he was oblivious to his transgressions, his foremost concern was to quell Li Sangwei's wrath. Other matters were trivial in comparison. Li Sangwei remained silent, relentlessly capturing the fleeing spirits with his tendrils, devouring 3 or 4 in a single motion. As the malevolent energy accumulated sufficiently, a 9th tendril sprouted. Li Sangwei had achieved evolution. Indeed, this was the unique growth ability known as predatory evolution that Chen Ming had observed, prompting him to delay his extermination plans. Help! Help! The cries echoed incessantly. The village chief, huddled on the ground, was powerless to intervene. He understood all too well that he could do nothing but beg for mercy like an ant. He even lacked the courage or strength to feel anger. Soon, the village chief was ensnared around his waist by the tendrils, dragged into the abyss. TSK, after consuming so many, I have only grown a single tendril? These creatures are truly pitifully weak, Li Sangwei lamented. Not enough. Far from enough. I require more. The 9 tendrils surged with renewed vigor, moving with increased speed. His eyes glistened with avarice, yearning to consume more and become ever stronger. Only then could he return and deal with Chen Ming, reclaiming the red-clad woman. Notably, the skill of predatory evolution bore a critical flaw. Excessive use would cloud his mind, gradually succumbing to malevolent thoughts, consuming him from within. To put it plainly, it resembled a descent into madness. While devouring other spirits, he also absorbed their grievances. This bitterness could not be vanquished. For spirits, the immutable truth of gaining through loss applied just as well. At present, Li Sangwei's heart was entirely consumed by rage and hatred, oblivious to all else. His sole focus was on the pursuit of greater strength. Chen Ming kept his left eye tightly shut, utilizing the eye of God to secretly observe Li Sangwei's every move. Witnessing his relentless pursuit of vengeance, as he swept through village after village, devouring spirit after spirit, Chen Ming felt immense satisfaction. He eagerly anticipated witnessing how far Li Sangwei could evolve, pondering the formidable power that would result. The stronger he became, the more formidable the undead legion would be upon extraction. Why not rejoice in this? Chapter 232, Bloodlust. Random task triggered. The whales were relentless. The term hell on earth seemed inadequate to describe the scene. Yet, wherever Li Sangwei tread, it was indeed a hellish landscape. Those spirits encountering such a malevolent entity faced unilateral slaughter, with no chance to resist, as they were forcibly dragged into his maw, becoming sustenance for growth. Upon returning to the ghost street where the Shui Wen was located, Li Sangwei's tendrils had multiplied from 8 to 16. Thousands of various spirits had perished at his hands, including many humans who had ventured into the netherworld's realm. A human endowed with skills and a penchant for malevolence could yield experience growth comparable to that of a fierce spirit. If Li Sangwei's recollection served him right, he had consumed at least 50 humans along the way, though this was still insufficient. Far from enough. At this moment, Li Sangwei was eager to taste the essence of Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue, convinced they would grant him a significant boost in power. Currently, he believed that his strength, derived from devouring other spirits, was ample to confront Chen Ming head-on. Furthermore, the malevolent energy in this street was unwaveringly stable. Destruction and despair trailed in his wake. The wails echoing endlessly. Li Sangwei's form loomed like a giant, the buildings appearing as mere toys in comparison, ready to topple with the slightest touch. Those spirits, once formidable in stature, now found themselves devoid of will, consumed only by the urge to flee. On the side of the human survivors, discontent was rife. Damn it. Just as the day's work was nearing its end, and we were about to receive our wages, the boss vanishes? What a joke. Enough complaining. Let's get out of here, or we might be trapped in this ghostly realm forever. Curse it. Get out of the way. Move. From Chen Ming's perspective, Li Sangwei resembled a gluttonous patron at a buffet, albeit this time the buffet consisted of living beings, adding a layer of intrigue as they attempted to escape. In such a brief span, he had grown to this extent. Chen Ming greatly admired his efforts. Wait, I recognize that fellow. He is Li Sangwei, the head of the Li family from Haifeng Mountain. Li Sangwei, isn't he the betrothed of the innkeeper? It appears those two failed to eliminate him and instead provided him with an opportunity to recover. Now he seeks vengeance. We should hurry and flee. Their knowledge stemmed from a mirror spirit, which projected clear images of Li Sangwei's movements, akin to the eye of God, albeit with limitations on range and the inability to convey sound. They could only observe the visuals, which were temporary and required a considerable amount of malevolent energy. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. My lord, are you not leaving? Lee Sangawei has gone completely berserk. Confronting him directly will yield no favorable outcome. Indeed. My lord, let us depart together. Crossing the river to the main city will ensure greater safety, as the city's guardians will not allow him to wreak havoc within. Innkeeper, you should not remain here either. While the inn is important, your life is of paramount significance. The spirits, showing compassion, urged Chen Ming and the red-clad woman to leave. Fear not. You may go ahead. I shall follow shortly. It was a jest. There was no reason to retreat now that the bait was nearly set. Indeed, Lee Sangawei's current appearance is undeniably more intimidating than before. However, it does not instill fear in Chen Ming. To put it bluntly, even if Lee Sangawei were to consume all the souls of the Yellow Springs, he would still pale in comparison to a mere finger of Qin Hongyue. The disparity in combat prowess between the two is incomprehensible. In the realm of power, there exists a noticeable imbalance. Seeing Chen Ming resolute in his intentions, the woman in red adopted an attitude of fearless determination. As the sounds of destruction grew ever closer, the various spirits and monsters dared not linger any longer and hastened their departure towards the Yellow Springs Lake, preparing to cross the lake directly to the Ghost City. Delicious. Truly delightful. Not enough. Not enough. More. More. Lee Sangawei's voice echoed throughout the ghost street, imbued with an almost enchanting quality. Just as Chen Ming contemplated it was time to reap his rewards, a system notification suddenly appeared before him. Random task triggered. Eliminate the brutal demon Lee Sangawei to earn a chance for a premium spiritual weapon lottery. Another unexpected gain? Chen Ming smiled faintly, confirming that his anticipation had been justified. He desired Lee Sangawei's abilities, as well as the souls he commanded. The treasure chest that would drop upon Lee Sangawei's demise, along with the chance for a premium spiritual weapon, were also his targets. There was no need to fret over greed leading to ruin. Chen Ming considered his capabilities quite robust. He opened the regional chat channel, eager to see if any survivors were speaking nearby. Is there anyone alive? Have you received the task? If so, make a sound. Sound. Yes, we received it. But can we really challenge such a formidable creature? Eliminate. More like we'll be the ones getting eliminated. I'm out of here. But it's a chance for a premium spiritual weapon lottery. Take a risk. And a bicycle could become a motorcycle. No, a luxurious car. A sports car. I heard the Lord of the Undead is also in this instance. Aside from him, no one else can rival Lee Sangawei. What? The Lord of the Undead is here? Lee Sangawei, what a down-to-earth name. Whether it's the Lord of the Undead or Lee Sangawei, if you want to die, go ahead. I just want to survive, gather enough Yellow Springs coins, and secure a ticket out of this dreadful place. The hesitant majority vastly outnumbered those who firmly resolved to confront Lee Sangawei in a life-or-death battle. They were but a scarce few, hardly even the tip of the iceberg. In their eyes, Lee Sangawei's power could no longer be described as terrifying. It was beyond comprehension. It far exceeded their standards of understanding and capacity to endure. Moreover, some individuals began to rally in the chat channel, aiming to unite their strength in a team to slay Lee Sangawei. They believed that this approach would not only increase their odds of success against him, but also grant everyone a chance at the premium spiritual weapon lottery. Upon hearing this, many thought it was indeed a viable plan, since the system hadn't explicitly forbidden such actions, as they envisioned a harmonious outcome, where each would possess a premium spiritual weapon after defeating Lee Sangawei. Chen Ming was certain that the true carnage among these individuals was merely beginning. Gathering a group of notoriously wicked individuals, it was evident that peaceful coexistence would be short-lived. Once the conditions binding them fell away, the law of the jungle would swiftly take hold. Chapter 233. Schemes? Before absolute power, all are futile. Curse it. Let us do this. At worst, we'll be heroes after 18 years. Exactly. What is there to be afraid of? If we can't win, we'll just run. I have absolute confidence in my speed. Let us go. With so many of us, there is no reason we can't prevail. I'll self-destruct first. I have 2 D-class skills and 1 E-class. Everyone, please share your skills for the captain to assess our strength and strategize. 1 D, 3 E, 1 B-class, 2 D-class. The individuals choosing to participate in this task gradually revealed their skills, eager to slay the boss and claim their share. The atmosphere had been ignited, with the belief that sheer numbers could make their goal achievable. As long as they could defeat Lee Sangawei, gain the opportunity for a premium spiritual weapon lottery, and secure tickets to leave the Yellow Springs, they would become invincible. They could even negotiate with the authorities to establish their own force, rapidly developing into a dynasty. With boundless aspirations for the future, they envisioned a landscape of beauty. These individuals were quite persuasive. From their discussions, Chen Ming calculated that over 200 survivors had publicly declared their intent to join the team for the extermination task. Moreover, this number continued to rise. If this trend persisted, it could very well reach 400 or 500 participants. Chen Ming was determined that he did not wish to see such a scenario unfold. It had always been him seizing others' monsters. There was no way he would allow anyone to seize his. He departed, setting his plans in motion. Chen Ming rose from the Shui Wei Inn, having resolved to eliminate Lee Sangawei in an instant and claim all the rewards for himself. As for those individuals' plans to form a team, Chen Ming believed that even if he opted not to participate, allowing them to take on the monster would still be impossible. The reason was simple. Although the system had not explicitly stated that team formation was prohibited, it had never provided a grouping function either. In Chen Ming's understanding, instances where teams could be formed would be directly indicated by the system. It would not leave everything to the host's conjecture. Thus, how could it be said that Chen Ming was the one to shatter their beautiful plans? There was no feasibility to their scheme, so where was the beauty in it? They were merely deceiving themselves. This realization struck another individual in the world chat channel. A certain Ganaji Hawk, who was the first to propose forming a team to hunt the monster. He understood the rules of team formation well. If it were permitted, the system would have at least a 99% probability of indicating it. Ganaji Hawk's strategy was simple, leveraging the information gap. If he could deceive just one person into joining, it would be a victory. He possessed an A-class skill and 2 C-class skills, calculating that when the boss was on its last breath, he would use his hidden A-class skill to achieve a swift harvest, monopolizing the rewards and claiming the premium spiritual weapon. Indeed, Ganaji Hawk had not disclosed the existence of his A-class skill. However, others recognized his organizational capabilities and chose him as their leader. Everything was in place, save for the wind at their backs. Seizing this opportunity, he could leap ahead of all others. Ganaji Hawk was not concerned about retribution once the truth was revealed. With a premium spiritual weapon in hand, and in a place like the Yellow Springs, what was there to fear? Who would dare oppose him? Before long, hunters who agreed to participate in the team task gathered from all directions. The actual number present was significantly lower than anticipated. Ganaji Hawk was not surprised. He had not yet reached the point where he could prevent others from changing their minds at the last minute. Roughly counting, excluding those still en route, there were a little over 200 individuals. The high-level skills were predominantly B-class, with A-class being rare and not focused on attack. Upon realizing all of this, Ganaji Hawk did not lower his guard. He scanned the surroundings, observing discreetly. He had reason to suspect that others, like him, were concealing their skills as hidden cards. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Aside from his A-class skill, Ganaji Hawk held other trump cards, and he was determined to claim that chance for a premium spiritual weapon lottery. Ganaji Hawk, this mission's success hinges entirely upon your astute leadership. Indeed, whether we can defeat the boss and obtain the premium spiritual weapon relies entirely on our esteemed leader, Ganaji Hawk. Observing the attire and demeanor of the esteemed Hawk, one could easily surmise that he would undoubtedly be the CEO of a prominent corporation on Blue Star, exuding an undeniable aura of leadership. In response to the flattery directed his way, Hawk displayed remarkable humility, vocalizing sentiments of shared prosperity and mutual growth. While the crowd echoed his sentiments, each individual harbored their own clandestine motives. The atmosphere was subtly peculiar, yet they remained indifferent, operating under a tacit understanding. They had never truly united as one. Their collaboration was merely a tenuous bond, driven by self-interest, perpetually on the verge of collapse and mutual consumption. Hawk, when shall we commence our actions? One individual approached Hawk, inquiring about the specific plans. Patience, Hawk replied. This boss is of no ordinary caliber. While he may not reach S rank, I believe he is at least A rank. To be prudent, Hawk resolved to wait until their numbers swelled to around 400 before officially declaring war on Lee Sangwei, who was now fully possessed by malevolent magic and wreaking havoc upon the streets and buildings. As the crowd gathered, the moment to act drew nearer, and Hawk's heart began to race with apprehension. They were all seasoned tricksters, and he feared that he might misplay his hand this time. He fervently hoped that he was overthinking the situation, silently praying to Jesus for his protection and success. All of this transpired under the watchful gaze of Chen Ming, who observed everything from a divine perspective, his eyes closed yet perceiving all. He had to concede that Hawk possessed a remarkable talent for stirring the hearts of men. However, no matter how splendid the stratagem, it would ultimately be futile in the face of absolute strength, utterly meaningless. At that moment, Chen Ming, Qin Honghua, and the lady in red had arrived at the path that Li Sangwei would undoubtedly traverse. My lady, I have come to escort you, Li Sangwei remarked. His frenzied state momentarily halted upon noticing the lady in red, his blood-red eyes revealing a trace of tenderness, accompanied by a sinister smile. The lady in red instinctively recoiled half a step, seeking refuge behind Chen Ming, intimidated by the overwhelming malevolence radiating from Li Sangwei. Though she was a formidable spirit, she felt utterly powerless before Li Sangwei in this form. It's you again, you wretched fiend. How many times must you ruin my plans? Li Sangwei's gaze fell upon Chen Ming, and he erupted into madness once more, his chaotic voice reverberating through the heavens. This prompted Hawk and the others to immediately turn their attention to the unfolding scene. What is happening? Why has the boss suddenly gone berserk? Is it you? Who is it? Alarmingly, someone is stealing the kill. Everyone, hurry. Hawk's expression shifted dramatically, sensing impending doom. Chapter 234. Plans cannot keep up with changes, the colorful pagoda. Having progressed thus far in their plans, Hawk was unwilling to stand idly by while the substantial rewards of Huangquan coins and exquisite spiritual artifacts slipped through his fingers, snatched away by others. Which scoundrel dares to challenge me? If you seek your demise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Hawk's intentions were clear. Anyone who dared to contest his claim to the rewards would meet their end. Upon hearing his command, the crowd sprang into action, coalescing into a torrent of humanity rushing down the street towards Lee Sang-wei. The distance was not great, and the foremost among them could already see Lee Sang-wei wielding enormous tentacles, each with a diameter of at least 2 or 3 meters, poised to strike at the trio. Only 3 individuals? Hawk, with his back turned, could not discern their appearances. Yet upon realizing there were merely 3 of them, he slowed his pace and exhaled a sigh of relief. He did not believe that this caliber of boss could be vanquished by a mere trio. He was certain they were doomed. He considered this a fortuitous outcome, using the demise of these 3 as a stark warning to the others. It was imperative that they understood that to confront Lee Sang-wei, they must set aside all grievances and collaborate earnestly. There was no alternative. Who were these 3? Only 3 dare to challenge the boss. One could say they possessed the audacity of youth, commendable yet foolish. This serves as the finest cautionary tale. Let none emulate their folly. To pit oneself against a formidable force is nothing short of absurd. For those who arrived later, Chen Ming, Qin Honghua, and the Lady in Red's audacity in confronting Lee Sang-wei could only be described as self-destructive. Returning to Chen Ming's side, he stood unwavering amidst the deluge of descending tentacles, which, though perilously close, could descend no further, halted by an invisible force wielded by Qin Honghua. How infuriating! Lee Sang-wei became increasingly volatile, witnessing his assault thwarted. His rage echoing through the air as he repeatedly struck with his tentacles, attempting to breach the unseen barrier, all to no avail, rendering his efforts utterly futile. By the heavens, it's blocked? How did they manage that? I saw no skills being employed. Could it be that the boss is merely toying with them? If so, how delightfully wicked. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, bewildered by the spectacle. Yet while they reveled in the chaos, Hawk wore a troubled expression. He was certain that Chen Ming and his companions had employed some method to thwart Lee Sang-wei's attacks. Given Lee Sang-wei's earlier display, Hawk was convinced that if presented with the opportunity to eliminate Chen Ming and his companions, he would not hesitate for a moment. Why would he waste time toying with them? Could it be that these 3 truly possessed the capability to slay the boss? The thought tightened Hawk's chest with anxiety. Uncertain of Chen Ming's true abilities, he dared not act recklessly against them. Should they find themselves flanked by 2 waves of adversaries, no number of allies would suffice to withstand the onslaught. Enough of this folly. Chen Ming discerned the presence of Hawk and his group several meters behind, deciding to expedite matters, and urged Qin Honghua. Yes, master, she replied, raising her arm straight, her fingers splayed, conjuring a golden pagoda radiating with a spectrum of colors within her palm. The pagoda then soared towards Lee Sang-wei, hovering above his head. What can such a diminutive pagoda possibly achieve? They wondered. Is it a skill? Patience, and you shall see. Suddenly, the pagoda expanded 100-fold, and then more, continuing to grow. Soon, it surpassed Lee Sang-wei's stature, more than sufficient to confine him within. Lee Sang-wei, faced with the cascading walls of light, panicked, lashing out with his tentacles, but to no effect. Instead, he became entangled in golden lightning, which coursed through his limbs, inflicting excruciating pain. Wailing. Having learned his lesson, Lee Sang-wei dared not launch further assaults. Gazing up at the rotating pagoda, which shimmered with a brilliance surpassing diamonds beneath the sun, he was struck by its dazzling spectacle. The 7 hues of light were breathtaking, transforming the Yellow Springs realm into a vibrant tapestry, far removed from its previous eerie and terrifying atmosphere. What an extravagant skill! Could it possibly be an S-rank skill? By the heavens, how formidable! They marveled. If she possesses an S-rank skill, why does she refer to that young man as master? Perhaps they share a little romantic whimsy. Why should it concern us? Wait, if he defeats the monster, what shall we do? Form a team. Is it still possible to form a team now? Realizing they might miss the opportunity for a chance at exquisite spiritual artifacts, the crowd panicked, unsure of how to proceed. Casting hopeful glances towards Hawk, whom they regarded as their leader, they relied on him to devise a clever plan or perhaps to negotiate a mutually beneficial collaboration with Chen Ming, employing his silver tongue to persuade the trio. Yet, as Hawk listened, he dared not entertain such notions in his heart. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with someone wielding S-rank or even higher skills. His own meager abilities would be tantamount to courting death in such a confrontation. Hawk had never been more certain of a truth, unwilling to be used as a pawn, to sacrifice one's life in vain. Life is singular and must be cherished. After several attempts to engage Hawk, who remained unresponsive and feigned ignorance, it became evident that this fellow was likely unreliable. We must rely on ourselves. Brothers, why don't we seize the opportunity while the boss still draws breath? Charge forth to claim the monsters? Indeed, this seems a prudent strategy, aligning perfectly with the dynamics of the Secret Realms dungeon. Those capable should shoulder the burden. So, shall you be the first to charge? No. At the mention, the instigator hastily shook his head in denial, asserting, I have awakened skills of the assassin class. I am quite fragile. The front line must be held by warriors or tanks. Is there a brother among us with warrior skills? In response to his inquiry, everyone exchanged glances, none willing to step forward. Even those possessing warrior skills were reluctant to become mere fodder to meet a futile demise, serving the greater good. Hey, do not be this way. Do you not desire exquisite spiritual weapons? Only through collaboration can we achieve mutual victory. Do you grasp my meaning? The cherry blossom youth persisted, undeterred. In truth, he had deceived them. All his skills pertained to defense. Fortunately, his acting prowess was commendable, and the group was inclined to believe he truly was an assassin. Meanwhile, the sounds of clamor behind them sought to disrupt Chen Hongyue as she subdued Li Sangui. Snap! Chen Ming snapped his fingers, and a thunderous roar resonated from above. The crowd lifted their gaze to behold the calamity dragon, long concealed within the dark clouds, now descending rapidly. Chapter 235, The Black Cat, the Old Lady. With a resounding crash, the dragon landed, shaking the entire street. Those unsteady on their feet, overwhelmed by fear and caught unawares, collapsed to the ground. The sight of the towering dragon, akin to a mountain, instilled profound terror. They soon witnessed the calamity dragon open its maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, forming a wall of fire upon the ground. Its intention was abundantly clear. It sought to obstruct their advance. A dragon? Why would there be a dragon in the underworld? This creature seemed somewhat familiar. Yes. It struck him. He recalled that among the army of the undead lord, there existed such a dragon. The undead lord? Is it the spirit of the undead lord? So the rumors were true. Could it be that man is indeed the undead lord? Uncertain, yet it appeared to be a person from the great Xia. A highly plausible notion. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, retreating in unison. No one dared to cross that wall of dragon fire. It was clear that to approach would be to become charred remains. Even if one were to miraculously breach the flames, how would they confront the calamity dragon? It was an adversary too terrifying to contemplate, one they instinctively understood they could not withstand. Boom. The air was compressed, producing a series of explosive sounds as powerful gusts surged forth, sending stones the size of heads soaring like feathers. Hawk and his companions were tossed about, desperately grasping for anything to hold on to. The once formed expeditionary force was now scattered in disarray. No. In the final wails of despair, Li Sangui was suppressed by the pagoda. His body and soul were obliterated. Fortunately, the undead extraction skill had been optimized. Even in the absence of remains, it could still extract the spirit and skills. Chen Ming claimed them all. Skills and spirits alike were obtained. The skills were casually tossed to the calamity dragon, which could evolve them through consumption, an ideal fit. In that form, Li Sangui was decisively subdued with a single move. The woman in red tilted her head, her gaze fixed incredulously on Chen Hongyue. She was eager to comprehend the strength of Chen Hongyue, a mere servant, and pondered how formidable Chen Ming must be when he unleashed his true power as her master. It was beyond her imagination. Instant kill? I am now certain he is the undead lord. There is no one else capable of commanding that woman and the dragon before us. Astonishing. Not only in Blue Star, but even in an SS-level secret realm dungeon, could he reign supreme? Enough. Everyone disperse quickly, lest he misinterpret our presence as a threat and strike with lethal intent. At this reminder, the crowd found it reasonable, just as they prepared to turn and leave. A sound akin to a staff striking the stone pavement reached their ears. Thud, thud, thud. The sound seemed to emanate from all directions, rather than a specific source, rendering pursuit futile. Some even felt it resonated within their minds. Sangui, Sangui, where are you? Suddenly, an old woman's voice approached from the front. A chill ran down everyone's spine as they cast their gazes back. Before them stood an elderly woman clad in a black tang suit, adorned with crimson embroidery at the edges and sleeves, her hair white and partially tied back with a headband, yet strands fell before her face. She leaned on a cane, her back hunched, emerging gradually from the darkness untouched by light. Or perhaps, she was the darkness itself? Perched upon her shoulder was a juvenile black cat, appearing emaciated, its ribcage visible. Sangui, Sangui, she murmured intermittently, her voice soft yet piercingly clear to all. This was the most unsettling aspect. Have you seen my Sangui? The old woman approached Hawk, inquiring. As she lowered her head and came before him, Hawk felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to respond. He could not ascertain whether this old woman was human or specter. Was she, like them, a victim ensnared in the secret realm dungeon? I ask you, have you seen my Sangui? The old woman raised her head, her eyes gleaming with an eerie light reminiscent of a cat's. This creature was not human. Just as Hawk prepared to employ his skills, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and a torrent of blood erupted uncontrollably. Slowly, he glanced down to discover, unbeknownst to him, that the old woman had punctured his abdomen with a single punch. Grasping a length of intestine, she yanked it out with force and casually discarded it. The entrails spilled forth uncontrollably. Blood flowed from her dangling arms, and in the next moment, a vibrant, still beating heart appeared between her fingers, which she tightly grasped, its rhythm gradually slowing. She tossed it aside. The cat on her shoulder, having caught the scent, leapt down to indulge in its feast. This old woman is not human. Everyone, be cautious. Someone exclaimed, realizing the danger. Have you not seen my Sangui? The old woman lamented, her tone unwavering throughout. Sangwei. Upon hearing this name, Chen Ming speculated that there was a significant connection between the old woman and Li Sangwei. It appeared that within the map of the Li estate, two bosses existed, one large and one small. Chen Ming surmised that the old woman was likely Li Sangwei's mother. I saw it. Your Sangwei was slain by that fellow over there. Justice has its rightful place. If you seek vengeance, pursue him, do not seek me. A Sakura man named Sanchio Yoshihiro, aware of the old woman's formidable nature, sought to preserve his life by pointing at Chen Ming. Seeing the old woman remain silent, he presumed she had chosen to spare him, and thus he hastily attempted to flee from her vicinity. The others watched as he scurried past her, noting her inaction. Regret washed over them. Why had they not seized this opportunity? What should we do now? She won't eliminate us all, will she? Do not panic. Perhaps once she discovers who her foe is, she will spare us? Is that truly feasible? Despite the inner belief that reasoning with a specter was absurd, they found themselves at a loss for any alternative solution, confronted with the seemingly frail old lady, who, in the blink of an eye, could rip out one's entrails and carve out a heart. A profound fear enveloped them. They should never have heeded that fool hawk's suggestion to hunt monsters. Now, they found themselves bereft of rewards and burdened with the dread of losing their lives. Indeed, what a farcical situation. A mere ghost took down a supposed boss in an instant. With specters ahead and dragons behind, the struggle for survival had become exceedingly arduous. Some individuals began to shift the blame on a hawk, for once a life is lost, it cannot be regained. No matter how much they cursed, he could only endure. No, don't come any closer. At that moment, they heard the piercing scream of Mitsuhashi Nabahiko, who they presumed had escaped the jaws of death, only to find him retreating once more. In the shadowy areas, where light could not penetrate, pairs of eyes glimmering with an eerie luminescence emerged in unison. Subsequently, a swarm of black cats, poised in hunting stances, advanced forth, their fur bristling, emitting shrill and piercing screeches. The cacophony of dozens, even hundreds of cats, resonated chillingly. As if they were being tormented, their cries heart-wrenching. Mitsuhashi Nabahiko, sensing imminent doom, turned and dashed towards the group, desperately pleading, "Help me, please, I beg you." But barely had he taken a few steps before a black cat leaped at him, its curved claws piercing through fabric and sinking into flesh. An agonizing pain surging through him. The more he struggled, the sharper the pain became. He reached out, attempting to pry the cat off, but soon found his wrist, arms, thighs, and even neck besieged by an ever-growing number of black cats, biting down fiercely. With a misstep, Mitsuhashi fell, crying out for salvation. Soon, he was engulfed by the swarm of cats, who attacked in unison, tearing him apart. They were undeniably cats, yet displayed a ferocity surpassing wolves and tigers. Their numbers continued to swell, from hundreds to thousands, appearing not only in the streets but also on the rooftops, their golden eyes reflecting the moonlight. A dazzling contrast to their pitch-black fur. We are surrounded? Why does this old lady need so many cats? One pondered. I once caught some cat food. I wonder if they would eat it? I can't say whether they would eat cat food, but I am certain they prefer the succulent flesh on your bones. Which do you think is easier to deal with, this old lady or that dragon? Undoubtedly the old lady. Why? Because behind that dragon lurks a necromancer capable of summoning more dragons. Is that reason sufficient? Hearing this, others, inspired by Hawk's audacity, rallied together to break through the encirclement. They reasoned, if we cannot contend with the boss or the necromancer, can we not handle a few cats? It's merely a matter of numbers. Weapons were drawn, skills unleashed. In the very next moment, the black cats launched a collective assault, leaping from rooftops and charging forth, claws and teeth bared. Be cautious. The claws and teeth of these cats are venomous. A wound could inflict negative effects. Protect the healers and avoid bites at all costs. Healing them is quite laborious. Damn it, there are far too many. We can't kill them all. Where's the healer? Hurry up with the healing. Why are you just standing there? Do you think we are here to protect you? The battle raged fiercely, while the old lady strolled leisurely toward Chen Ming, as if unperturbed. Old hag, I will slay you. When someone, adopting the strategy of capturing the leader first, attempted to approach her, they were immediately overwhelmed by dozens of black cats. Forced to the ground and bitten. That individual was the true head of the Li family, and also the mother of Li Sangwei. The woman in red spoke up, clarifying the old lady's identity to Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. So it is as I suspected, Chen Ming affirmed. Have you seen my son Sangwei? The old lady's voice echoed, unwavering as she traversed the flames conjured by the calamity dragon. It became evident that the old lady's prowess extended beyond merely commanding those black cats. As she passed through the dragon fire, Chen Ming keenly observed a thick layer of dark energy enveloping her, shielding her from the flame's onslaught. Seeing this, the calamity dragon lowered its head and opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire towards the old woman. The dragon fire intensified, while the dark energy surrounding her visibly surged. The two forces clashed. Yet her steps remained steady as she leaned on her cane, advancing toward Chen Ming. As she approached, the calamity dragon, concerned that its flames might harm its master, hastily closed its mouth, tendrils of dark smoke curling from its lips. Have you seen my son Sangwei? The old lady repeated her question, yet this time she had indeed asked the right person. I have seen him, but I fear you may not recognize him. Chen Ming activated the shadow gate, and Li Sangwei emerged in his most formidable form. Sangwei? The old lady's demeanor shifted. Her gaze sharpened. No, you are not Sangwei. What have you done to my son? Her fury erupted, her voice no longer calm. The strands of white hair, stirred by the agitated dark energy, began to rise. The cane slipped from her grasp, and her body swelled and twisted, revealing fingers sprouting fine black fur, resembling those of the black cats. No, it was not merely a resemblance. It was identical. Before Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and the woman in red, the old lady transformed into a colossal black cat, dwarfing even an elephant in size. A son transformed into a monstrous form, and the mother into a giant black cat. This world was indeed steeped in the fantastical, Chen Ming mused. The giant black cat emitted a shrill cry, raising its claws, poised to rend Chen Ming asunder. Master, be careful, Qin Hongyue exclaimed as she prepared to intervene. But a shadow swept swiftly overhead. Boom. The massive black cat, having transformed from the old lady, was struck backward, sent flying dozens of meters away. Along the path, those hunters engaged in combat with the black cats, along with the felines themselves, were sent soaring as if they were bowling pins. And the one responsible for this assault was none other than her long-lost son, Li Sangwei. In his current state, there was no room for familial affection as a necromancer. He was solely focused on obeying his master's commands, protecting them from harm. Anyone daring to assault Chen Ming was his sworn enemy, to be annihilated without mercy. Wasn't he the guy already dead? How is he alive again? Open your eyes and see clearly. That is a necromancer. A necromancer? So he truly is the necromancer lord? This is the being that upholds the entire Great Xia, rendering it invincible. What an absurd skill. Previously, I thought people online overly glorified the necromancer summoning skill. But witnessing it firsthand, I finally understood. Using monsters to combat monsters? Who stands a chance? Of course, the necromancer lord. Do you think he has only a few of such undead at his disposal? Indeed, I heard that the number of undead under the necromancer lord has reached 50 million. 50 million? That is ancient news. If I recall correctly, it has already surpassed 100 million. 100 million? The combined might of global armies doesn't even compare to a fraction of that. Otherwise, how could he be revered as the necromancer lord? Damn, I must continue to strive and fish for my own achievements, hoping to attain even a fraction of his prowess. A fraction? You possess a commendable confidence in your future. If I could attain even a fraction, no, a thousandth, nay a 10,000th, of his achievements, I would be utterly content. The crowd engaged in incessant discourse, while Chen Ming, upon hearing their words, furrowed his brow, pondering, when did my legion of the undead surpass 50 million? To his astonishment, the very notion of 100 million emerged. The most perplexing aspect was that some individuals genuinely believed it, with nary a voice of skepticism to be heard. Their conviction surpassed even that of Chen Ming, the sovereign of the undead, as it was indeed the truth. However, such unfounded speculation was, for Chen Ming, merely a positive signal. He felt no need to offer extensive explanations. There was simply no necessity. Why concern himself with others' perceptions of his prowess? That was their prerogative. Shifting his gaze to the elderly woman transformed into a formidable black cat, she feebly rose from the ground. The blow delivered by Li Sangwei had inflicted considerable damage. She shook her head from side to side, attempting to maintain her lucidity. Yet, Li Sangwei was not inclined to grant her a moment's respite. Once more, he extended his tentacles towards the cat's head, accompanied by a cacophony of howling winds, striking down with ferocity. The cat swiftly reacted, attempting to dodge sideways. She succeeded. But Li Sangwei anticipated her evasion, extending another tentacle in advance, delivering a horizontal strike. Bang! Boom! The cat was once again sent flying, crashing through several buildings, splintering wooden walls, and enveloping the scene in dust. This time, the extent of her injuries was evidently more severe, as Li Sangwei ensnared her with his tentacles, lifting her skyward. In a swift motion, he slammed her back down to the ground, relentlessly inflicting a series of brutal blows, showing no mercy whatsoever. Witnessing their master being subjected to such brutal violence, the black cats disregarded the few humans present, surging forward like a torrent towards Li Sangwei. Yet, their numerical advantage could not compensate for the staggering disparity in size. A sweeping strike of the tentacle crushed all the black cats, reducing them to mere pulp, their blood staining the streets in a gruesome display. The air was thick with the foul stench of decaying rodents, reminiscent of putrid waterlogged remains. Observing the futile efforts of the mutated cats against Li Sangwei, who effortlessly eliminated them without leaving a single survivor, even the criminals and rioters could not suppress their fear. The greater Li Sangwei's displayed strength, the higher Chen Ming's status rose in their eyes as the master of the summoned undead. Meanwhile, the elderly woman, having suffered significant blood loss, was compelled to revert from her feline form back to her human shape. Seeing this, Li Sangwei began to constrict and tighten his tentacles. The sound of bones shattering and being ground into powder reached Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue's ears. Then, accompanied by a faint explosive sound, blood gushed from the crevices of Li Sangui's curled tentacles, splattering far and wide. When the tentacles finally released, the elderly woman was left with nothing but a thin layer of skin, clinging tightly to the tentacle's surface, resembling an unusual tattoo. To Chen Ming, the elderly woman's strength was still notable. Had Li Sangui not unleashed a horde of specters to amplify the negative energy, she might have genuinely posed a challenge. There were skills worth acquiring, an opportunity to harvest the undead, a seamless transition. The treasure chest, akin to when slaying Li Sangui, held the potential to yield an A-grade skill platinum chest, albeit two fewer in number. After all, the treasure dropped is proportionate to the monster's strongest combat capability at the time of defeat. Although they belong to the same A-grade category, A-grade monsters had varying levels of strength. Despite the system lacking explicit subdivisions like A, etc., it was an unwritten rule of thumb. Nevertheless, after engaging with various zombie creatures for so long, Chen Ming had developed some judgment on the matter. As for the smaller black cats, there was no need to extract them one by one. They were, in a strict sense, manifestations of the elderly woman's skills, a summoning type ability. Was this the solution? A force to be reckoned with. This combat prowess was simply extraordinary. When might I achieve such feats, managing to remain entirely motionless yet emerge as the ultimate victor? Perhaps after a good night's sleep, such dreams may come to fruition. Notably, it was unclear which rule had come into effect. But once Li Sangui and the elderly woman were vanquished, the flames engulfing the streets dissipated, and the previously ravaged buildings rapidly restored to their former glory. The entire ghostly street appeared as it did upon their arrival. At least from Chen Ming's perspective, this arrangement was quite satisfactory. Consequently, the various survivors returned to their previously assigned shops, resuming their work. Some were compelled to do so by their employers, unable or unwilling to refuse, while the majority acted out of concern for their system tasks, unwilling to let the impending rewards slip away. To abandon their tasks at this juncture would render the previous half-day's efforts futile, an unacceptable outcome in their eyes. Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and the woman in red returned to the Water Moon Inn. On the second floor, in a private room, Yin Qianqian expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for your rescue. I can only repay your great kindness with my body." The initial part of her statement resonated with Chen Ming, but the latter half left him utterly bewildered. What did you just say? For a moment, he found it difficult to discern whether Yin Qianqian sought to express gratitude or vengeance. "You, a wandering spirit, dare to offer yourself to your master?" Qin Hongyue interjected, unable to refrain from defending her master. Upon reflection, Yin Qianqian realized the truth in this sentiment. She was indeed unworthy of Chen Ming. Despite the fact that many suitors on this street would line up from one end to the other to marry her, she recognized her own inadequacy. Chen Ming bore no resentment towards Yin Qianqian, understanding that she was merely following the established protocol. Even if it were another survivor who completed this task, she would still utter the same words of devotion. "I see that you possess certain capabilities. Rather than seeking to repay your master, why not stay by his side and become a servant alongside me?" Qin Hongyue continued. Her words undoubtedly provided Chen Ming with a fresh perspective and a potential solution. Not to mention, Chen Ming still had no clear idea of what Yin Qianqian truly looked like. The thought of being a living person marrying a vengeful spirit felt distinctly peculiar. Chapter 238, The Blood Pact. Chibi Vengeful Spirit. "As you have stated, do you consent?" Chen Ming inquired, seeking Yin Qianqian's thoughts. "I do. I willingly consent." Yin Qianqian nodded emphatically, her demeanor indicating a fear of Chen Ming's potential change of heart. Rising from the ground, she pointed her fingertip into the air. In the next moment, a series of blood-red, slightly distorted characters appeared before Chen Ming. These characters were comprehensible to him, conveying the essence of Yin Qianqian's solemn oath of eternal loyalty, never to betray him, should she harbor any treachery. Her soul would be scattered, with the heavens as witness. The text before him constituted the blood pact. Yin Qianqian's name was inscribed at the bottom. Chen Ming gently sliced his fingertip with his thumbnail, allowing a drop of blood to escape. With a flourish of his hand, he signed his name in an elegant script. At that moment, the blood pact was officially established, binding Chen Ming and Yin Qianqian in a master-servant relationship. The blood pact document vanished automatically. "I pay my respects to my master." Yin Qianqian knelt before Chen Ming once more, but this time, her heart was imbued with a completely different sentiment. "Very well, rise," Chen Ming replied. As he gazed at the figure before him, the red veil swaying gently, he could not suppress his curiosity. Is it not permissible to lift this veil? Palpable even to Yang Lai and his companions, standing 100 meters away. They raised their arms defensively. "Of course, if it is your wish, my lord," Yin Qianqian responded, grasping the edge of the red veil and pulling it back with a sudden motion, revealing a breathtaking visage. Her delicate brows arched like crescent moons, and her eyes resembled two shimmering pools of starlight. Standing beside a stunning beauty like Qin Hongyue, one does not diminish in allure. Each possesses their own distinct charm. Her cascading silver hair, like a waterfall, adds an enchanting quality to her presence. Even if she were merely a decorative ornament, she would still be a delightful sight. Moreover, Yin Xianxian possesses an alternative form, capable of transforming into a diminutive doll, easily concealed and quite discreet. This form is employed to impair the judgment of adversaries, and at critical moments, she metamorphoses into a vengeful spirit, unrelenting in her pursuit of vengeance. Chen Ming urged Yin Xianxian to transform for him to observe, and upon holding her, he found her surprisingly soft. Her chibi-style appearance rendered her utterly endearing. "Master, I'm so ticklish." Yin Xianxian waved her tiny limbs, her bashful expression contrasting sharply with her icy beauty, evoking a strong sense of disparity. Qin Hongyue, having noticed Chen Ming's gaze fixed intently on Yin Xianxian, said nothing, merely raising her hand to gently toss her. "Ah!" Yin Xianxian exclaimed, taken by surprise. Qin Hongyue, swift and agile, caught her in both hands. "Master, it's beneficial to engage more, to nurture a bond. It will not harm you." Chen Ming offered Qin Hongyue an escape from her embarrassment. Setting aside her imperial identity, it was only natural for her to appreciate adorable things, particularly since Yin Xianxian's chibi form was genuinely amusing. This was a unique creation that even the most formidable industrial capabilities could not replicate. Yin Xianxian sat like a duck in the palm of Qin Hongyue's hand, her large, bright eyes gazing up at her. Qin Hongyue's expression shifted slightly as she raised another hand, her fingertip playfully scratching Yin Xianxian's chin, resembling someone teasing a cat. Although Yin Xianxian did not purr like a feline, her expression conveyed equal comfort and contentment. Chen Ming allowed them to interact while he took a seat on a nearby stool. The round seat lacked a backrest, rendering it quite uncomfortable for him, definitely not 5-star. Opening the system panel, he prepared to utilize the lottery opportunity for the exquisite spiritual artifact reward from defeating Li Sangue, curious about what exceptional artifact he might draw. "Would you like to draw for a premium spiritual artifact?" "Yes." "Drawing in progress. Draw successful. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-rank spiritual artifact, the soul-swallowing gourd." The moment Chen Ming read those words, he grasped the implications of this artifact. As the name suggests, the soul-swallowing gourd combined the concepts of a universe and a gourd, which he interpreted as a variant of a spatial bag. To confirm his understanding, he checked the detailed introduction. S-rank soul-swallowing gourd. This gourd can bind all spirits, including those of S-rank and below, and refine them into concentrated Yin energy for your use. Chen Ming perceived this item as valuable, yet it appeared to hold little utility for him personally, as he did not require the absorption of Yin energy to enhance his strength. His gaze involuntarily shifted back to Yin Xianxian, who remained nestled in Qin Hongyue's hand, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. He mused that, for a vengeful spirit like her, this concentrated Yin energy would likely equate to high quality, if not top-tier, spiritual energy. After all, being an S-rank artifact, it surely possessed some merit. Just as Chen Ming contemplated bestowing the soul-swallowing gourd upon Yin Xianxian as an initiation gift, urging her to cultivate diligently until she became a formidable spirit, a sudden clamor arose from downstairs, the sounds of spirits in panic. Outside the window, the rhythmic sound of hooves could be faintly heard, synchronized and imposing. Closing his left eye, he activated his divine vision. He clearly saw a throng of armored figures riding magnificent steeds gathering before the Water Moon Inn, at least several hundred in number. Even their horses were armed to the teeth. The aura of Yin energy they exuded was palpable. It was as if a procession of ghosts was marching, their presence suffocating. Ordinary spirits quaked in fear at such a sight, scattering in every direction, while regular humans trembled uncontrollably. The Yellow Spring Ghost realm was becoming increasingly perilous. Just as one issue settled, another arose. This solidified Chen Ming's resolve to acquire sufficient Yellow Spring coins and escape this ghostly world. They wished to linger no longer than necessary. Let those who desired to remain do so. Of course, should fortune favor them. And they could possess even half the strength of Chen Ming. Lingering in the Yellow Spring Ghost realm might not be so unwelcome. With sufficient power, any place could be paradise. He dared not dwell on it, as such thoughts only bred envy and resentment. Yet he felt powerless against Chen Ming's prowess. Fully aware that a top-tier expert could extinguish his life with but a thought. Before long, Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and Yin Xianxian, still in her doll form and perched upon Qin Hongyue's shoulder, descended from the second floor. Upon seeing Chen Ming, the three human employees felt a significant sense of relief, as if a collapsing sky had been propped up once more. This sentiment was not exclusive to them. Even the spirits shared it. Wonderful. With that esteemed one here, I doubt anyone would dare to cause trouble, they all thought. Fully aware of the undeniable strength possessed by Chen Ming. To challenge him, one would need to attain the strength of a ghost king, a status the intruders clearly did not possess. The spirits unanimously directed their sentiments toward Chen Ming, demonstrating a remarkable sense of camaraderie. The sounds of neighing horses and the clanking of armor grew louder. A particularly imposing spirit, adorned in higher-grade armor with a flowing red cape, entered through the door. As the figure came into view, Yin Qianqian transformed back into her human form, landing beside Qin Hongyue, visibly stirred. Brother Xiao, you're still alive? Chapter 239. A wise man knows when to yield. Brother Xiao? Chen Ming's thoughts raced, instantly conjuring an image of the relationship between Yin Qianqian and the soldier-like figure before him. It resembled an ancient tale of a maiden awaiting her betrothed, while the man fought valiantly in battle, returning in glory. Alas, he was too late. The current Yin Qianqian was no longer his fiancée. The master-servant contract they shared had far eclipsed that bond. Chinner, I have returned. I spent these years fighting at the borders, which delayed our wedding. Now that the enemy has retreated, Yang Xiao began, but Yin Qianqian raised her hand to interrupt. Brother Xiao, I am no longer the Yin Qianqian you once knew. I cannot fulfill the promises we made. I apologize. Why? Yang Xiao questioned, seeking understanding. This melodrama was enough to make Chen Ming drowsy. Yet, being part of the narrative, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Sensing Chen Ming's growing impatience, Qin Hongyue stifled a laugh behind her hand. I have entered into a contract with my master. I belong to him now, Yin Qianqian disclosed without reservation. Master? Who is he? He must have coerced you, right? Yang Xiao accused, conjuring a spear that crashed heavily to the ground, shattering the stones, ready to defend Yin Qianqian's honor. No, he did not coerce me. Everything is entirely of my own volition. Yin Qianqian swiftly refuted Yang Xiao's assumptions, concerned that he might act impulsively and disrespect her master, bringing ruin upon himself. Regardless of Yang Xiao's current status, soldier or general, in Yin Qianqian's eyes, Chen Ming, as her master, was invincible. Having grown up together, she could not bear to watch Yang Xiao march towards his demise. Chinner, you need not fear. I have faced countless battles and am no longer the cowardly Yang Xiao of the past. I can protect you, Yang Xiao proclaimed confidently. His face set in a steely resolve. His aura of might radiated outward. The heavily armored soldiers behind him stood ready for battle, awaiting Yang Xiao's command. Brother Xiao, my master truly poses no threat to me. You must leave now, Yin Qianqian urged, pushing Yang Xiao away while discreetly monitoring Chen Ming's expression, fearing that he might lose patience with Yang Xiao's presence and take decisive action. At that moment, regardless of how close the relationship between Yin Qianqian and Yang Xiao had been, she could not oppose Chen Ming's decision. Thus, Yin Qianqian found herself urging Yang Xiao to leave while the situation was still salvageable and had not deteriorated beyond repair. Be wise and avoid unnecessary suffering. Yang Xiao wished to protest, but noticed Yin Qianqian's gaze drifting elsewhere. Following her line of sight, his eyes fell upon Chen Ming. The aura emanating from Chen Ming, combined with the stunning beauty of Qin Hongyue at his side, informed Yang Xiao that this individual was certainly no ordinary man. He was certain that the master mentioned by Yin Qianqian was most likely him. This man seemed to have a penchant for collecting exquisite women, keeping them as servants and slaves. The thought ignited a furious resolve within Yang Xiao. He would compel Chen Ming, by any means necessary, to release Yin Qianqian from her servitude contract. Otherwise, his own reputation would be tarnished. Furthermore, he could not bear to part with such a breathtaking fiancée. He sidestepped Yin Qianqian and strode towards Chen Ming, raising his weapon defiantly. You are the so-called master that Chinner speaks of? How audacious! Qin Hongyue would not permit anyone to point a weapon at Chen Ming. With a mere flick of her sleeve, the entire spear disintegrated into nothingness like fine sand. Bang! Boom! Yang Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing through the door and landing dozens of meters away. The stone lion positioned outside the shop was utterly destroyed. General Yang. The other ghost soldiers rushed to his aid, helping him to his feet. Are you all right, General Yang? I'm fine, just a minor injury. It will heal swiftly, Yang Xiao replied, grimacing but trying to appear nonchalant. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts. How could that woman be so powerful? With just a gentle wave of her sleeve, she had made his weapon vanish into thin air. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing could occur. We retreat. Let us report our achievements to the lord of the city. Chen Ming was taken aback, expecting Yang Xiao to stubbornly fight to the bitter end. This fellow was surprisingly prudent. Fortunately, Chen Ming had no disdain for those who knew their place. There was no need for matters to escalate to total annihilation. With that, Yang Xiao mounted his chestnut steed, leading a throng of heavy cavalry as their hooves thundered away. Yin Qianqian placed a hand on her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief as the heavy weight in her heart settled. She then returned to kneel before Chen Ming, saying, That fool Yang Xiao has offended you, master. Qianqian apologizes on his behalf and humbly requests your forgiveness. Enough, rise. Chen Ming had no intention of blaming anyone. Thank you, master. Yin Qianqian's eyes sparkled with admiration. You are truly gentle. The repeated address of master nearly overwhelmed the minds of the other specters present. Am I imagining things? The proprietress just referred to that gentleman as master? Absolutely not. I heard it distinctly. It was indeed master. That man is truly something else. Even the proprietress has been captivated by him. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Indeed, in their eyes, the proprietress had always been an unattainable star, shining far above. But now this luminous star had been brought down to earth. The survivors working at the Shui Inn were equally astonished. He has actually tamed a formidable ghost. It turns out one can form contracts with spirits beyond mere spiritual devices. How remarkable. A paragon for our generation, just as Su Xian once did. Now we have our Lord of the Dead. Their minds raced with excitement. Chen Ming was indifferent to their thoughts. There was still some time before the Huangquan auction, and he resolved to seize the opportunity to explore the so-called Ghost City. Remaining on the periphery was utterly uninspiring. He yearned to experience the opulence of the Huangquan ghost realm, soaring through the skies with Qin Hongyue atop the dragoness back. As Yin Xianxian reverted to her doll-like form and resumed her perch on Qin Hongyue's shoulder, Chen Ming felt a surge of joy at their camaraderie, and he had no desire to intrude upon their moment. Chapter 240. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the Ghost Emperor? Just a mount. Indeed. No matter how many times one gazed upon it, the scene remained utterly awe-inspiring. When would he be able to ride dragons like that? Covering thousands of miles in a single day. It was simply magnificent, and I have exhausted all words to describe it. Though Chen Ming had departed, the buzz surrounding him only intensified. Boom. Hearing a thunderous sound overhead, Yang Xiao, leading his team towards the Ghost City, looked up in astonishment. Wait, is that a dragon? Yang Xiao's understanding of dragons was limited to legend. This was his first time witnessing one in person. Heavens! A dragon has appeared in the ghost realm. Is it not a terrifying entity capable of rivaling the Ghost Emperor? Would chaos soon descend upon the ghostly domain, having just concluded the border skirmish? Were they to plunge into another round of conflict? Perhaps it was merely passing by, or perhaps it had forged some form of alliance with the current Ghost Emperor. They forced themselves to think positively, lest they become the harbingers of doom. Due to their height and angle, they could not clearly see Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and the others riding atop the dragon. Yang Xiao remained silent, his mind in turmoil. He feared a potential war between the Ghost Emperor and the Dragon Emperor. After years of struggle, he was finally on the cusp of enjoying his ghostly life, only to face a new beginning. If the Ghost Emperor triumphed, all would be well. If he were to falter, Yang Xiao could only imagine how the Dragon Emperor would deal with him, attempting to reason with an entity that valued bloodlines above all else. Viewing spirits as mere insects? Difficult, as daunting as climbing the heavens. His heart raced, suspended in uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him, the so-called Dragon Emperor in his eyes was merely one of Chen Ming's mounts, nothing more. At this moment, he could only hope that he was overthinking, that everything would develop favorably. He prayed silently. Meanwhile, Chen Ming effortlessly glided over the lake, arriving at the distant entrance of the Ghost City. The towering walls were significantly grander than that of the Calamity Dragon. Before the city gates, the ghosts formed an orderly queue to enter. So it was that entry into the Ghost City required the payment of Huangquan coins. Chen Ming took note of this. Indeed, entry requires Huangquan coins, but leaving does not. Yin Xianxian confirmed from her position on Qin Hongyue's back. Her voice, now somewhat high-pitched after her transformation, sounded quite adorable. A dragon? That is a dragon. Run, please. Don't kill me. I have elders above and children below. Upon the appearance of the Calamity Dragon, the ghosts scattered in terror, fleeing in panic. The city guards stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue, however, carried on as if nothing were amiss. Hopping down from the dragon's head and walking towards the city gates, the Calamity Dragon, having fulfilled its mission, descended into a massive shadowy portal that had opened in the ground. Concerned that continuing to speak might invite unnecessary trouble, Chen Ming opted for silence. He was not averse to complications, but he saw no reason to court them. Unlike others, he was there to relish the ambience of the Huangquan ghost realm. To put it plainly, one could call it a form of tourism. After all, Chen Ming had experienced the vastness of the Great Xia and the world beyond. Such experiences, even for him, were rare. He sought to seize every opportunity to broaden his horizons. With a long life ahead, a future approaching immortality, one must endeavor to see more and reflect more. Soon, the two arrived at the city gates. Chen Ming proactively inquired of the guard, who was still in a daze, about the toll required for entry into the city. You two need not pay anything. You may enter directly. The guard quickly regained his composure and expressed his stance. He had not yet become so arrogant as to dare demand a toll from such formidable beings. I see, Chen Ming replied without pressing further. He glanced at Qin Hongyue and said, let us proceed. Indeed, she responded, swiftly following Chen Ming as they confidently entered through the city gates amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. Boss, if you open a back door like this, what if the captain finds out and holds us accountable? A companion approached and asked. A few scoldings at most. Compared to being torn apart, it's nothing, the guard retorted. Incredulous. He could ride the Dragon Emperor like a steed. Do you expect me to ask him for a toll? Are you mad, or am I? As for this money, you might as well ask the Ghost Emperor if he dares to demand it. After some contemplation, the companion acknowledged the validity of the guard's reasoning. Moreover, did you notice that doll on the woman's shoulder? It's an exceptionally powerful, vicious spirit. It could step into the realm of fierce spirits at any moment. The wandering spirits, vengeful spirits, ghosts, great ghosts, vicious spirits, fierce spirits, ghost kings, and ghost emperors. Her strength is astonishing. The companion exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, as a vicious spirit. She shows utmost respect to that man. Do you think he is anything less than extraordinary? Noticing his companion rendered speechless, the guard continued. I suspect he is a ghost emperor from another realm. What? Hush. Do not speak of it. The conflicts among those high-ranking figures are not for mere mortals like you and me to meddle in. The guard hastily covered his companion's mouth, urging him to silence. Fearful of the repercussions of loose lips. His own misfortune was one thing. He was more concerned about implicating himself. In the eyes of those powerful ghostly beings, the act of killing one person bore little difference from killing several. To be a ghost, one must possess self-awareness. This ghost city, in comparison to the previous ghost realm, was indeed far more prosperous. Observing the throngs of diverse spirits moving to and fro, along with the brightly decorated high-rises, Chen Ming felt a sense of nostalgia, as if transported back to ancient times. Having long grown accustomed to their bizarre appearances, he felt no fear whatsoever. Chen Ming could sense numerous spirits fixating their gazes upon him and Qin Hongyue. It was not difficult to understand. Two humans boldly strolling down a street belonging to spirits stood out conspicuously. It was impossible to go unnoticed. The reason they were filled with ill intent yet lacked the courage to act was that the vicious spirit, Yin Xianqian, was continuously exuding ghostly energy to intimidate them. It made clear that should they dare to act rashly, Yin Xianqian, would show no mercy. Among those present, Chen Ming discerned no one who could rival Yin Xianqian's strength. Most were ordinary ghosts, with only a few great ghosts scattered about. How could they dare to challenge someone of Yin Xianqian's caliber? It was not merely a matter of being inferior, it was a chasm of difference. He felt increasingly assured that accepting Yin Xianqian was an exceedingly wise decision, akin to acquiring a personal talisman. Should they encounter ghostly adversaries in the future, he could directly exert a level suppression, launching a dimensional strike. Simple, convenient, and swift. What is wrong? Chen Ming noticed the cold expression on Qin Hongyue's face and inquired. Master, do you not sense that there are eyes observing us from the shadows? Their levels are not much lower than Qianqian's. Qin Hongyue divulged her observations. Chapter 241. A chance encounter with the bride ghost. The flower-tossing ceremony? Had Qin Hongyue not mentioned it, Chen Ming might not have noticed them at all. It was not due to a lack of ability, but rather that their strength was too feeble to stir any significant waves, unworthy of Chen Ming's attention. Instead, he was more curious as to why so many people had suddenly gathered here, halted in their tracks, and were pushing against one another. They were all gazing upwards, murmuring incantations. While keeping an eye on the situation above, he remained vigilant of those around him. Chen Ming raised his gaze to look up. There stood a bride ghost, clad in red wedding attire, at the edge of a high balcony, preparing to throw her bouquet. This red wedding dress was considerably more exquisite than the one worn by Yin Xianqian. The phoenix patterns adorning it were undoubtedly crafted from pure gold threads, exuding opulence. It seemed she was a young lady from a prestigious family, engaging in the tradition of tossing a bouquet to select a husband. The spirits gathered here were purely intent on seizing the bouquet, aspiring to become the affluent bridegroom and live a life free from worries. Chen Ming held no interest in this spectacle and had no intention of lingering to partake in the festivities. As for the gazes Qin Hongyue had sensed, he advised her to not dwell on them. As long as they did not take the initiative to strike, there was no need to pay them any mind. Naturally, Qin Hongyue was entirely devoted to Chen Ming, promptly agreeing. Hey, don't shove me. You really want to be a door-to-door son-in-law? If you don't want to, then get lost. Don't block my way. The disputes escalated, with spirits shoving one another for the chance to become wealthy. Their already ghastly faces twisted into even more grotesque expressions, brimming with rage. It created an atmosphere that felt ripe for an imminent riot. Seeing this, Chen Ming quickened his pace, wishing to avoid being drawn into the fray. Meanwhile, on the high platform, the bride, peering through her red veil, observed the chaos below. Satisfied with the sight of so many fighting over her, she relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Miss, among these individuals, do you have a preferred suitor? An elder approached and inquired. There are indeed many, but alas, they are all misfits. I would rather not marry them then. She paused mid-sentence. The red veil swayed gently as the bride ghost's milky white eyes, devoid of pupils, fixated intently on one person outside the throng. That fellow may just qualify as my suitor. At least I find his appearance quite appealing. Oh, the elder could not help but feel intrigued. He wished to see which fortunate individual had captured the attention of their lady. Following the bride ghost's gaze, the elder's eyes landed on Chen Ming. How does he possess such vitality? He must be from the human realm. The elder was taken aback. What does it matter? After death, he too will become a ghost. Moreover, his ability to navigate the ghost realm in human form is proof enough of his prowess. The bride ghost grew increasingly fond of Chen Ming. As she picked up the golden thread bouquet resting on a wooden platter, the elder knew that once their lady made a decision, it would be difficult to alter it. He kept silent. Once chosen as a suitor, should he prove unsuitable, she could always revert to her old ways, eliminating him. In the realm of ghostly beings, the abundance of spirits was hardly a concern. Given the elder's understanding of the bride ghost, he truly did not believe her temperament would permit her to coexist with a living man for long. It would not be long before he would have to consider arranging for his burial. However, as the steward, he was well aware of what to say and what not to. He did not wish to provoke the bride ghost, for if she were to take offense, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Hey, throw it. Throw it. Don't block my way. Get lost. Get lost. You beasts. Just now you swore you would rather starve or jump off a cliff than become a door-to-door son-in-law. Why are you suddenly so eager? What? Are we not allowed to change our minds? As the bouquet was thrown down, the spirits surged forward, clamoring to seize it. This bouquet is mine. A booming, robust voice rang out. A massive, burly figure used the other spirits as stepping stones, swiftly advancing towards the bouquet. He was determined to claim it. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against it, unexpectedly, the bouquet veered off course and flew directly towards Chen Ming. It was indeed the bride ghost who instructed the elder to take action. She would never leave everything to mere chance. The tossing of the embroidered ball was merely a means to gather more potential suitors. This tactic had proven infallible for the bride ghost time and again. Very well. Obediently become my husband. As the embroidered ball hovered above Chen Ming's head, ready to descend and rest upon his neck, the bride ghost let out a chilling smile, exuding an aura of cunning triumph. The embroidered ball is mine. Begone. All of you, get away from me. The barbarian from earlier remained undeterred, trudging forward with heavy steps. Rushing towards the ball, his fingers spread wide like a tiger's maw, intent on devouring the embroidered ball in one greedy gulp. Chen Ming halted, letting out a sigh. In an instant, he turned, executing a lightning-fast kick that sent the beast-like barbarian flying. At the same time, he deftly dodged the embroidered ball that was aimed at him. He had no interest in marrying into a ghostly aristocracy, becoming a son-in-law in the ghost realm, for no matter how wealthy the bride ghost's family might be, it could never rival his own fortune. 100 trillion yellow spring coins? Surely, that must be a jest. The skill of a 100-fold return was no laughing matter. If he could not defeat one, how could he hope to overcome two? Those who aspire to consume swan meat should know their own limitations. And Chen Ming found no inclination to elaborate. What was that fellow thinking? To actively avoid the embroidered ball, rejecting such an immense fortune that was practically delivered to him? What could possibly be going through his mind? I am uncertain of his thoughts, yet I am aware that he has publicly humiliated the Wei family, and he is undoubtedly doomed. Indeed, the fierce spirit residing within him was but an ant in the presence of the Wei family in the ghost realm. The crowd was convinced that Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue were destined for calamity. The bride ghost was equally taken aback, having willingly offered the embroidered ball to him. Chen Ming had the audacity to reject it, his actions unmistakably a deliberate evasion. Grinding her teeth, her fists clenched tightly. The bride ghost sensed the elder's movements and knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Miss, how shall I proceed? He inquired. Teach him a lesson. But remember, do not harm him. If he suffers even a scratch, I shall hold you accountable, the bride ghost sternly warned. Refusal is not an option. Today, you will submit to me. The bride ghost was resolute. The more fiercely Chen Ming resisted, the more exhilarated the bride ghost became. The easier it is to obtain something, the less interest one retains in it. This sentiment perfectly encapsulated the bride ghost's current state. After being accustomed to having her every whim catered to by spirits, the sudden emergence of someone who dared to defy her piqued her interest greatly. She eagerly anticipated the expression that would grace Chen Ming's face once she had him subdued. Chapter 242. One cannot live by their own misdeeds. Coercion? Chen Ming's body trembled violently, a chill coursing through him. Soon, his attention was drawn back to the brute he had just sent flying with a kick. Hey, if you don't want that embroidered ball, why are you competing with me for it? The barbarian exclaimed. Do not misunderstand. I am not trying to compete. I simply find you too dangerous and acted on instinct. Chen Ming explained. With a flick of his toe, he lifted the embroidered ball, tossing it lightly before delivering a powerful kick that sent it soaring towards the brute's chest. Remarkably, though it seemed as light as a feather, it forced the brute's imposing frame to slide back several meters. The brute clutched the embroidered ball tightly, straining with all his might to counteract the force. What terrifying strength! Is this kid truly human? The impressions of Chen Ming and the brute were worlds apart, akin to the differences between humans and beasts. Nevertheless, the brute felt grateful that Chen Ming had relinquished the embroidered ball to him. This immense fortune was either seized or gifted. It mattered not, for what was important was that it was now in his possession. I have acquired the embroidered ball. According to our agreement, can I not directly marry Miss Wei? The brute proclaimed, raising the ball high, drawing envious glances from the onlookers. My lady has decided to add a new rule. Should you wish to enter the Wei household, you must first defeat that fellow to prove your worth, the elder replied. Both he and the bride ghost were confident that the brute was no match for Chen Ming, hence their deliberate remarks. Very well, no problem. Pardon my rudeness. The brute epitomized single-mindedness as he drew two gleaming machetes from behind his waist. Let us compete fairly. No need for leniency, he declared, pointing his massive blade at Chen Ming. Chen Ming, utterly speechless, thought, Fair competition? I never intended to contest with you at all. If you wish to marry her, simply do so. I have no interest. Are you looking down on me? The brute, perceiving Chen Ming's reluctance to accept his challenge as a sign of disrespect, felt his prior gratitude for the embroidered ball evaporate in anger. The brute's initial thoughts upon receiving the ball were simple. Chen Ming must have believed he could not defeat him or that a confrontation would only lead to mutual destruction, thus opting to step aside to avoid allowing anyone else to benefit. This was akin to an implicit acknowledgement of the brute's strength. In reality, Chen Ming was merely disinterested in the hassle, with no notions of superiority or inferiority towards the brute. Attack! The brute shouted as he charged at Chen Ming, wielding his blades. Chen Ming, resigned, thought, since this fellow refuses to heed reason, I shall impart a lesson about life's cruel realities. As the massive blade descended from above, creating a fierce gust, Chen Ming calmly raised his arm, flicking his fingers. Bang! Boom! An even mightier torrent erupted, blinding those present. They instinctively shielded their eyes with their arms, unable to maintain their footing against the overwhelming force. From a higher vantage point, the elder and the bride ghost observed clearly as Chen Ming's mere finger movement obliterated the brute in an instant, rendering him and his weapon non-existent. The elder gripped the railing tightly, his fingers digging into the wood, splinters caught in the rising wind and carried away. He was utterly perplexed. How could a mere human possess such extraordinary power? The bride ghost, however, was unfazed, laughing heartily. Excellent. Only such a formidable being deserves to be my husband. I shall have him. Today, I shall consummate our union. Lowering her arms, the accursed chill once again coursed down her spine, spreading rapidly to her neck. A sensation inexplicable. Unconsciously, she looked up, locking eyes with the bride ghost beneath the red veil, and immediately averted her gaze. Qian, I am sorry. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Qian was bewildered, unsure why her master was apologizing to her for no apparent reason. Master, you are being too harsh, she replied, kneeling on Qin Hongyue's shoulder. No, it is not too harsh. I should never have compared that fellow to you. That was an insult. Chen Ming shook his head. Aside from the ghostly eyes engulfed in white mist, the searing scars that covered her face also left Chen Ming devoid of any interest. Setting aside strength. In terms of appearance, the bride ghost did not even qualify to carry Qian's shoes. If Chen Ming were forced to choose a female ghost for marriage, he would undoubtedly select Qian without hesitation, for at least she was pleasing to the eye. The significance of strength was trivial, after all. Chen Ming and the army of the dead were invincible, leading in a one-sided manner. Join my Wei family, and I shall ensure you live a life of wealth and comfort, free from worries of sustenance, the bride ghost promised. It appeared Miss Wei was determined to have no one but him. Envy. How enviable. What is there to envy? If you possessed his strength, perhaps Miss Wei would consider making you her little husband. Mere strength is insufficient. His looks are unmatched. Who does not favor beauty, after all? Such an understanding was profoundly felt. Whispers among the multitude of spirits stirred a wave of fervent discussion. At this moment, without a shadow of a doubt, Chen Ming had become the individual they most desired to possess, to claim as their own. No jest, there truly existed malevolent entities yearning to usurp his corporeal form, seeking to replace him, thus embarking upon a pinnacle of ghostly existence. Not interested, seek another, Chen Ming retorted, turning away with a dismissive wave, devoid of any lingering sentiment. Initially, he had no intention of resorting to violence. However, since they insisted on courting disaster, he commanded, bring him to me. This lady shall not hesitate to force her way into the bridal chamber today. A wave of bitterness surged within Chen Ming. How could they resort to coercion? He suspected the assailants were not brides, but rather lustful fiends. The audacity of speaking of such forceful advances was astounding. Despite the elder's profound embarrassment, he dared not defy the lady's orders. In a swift motion, he leapt before Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue. His eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as an eerie mist enveloped him. From within that mist emerged a massive black python, its head resembling that of a dragon, yet devoid of horns. Its teeth were arranged like fine needles, and a single bite would be unimaginably excruciating. Long, wispy whiskers hung down, bearing witness to its extensive years. The enormous snake coiled behind the elder, lowering its serpentine head, its blood-red eyes fixated upon Chen Ming, issuing a silent threat, a warning. Young master, it is an honor for my lady to take an interest in you. Surrender your resistance and accompany us willingly, the elder proclaimed with misplaced confidence. Honor? Chen Ming found it utterly unfathomable where this supposed honor lay. Chapter 243. The spectacular spirit artifact emerges. A shock to the spirits. What on earth was this lad hesitating for? To marry into the Wei family was a dream cherished by countless spirits. Could he truly believe that possessing a fierce ghost as a guardian would grant him free reign in the netherworld, looking down upon the Wei family? Such a mindset demonstrated a lack of understanding of the ghostly realm's brutal realities. Beware of being captured by the Wei family and turned into a corpse puppet. Many spirits among them were itching to rush forward, to eliminate Chen Ming and take his place, subsequently marrying into the Wei family to revel in boundless riches. Each time such thoughts emerged, they were swiftly followed by the image of the reckless fool and his twin blades dissipating like smoke. It was evident that the fierce ghost bound to Chen Ming was among the most formidable of its kind, not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, no spirit believed that Chen Ming had attained a level of strength sufficient to contend with the Wei family. In their perception, whatever the Wei family sought, they would invariably obtain. Chen Ming would certainly not be an exception, what even the fiercest of ghosts could not achieve. How could a mere human under the protection of a fierce ghost accomplish? They believed that without that fierce ghost, Chen Ming would amount to nothing. The Wei family need not intervene. These spirits could easily devour his flesh and soul, using them as sustenance for their formidable yin energy. They even speculated that if Chen Ming continued this brashness, the fierce ghost might very well choose to turn against him, joining the Wei family instead, using Chen Ming as a stepping stone to ascend into a powerful lineage. This was the most plausible outcome they could envision. Old man, time is of the essence. Make your decision swiftly, lest you miss this auspicious moment. Noting Chen Ming's reluctance to speak, the elder pressed on. The black serpent slithered close to the ground, encircling Chen Ming and his companions. It appeared that should Chen Ming dare utter a refusal, thereby dishonoring the Wei family, the elder would immediately command the serpent to constrict and eliminate the three of them, thereby solidifying the Wei family's authority. A display of power. Not interested. Chen Ming flatly refused. In his eyes, neither the elder nor the shadowy serpent held any significance. Such a bold lad. He dares to refuse us. Does he truly perceive our netherworld as akin to his mundane realm? Spurning the chance for wealth and glory, he chooses to oppose the Wei family? Are humans of this era truly so audacious? No need to look further. His fate was sealed. The spirits anticipated that Chen Ming had willingly plunged himself into an abyss of despair, his life rapidly counting down. Stubborn fool. The elder resolved to teach Chen Ming a lesson, raising his hand to command the black serpent to tighten its grip. The force was so immense that the stone floor crumbled beneath it. Witnessing this spectacle, the spirits collectively gasped, envisioning the gruesome scene of Chen Ming and his companions being crushed, blood erupting forth. They braced themselves, ready to savor the free blood of a human. For what was given freely should not be wasted. Do not dare harm my master. Yin Qianqian transformed into human form, her silvery hair billowing, shimmering under the moonlight, captivating all eyes. She conjured a barrier of yin energy, akin to an eggshell, encompassing Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and herself in a protective embrace. This person looks familiar. I remember now. She is the proprietress of the Shui Wei Inn. What? The proprietress of the Shui Wei Inn has actually acknowledged a human as her master? Who is this lad? And what powers does he possess? Shui Wei Inn? The proprietress? The elder held no recollection of Yin Qianqian. The black serpent, under his command, continued to constrict its form, clashing violently with the protective barrier. The disparity in strength became apparent swiftly. Cracks began to appear on the barrier, spreading rapidly. Yin Qianqian, straining to channel her yin energy into the formation, felt her hand tremble violently, forced back a step. Seeing this, she quickly raised her left hand, gripping her right wrist tightly, gritting her teeth to endure. Cough. Yin Qianqian's complexion turned pale, her mouth involuntarily opening as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. The spirits were not surprised by this turn of events. Even a peak fierce ghost would find it exceedingly challenging to traverse realms and contend with formidable spirits. Alas, the proprietress of Shui Wei Inn was truly unfortunate, entangled with such a master. Indeed, should her master fall, the spirits bound to her would also face annihilation. A tragic fate for such a breathtaking beauty. Whom to blame? It was her own folly to forge a contract with a human. It was incomprehensible what she was thinking, hard to advise the damned spirit. The narrative began to shift, casting Yin Qianqian as the architect of her own misfortune, while Chen Ming became the target of scorn, deemed a harbinger of calamity. If he wished to perish, that was one matter, but before his demise, he would drag innocent spirits down with him. Bang! With a crisp sound, the barrier ultimately could not withstand the pressure. Yin Qianqian was thrown back, but Chen Ming caught her in time, steadying her waist. Though her breath was slightly ragged, she appeared to be unharmed. Are you injured? Chen Ming inquired, helping Yin Qianqian regain her footing. Thank you for your concern, master. Qianqian is unscathed, she replied, steadying herself. You performed admirably. I have a token of appreciation for you. The reason Chen Ming refrained from immediate action was to find an opportunity to reward Yin Qianqian, letting her know that as long as she devoted herself to his service, he would never neglect her. With that, he opened his palm, revealing the exquisite spirit artifact, the ghost-devouring gourd, which he had acquired upon completing his task. What is that? The elder's previously narrowed eyes widened, his pupils quivering. A superior, no, an exquisite spirit artifact. The utterance sent shockwaves through the assembly. An exquisite spirit artifact? That lad possessed an exquisite spirit artifact? Who on earth was he? This was the first time he had encountered such an artifact in the ghostly realm. Even within the entire Wei family, one would be hard-pressed to find many. How could it be in the hands of a human? I believe I now understand why the proprietress of Shui Wen would forge a pact with him, becoming his servant. It appears the proprietress is on the third tier. Such a dense aura of Yin energy. The precious gourd remains shrouded in mystery regarding its true capabilities. This exquisite spiritual artifact surpasses even the grand finale item I once beheld at the Huangquan auction city, which was unveiled to commemorate the millennia of the auction house's existence, emanating several times more of that ominous energy. Listening to the murmurs around him, the elder now felt a surge of anxiety. The previous pride on his face completely dissipated. His mind was consumed with thoughts of what extraordinary function the gourd might possess. Chapter 244, The Swallowing Serpent, the Yin Pill. The elder was primarily concerned that once Yin Qianqian acquired the swallowing ghost universe gourd, his ability to suppress her cultivation would become ineffective. Even more troubling for him was the realization that Chen Ming, being a human, could effortlessly present such a superior spiritual artifact to Yin Qianqian as a servant. What immense power lay behind that? All these considerations led the elder to indulge in a torrent of speculation. He fervently hoped that Chen Ming's success was merely a stroke of luck, compounded by his human status, which rendered him incapable of wielding ghostly artifacts, or perhaps that he could not effectively use such high-tier items to manipulate Yin Qianqian into signing a servant contract. The elder believed this line of reasoning to be entirely rational, and whether or not he could persuade others did not matter, for he had already convinced himself. On the elevated platform, the bride ghost, who had been observing the entire scene, remarked, "Miss, this individual possesses an exquisite spiritual artifact. We must know. What I desire must be obtained. If you cannot even manage this trivial matter, what use is there in keeping you?" Her imperious demeanor abruptly silenced the elder's subsequent remarks. Faced with such a capricious and obstinate young lady, he could only sigh in resignation, feeling utterly helpless. Turning his attention back to Yin Qianqian, she gazed at the exquisite spiritual artifact, the swallowing ghost universe gourd, her eyes darting between the gourd and Chen Ming, seemingly unable to believe this reality. To serve Chen Ming was, in her eyes, an immense honor. She had never anticipated receiving anything from him, let alone an exquisite spiritual artifact. With this item in hand, Yin Qianqian felt emboldened to defeat the elder. "Thank you for the generous gift, master. Rest assured, Qianqian shall not disappoint you," she declared, kneeling with heartfelt devotion. "Indeed, I trust you," Chen Ming replied in a perfunctory manner. He had already imparted the method of utilizing the swallowing ghost universe gourd to Yin Qianqian in silence. In truth, the process was quite simple. One merely needed to establish ownership of the artifact to confront an enemy. One would simply remove the gourd stopper and point the opening at the target. Typically, binding a spirit artifact to its master is no simple feat. The higher the rank of the artifact, the more challenging it becomes. Not to mention, exquisite artifacts are even more demanding. Fortunately, the swallowing ghost universe gourd was a reward from the system, which significantly streamlined the binding process and diminished the difficulty of control. As a reward personally drawn by Chen Ming, any being, whether human or ghost, could easily forge a contract with the gourd, provided he consented. Conversely, Chen Ming retained the authority to revoke this permission at any time, rendering any contract between the gourd and its user null and void, allowing it to return to his possession. To put it plainly, while the swallowing ghost universe gourd was in Yin Qianqian's hands, Chen Ming could reclaim it whenever he wished. His dominion over the gourd would always take precedence. Swallow. As the black serpent launched another offensive, Yin Qianqian swiftly removed the stopper. The swallowing ghost gourd soared into the sky, emanating a dense, purplish-black aura. Chen Ming, being human, and Qin Hongyue, could distinctly sense the chilling essence contained within this ominous energy. Confronted by the venomous black serpent, the gourd unleashed a beam of radiant light, engulfing the serpent within. The entire sequence transpired with remarkable swiftness. The black serpent had no time to react whatsoever. "What have you done to my treasure?" the elder exclaimed. Panic etched across his features. "Treasure? You dare to call this mere object a treasure?" Yin Qianqian caught the falling gourd and sealed it. A gentle shake revealed the faint sound of liquid within. "Quick, return my treasure to me. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." The elder's threats fell on deaf ears as Yin Qianqian disregarded him, noticing the incantations inscribed on the gourd glowing with golden light, indicating the completion of the Yin pill's refinement. With a resounding pop, she reopened the gourd, pouring forth a black pill. "This is the Yin pill." The gourd could transform the swallowed spirits into Yin pills. This pill was certainly of a quality worthy of the Huangquan auction city. With such a gourd in her possession, how could she not ascend to the rank of Ghost King? Ghost King? That's overly conservative. With that gourd, one could effortlessly rise to the status of Ghost Emperor. All the spirits in the ghost realm would serve as nourishment on your path to greatness. Should we take the plunge? Have you lost your mind? You can't even contend with fierce ghosts using a supreme artifact. What makes you think you can succeed? Is it merely blind passion? The debate raged on, but without exception. All were astounded by the gourd's capabilities. You actually transformed my treasure into a Yin pill. I will have your life for this." The elder's fury intensified, and the ominous energy radiating from him grew even more formidable, creating a powerful shockwave that forced many nearby spirits to retreat several steps, fearing a dire fate if they remained too close. Master, this Yin pill. You should consume it yourself to enhance your strength. Yin Qianqian thought of Chen Ming first upon receiving the Yin pill, yet he urged her to eat it quickly while the energy was still potent. Yes, master. She obediently complied, placing the pill into her mouth. It melted instantly, and an overwhelming surge of Yin energy coursed through her body, ultimately settling in her dantian. Boom. Her power skyrocketed. Yin Qianqian successfully ascended from the realm of vengeful spirits to that of fierce spirits. The bottleneck that had previously hindered her was effortlessly shattered by this Yin pill. She had indeed transformed into a fierce spirit. The proprietress truly lives up to her name. She has upgraded to a fierce spirit? Now, who can say who will triumph? How many times can that gourd be used in a day? Is it effective against fierce spirits? Regardless, it was wise to maintain a safe distance to avoid collateral damage in the ensuing conflict. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, clearing a spacious area for the impending battle between Yin Qianqian and the elder. They were keen to witness the spectacle, but had no desire to risk their lives. Especially after learning of the gourd's capabilities, they feared that should Yin Qianqian unleash its full potential, she might consume all present spirits and refine them into potent Yin pills solely for her own empowerment. Boom. A thick, black mist began to swirl behind the elder, dense enough to shroud a vast area. Soon, several additional black serpents emerged from its depths. These serpents were noticeably thinner and lacked the dragon-like traits of the previous one. Clearly, the earlier serpent was likely the elder's strongest minion, explaining his agitation. Chen Ming began to grasp the entirety of the situation. The elder had revealed all his cards, totaling 4 serpents of varying sizes. As they emerged from the eerie mist, they opened their gaping maws and launched an assault on Yin Qianqian. Undeterred, she employed the same tactic, tossing the swallowing ghost gourd into the air, positioning it with the opening facing downward towards the 4 venomous serpents. The violet light shone brightly. Open and swallow. Chapter 245. Frenzied Consumption. Frenzied Refinement. A surge in power. The 4 hefty black serpents found themselves utterly powerless against the swallowing ghost gourd. After all, this exquisite S-rank spiritual artifact was unrivaled among its peers, and it utterly dominated those of lesser rank. If it lacked even this basic efficacy, how could it possibly be deemed exquisite? No. Come back. Come back. The elder was instantly thrown into disarray upon witnessing this scene. He attempted to summon back his serpents, but it was already too late as the gourd consumed them one by one. Regret flooded through him as he raised his hands in desperation, pleading, "Please return my treasure. I promise I shall not act against you two again." Yin Qianqian displayed no inclination to engage with the elder. She retrieved the ghost-devouring gourd and poured out 4 different grades of Yin Dan. Before the elder's very eyes, she consumed them, absorbing and refining the Yin energy, causing her strength to surge rapidly. The elder's countenance darkened with despair. He understood all too well the origin of the Yin Dan that Yin Qianqian had ingested. There was no way they could have materialized out of thin air. This gourd was astonishingly powerful, devouring at will. It seemed to completely disregard the disparity in levels. Most astonishingly, it could instantaneously refine the consumed objects into pure Yin Dan, swiftly absorbing the Yin energy of the devoured entity to augment her own power. Truly, it was worthy of being called a supreme spiritual artifact. Where on earth did that human ghost procure such a treasure? It seemed almost too fortuitous. Why was I not graced with such luck? Alas, the benefits all go to others. If only I had encountered him sooner. Perhaps I could have seized the gourd from him. Now, it appears I have missed my chance. The multitude of ghosts chattered incessantly, creating a cacophony of noise. The bride ghost held no sympathy for the elder. Rather, she believed he had publicly disgraced himself and sullied the reputation of the Wei family. Upon hearing the bride ghost's furious complaints, the elder realized he would inevitably face repercussions. Fueled by anger towards Chen Ming and his companions, he resolved to risk his life to eliminate them and perish alongside them. His hunched, frail form swelled several times over, transforming into a giant ghost even more brutish than before. Muscles tore through his clothing, bulging and assembling into a formidable mass, visually striking, resembling a mountain of flesh. Die! The elder bellowed, clenching his enormous fists and charging at Chen Ming. Yin Qianqian retaliated, wielding the ghost-devouring gourd once more. A flash of purple light enveloped the elder, drawing him into its depths. Mere moments later, the gourd's intricate patterns glowed, signaling the completion of the Yin Dan refinement. Successfully killed the fierce ghost. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a platinum treasure chest too. Stealing in progress. Extracting in progress. Chen Ming completed the skill theft and extraction from the undead. He noted that the Yin Dan in Yin Qianqian's possession was of significantly higher quality than the previous ones, adorned with faint golden patterns upon its dark surface. Chen Ming surmised that these patterns unequivocally indicated an enhancement in the quality of the Yin Dan, ensuring that its effects would not be lackluster. Seeing Yin Qianqian glance in his direction, hesitating over whether to consume the Yin Dan, Chen Ming nodded in encouragement. This Yin Dan held little value for him. While it might bolster his strength slightly, it paled in comparison to the benefits it would bestow upon Yin Qianqian, who alone could fully harness the effects of the high-grade Yin Dan. With Chen Ming's silent approval, Yin Qianqian consumed the high-quality Yin Dan, her physique visibly ascending to a new pinnacle of power. Now, should she encounter an elder of that caliber again, she could easily subdue him without even resorting to the ghost-devouring gourd. Truly remarkable. The fierce ghost was transformed into Yin Dan and devoured. I sense a monumental shift is imminent in our ghost city. If I were a member of the Wei family, I would undoubtedly refrain from opposing them. That gourd is far too formidable to provoke. Boom. A gust of wind shattered the silence. By the time the other ghosts registered the noise, they beheld the fluttering red skirt descending from above. The figure that leaped down was none other than the bride ghost. You truly possess great audacity, daring to strike even our Wei family's hound. Has no one informed you that one must consider the master before striking the dog? The bride ghost questioned sharply. Initially, she had harbored some affection for Chen Ming, but his repeated rejections had left her feeling humiliated in public. Thus, her attitude had shifted from fervor to disdain. Affection? No. It had plummeted into the negative. If Chen Ming was treated thus, how much more so was Yin Qianqian, who overshadowed her in every aspect. Height, beauty, all were eclipsed. Clad in a more opulent wedding gown, she found herself diminished in comparison, trampled underfoot. You shall surrender that supreme spiritual artifact and submit to me. I, the young lady of this house, am magnanimous enough to overlook the previous incidents. Think carefully before answering me. I detest idle chatter. The bride ghost exuded an air of superiority befitting her status as a scion of a powerful family. I have pondered it thoroughly, and I still deem you unworthy. Chen Ming replied with utmost seriousness. Is this lad insane? The young lady of Wei has extended him an olive branch, and he fails to appreciate it. The gourd is indeed formidable, yet the Wei family is numerous. How much could she possibly consume? Rest assured, those who fail to recognize their own strength shall learn a harsh lesson in reality. In their eyes, Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue's best course of action was to submit and align themselves with the Wei family. Their loyalty had already been demonstrated. No further proof was necessary, and the Wei family would undoubtedly reward them generously. Thus, they would ascend to greatness, becoming the apex among ghosts. Among the ghosts, many speculated that Chen Ming and Qin Hongyue's unusual behavior was merely a ploy to showcase their strength and garner favor with the Wei family. Clearly, they had succeeded. Human nature is devious, and in the eyes of the supernatural, this is indeed a strategy one might expect from humanity. Initially, I found Chen Ming quite clever. However, his insatiable desires are like an abyss, ever hungry. Even after achieving his objectives, he remains discontent, attempting to negotiate with the young lady of Wei, a folly of the highest order. Unworthy? Are you addressing me? The bride ghost was taken aback. She never anticipated hearing such words directed at her. Why not? Chen Ming maintained his defiant stance, utterly unfazed by the bride ghost's imposing presence and noble lineage. Very well. I had no intention of resorting to such measures, but you have forced my hand. The bride ghost's tone remained steady. Yet anyone present could discern the simmering fury within her words. The consequences would be dire. Behind her, a sinister fog began to rise, thick and foreboding. Yet, from within emerged an entirely different kind of monster. Chapter 246. He can actually use a supreme spiritual artifact. They were vengeful spirits. Unlike ordinary ghosts, these were forcibly stripped of their sentience, akin to corpse demons, transformed into puppets that obeyed her commands. The convenience of this dark sorcery lies in the fact that whatever power one possessed in life is retained even as a puppet. However, due to the high cost, few ghosts can afford such a luxury, unless one is a wealthy young lady like the bride ghost, who has an abundance of hell coins. One after another, vengeful spirits emerged, each possessing a humanoid form, their skin as dark as coal. Some bore 1, 2, or 3 horns atop their heads, their ears elongated, reminiscent of elves or goblins. Their eyes glowed a sinister red, exuding an eerie light. Their teeth were serrated and exceptionally sharp, a grotesque blend of white and red. It was impossible not to wonder if the red was blood or merely their natural coloration. Each of them possessed a pair of exaggerated tusks that protruded prominently, considerably longer than their other teeth, rendering it impossible for them to fully close their lips, as though they were born to rend flesh from prey. Chen Ming counted a total of 53 vengeful spirits. I wonder how many of these spirits were once esteemed sons-in-law of the Wei family, sharing the same bed as her. Chen Ming mused. In my view, the bride ghost's temperament was such that once provoked, she would never forgive lightly. A peaceful separation? That existed only in dreams. Moreover, the ghost realm operates on the principle of might. Here, strength and family lineage dictate everything. Undoubtedly, the Wei family, who supported the bride ghost, met these criteria perfectly. Thus, not only the bride ghost herself, but many other supernatural beings also believed she possessed the capability and prowess to command respect. As the vengeful spirits emerged from the otherworldly realm, they surrounded the bride ghost like devoted guardians, their sinister smiles plastered across their faces, exuding an aura of treachery that repelled any desire for engagement. Yet, the bride ghost, undeterred by the chilling ambience, longed for one final chance to persuade Chen Ming, asking him whether he would yield or not. Chen Ming raised his hand, deftly summoning the ghost-devouring gourd back from Yin Qianqian. Its weight significantly increased as it absorbed a considerable amount of Yin energy. "You offer me a chance?" Chen Ming inquired earnestly, while the bride ghost, bemused by his confidence with the gourd, shook her head in disbelief, her red veil swaying. She thought him utterly hopeless. For no matter how formidable a spiritual artifact might be, he lacked the qualifications to wield it effectively. She dispatched a wave of vengeful spirits to partition the battlefield, obstructing Yin Qianqian from approaching Chen Ming and reclaiming the gourd, which posed a potential threat to her plans. Concurrently, another wave of spirits encircled Chen Ming, intent on seizing the gourd from his grasp. They believed that if they could return this treasure to the Wei family, she would undoubtedly become a celebrated figure within the clan, garnering more affection and influence. The bride ghost envisioned the Wei family rising in power due to the gourd, establishing dominance within the ghost city, allowing her to act with impunity. The thought exhilarated her, convinced that Chen Ming was courting disaster by insisting on reclaiming the gourd. Perceiving her intentions, Chen Ming cast the gourd into the air, causing the gourd's lid to pop open with a resounding thud. A brilliant violet light illuminated the oncoming spirits, one after another being drawn into the gourd, transformed into Yin pills to later be offered to Yin Qianqian for her enhancement. How can this be? The bride ghost marveled, her mind racing. A mere human wielding our ghostly artifacts? It should be impossible for someone of his meager strength to activate such a premium tool. There must be some hidden truth here. Why, if he can utilize the gourd, would he give it to the proprietress Shueihua? Could it be that he possesses other supreme artifacts? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Chen Ming needed no further words. The collective imagination of the spirits had already elevated him to the status of an unparalleled demon king. Watching the vengeful spirits he had painstakingly summoned being devoured in droves, the bride ghost panicked, finally comprehending the earlier sentiments of the elder. Yet, she did not cease her summons. Instead, she increased their pace, sending them forth to distract Chen Ming from the gourd, hoping to avoid becoming the next victim of its insatiable hunger. Once she had dispatched all the spirits, the bride ghost turned and, pushing through the throng, hastened to flee. At that moment, her pride was of no concern. Survival took precedence. Understanding the terror of the premium artifact, she yearned to return to the Wei family for protection, fully aware that once absorbed by the gourd, even divine intervention would be futile. She had no desire to become a mere Yin pill, a resource for other spirits to bolster their strength. Run, she urged herself, fleeing without a backward glance, her mind singularly focused on escape. The eldest daughter of the Wei family was retreating, much like a drenched dog. It was understandable. Who wouldn't he flee in such a situation? Thankfully, this human comprehended the principle that grievances have their roots and debts their payers, not confronting them as if they were mere insects. Having grown accustomed to the Wei family's haughty demeanor, witnessing her in such a disheveled state was jarring. Impressive. This human is exceedingly powerful. It was the first time she felt genuine respect for a human. Who was he to possess such astonishing abilities? Enough idle chatter. Let us not provoke their wrath upon ourselves, one spirit cautioned. Following this clash, Chen Ming's stature among the spirits soared dramatically, an upward trajectory uncontainable. He retrieved the ghost-devouring gourd and tossed it back to Yin Qianqian, who felt deeply moved. Initially, she, like the others, assumed Chen Ming, as a human, was incapable of wielding such an artifact, hence his decision to bestow it upon her. Little did she realize, to have him as a master was indeed her fortune. It was hard not to think so. She uncorked the gourd and poured out a dozen Yin pills, eagerly consuming them one after another, her strength surging exponentially. She had never imagined that leveling up could be such an effortless endeavor. The bystanders were equally astonished into silence, sensing that if this continued, a second ghost emperor could very well emerge to share dominion over the realm. The rate of her power enhancement was unparalleled, unprecedented in history. It felt as though she could already envision the rise of a future ghost emperor. How many Huangquan coins would it take for him to part with that supreme artifact? None. Even if he were willing to sell, you could not afford it, came the dismissive reply, ignoring the cacophony around him. Chen Ming glanced at Qin Hongyue and then at Yin Qianqian, stating firmly, "Let us proceed to the Wei estate." Chen Ming was resolute. He had no intention of letting this matter slide. Exchanging knowing looks, Qin Hongyue and Yin Qianqian nodded in agreement. "Yes, master." Chapter 247. The Transaction, the Diamond Corpse. Wait. It seems they are not inclined to spare the Wei family. One spirit pondered. That would be unwise. It's akin to courting death. Were I in their position, I would seek refuge elsewhere until I could enhance my abilities. Indeed, they are formidable, but how can a handful stand against a vast family? Another spirit remarked. Clearly, they are intoxicated by their temporary victory. Confidence is vital, Yet overconfidence can lead to ruin. A gentleman's vengeance is best served cold. Upon hearing that Chen Ming intended to lead Qin Hongyue and Yin Xianqian to assault the Wei estate, the spirits wore expressions of grave concern, breaking into a cold sweat for them. Annoyed by their incessant chatter, Qin Hongyue and Yin Xianqian shot them a glare, prompting an immediate hush that enveloped the surroundings. They did not wish to provoke these two formidable beings, lest they be turned into Yin pills themselves. At the Wei estate, the bride ghost stormed in. "Miss, you get out of my way. Don't obstruct me." A guard approached, ready to greet the bride ghost, but was swiftly sent flying by her slap. She ascended the steps with urgency, intent on finding her elders to seek sympathy and ignite their fury, thus convincing them to take vengeance on her behalf. This grievance, the bride ghost could not swallow, after expending so much energy and Huangquan coins to forge the vengeful spirits, only to have them transformed into mere enhancements for another's power. Was infuriating. How could she endure such indignity? As a pampered young lady, no spirit had ever dared to treat her thus. Accustomed to tyranny, even a dog that crossed her path would receive a slap. And now, someone had the audacity to strike her and slay her cherished dog. Seeing her father receiving guests in the main hall, the bride ghost, tears streaming down her face, rushed forward, her voice trembling with emotion. "Father, you must stand up for me. Woe is me, what has happened?" "Wei father," Wei Yin asked, bewildered. It was the first time he had witnessed such vulnerability from the bride ghost. "Someone has bullied me, killed Wei Hao, my dog, and consumed all the vengeful spirits I painstakingly forged into Yin pills to enhance her own strength." She lamented. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" Wei Yan's anger erupted, even in the presence of guests. For years, no one had dared to lay a hand on a member of the Wei family in the ghost city. "Who did this?" Wei Yan pressed. "Two humans and a powerful ghost," the bride ghost replied. "Two humans and a powerful ghost. How could they possibly accomplish such a feat? Are you certain of what you witnessed?" Wei Yan questioned, incredulous. He was acutely aware of Wei Hao's formidable strength. It was inconceivable that a mere malevolent spirit could vanquish him. Furthermore, the presence of two inconsequential humans, merely serving as fillers, was equally unthreatening. One of these humans had inexplicably acquired a supreme spiritual artifact, which had absorbed Wei Hao and my tormented souls, transmuting them into Yin Dan in mere seconds. As elucidated by the bride ghost, a supreme spiritual artifact. "Are you certain? Did you not misperceive?" Wei Yan's expression shifted dramatically, rendering him notably more cautious. It had been many years since he had last heard anyone utter those words. "There is no mistaking it. It is undoubtedly a supreme spiritual artifact, as my daughter has witnessed with her own eyes." In response to Wei Yan's inquiry, the bride ghost reiterated her affirmation, insisting she had not erred. "If Brother Wei is not confident in confronting that fellow, why not join forces with me?" At that moment, a guest seated opposite Wei Yan suddenly interjected. "You old rascal. You certainly know how to seize an opportunity. Pray tell, what is the price?" Wei Yan was not naive enough to believe there exists a free lunch in this world. "It is quite simple. Upon the completion of our endeavor, your precious daughter must wed my grandson as compensation, and the supreme spiritual artifact shall be yours." The tall and lean elder replied slowly. "Very well. I accept without reservation." Wei Yan agreed promptly. "Father, I don't even know who his grandson is or what he looks like. How could you consent so readily?" The bride ghost exclaimed anxiously. "Silence. Do you think a supreme spiritual artifact is so easily dealt with? After causing such a monumental hassle for the family, I have not sought an explanation from you. Yet you dare to question me?" Wei Yan's tone was stern. "But, no buts." Wei Yan forcefully interrupted the bride ghost, denying her the opportunity to continue. "After the matter is resolved, prepare yourself to marry at any time. You are accustomed to it, are you not? It is not the same. Until now, my daughter has been securing suitors for our Wei family. You are attempting to cast her away like mere water." The bride ghost protested vehemently. "Marrying her off is for the best. It is time for you to find peace. Over the years, our family has suffered greatly due to you." Becoming the subject of ridicule, Wei Yan remained unperturbed by the bride ghost's words, resolutely determined. "Then you must at least allow me a glimpse of what his grandson looks like." The bride ghost conceded a step. "Isn't he right here? Right here?" Wei Yan's remarks left the bride ghost bewildered. Turning her head, her gaze finally landed upon the towering figure behind the elder, a man as stout as a black bear, yet with a vacant expression akin to that of a child. "Father, you cannot possibly mean this individual, can you?" The bride ghost was incredulous, unable to fathom that her indulgent father would consider marrying her off to someone who appeared mentally impaired. Indeed, Wei Yan nodded affirmatively. "Do not let his seemingly dull demeanor fool you. He is a 6th-tier diamond corpse, a rare prodigy among the younger generation, destined to become a 9th-tier diamond corpse. But, no buts, I am not negotiating with you." Before the bride ghost could finish her protest, Wei Yan interrupted her once more, refusing to grant her a voice. Observing the hulking figure grinning foolishly at her, the bride ghost shivered involuntarily, suddenly finding Chen Ming somewhat less detestable. At the very least, he appeared pleasing to the eye. "What do you think, Xiaojia? Are you satisfied with the fiancé your grandfather has found for you?" Noticing the bride ghost's silence, The elder inquired of the diamond corpse named Xiaojia. I am satisfied, very satisfied. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Xiaojia nodded vigorously, grinning widely. I am your grandfather. There is no need for such formality. The elder shot him an exasperated glance. Thank you, Grandpa, for finding me such a beautiful bride. With each utterance, Lu Xiaojia would chuckle in a peculiar manner. The bride ghost could hardly fathom how she would coexist with such a dim-witted individual in the future. No, I must devise a way to escape this fate. A 6th-tier diamond corpse or a 9th-tier diamond corpse, it matters not. No one who does not please me shall lay a finger on me. The bride ghost resolutely resolved within herself. Suddenly, an incongruous voice shattered the silence. Old master. Trouble is brewing outside. There are disturbances at the door. Chapter 248. A 6th-tier diamond corpse, is this it? It seems they have arrived. Wei Yin was not taken aback by this revelation. As he prepared to rise, the elder raised his hand, signaling him to remain seated. Matters among the youth are best resolved by the youth themselves. Xiaojia, this is your opportunity to impress your fiancé. Seize it, the elder remarked, lightly scraping the rim of his teacup with the lid. Yes, Grandpa. Sending Lu Xiaojia off to handle other matters, he may not comprehend the intricacies. But when it comes to taking lives, Lu Xiaojia not only understands, but is also quite eager to oblige. Is it not too dangerous for him to go alone? After all, the opposition possesses a supreme spiritual artifact. Wei Yin expressed his concern. Though he had long heard of the might of diamond corpses, he believed that supreme spiritual artifacts held greater power. Do not fret, I have faith in his abilities. Even if he is drawn in, it will take time to refine him, and at that moment, we can intervene. Despite the reassurance, the elder's words were laced with an unwavering confidence in his grandson. Very well, Wei Yin conceded. He also wished to seize the opportunity to witness the diamond corpse's overwhelming prowess. Previously, the strongest diamond corpse he had encountered was merely a 3-star. He was curious to see how this 6th-tier diamond corpse would fare against a supreme spiritual artifact. I will go now, he. As Lu Xiaojia departed, he flashed a mischievous grin at the bride ghost. The bride ghost turned her head away, muttering a quiet insult. Idiot. Wei Yin shot her a fierce glare, ensuring the bride ghost understood which words were appropriate and which were not. With Wei Yin having made his stance clear as a father, the elder, although perturbed, swallowed his grievances, choosing not to quarrel with the younger generation. After all, they would soon be family. If he truly wished to teach her a lesson, opportunities would abound in the future. Once married, a daughter is like water spilled. She can no longer afford to be so willful. In the front courtyard, all the spirits and Wei family servants had been transformed into Yin Dan by Yin Qianqian using the ghost-swallowing gourd, consumed to enhance their cultivation. It appears that before long, you shall ascend to the rank of Ghost King, Chen Ming commented. I am merely grateful for the master's favor, Yin Qianqian responded honestly, feeling that the most prudent decision of her life was to forge a servant contract with Chen Ming. Had she continued at her previous rate of advancement, even upon scattering her soul and returning to the chaos, she would have merely evolved into a fierce ghost, and a weak one at that. Become a ghost king? What an absurd notion, let alone achieving such status in less than a day. The method of refining other spirits into Yin Dan to enhance one's strength is undeniably tyrannical. Yin Qianqian lamented, wishing she had encountered her master sooner. Had she met him earlier, she might have already entered the realm of Ghost Emperor. It was not a matter of self-confidence, but rather a profound trust in Chen Ming. In Yin Qianqian's eyes, as long as her master intervened, there was nothing he could not accomplish. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps yanked Yin Qianqian from her reverie. Focusing her gaze, she beheld a colossal spirit exuding an overwhelming aura, akin to a roaring inferno, burning all around it. I have come to eliminate you. Lu Xiaojia declared his intent. With that, his fingers clenched into fists, muscles becoming sharply defined, his entire form expanding by a circle. Ryup. His clothing tore apart, revealing skin imbued with a golden sheen. This is a diamond corpse. Yin Qianqian recognized. A diamond corpse? From just the name, Chen Ming could easily deduce the nature of their capabilities. It must be exceedingly resilient. Indeed, and a diamond corpse of no lowly tier at that. They may not be swift in their movements, but their defensive and offensive capabilities are astonishing. It is said that once they reach the 9th tier, no attack can harm them, Yin Qianqian explained. How formidable. Chen Ming suddenly became intrigued, eager to test his penetrating damage attributes. With a fierce resolve, Lu Xiaojia leapt several meters into the air, descending like a meteor towards Chen Ming and his companions. Chen Ming raised his hand, conjuring an invisible blade of wind at his fingertips. With a gentle flick, the wind blade sliced through the air. Seeing Lu Xiaojia land before Chen Ming, Yin Qianqian instinctively stepped forward, raising her hand to shield Chen Ming protectively. However, as the words left her lips, Lu Xiaojia's body split in two from the center of his forehead, successfully killed the level 6 diamond corpse. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Platinum Chest 6. Chen Ming had anticipated that Lu Xiaojia would not withstand his wind blade, but he was astonished at how effortlessly he had been cleaved in two. He had expected at least some semblance of resistance. A level 6 diamond corpse had been dispatched so swiftly? Yin Qianqian was taken aback. Qin Hongyue had refrained from taking any action from the outset because she had noticed Lu Xiaojia's tragic demise during his descent. Chen Ming felt a wave of disappointment. His hopes for the so-called Level 9 Diamond Corpse now diminished. Stealing in progress. Steal successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the A-class skills, Diamond Transformation, Mount Tai Drop, Violent Smash, Annihilating Punch, and Gale Flurry Punch. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new Undead Minion, Level 6 Diamond Corpse. Weak as it was, the procedure must still be followed. Why refuse rewards freely given? Subsequently, Yin Xianxian opened the ghost-swallowing gourd in her hand and absorbed the two halves of Lu Xiaojia's body that lay on the ground. Even so, this would not affect the refining process, unless the corpse was left unattended for an extended period. The Yin energy would dissipate gradually after the ghost's death, rather than vanishing instantaneously. Moments later, Yin Xianxian consumed a Yin Dan crafted from the Level 6 Diamond Corpse, feeling that she was but a step away from becoming a Ghost King. An exhilaration, difficult to contain. The stronger she became, the more profound her feelings towards Chen Ming grew, as she believed his presence had transformed her life. On the other side, no, this is bad. Master, this is terrible. In a flurry of panic, the household servant rushed into the courtyard, prompting Wei Yan's displeasure as he glanced at the elder before inquiring about the commotion. Master, the esteemed guest who went to battle just now. The servant hesitated, fear evident in his gaze towards the elder. What has happened to my grandson? The elder set down his teacup, rising abruptly to demand an explanation. Your grandson was. He was cut in half by someone. The servant, under the elder's imposing presence, finally revealed the grim truth. Chapter 249, Level 8 Diamond Corpse. The elder's expression froze, his face turning a ghastly shade of pale. He raised his hand, fingers partially clenched, drawing in the Yin energy forcefully. What is happening? The servant was suddenly propelled towards the elder, who grasped his neck tightly. Repeat what you just said. The elder thundered. Your grandson was cut in half by someone. The servant replied honestly, repeating the words verbatim. Impossible. Do not spout such nonsense. How could a mere human possibly breach my grandson's indestructible diamond body? The elder scoffed, violently tossing the servant aside. Like a cannonball, the servant was hurled several meters away, crashing into the courtyard wall with a resounding thud, leaving a large dent in the surface. Even when the servant claimed that Lu Xiaojia had been slain by a top-tier spirit weapon, the elder's fury would not subside. He felt insulted, convinced that the worth of the Diamond Corpse clan was being belittled. A human could sever a level 6 Diamond Corpse in two? What a farce. Witnessing this, Wei Yin remained silent. He did not wish to offend Lu Fu and Level 8 Diamond Corpse over a mere servant. Casting a sidelong glance at the bride ghost beside him, he asked if the others possessed any other exceptional spirit weapons beyond the gourd she mentioned. There should be none. At least, I did not see any. The bride ghost shook her head. Internally, she fervently hoped that what the servant had said was true. Such a being's demise would be for the best. The bride ghost had no desire to marry him. The mere thought of sharing a bed with Lu Xiaojia and waking up to that foolish face sent shivers down her spine. Such sentiments, however, even a willful bride ghost could only suppress in her heart. She understood that expressing them would earn her no more courtesy from the elder than the servant received. The elder's furious demeanor instilled a sense of dread within her, far more oppressive than the ghostly energy Lu Xiaojia had released as a level 6 Diamond Corpse. Returning to the matter of Lu Xiaojia's death, even if he truly perished, the bride ghost believed it would not alter the overall situation. In fact, his death might prove more advantageous than detrimental. It would compel Lu Fu to exert his full strength, collaborating with the Wei family to confront external threats. After all, from the beginning, the bride ghost had never anticipated Lu Xiaojia would be of any use. Calm down, calm down. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps those few humans have bewitched him, leading him to perceive illusions and utter such nonsense, Wei Yin suggested. That makes sense, Lu Fu conceded. However, he still intended to depart and verify the situation himself. Otherwise, his mind would remain unsettled. Out of respect for Wei Yin, he refrained from further punishing the servant. Just as he lifted his foot to step out, his movement abruptly halted. He had spotted Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and Yin Xianxian striding through the courtyard entrance. Seeing them appear unscathed only intensified Lu Fu's foreboding. Wei Yin's expression also darkened. The servant's earlier words, previously deemed untrustworthy, now bore increasing credibility. Master, those two have both reached the Ghost King level, Yin Xianxian whispered. Even at the Ghost King level, they remained within the suppressive range of the ghost-swallowing gourd, posing no threat to Chen Ming. Even if a Ghost Emperor were to arrive, it would merely exceed the gourd's standards, nothing more. They were far from being capable of contending with Chen Ming, especially with Qin Hongyue, a formidable barrier, standing in his way. The mere Ghost Emperor's ambition to surpass this was nothing but a fanciful dream. Once they refined the two into Yin Dawn. How confident are you in advancing to the Ghost King level? What truly concerned Chen Ming was this particular point. With complete confidence, Yin Xianxian asserted. Very well. Do not hold back. Eat to your heart's content. and worry not about offending anyone, for we shall support you, Chen Ming promised. Yes, master. Chen Ming's words provided Yin Qianqian with immense reassurance. At this moment, even if the heavens were to fall, she would fear nothing. What have you done to my grandson? Lu Fu's voice brimmed with seething anger as he demanded an explanation. Your grandson? Are you referring to that hulking figure? Yin Qianqian teased, deliberately prolonging the suspense. Yes. Lu Fu replied emphatically. He has been refined into a Yin Dan, fully absorbed. Your bond as grandfather and grandson has come to an end. If you truly wish to reunite with him, I would not mind escorting you on your journey. Yin Qianqian revealed the truth. You wretch, seeking death. Lu Fu's aura surged violently, his ghostly energy becoming ferocious. In stark contrast to his grandson Lu Xiaojia, who was also a diamond corpse, this transformation was entirely different. One body swelled dramatically, while the other appeared as if countless insects were burrowing from the surface, writhing and coalescing into a spongy, porous black armor enveloping him entirely, even obscuring his facial features. It was as if he donned an impenetrable, bizarre suit of armor. Above, black and white ghostly energies swirled, resembling hair. I want you all dead. Lu Fu spread his arms wide, his body leaning forward as he let out a battle cry. A dark, fog-like aura of ghostly energy surged forward like a tidal wave. Should an ordinary specter be engulfed by it, instant death would be almost certain. An 8th-level diamond corpse. Witnessing Lu Fu unleash his full power, Wei Yin found himself increasingly restless. This was his first encounter with a true 8th-level diamond corpse. And even as a fellow ghost king, his heart involuntarily quaked. He understood well that even in his peak condition, he was unlikely to match Lu Fu. The odds being roughly 4 to 6, perhaps even approaching 3 to 7, Lu Fu being the 7. With a faint smile, he felt that this matter need not require his intervention. Lu Fu alone was sufficient to handle it. Instead, he worried that Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and Yin Qianqian were too weak, potentially disappointing Lu Fu. He dreaded the thought of having to practice with him afterward. Was this truly an 8th-level diamond corpse? The bride ghost stood frozen in place, her delicate form trembling. She was enveloped by a profound sense of fear, an emotion that quickly filled her heart. Reflecting on her earlier demeanor before Lu Fu, she felt a rush of relief that his temperament was forgiving and he did not hold her actions against her. Otherwise, the consequences were too terrifying to contemplate. The bride ghost did not consider herself powerful enough to contend with such an eerie being. Could she rely on the Wei family's protection? She feared that if matters escalated beyond control, she would likely become a pawn. A daughter versus a family. She was a clever ghost, capable of discerning the gravity of the situation. Death. Seeing that his battle cry had no effect on the three, Lu Fu struck fiercely. Chapter 250. Yin Qianqian ascends to Ghost King. Wei Yin and the bride ghost widened their eyes, eager to witness whether an 8th-level diamond corpse in its prime could withstand a top-tier spiritual artifact. Such a spectacle had never occurred before, at least not in the memories of the father and daughter. Thus, they could not ascertain which side would prevail. As Lu Fu charged forward, accompanied by a tsunami of ghostly energy, Yin Qianqian had no intention of confronting him directly. Instead, she hurled the ghost-devouring gourd skyward. The bottle's cork popped open, its mouth aimed at Lu Fu. Under the glow of purple light, the surrounding ghostly energy was drawn into it. Lu Fu sensed the impending peril and immediately halted, leaning back in an effort to retreat. Wei Yin and the bride ghost could see he was straining to back away. However, just as he managed to take a step back, before his heels could touch the ground, the gourd's formidable suction compelled him to slide forward 3 or 4 steps. His entire being was marked by a refusal. How infuriating. If you possess such abilities, then engage me in a fair duel without relying on spiritual artifacts. In hindsight, this sentiment now seemed tinged with a hint of impotent rage. Yin Qianqian dismissed Lu Fu's call for a direct confrontation as mere nonsense, not absorbing a single word. A ghost king demanding a fair fight with a fierce specter? Qin Hongyue could not help but scoff. No, Lu Fu could not retort in time, as he was forcibly drawn in, absorbed into the ghost-devouring gourd. The cork sealed tightly, completely cutting off his escape, commencing his refinement. This gourd truly is a splendid treasure. Even that old fellow could not resist it. Wei Yan's heart was consumed with a strong desire for the ghost-devouring gourd, longing to claim it for himself. Yet, now was not the time to act. Wei Yan waited, anticipating Lu Fu to break free from the constraints of the gourd and escape. In his mind, he could not fathom that the gourd could contain Lu Fu. To refine him into a yin pill? Even less likely. If one were to liken the ghost-devouring gourd to an alchemical furnace, the flames within could not possibly reach the intensity required to refine Lu Fu. Incapable of overcoming the formidable defenses of the diamond corpse. At most, it could only keep Lu Fu confined for a period. The likelihood of killing him outright was 0. Just as Wei Yin pondered this, Yin Qianqian uncorked the gourd and tipped it, causing a pill to roll out from its mouth. This pill appeared significantly more advanced than the yin pill previously crafted from the fierce specter, adorned with more golden filament patterns and radiating a golden sheen. Could that be? Wei Yan's mind conjured a thought, yet he was reluctant to accept it. Yin Qianqian had no time to explain. Without hesitation, she consumed the pill, eager to ascend to the rank of Ghost King. She understood well that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could she claim her rightful place beside Chen Ming. Boom. Upon her ascension to Ghost King, an unstoppable aura radiated outward from all directions, striking terror into the heart of the bride ghost. Wei Yan sprang to his feet in disbelief, exclaiming, "Ghost King." She actually broke through to the Ghost King realm. As a Ghost King himself, Wei Yan had never imagined that attaining this rank could be so effortlessly achieved. His obsession with acquiring the ghost-devouring gourd was profound, yet his courage was waning. After all, just a moment ago, he had witnessed Lu Fu, also a Ghost King, not even have a chance to resist before being absorbed into the gourd and refined into a high-quality yin pill. Wei Yan feared he might ultimately meet a similar fate as Lu Fu. Without waiting for Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, or Yin Qianqian to speak, Wei Yan hastily expressed his stance. "I mean no offense towards the three of you. If you wish to hold her accountable, please do. I will not obstruct you." With that, he grasped the bride ghost's wrist and forcefully pulled her forward. "Ah!" The bride ghost screamed as her steps faltered uncontrollably. Fortunately, being a ghost, she was spared the injuries a human would have sustained from such a stumble. "Father, what is your intention? Do you wish to sell your daughter for glory?" The bride ghost's face was a mask of despair. She never anticipated that in a single day, she would be betrayed twice by her closest kin. "Do you think the Wei family would suffer this calamity due to whom?" Wei Yan's retort left the bride ghost speechless. "But, I am still your daughter. If this gets out, the prestige accumulated by the Wei family over millennia will be utterly destroyed." The bride ghost pleaded desperately, hoping Wei Yan would weigh the consequences and refrain from abandoning her. "Daughter, you've reminded me well. From this day forth, you are no longer a part of the Wei family. You are forever cast out and forbidden from returning," Wei Yan declared with a heart of stone. To preserve the Wei family, he had no choice but to make sacrifices and sever ties with the bride ghost. "Have you finished with this dramatic performance? If not, I can grant you more time," Chen Ming interjected. "Are you intent on exterminating the Wei family?" Wei Yan discerned the underlying intent in Chen Ming's words. Realizing Chen Ming was ignoring his question, Wei Yan felt a surge of clarity. Covering his face, his features began to transform, horns sprouting from his forehead, his ears elongating to a sharp point. When he lowered his hand, he bore a half-mask of a ghost, obscuring countless faces, while his lower face remained unchanged, with teeth now sharp and menacing. This mask was, in fact, an extension of Wei Yan himself, a thin layer that allowed even the slightest frown to be vividly visible. His eyes turned blood red, the pupils shimmering in gold, and his once waist-length hair now surged upward like flames. His ghostly energy was starkly different from that of the other specters encountered before. It was not black, but rather bright like flames, swirling violently, serving as a backdrop that amplified the oppressive presence of the newly transformed Ghost King Wei Yan. Accompanied by the wails of tormented spirits, fiery skulls burst forth. Hovering beside Wei Yan, flames poured from the eye sockets of the skulls, the gaps between their teeth, and their severed necks, exuding an overwhelming ghostly aura. "Leave the Wei family now, and I will overlook all that has transpired," Wei Yan declared, gripping a flaming skull, his voice now thick with an otherworldly resonance. The skull in his hand was distinct from the others, larger, adorned with two smooth, inward-curving, elongated horns, from which flames erupted. Upon witnessing her father reveal his true form as the Ghost King, the bride ghost felt a heavy stone within her heart finally settle. In a hurried scramble, she moved to the side, desperate to avoid being caught between the two formidable forces, lest she be reduced to mere cannon fodder. Yin Qianqian was poised to advance, and, in a similar manner, draw Wei Yan into the ghost swallowing gourd to refine him into a yin pill. However, she was taken aback as a pitch-black door opened before her on the ground. If her memory served her right, it seemed that other loyal servants of the master would emerge from this very portal. As she beheld the figure stepping forth from the shadowy door, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This individual had returned from the dead? Yin Qianqian distinctly remembered having refined Lu Fu into a yin pill, thus devouring him. The power of the Ghost King served as a testament that the events unfolding were no mere illusion. Chapter 251, The Battle of Ghost Kings. Wasn't he that old fellow dead? How could he be alive again? Wei Yan, equally perplexed, shared her confusion. After all, like Yin Qianqian, he had limited understanding of Chen Ming's ability to extract souls, especially upon witnessing the ghostly form of Wei Yan kneeling before Chen Ming, displaying complete submission. Wei Yan's inner turmoil deepened. How could a dignified Ghost King bow down to a mere human? In the next moment, he became aware of Yin Qianqian's presence. His perspective shifted, leading him to consider that even disregarding Lu Fu's Ghost King identity, the affection he held for his grandson was evident to all. Chen Ming had personally slain his grandson. It was only natural that he would risk everything for vengeance, regardless of the opponent's strength. "Old man, what are you doing? He is the murderer of your grandson. Kneel before me instead," Wei Yan protested, attempting to rouse Lu Fu from his stupor. He remained oblivious to any peculiarities, merely believing that this ghostly state was a transformation of the King Kong corpse. That fellow is in your hands, Chen Ming remarked, not inclined to indulge Wei Yan's queries. As he issued commands to Lu Fu, he wished to witness the confrontation between the Ghost Kings, to discern who among the level 8 King Kong corpse and the Ghost King form Wei Yan was superior. I recall that previous dragon. It bore a striking resemblance. Could it be that the master possesses the ability to summon the undead? Yin Qianqian pondered, connecting the dots with the spirits she was familiar with. Among the entities she knew, there existed one capable of summoning corpse warriors. Indeed, with subordinates like these, the master's forces were likely in the millions. The precise figure remained elusive to Qin Honghua, yet she made a rough estimation. Thousands. Millions. Astonishment washed over Yin Qianqian's face upon hearing this revelation. The spirit capable of summoning corpses she was aware of could only conjure a few dozen at most. The chasm between a few dozen and millions was akin to a vast abyss. Truly, the master was deserving of admiration, with such a dual assurance of quantity and quality. It was hard for Yin Qianqian to fathom the awe-inspiring sight of Chun Ming's legion of millions of undead. It could very well sweep through the entire ghost realm. At least in Yin Qianqian's mind, this seemed entirely plausible. 1,000 undead of the same rank could achieve this without needing millions of level 8 King Kong corpses. What on earth are those two women discussing? Wei Yan strained his ears to listen, yet he could not decipher the conversation between Yin Qianqian and Qin Honghua. He attempted to draw closer, only to be startled as the grotesque visage of the level 8 King Kong corpse suddenly appeared before him. Oh no! Wei Yan had no time to resist as a heavy punch from the King Kong corpse struck his face. Bang! 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 Boom! He was sent sprawling, hurtling through the air for dozens of meters, crashing through several walls. Smoke billowed, obscuring the scene within. Old man, do not take liberties. Wei Yan's furious voice emerged from the haze. Soon after, however, a skull flew out first, suspended above the King Kong corpse. Though it was merely a skull, its tightly arranged teeth resembled a sinister grin, animated with life. Flames flickered in its eye sockets, intensifying as it unleashed a torrent of searing fire from its mouth. Boom! The flames engulfed a vast area, completely shrouding the King Kong corpse, revealing only a shadowy silhouette. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the King Kong corpse remained unscathed, steadfastly standing, impervious to the flames. Bang! With a powerful leap, it surged into the inferno. An enormous hand shot out from the flames, seizing the skull. As it touched down, the hands clapped together, and with a crisp sound, the entire skull shattered into dust, scattering in the wind. A residue of embers wafted a few meters away, marking the final brilliance of its existence. In stark contrast, the undead King Kong corpse emerged unscathed from the assault. Not even a hair had been harmed. To put it bluntly, even if Wei Yan were to defeat the King Kong corpse in an instant, Chun Ming could revive him without a scratch. There was no limit to the number of times he could resurrect. The mental energy required for the King Kong corpse's revival was far surpassed by Chun Ming's regeneration speed. Old man, you possess some skill, but alas, you have surrendered to a human. Truly a disgrace for a ghost king. Wei Yan brandished the flaming skull as he exited the room. With his other hand, he brushed the dust from his shoulder. Upon seeing him, the King Kong corpse immediately charged forward, showing no interest in conversing. Noticing this, Wei Yan quickly thrust his palm forward, causing the floating flaming skulls behind him to zoom toward the King Kong corpse. They surrounded it, forming an encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. In unison, they opened their mouths, expelling blood-red, searing flames, attempting to melt and breach the King Kong corpse's formidable defenses. The spectacle was grand, yet the effect was minimal. The King Kong corpse effortlessly crushed the skulls with its fists, extinguishing the flames. Truly, a pinnacle ghost king. What formidable defensive capabilities. If it were to advance to a level 9 King Kong corpse, it was likely that no one besides the master could inflict harm upon it. Yin Qianqian was astonished by the King Kong corpse's display of strength, further solidifying her resolve to grow stronger. She feared that, in the future, with powerful allies surrounding Chen Ming, she would find herself utterly eclipsed, unable to even glimpse his shadow. Old man, you have gone too far. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Wei Yan roared once more, exuding an aura of impotent rage. He raised both hands, the skull he had treasured now levitating into the air. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the skull began to swell, increasing in diameter with each expansion. In the blink of an eye, the skull had grown to a size that obscured the sky and the moon, casting a shadow over most of the Wei family estate, filling the visible horizon. Old man, I give you one final chance. Do you wish to side with outsiders and escalate this conflict to a point of no return? Wei Yan harbored serious doubts that Lu Fu intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Wei family first, then deal with Chun Ming and Qin Honghua. It was a dual motive, to usurp the Wei family and to avenge his grandson indirectly. That cunning old fox. Wei Yan cursed inwardly. If Lu Fu persisted in this course of action, Wei Yan was prepared to take a gamble. He wished to see if this level 8 King Kong corpse was truly as indomitable as the legends claimed. Perhaps after this battle, he could rise to become a semi-ghost king, stepping upon the reputation of the level 8 King Kong corpse. Amidst their verbal sparring, Chen Ming remained indifferent, his attention drawn to the bride ghost attempting to flee amidst the chaos. Thus, he decisively summoned an entity he had previously extracted as an undead, a spirit that had once served as the Wei family's steward and was capable of summoning the Great Black Snake. Chapter 252, The Grand Theft Unveiled. The Ghost Emperor by M.O. After the elder emerged from the portal, he extended his arm forward and pointed. From behind a swirling mass of black mist, a massive black snake immediately surged forth, racing after the fleeing bride ghost. As the serpent slithered before her, raising its head and flicking its forked tongue, its cold, serpentine gaze fixated upon the bride ghost. The bride ghost wore a visage of disbelief, as if she had encountered a phantom. Turning around, upon realizing the presence of the elder, her astonishment deepened. You are not dead. This is impossible. I clearly witnessed you being consumed by that gourd, transformed into a pill, and devoured by her. The bride ghost shook her head in denial. The elder, unfazed, commanded the serpent to constrict its massive form, ensnaring the bride ghost tightly. No, you wretched servant, what are you planning? Do you intend to devour your master? The bride ghost struggled desperately, but without the protection of vengeful souls, she was as powerless as a fledgling chick. Her meager strength was insignificant against the serpent's colossal mass. Wei Yin was preoccupied with his own plight, having no inclination to assist a squanderer. Father, save me, please. But before she could finish her plea, the serpent tightened its grip, obliterating her ghostly form into countless fragments of ghostly energy. Upon witnessing this, Chen acted swiftly, uncorking her bottle to absorb the dissipating ghostly essence, transforming it into a pill. She consumed it with practiced efficiency, refining it seamlessly. She bore no disdain, not only for the bride ghost, but even an ordinary wandering spirit would suffice. Currently siphoning. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new spectral servant, Bride Ghost 1. In this regard, Chen Ming and Chen shared a mutual understanding. They opened a portal to release the bride ghost. Observing her, alongside the Wei family's steward, Wei Yin finally grasped the entirety of the situation. Who are you? How can a mere human possess such abilities? He demanded. Is it necessary for me to elucidate everything to you? Chen Ming retorted. If that is the case, I shall send you to hell along with them. Wei Yin's words struck Chen Ming as peculiar. Had he not already been in hell? Wasting no time, he accessed Wei Yin's skill panel, selecting all with a single click. Permanent theft. Currently siphoning. Theft successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired S-Rank Skill. Ghost King Skeleton, S-Rank Skill. Ghost King Body, S-Rank Skill. Skeleton Giant Transformation. Die. Wei Yin bellowed, his hands descending. The enormous Ghost King skeleton above him opened its maw, flames surging within, yet suddenly fell silent. Wei Yin's face displayed confusion as he looked up. What was happening? He raised his hand again and brought it down. Kill, 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 kill. However, despite his fervent commands, the Ghost King skeleton remained unresponsive. What have you done? Wei Yin interrogated Chen Ming and Chen Hongyue. Aside from them, he could not fathom any other possibility. Would you suggest this? Chen Ming snapped his fingers. Instantly, the Ghost King skeleton pivoted, reopening its mouth, but this time, its target was none other than Wei Yin himself. No, this is impossible. Why does my ghostly art obey your command? Wei Yin stumbled back, disbelief etched on his face. As the flames within the Ghost King skeleton surged as if threatening to overflow like molten lava, panic seized Wei Yin. He raised his hand in a futile attempt to halt it. No, you cannot kill me. I am the head of the Wei family. I have deep ties with the Ghost Emperor. If you kill me, the Ghost Emperor will surely. Boom. Fiery torrents cascaded down, engulfing Wei Yin and the entirety of the Wei family. Notably, the flames appeared to possess intelligence, instinctively avoiding Chen Ming, Chen Hongyue, Chen, and even the transformed King Kong corpse. Only Wei Yin suffered, meeting his demise at the hands of the very skill he had once prided himself on. After centuries of arduous training, he ultimately became a mere experience point for Chen Ming. With a wave of his hand, Chen Ming dissipated the Ghost King skeleton in the fiery expanse before him. Currently siphoning. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new spectral servant, Fire Mage Ghost King 1. Simultaneously, Chen absorbed, refined, and consumed the essence, elevating her cultivation further. Filled with confidence, she believed that with a few more such encounters, she could undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Ghost Emperor. The notion of advancing to Ghost King, or even Ghost Emperor within a single day had once been beyond her wildest dreams. She secured the ghost-devouring gourd at her waist, which could expand or contract at will, appearing as an ordinary ornament when not in use. With everything in order, Chen Ming stretched and glanced at the time. Less than 10 minutes remained until the Huangquan auction commenced. He decided to join Chen Hongyue and Chen at a tea house for a leisurely drink to pass the time. The King Kong corpses were all stored in the shadow space. Shortly after their departure, news of the Wei family's annihilation rippled through the city. The tale spread like wildfire, growing increasingly sensational. The only detail retained was that the one responsible was a human. Upon hearing that a human possessed the power to slay ghost kings, the ghostly populace was thrown into disarray, fearing they might be next. Meanwhile, Ming and his companions remained at the tea house, unfazed, as if the chaos did not concern them. They feigned ignorance to the murmurs around them. Other patrons on the same floor, though curious, dared not inquire further. It was better to remain aloof than to inadvertently invite trouble upon themselves. As the situation continued to escalate, it even reached the ears of the city lord. A dragon emerging from nowhere, coupled with a human who annihilated the Wei family. My moonlit city has not witnessed such commotion in ages, the silver-haired youth remarked. Lord City Master, I have finished my report. Huh, what did you just say? Apologies, I did not catch that. The youth recalled that Yang Xiao was still present. Just as Yang Xiao was about to speak, he was interrupted by the silver-haired youth. Oh, I remember now. You were saying your fiancé was abducted. And in your pursuit of vengeance, you were instead gravely wounded, correct? Are you asking me to intervene on your behalf? Please, that is your fiancé, not mine. If you wish to act recklessly for love, what does that have to do with me? The silver-haired youth inquired further. Yang Xiao had anticipated that the Ghost Emperor would acknowledge his contributions in guarding the borders and assist him against Chen Ming to reclaim Xianxian. However, he was met with such a cold response. Enough. Do not dwell on such trivial matters. The Huangquan auction is about to commence. Accompany me. It will be a valuable experience. The Ghost Emperor by Mo rose from his throne, issuing commands to Yang Xiao without hesitation. Chapter 253. The Huangquan auction begins. Yes. Faced with the Ghost Emperor, who wielded absolute authority in the Ghost City, Yang Xiao had no choice but to comply. To refuse would be to embrace death. He was keenly aware of his precarious standing in by Mo's eyes, knowing he was not irreplaceable. Aside from relying on himself, he could only hope that once the Huangquan auction began, the Ghost Emperor might procure some treasures, thus improving his mood to reconsider Yang Xiao's personal affairs. Even if it were merely a facade to express an attitude, Yang Xiao could leverage the Ghost Emperor's influence to rally powerful ghosts, and even summon Ghost Kings to deal with Chen Ming and reclaim Xianxian. Though the hope was dim, it was better than having none at all. Yang Xiao understood that in terms of strength, he stood no chance against Chen Ming. In dire straits, he even contemplated seeking refuge with the Dragon Emperor that had previously soared overhead, though it would be a disgrace. It was preferable to feeling utterly powerless and accomplishing nothing. As long as vengeance can be achieved, what does it matter if one must sacrifice their visage? Yang Xiao silently resolved to this determination. Before long, the ominous toll of the bell marking the entrance to the underworld echoed. Entry tickets to the auction house of the Netherworld were systematically distributed to all present, alongside the specters. Invitations inscribed with blood-red characters materialized in midair. By merely signing one's name behind the attendees, the portal to the auction house would automatically unfurl. Chen Ming, Qin Hongyue, and even Xianxian all received their summons. Signing their names activated the portal, allowing them to step inside. As for those who did not meet the entry criteria, the specters could only watch helplessly. Even attempts to forcibly enter through the portals opened by others were futile. The auction venue was far grander than Chen Ming had anticipated. It resembled a magnificent tower, with layer upon layer, hollow at its core. The patrons on the uppermost tiers were either affluent or influential, possessing substantial wealth or significant standing within the ghostly realm. There were 5 levels in total. Should a guest from the 5th level express interest in an auction item, those below would likely find themselves reflecting deeply, questioning whether they possessed the qualifications to compete. Even if luck favored them and they secured a purchase upon exiting the underworld auction house, they would still have to ponder whether they had the life force and prowess to retain their treasures. Today, the 5th level's VIP box was illuminated by 2 crimson lanterns. One belonged to the esteemed Ghost Emperor, and the other, if memory serves correctly. This is the first instance in 300 years where someone could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Ghost Emperor, is it not? Indeed, it is the first time. Who, I wonder, occupies that other box? In an instant, countless specters speculated with boundless curiosity about the identity of the distinguished guest in the box adjacent to the Ghost Emperor by Mo simultaneously, within the human faction. Many had also obtained tickets to enter the underworld auction house. Among them, the professional hunters of the Great Xia Star Alliance numbered no less than 200. As humans within the underworld auction house, they enjoyed an additional layer of protection. Unless they instigated trouble, the other specters could not trouble them. It was peculiar. I searched high and low, yet I could not find the presence of the Lord of the Undead. What is the situation on your end? Not a trace was seen. Could it be that the Lord of the Undead did not acquire enough underworld currency? How could that be? Nonsense. Surely, he must have other matters to attend to, rendering him unable to attend. Let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. Might it be possible that what those specters spoke of, an accomplishment not achieved in 3 centuries, pertains to the Lord of the Undead? You mean to say he is on the 5th level? Indeed, how did I not consider that? As the Lord of the Undead, he could not possibly remain on the 1st level like us. This notion quickly gained unanimous agreement. Since the specters could not achieve it, they could hardly envision anyone else. Aside from Chen Ming, capable of such a feat, the truth was, they were not mistaken. Chen Ming was indeed in the exclusive VIP box on the 5th level. In terms of influence and background within the underworld realm, Chen Ming considered himself lacking. He believed that his presence in the 5th level box, standing alongside the Ghost Emperor, was primarily due to the 10 trillion underworld currency he possessed. When it came to the quantity of underworld currency, Chen Ming felt confident in claiming he had no rivals within the ghostly realm. Even if someone could challenge him with 10 trillion underworld currency, he possessed a 100-fold return benefit. Could the opponent possibly replicate such an ability? If so, he would concede their prowess and then elevate his return skill to SSS rank, transforming it into a 1,000-fold return. What Chen Ming lacked was not confidence, but rather the leverage of his resources. The Ghost Emperor, Chen Ming, separated by 2 layers of beaded curtains, could not discern the appearance of Bai Mo seated behind them. As he fixed his gaze upon Bai Mo, the latter, seated in the opposite box, returned the scrutiny. Propping his head on his hand, he was pleasantly surprised. It had been 324 years since he had encountered someone who could stand on equal footing with him. How intriguing. This individual was truly fascinating. Yang Xiao, remaining quietly by his side, felt a flicker of anticipation regarding the person concealed behind the beaded curtain. His current choice had expanded. Aside from Bai Mo, there was the Dragon Emperor and the enigmatic distinguished guest of the underworld auction house. Who could he be to possess such remarkable capabilities? Curiosity, boundless curiosity. Returning to Chen Ming, he had no intention of provoking the Ghost Emperor. At present, his focus was firmly on the underworld auction itself. He yearned to discover what surprises this auction might hold for him. Would there be an exquisite spiritual artifact on offer? He sincerely hoped to witness some treasures worthy of display, lest his expectations be dashed. Otherwise, he could hardly fathom where to expend his 10 trillion underworld currency. He hoped that the underworld auction house would seize the opportunity for mutual gain. Would that not be splendid? Welcome, esteemed guests, to the underworld auction house. Today, in honor of your presence, we have spared no effort in our preparations and shall ensure that you are not disappointed. The speaker was a captivating woman clad in a qipao, her long hair elegantly styled atop her head. Her entrance elicited a cacophony of wails from the specters, some even whistling lewdly. This reaction underscored the popularity of the qipao-clad specter within the underworld auction house. Subsequently, Chen Ming learned that the qipao-clad specter would preside over tonight's auction, which featured a total of 36 main items and 100 auxiliary items, exclusively available to humans. These items were tickets for leaving the underworld realm. Such tickets could only be used by humans. Even if acquired by specters, they would serve no purpose. This meant that within a single day, only 100 individuals could obtain tickets to exit the underworld realm, Chen Ming concluded. This limited opportunity would undoubtedly incite a battle of wits, as demand would exceed supply, especially on the first night when resources were scarce. Dear humans, please do not rush. The tickets will be offered exclusively to you after the main auction concludes and all specters have exited. With that, the qipao-clad specter raised the wooden hammer in her hand and brought it down upon the table, signaling the official commencement of the underworld auction. Chapter 254, Bystander. Can the undead be utilized in such a manner? To begin with, the first item to be auctioned is the Golden Soul Bell. Capable of controlling the walking corpses. By infusing it with Yin energy, you can manipulate those restless corpses roaming the desolate outskirts, commanding them to fight for you. Listening to the introduction by the qipao-clad specter, Chen Ming couldn't help but ask, walking corpses? Are you referring to zombies? Chen Ming could hardly expect the terminology of the underworld realm to align with his own. Zombies? Yin Xianqian was equally uncertain whether the walking corpses Chen Ming referred to were synonymous with their understanding of zombies. Observing this, Chen Ming elaborated. Zombies are the bodies of the deceased that, due to an excessive accumulation of Yin energy, transform into monsters. Their bodies are extremely rigid. Thus they can only move by hopping. He strove to clarify in terms Yin Xianqian could comprehend. Based on what you have described, I believe walking corpses and zombies should indeed be the same type of specter, Yin Xianqian replied. I see. So it is a golden handheld bell that can control zombies? Such artifacts have indeed appeared in numerous films and dramas, Chen Ming mused, his voice dwindling as he spoke. This item held little significance for him, yet it possessed considerable collectible value. Perhaps when he returned to Blue Star, someone might even discover zombies. The likelihood seemed quite high. Previously, Chen Ming had encountered relevant discussions in the World Chat channel, though he had not delved into them. If the master desires that bell, I have accumulated quite a bit of underworld currency through my years of running an inn, and I would gladly contribute, Yin Xianqian offered proactively. Very well. Should the need arise, I shall certainly seek your assistance. Chen Ming appreciated her goodwill and would not stoop to pressuring her with 10 trillion underworld currency. After a brief moment, the details regarding the function of the Golden Soul Bell were thoroughly introduced by the qipao-clad female ghost, along with the announcement of its starting price, 100 Huangquan coins. Only 100 Huangquan coins? That seems exceedingly inexpensive, doesn't it? As a newcomer to the Huangquan auction house, it is only natural to feel this way. One would have expected the starting bid to be at least several tens of thousands. Inexpensive? Let us not forget that this is an auction house. The starting price does not reflect the final transaction price. In any case, it is not something we can casually engage in. I have seen this item in films. It is frequently utilized by corpse drivers. If I could acquire it and bring it back to Blue Star, controlling 2 zombies would undoubtedly elevate me to the status of a high-level hunter. Alas, for now, I must bide my time, work diligently, and earn more money. Who knows? I might stumble upon a good opportunity. Are the brothers not planning to leave? To depart without earning anything seems pointless. What was the purpose of coming here? Amidst the lively discussions among the crowd, the supernatural beings began to bid fervently. 200 Huang Quan coins, 300 Huang Quan coins, 350 Huang Quan coins. The increase in price was not particularly pronounced, fluctuating between 50 to 100. However, the frequency of bids was quite high, rapidly escalating from the starting price of 100 Huang Quan coins to 3,000. The advantage of having a multitude of patrons became evident. Ming spat out the tea leaves in his mouth, set the teacup aside, and raised his hand to call out, 30,000 Huang Quan coins. At this declaration, the entire room fell into a momentary silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The next instant, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Truly, as a prominent client on the 5th floor, he managed to multiply the price by 10 in one fell swoop. 30,000 Huang Quan coins. How wealthy must his household be? Naturally, if he didn't possess wealth, he wouldn't be on the 5th floor, would he? Alas, it seems I have no chance now. I had initially thought I could secure it for under 5,000. Faced with the price of 30,000 Huang Quan coins, the other supernatural beings felt powerless. Meanwhile, the professional hunters from the Daxiao on the 1st floor displayed expressions of excitement. This voice, without a doubt, belongs to the Lord of the Undead. There can be no mistake. If he is not the Lord of the Undead, I would eat excrement while standing on my head, initially wishing to admonish him against scamming. The voice indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of the Lord of the Undead. As expected of the Lord of the Undead, one move was sufficient to dominate the entire scene. He has millions of undead at his disposal. Having wealth is simply a matter of course. Goodness, I have learned something new. It seems the undead can be utilized in such a manner. Could it be that my friend has also drawn a weakened version of the undead summoning skill? He seems quite knowledgeable. I find myself indulging in a flurry of meaningless musings. Perhaps I should not dwell on it. As they engaged in their discussions, confirming that no one else would bid, the cheapao-clad female ghost raised her wooden hammer and proclaimed, 30,000 Huang Quan coins once, 30,000 Huang Quan coins twice, 30,000 Huang Quan coins thrice. Congratulations to the patron in box number 2 on the 5th floor for successfully acquiring the Golden Soul Bell. Ming, with overwhelming dominance, effortlessly secured the Golden Soul Bell, successfully consumed 30,000 Huang Quan coins. 100 times the rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 million Huang Quan coins. Within the auction house, the Huang Quan coins would be automatically deducted. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the Golden Soul Bell. The treasures acquired would also be automatically placed into the system's backpack, which is exceedingly convenient. The second item up for auction was an 8th grade Een Dan, which, when consumed, could significantly enhance one's ghostly aura. An 8th grade Een Dan. It is equivalent to the Ghost King Een Dan refined from the treasured gourd. Een Qianqian immediately expressed interest. If you desire it, I can purchase it for you, Ming inquired. I wish to try it myself. If it proves insufficient, I will then seek my master's assistance. Een Qianqian thought to herself, feeling that she had already troubled Ming enough and received ample blessings from him. Occasionally, she wished to test her own abilities. Very well, Ming replied nonchalantly. At that moment, within box number 1, the Ghost Emperor by Mo spoke with a slight tremor in his tone, an 8th grade Een Dan. As expected of the Huang Quan auction house, their ventures remained grand as ever. This 8th grade Een Dan, he was determined to possess. The realm of the Ghost Emperor was not the terminus of his ghostly existence. He believed he could ascend even higher. Before that, he must utilize every available resource and seize every opportunity that presented itself. Mo harbored an insatiable thirst for strength, coupled with a fervent obsession. The starting price for the 8th grade Een Dan was set at 100,000 Huang Quan coins. Upon hearing this, the hunters were utterly astonished. What is this situation? The disparity is simply too vast. The previous item was merely 100, and now, for the second item, the starting price has jumped to 100,000? Observing their excited reactions, it was evident that this elixir must be of considerable value. 100,000. How many dishes must I wash to earn such an amount? Surely the Lord of the Undead does not require this item. Moreover, even for him, a price of 100,000 Huang Quan coins would likely be a considerable expenditure. He is already quite formidable. They expressed their thoughts. The supernatural beings rushed to shout out their bids. 110,000 Huang Quan coins. 120,000 Huang Quan coins. 130,000 Huang Quan coins. At this point, those participating in the bidding were primarily patrons from the 3rd floor and above, with very few from the 2nd floor. In merely a moment, the price of the 8th grade Een Dan surged from the initial 100,000 to 580,000. Furthermore, it continued to soar. 600,000 Huangquan coins. 700,000 Huangquan coins. 720,000 Huangquan coins. Each bid sent a jolt through the blue star hunters on the first floor, who had neither wealth nor influence. They began to question whether their relentless toil would truly allow them to carve a place in such a venue. They fervently hoped for the system to provide additional tasks, realizing that relying solely on the meager wages offered by merchants in the Huangquan ghost realm was utterly fanciful if they wished to compete with these supernatural beings. Among the Daxia hunters, only a scant few chose to give up. For them, having hope was far better than being devoid of it. Some among them had once fished up 500 Huangquan coins. Upon hearing this news, it instantly instilled hope in many others. Working, fishing, coupled with various system tasks, and perhaps a stroke of good fortune. Who knows, they might truly be able to return with some powerful spiritual tools and rise to prominence. 1 million Huangquan coins. At this moment, a voice resonated from above, pulling them abruptly from their reveries. Did I hear that correctly? 1 million Huangquan coins. It was indeed 1 million Huangquan coins. The voice appeared to emanate from the 5th floor. The 5th floor? Surely, it did not sound like the Lord of the Undead. Naturally, the 5th floor is not solely occupied by the Lord of the Undead. Have you forgotten? Opposite the Lord of the Undead's box resides the entity known as the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor? If memory serves, that is presumably the highest rank in the Huangquan ghost realm. Many believe that with the Ghost Emperor entering the fray, anyone wishing to continue their endeavors in the Huangquan ghost realm would likely refrain from competing against him. 1 million Huangquan coins once. 1 million Huangquan coins twice. Just as everyone was contemplating this, the qipao-clad female ghost prepared to bring down her hammer when a familiar voice broke through. 10 million Huangquan coins. This 10 million was uttered so nonchalantly. Those in the know recognized it as 10 million, while those unaware might have thought it was merely 1,000 Huangquan coins. After a few seconds of stunned silence among the multitude of ghosts, an uproar erupted. Goodness! How much? 10 million Huangquan coins. A tenfold increase from the Ghost Emperor's bid. My heavens, who exactly is this fellow, daring to issue such a challenge without competing against the Ghost Emperor? He must be courting death. If he possesses the audacity to make such an offer, it indicates that he certainly has his own confidence. There is no need for your concern. Like everyone else, the qipao-clad female ghost was equally taken aback by Chen Ming's declaration of 10 million Huangquan coins. Even as a professional auctioneer, she was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to regain her composure. Following, she utilized her melodious voice to announce 10 million yellow spring coins for the first time, 10 million yellow spring coins for the second time. As she uttered the final two words, the qipao-clad female ghost deliberately cast a glance at the VIP box number 1. After a 2-second pause, seeing that the Ghost Emperor showed no intention of continuing to bid, she decisively brought down the gavel and proclaimed, for the 3rd time, congratulations to the guests in box number 2 for successfully bidding on the treasure, an 8th grade Dan. Upon hearing this, the astonishment amongst the assembled spirits was far greater than when Chen Ming initially called out the price of 10 million yellow spring coins. He had audaciously obtained the very treasure the Ghost Emperor desired right under his nose. I find myself intrigued. What prowess does this individual possess? In the course of several centuries, such an occurrence has never transpired before. There will certainly be a spectacle to witness after the auction concludes. The spirits buzzed with conversation, while the hunters from the Great Xia dynasty felt a surge of pride. Who says that in the realm of the Yellow Spring, humanity is destined to be oppressed? They have yet to witness the formidable strength of the sovereign of the undead. Expenditure of 10 million yellow spring coins successful. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 billion yellow spring coins. Having spent 10 million yellow spring coins, he would hand over the acquired 8th grade Dan to Qian and effortlessly earn another billion yellow spring coins. Chen Ming could hardly conceive of a more advantageous business deal in existence. Thank you, Master, Qian expressed as she accepted the 8th grade Dan and swallowed it whole. After refining the ghostly energy contained within the Dan, she opened her eyes, excitement evident as she declared, Master, I will soon be able to break through to the level of Ghost Emperor. Excellent. Should similar treasures arise, I will bid for you, Chen Ming promised. He was well aware of the distinction between a Ghost King-level servant and a Ghost Emperor-level servant. Assisting Qian was tantamount to aiding himself. Regardless of how many yellow spring coins he expended, Chen Ming would receive them back 100-fold. Loss was not a concern. The primary enjoyment lay in the act of spending itself. Meanwhile, in the opposite box number 1, the expression of Ghost Emperor by Mo was one of utmost displeasure. By Mo, in the several hundred years since my ascension to Ghost Emperor, Chen Ming is the first to dare defy me. My Lord Ghost Emperor, why did you not allow me to continue bidding? Yang Xiao inquired, puzzled. Why engage in a battle of wits with a dying man? If he desires it, let him have it. Bai Mo replied in the most mundane tone while uttering the most horrifying words. Yang Xiao understood all too well. The moment Chen Ming initiated a bid against Bai Mo, the latter had already resolved in his heart to eliminate him. Indeed, To accompany a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. Yang Xiao worried that one day he too might be treated as a pawn by Mo. It seemed he must seek a new master. This thought became increasingly resolute. Just as he contemplated this, the voice of the qipao-clad female ghost rang out again from below, announcing that the third item for auction was a defensive spirit artifact, capable of withstanding 3 lethal attacks when worn. Noticing Mo's fingers tightening around the armrest, Yang Xiao realized that this treasure was one he must obtain. This time, he would not allow the esteemed guest in box number 2 to seize it. If he succeeded, even if the Ghost Emperor later sought to kill him, it would be futile. Moreover, it would complicate the task of eliminating Chen Ming. Such protective spirit artifacts disregard level disparities. As long as it is a lethal strike, it can be fully deflected. In other words, if the protective spirit energy were to fall into Chen Ming's hands, Mo would first have to kill him 3 times before he could finally succeed on the 4th attempt. The starting bid for the heart-protecting spirit artifact is 1 million yellow spring coins, the qipao-clad female ghost announced, raising her voice. Upon hearing the starting bid of 1 million yellow spring coins, Mo immediately signaled Yang Xiao with his eyes. Without hesitation, Yang Xiao stepped forward, declaring, 10 million yellow spring coins. At this proclamation, the ghosts on the 4th floor, who possessed the financial means to bid, immediately shut their mouths. When it came to treasures coveted by the Ghost Emperor, they had no qualifications or opportunities to intervene. 100 million yellow spring coins. This was of little concern to Chen Ming. In the realm of auctions, what matters is who has the most wealth. It is not about human sentiments. Chen Ming knew that whether it was 1 Ghost Emperor or 100, he would never give them face. Unwilling to yield, after the auction, they could settle it however they wished. 100 million yellow spring coins. Beside him, Yin Qianqian nearly lost control of her emotions and stood up from her seat. Reflecting on her earlier statement about using the yellow spring coins earned from the inn to participate in the auction, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. She was utterly unqualified to take part. 100 million yellow spring coins? Did he really say 100 million yellow spring coins? Am I hallucinating? I can assure you, it is indeed 100 million. Incredible, simply incredible. That is 100 million yellow spring coins. Does he perhaps own a factory for producing yellow spring coins? I thought the Ghost Emperor's offer of 10 million yellow spring coins was a sure win. Yet here comes someone even more formidable. Today, within this yellow spring auction city, the Ghost Emperor had been thoroughly suppressed by him. Now, you should understand why he is qualified to be on the 5th floor, shouldn't you? Still think it's unfair? The ghosts were rendered speechless by this statement. In contrast, the professional hunters from Blue Star were utterly astonished, unsure of what to say. Many felt that Chen Ming must have been extraordinarily lucky, consistently performing at a high level and acquiring a vast amount of yellow spring coins through fishing. Beyond that, they could conceive of no other better explanation. They were envious, enviously mad. They had never been so envious of someone to this extent. Hearing the voices from below that spoke of being suppressed by Chen Ming, Mo's fingers tightened, shattering the armrest. Unable to contain himself, he stood and declared, 110 million yellow spring coins. Today, this heart-protecting spirit artifact is mine. Everyone believed that a fierce battle was imminent, yet Chen Ming's subsequent words instantly altered their perception. The suppression remained. Calmly following Mo's bid, Chen Ming's voice echoed, 200 million yellow spring coins. Although his tone was not loud, it resonated in the ears of the spirits with the clarity and impact of thunder, leaving an explosive effect. 300 million. Mo's thoughts were simple. He was not going to lose face, regardless of who Chen Ming was or where he came from. In any case, Mo was determined to eliminate him. Within box number 2, this individual was indeed relentless. Chen Ming, losing patience once more, raised his hand and stated flatly, 1 billion yellow spring coins. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Even Mo, as the Ghost Emperor, felt his legs weaken and sank into his chair. He lacked the confidence to continue competing with Chen Ming. 1 billion yellow spring coins for the first time. 1 billion yellow spring coins for the second time. 1 billion yellow spring coins for the third time. Bang! The qipao-clad female ghost forced herself to regain her composure, her voice trembling as she brought down the gavel, announcing, once again, congratulations to the guest in box number 2 for successfully bidding on the treasure, the heart-protecting spirit artifact. Expenditure of 1 billion successful. 100-fold rebate triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 billion yellow spring coins. Receiving the heart-protecting spirit artifact held little significance for Chen Ming. For the Emperor Qin Hongyue, its utility was even more minimal. Casually tossing it to Yin Qianqian, he said, "It's yours." Yin Qianqian hastily caught the heart-protecting spirit artifact, her mind in a daze. She could hardly believe that Chen Ming would simply give her this spirit artifact worth 1 billion yellow spring coins. "Thank you, master." Apart from this phrase, Yin Qianqian found herself at a loss for words. She felt that this heart-protecting spirit artifact was a rare treasure for her, yet for Chen Ming, it seemed utterly inconsequential, like scrap metal, utterly unworthy of attention. In the time that followed, Chen Ming, finding it troublesome, had no time to engage in a bidding war with them, exchanging words one by one. Regardless of the starting bid, He declared a flat price of 1 billion Huangquan coins. This left those arrogant and self-assured ghosts and specters stunned, as they found themselves without even a chance to speak. Today, they were witnessing what true wealth looked like. In comparison to the guests in the second VIP room, they were nothing but insignificant. It was reasonable to think this way, especially since even the Ghost Emperor was no match for him. If he couldn't surpass the Ghost Emperor, how could they? Giggles erupted from Yang Xiao, who stood beside Bai Mo, clearly hearing the gritted teeth sounds emanating from him. That fellow was truly formidable. The Huangquan coins seemed to multiply endlessly, making them impossible to exhaust. Yang Xiao resolved to abandon the Dragon Emperor and Bai Mo, seeking an opportunity to express his loyalty to the mysterious guest in the second VIP room, willing to serve him like a loyal dog. Little did he know, the very person he had resolved to serve was the one he had longed to kill, the man who bore a grudge for the love of his wife. 1 billion Huangquan coins. As the shouting reached its climax, Ming felt fatigued. To expedite the process, he decided not to wait for the cheapao-clad female ghost to finish her announcement, boldly stating his overwhelming bidding price. Although this was against the rules of the Huangquan auction, who could deny that Ming effortlessly shattered the consumption record that had stood for so long at the Huangquan auction? Granting him a privilege was a minor matter. There is always a first time for everything. When it comes to treating esteemed guests, one must employ the proper etiquette. No, merely calling him an esteemed guest could not sufficiently convey the respect the Huangquan auction held for Ming. Henceforth, the Huangquan auction would honor him with the title of God of Wealth. Now, it was time for the last piece de resistance of the evening's auction. After many years, the Huangquan auction was about to present a coveted spiritual artifact. Ming raised his hand, and upon hearing the term coveted spiritual artifact, his voice faltered. Unexpectedly, amid this tedious auction, a delightful surprise awaited him. Through the ghost-swallowing universe gourd, Ming had already discerned the formidable nature of the coveted spiritual artifact. He was willing to calm down and attentively listen to the cheapao-clad female ghost's introduction of this artifact's origin and function. However, it was evident that Ming would be disappointed. The Huangquan auction knew little about this coveted spiritual artifact and was reluctant to divulge its source. The only information available was that it was a handheld copper mirror, classified as a coveted spiritual artifact. Beyond that, nothing more could be said. Despite the scant information, Ming had learned to trust the Huangquan auction based on the treasures he had previously acquired. Since they dared to proclaim this item as a coveted spiritual artifact, he resolved to approach the bidding with the mindset and valuation befitting such an artifact. The starting bid was 10 million Huangquan coins. 2 billion Huangquan coins. As soon as the cheapao-clad female ghost finished her sentence, Bai Mo immediately adopted an attitude of risking everything to secure the coveted spiritual artifact. 2 billion Huangquan coins. It appears we are about to witness history today. The Ghost Emperor seemed determined to obtain this coveted spiritual artifact. Yet, would the mysterious guest in the second VIP room truly concede it to him? One could not shake the feeling that, to that guest, Huangquan coins were as infinite as the sea, never to be exhausted. The ghostly crowd buzzed with speculation. The moment the figure of 2 billion was uttered, they no longer considered themselves to have even the slightest chance of intervening. Without exception, they chose to be mere spectators, believing this to be rather enjoyable. They were curious to see which fortunate soul would claim the rare appearance of the coveted spiritual artifact. Before the cheapao-clad female ghost could finish her words, Ming astonished everyone, or rather, startled them. 100 billion Huangquan coins. The confidence of infinite Huangquan coins was perfectly displayed. Although Ming did not possess infinite Huangquan coins, the skill of a hundredfold return made little difference. In fact, it was even more extraordinary, as the more he spent, the greater the number would rise. To put it bluntly, Huangquan coins were merely a string of numbers to him, numbers that would never decrease, rendering them inconsequential. My heavens! 100 billion. 100 billion. If withdrawn, it could fill the entire Huangquan auction venue. A figure of such magnitude had emerged in the Huangquan ghost realm. Why had I not heard even a whisper of this before? I had always heard tales of spending money like water, of throwing gold around like dirt, but today, I finally witnessed it firsthand. 100 billion. Could all the Huangquan coins among us possibly add up to that amount? The Huangquan auction was going wild. The entire venue erupted in a frenzy, all cheering for Ming's astounding feat. They were grateful to him for allowing them to witness what true wealth looked like. Observing the unfolding scenes, the professional hunters of the Great Xia also felt a sense of pride swelling within them. By the heavens, the Lord of the Undead is truly remarkable. How many Huangquan coins has he managed to reel in? At least in the trillions. Trillions. Goodness. Does that mean he could easily dominate the Huangquan auction? Indeed, if he truly possessed trillions of Huangquan coins, everything would make sense. So, was there still a reason for us to remain here? Of course, there is a reason. If all else fails, we can still purchase spiritual artifacts from other spirits. Everyone firmly believed that there was no difficulty that could not be overcome by a determined person, as long as one was willing to climb. Solutions would always outweigh the challenges. In the entire crowd, if anyone felt the most frustrated, it had to be Bai Mo, the Ghost Emperor. He wanted to compete with Ming, but 100 billion was simply unattainable. Even if he were to be drained of all his resources, he could never produce such a sum. In a moment of desperation, Mo attempted to negotiate with Chen Ming, sending a message directly into his mind. Friend, you've already acquired so many treasures. Why not concede this last spiritual artifact to me? Concede? Chen Ming responded telepathically. He was taken aback that the proud ghost emperor would stoop so low for a single artifact. Yes, once you concede, I shall not forget your kindness and will owe you a favor. Mo replied. Then, in your opinion, what is the worth of your favor? Chen Ming countered. What do you mean by that? Mo's tone wavered, as if he were suppressing his emotions. Quite simply, your promise holds less importance to me than that artifact. Its value pales in comparison, Chen Ming stated candidly. Do you believe you can safeguard those treasures? Mo shifted his tone to one of threat, leaving no room for doubt in his intentions. Chen Ming chuckled, unfazed by the threat. You can interpret it that way. Mo openly admitted. Well then, how will you know unless you try? Unfortunately for him, Chen Ming was someone who was least afraid of threats. Very well, you have my respect. With that, Mo abruptly severed their communication. Boom. Suddenly, Chen Ming heard a sound of explosion, the splintering of wood resonating from directly across from him. A gust of air stirred, causing the beaded curtain to sway slightly. Chen Ming recognized that Mo was growing impatient. Master, do you need me to deal with that fellow? Upon hearing Qin Hongyue's inquiry, Chen Ming was not surprised. As an emperor-level powerhouse, Mo's telepathic abilities were unlikely to escape her watchful gaze. What qualifications did a mere ghost emperor have to be so brazen before an emperor? Not yet. There are rules in this auction venue that prevent us from acting recklessly. It would be disadvantageous for us, Chen Ming said, gently shaking his head and urging Qin Hongyue to be patient. The wicked will eventually meet their demise. Understood, master. Qin Hongyue naturally adhered strictly to Chen Ming's directives, patiently biding her time to ensure that Mo, the audacious individual who dared to utter disrespectful words and threaten her master, would pay a heavy price. As Chen Ming had articulated, the cursed, be they human or specter, were destined to meet their demise, with no escape in sight. Meanwhile, as no response came forth from the VIP room number 1, the ghostly lady in the qipao had no choice but to elevate her voice, parting her delicate lips to announce, 100 billion Huangquan coins for the first time, 100 billion Huangquan coins for the second time, 100 billion Huangquan coins for the third time. Bang! Congratulations to the esteemed guests of VIP room No. 2 for successfully securing this final treasure. Consumption of 100 billion Huangquan coins successful. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 trillion Huangquan coins. The staggering sum of 10 trillion Huangquan coins was credited in an instant. Chen Ming gazed curiously at the copper mirror in his hands, which reflected his image with remarkable clarity. He was intrigued by the mirror's true capabilities. What terrifying ghostly energy! Even for Yin Xianxian, who stood at the threshold of ghostly kingship, the sight of that copper mirror sent shivers coursing through her delicate frame, compelling her to instinctively retreat. Chen Ming placed the copper mirror into his system's backpack and, utilizing the system, examined the detailed description of the mirror. Replicating ghost mirror. This spiritual artifact can replicate the ghosts and monsters it reflects. The stronger the replicated entity, the fewer copies can be made. Each replica can possess half the strength of the original. So, this is its function. Chen Ming felt a sense of relief, refraining from displaying excessive excitement. His sentiment stemmed primarily from the fact that this replicating ghost mirror could only duplicate specters. If it could lift this limitation, allowing for the replication of humans or monsters as well, Chen Ming would be even more elated. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this was indeed a commendable spiritual artifact. With a maximum replication limit of 10,000 and the ability to preserve or delete replicas indefinitely, it could effectively be employed to forge a formidable legion of vengeful spirits. Selecting and retrieving the replicating ghost mirror, Chen Ming resolved to put his plan into action. Chapter 258, Replicating 10,000 Ghosts, Dominating the Auction. Chen Ming handed the replicating ghost mirror to Qin Hongyue, instructing her to utilize her spiritual energy to manipulate the mirror and capture the appearances of all the ghost kings, fierce ghosts, and malevolent spirits present. Ignoring the ghost emperor by Mo for the time being, he knew there would be ample opportunity later. Chen Ming was concerned that if they used the mirror on by Mo now, he might simply seize the replicating ghost mirror and flee the Huangquan auction with it at any cost. Qin Hongyue accepted the replicating ghost mirror and proceeded as Chen Ming had advised. The entire process unfolded swiftly. The ghost kings, fierce ghosts, and malevolent spirits had no chance to react before their appearances and various attributes were meticulously recorded by the replicating ghost mirror. Master. Qin Hongyue presented the replicating ghost mirror with both hands, returning it to Chen Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Ming took the replicating ghost mirror and tossed it to Yin Xianxian, who sat nearby. Master, this. Yin Xianxian was taken aback. Scrambling to catch the replicating ghost mirror, her face a portrait of disbelief. Who would have thought that, in addition to the ghost-devouring gourd, her master Chen Ming would bestow upon her yet another exquisite spiritual artifact? Most importantly, this was an artifact of such caliber that even the Ghost Emperor by MO could not lay claim to it. This item holds little value for me or Hanghua. It would serve you far better, Chen Ming stated candidly. If he truly had a need, he could simply eradicate the opponent and extract their essence as a specter. There was no necessity to go through the elaborate process of using the mirror to capture their likeness. The key was that, even if he painstakingly captured their image, he could only replicate half their strength, which fell short compared to the essence extraction. The full strength, complete attributes, and retained skills. Wasn't that far more satisfying? With clearly defined roles, Chen Ming would extract the essence, while Yin Qianqian would first refine the opponent into a Yin Dan using the ghost-devouring gourd, then replicate it within the mirror. In confronting enemies, the utilization rate would be 100%, leaving no waste. In that case, I shall not be overly polite. Thank you, Master, Yin Qianqian replied with a radiant smile. She picked up the replicating ghost mirror, carefully polishing it, cherishing it dearly. Meanwhile, downstairs in the audience area, someone remarked, the item that just flew past us seemed like an exquisite spiritual artifact. It appears so. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Let us leave quickly, for our time is no longer at hand. Indeed. By the way, the lantern in VIP room number 1 has been extinguished, yet room number 2 remains lit. Could it be that this individual intends to stay hidden in the Huangquan auction to evade the Ghost Emperor's retribution? That is possible. However, the Huangquan auction should not permit such occurrences. As the thought lingered, it dawned on them that Chen Ming, as a prestigious client who had spent over 100 billion Huangquan coins, might be afforded some privileges. Such a significant patron, if allowed to be extinguished by the Ghost Emperor, would leave them wondering how to earn money in the future. Despite knowing that the other party could enjoy privileges that were beyond their reach, they could only lament, it is indeed wonderful to be wealthy. Before long, all the specters departed through the open portal, leaving behind fewer than 3,000 humans. Compared to before, the atmosphere was markedly subdued, the entire space feeling hollow. The second, third, and fourth floors were devoid of any ghosts or humans, all congregating on the first floor. Only Chen Ming remained, occupying the elevated area. Now, let us commence the second round of the auction. With a total of 100 opportunities, the highest bidder shall prevail. With that, the ghostly lady in the Qipao departed. Such a high-caliber auction did not necessitate her personal oversight. A few ethereal spirits were left to manage the proceedings. We cannot allow these Daxiao individuals to monopolize everything. We must unite. Indeed, though they are numerous, they may not possess greater wealth than us. If we collaborate, there is still hope. Let us first secure the tickets to exit. This way, we can find more people to aid in your rescue. On what grounds? Simply because we are the hawkish faction of the world's strongest nation. World's strongest? Perhaps once, but not necessarily now. Before the matter of collaboration could be settled, the issue of who should exit first ignited tensions among the group, the air thick with hostility. Suddenly, a shadowy portal opened on the side of the Daxia faction, revealing a familiar figure stepping forth. The Daxia professional hunters bowed their heads respectfully, proclaiming in unison, "We pay homage to the Lord of the Undead." Their voices resonated powerfully, harmonizing like thunder. With a grand gesture, Chen Ming summoned forth stacks of Huangquan coins, each bearing a denomination of 10,000. 1 million Huangquan coins for each individual. Consider it my support for your endeavors in this realm. As a fellow Daxia citizen, Chen Ming felt a sense of responsibility to lend his assistance. Most importantly, he was unwilling to allow those nefarious individuals to exploit cooperation and cunning to secure tickets for departure from the Huangquan ghost realm. 1 million for each person. Who is he, and how does he possess such vast wealth in Huangquan coins? The Lord of the Undead? He is the one who just spent hundreds of billions on the 5th floor. He is Daxia. Watching Chen Ming bestow each person with 1 million Huangquan coins, the miscreants from other nations could only watch in envy. Chen Ming pondered for a moment, deeming 1 million insufficient, and subsequently allocated each individual 1 billion Huangquan coins. He instructed, "This 1 billion Huangquan coins is my sponsorship for the Star Alliance. Do your utmost to bring back more spiritual artifacts for the Alliance, understood?" Buzzing. Yes. At the sound of their phones vibrating, everyone hastily retrieved their devices and, upon seeing the notifications of 1 billion Huangquan coins being credited, were left in profound shock. They became increasingly convinced that Chen Ming's earlier display of reeling in trillions of Huangquan coins was not merely a figment of imagination, but rather a tangible reality with great likelihood. After all, with over 1,000 Daxiao individuals present, each receiving 1 billion, that amounted to over 1,000 billion. Aside from possessing trillions of Huangquan coins, they could scarcely fathom what else could endow Chen Ming with such confidence. Rest assured, my lord, we will make the most of this 1,000 billion and strive to elevate the Star Alliance. Indeed, the Star Alliance shall surely rise. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to your excellency for all that you have done for the Star Alliance. My appreciation knows no bounds. The majority of these individuals are former Special Forces soldiers who have transitioned into professional hunters, their obsession with a powerful nation far surpassing their own self-interests. Moreover, Chen Ming had bestowed upon them, even before the 100 million yellow spring coins, an additional 1 million yellow spring coins each for personal use. There exists absolutely no justification for them to risk their lives, incurring the wrath of the great Xia and offending Chen Ming, the world's most formidable warrior, merely for personal gain. Wait a moment, did they just mention over 100 billion? Could it be that the so-called 100 million from the Lord of the Undead refers to 100 million per person? The foreign rogues, realizing this, became restless, their voices rising in a cacophony. 100 million per person? Good heavens, this is utterly unfair. What do we have to contest against them? They can't possibly expect me to remain in this cursed place indefinitely. No, I refuse. I want to return to Blue Star. Despair echoed around them. After a day's toil, coupled with the completion of system tasks, they had barely earned 200 yellow spring coins. And in the face of Chen Ming's unfathomable wealth, they felt utterly powerless. Suddenly, someone caught sight of a figure emerging, striding towards Chen Ming. That individual, if I am not mistaken, appears to be our country's SSS level hunter, Vandik. Chapter 259, Refusal of Cooperation. Vandik. That name seems vaguely familiar. As if I have heard it somewhere before. Indeed, I share that sentiment. I remember now. Considering the gentleman's nation and his SS level skills, he must be the globally renowned top SS level hunter. If memory serves me right, his abilities are related to vampires. Indeed, he has transformed a multitude into his vampire followers, severely impacting the stability of the entire gentleman's nation. Hunters have rated his danger level significantly higher than that of the zombie monsters. Confronting a human endowed with formidable skills is far more challenging than dealing with mindless, bloodthirsty beasts. I did not anticipate that so many prominent figures would be caught up in this secret realm instance, aside from the SSS level hunter from the Great Xia. Here appears another SS level progenitor of vampires. Those following him must be the humans he has transformed into vampires, seemingly no different from ordinary people. Though they exude a gloomy and unfriendly aura, vampires can only operate under the cover of night, so this sunless realm of the Yellow Spring seems quite suited to them. Vampires could indeed be considered a form of undead, could they not? Is Vandik seeking trouble with the Lord of the Undead? Unless he is mentally unstable, he must be aiming for cooperation, a mutually beneficial arrangement. In truth, he has guessed correctly. Vandik has been observing, waiting for Chen Ming, the Lord of the Undead, to appear, thus presenting an opportunity to discuss collaboration and trade. So he is the SS level hunter with vampire skills from the gentleman's nation? Chen Ming noticed Vandik approaching and had little interest in the notion of collaboration. Chen Ming was quite certain that Vandik was not an ideal partner. The reasoning? It is rather simple. His mere presence here serves as the best proof. Chen Ming does not believe that he alone would attract the attention of the bugs. This fellow has undoubtedly committed numerous self-serving acts. Aside from the official hunters selected by Chen Ming from the Great Xia, what foreigner who has ventured into this world is not steeped in malevolence? It is merely that the current sense of crisis has overshadowed their ruthlessness. For this world is not lacking in entities far more vicious than they. If they do not temper their behavior, they may find themselves unaware of how they met their demise. Greetings, Lord of the Undead. I am Vandik, the first SS level hunter from the gentleman's nation. Upon reaching Chen Ming, Vandik extended his hand in a gesture of politeness. Chen Ming did not deign to even glance at the offered hand. How rude. Is this how one treats an SS level professional hunter? After all, he is an SSS level being. An SS level designation pales in comparison. Indeed, I have heard much about you. Lord of the Undead, reputed to be the pinnacle of what humanity can achieve. However, the hawkish side has severely suppressed the news, so its authenticity is uncertain. Suppressed? Why would they do that? What other reason could there be? They fear that their people might be drawn to your strength and defect to join you. Turning to the Great Xia Star Alliance, who does not know that it is comfortable to rest beneath a mighty tree? Quite so. Listening to the discussions around him, Vandik smiled awkwardly. He was indeed quite arrogant for an SS level. Such remarks could only be made internally. If spoken aloud, it would surely lead to a rift. Mr. Chen, if I might clarify, I am not here to trouble you. I merely wish to discuss the possibility of collaboration. Vandik, concerned that Chen Ming might perceive him as an adversary, was keen to clarify his intentions. I have no interest in cooperating with you. Chen Ming waved his hand dismissively, showing no interest in whatever Vandik wished to convey next. Surely you do not expect pearls to emerge from a dog's mouth. Mr. Chen, if you do not give it a try, how will you know? Vandik declared his ambition. With our combined strengths, we could easily dominate the entire realm of the undead. What? He actually seeks to conquer the entire Yellow Spring realm instance? This instance is unlike others. It seems to possess the potential for permanence, indeed worthy of conquest. If the Lord of the Undead were to ally with the progenitor of vampires, perhaps they could truly achieve it. A powerful alliance. The question remains, will we be permitted to participate? Wishing to participate? No problem. First, let him bite you, transforming you into a vampire. Otherwise, how could one expect trust? Has anyone here been bitten? Did it hurt? The noise was overwhelming. I have stated, I am not interested in your propositions, Chen Ming reiterated, leaving no room for expectations. Though Vandik maintained a facade of calm, his fists clenched involuntarily, feeling a lack of respect from Chen Ming, who clearly did not regard him as a peer. He had always approached others with humility since acquiring the SS-level skill of vampire, yet Chen Ming was the first to treat him so dismissively. Would you reconsider? Vandik forced a strained smile. No need, Chen Ming replied, turning his gaze away from Vandik to scan the surroundings. He then beckoned to a wraith, clearly a staff member of the Yellow Spring Auction House. Despite being a mere wraith, faced with the esteemed guest of the Yellow Spring Auction House, he could not help but approach with a beaming smile, respectfully inquiring, "Sir, how may I assist you? I am pressed for time. I will pay a flat price of 100 billion Yellow Spring coins for all 100 tickets to exit the Yellow Spring realm today. What say you?" Chen Ming laid forth his demands. He intends to outright purchase today as tickets to exit the Yellow Spring realm? Good heavens. He is denying us even a semblance of opportunity. Surely such privileges cannot be granted. As the words fell, the wraith was about to respond when Chen Ming produced a stack of bills, each worth 100,000, totaling 10 million Yellow Spring coins, placing them before the wraith. Upon completion, consider this as extra compensation for your efforts. No problem. The wraith accepted the money, happily acquiescing. His beaming face contrasted starkly with his imposing physique, creating an uncanny dissonance. Successfully spent 10 million Yellow Spring coins. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 billion Yellow Spring coins. Successfully spent 100 billion Yellow Spring coins. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 1 trillion Yellow Spring coins. Subsequently, Chen Ming instructed the captain overseeing the 1,000-star Alliance hunters before him to manage the distribution of the 100 tickets. As for himself, the portal could be opened at will, rendering such tickets entirely unnecessary. Successfully gifted Yellow Spring tickets. A 100-fold return has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 Yellow Spring tickets. Is this even possible? Chen Ming expressed a hint of surprise. On the other side, gazing at the portal that opened before them, leading away from the underworld auction, the group of hunters finally grasped that their journey to the underworld auction, which had yet to commence, had already been abruptly concluded. Chapter 260. The Thief's Heart Unyielding. Perfect marketing? Is this truly acceptable? Is it a matter of wealth allowing for capriciousness? Unjust. How can such privileges be granted at an auction? If you lavishly spend billions, they will grant you special privileges. Is it the privileges you despise, or merely those who possess them? The crowd, begrudging yet powerless, stepped into the portal, returning to the underworld, resuming their roles as laborers. They had no choice but to continue working, for even if their motivation to leave the underworld was lacking, they needed to earn more underworld currency, hoping that when faced with danger, they would have additional support beyond mere strength. For instance, should they offend a malevolent spirit, they could spend money to atone for their transgressions and buy their lives. If they could not defeat their adversary and lacked funds, they would have no choice but to await their demise. Those reluctant to enter the portal were forcibly drawn in. Vandik cast a fierce glance at Chen Ming before joining the throng, stepping into the portal and returning to the underworld. Chen Ming had long sensed the unusual intensity in Vandik's gaze. However, constrained by the rules governing the auction venue, he could not act against him directly. He resolved to exit the underworld auction house, deal with the Ghost Emperor by MO, and then contemplate other matters. Although Chen Ming had lost interest in further exploring the underworld, the enmity he had engendered could not be left unresolved. It gnawed at him incessantly. As the saying goes, grievances should not linger overnight. With threats escalating to such a degree, Chen Ming cared little for Bai Mo's title of Ghost Emperor. He would extinguish him regardless. Moreover, the experience offered on a silver platter was too good to pass up. Concurrently, Chen Ming wished to elevate Yin Qianshan's strength to the level of Ghost Emperor before departing the underworld. After all, back on Blue Star, he would not find such a plethora of spirits to consume for crafting Yin Dan. To Chen Ming, the Ghost Emperor by MO represented an opportunity, akin to a readily available experience package, one that danced before him, emblazoned with the phrase harvesting. With such evident sincerity from Bai Mo, how could Chen Ming refuse? Come, I shall assist you in ascending to the rank of Ghost Emperor, Chen Ming declared, casting a glance at Yin Qianshan. Yes, Yin Qianshan and Qin Hongyue understood instantly. Chen Ming intended to take action against Bai Mo. They were willing to lend their strength. Meanwhile, within the Ghost City, at the Ghost Emperor's residence, Bai Mo was seething with rage. That wretch! I shall ensure he meets a death without burial. Bai Mo commanded Yang Xiao. Keep a close watch on the entrances to the underworld auction. The moment that scoundrel emerges, inform me immediately. Understood. For Yang Xiao, this presented an opportunity. He contemplated leveraging this chance to sell Bai Mo's intentions regarding the mysterious figure to him, as a gesture of goodwill. After Yang Xiao departed, Bai Mo's emotions spiraled further out of control. He no longer cared about the aloof image he had once cultivated. In the Grand Hall, destruction ensued as he vented his frustrations. In contrast, Chen Ming's situation was equally tumultuous. Upon emerging from the portal, he found himself surrounded, not by people, but by zombies. How could these walking corpses appear here? And in such numbers? Chen queried, her face a mask of confusion. As far as I know, walking corpses typically linger in desolate locations, not here. Ming shared her perplexity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 2 blood holes on either side of the zombies' necks. One set of holes appeared to have healed long ago, while the other seemed freshly opened, still oozing blood. Do walking corpses feed on each other? Ming inquired, seeking confirmation from Chen. Not at all. I have never heard of walking corpses engaging in such self-inflicted harm, she replied, shaking her head in denial. Unable to comprehend Ming's question. Upon hearing her response, Ming suddenly found himself entertained by an intriguing notion. That fellow certainly possesses some cunning. I wonder if this could be considered a system bug. He dismissed further contemplation, stating, well then, since we are here, why hide? With a resounding applause. The sound echoed through the desolate street as more figures emerged. To be precise, they were vampires. Among them were several faces Ming recognized from not long ago, now transformed into bloodthirsty creatures with glowing red eyes and elongated fangs. The culprit behind this transformation was glaringly obvious. Only Van Dyck had the capability to orchestrate such a feat within the underworld. Indeed, Ming's earlier musings about a potential bug referred to Van Dyck's utilization of the vampire skill, turning the once masterless walking corpses into puppets under his command. By merging the vampire virus with the toxic essence of the zombies, he had birthed creatures with attributes far superior to ordinary walking corpses. Truly Van Dyck. The necromancer with an SSS-level skill possessed an astute mind. Stepping forth from behind a wall, Van Dyck positioned himself at a distance, commanding the vampires and blood zombies to encircle Ming, effectively severing his avenues for attack and escape. At least, that was how Van Dyck perceived the situation. Ming found himself ensnared by his own vampire minions. What led you to the idea of drawing blood from zombies? Or are you simply that desperate? Ming remarked, recalling the challenge of extracting blood from the stiff bodies of zombies. Do you think I desired this? I had no choice. Van Dyck coughed, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into Ming's rhythm of conversation, shaking his head to dispel further thoughts. He pivoted back to the matter at hand. What I wish to discuss is not this. You have witnessed my strength, so consider our potential collaboration more thoroughly. He had not abandoned the notion of dominating the underworld alongside Ming. On one hand, Van Dyck admired Ming's abilities. On the other, he recognized that to claim dominion, he could not bypass Ming. Instead of becoming adversaries later, why not ally now, fostering mutual benefit and avoiding future conflicts? Little did he realize that such mutual benefit hinged on his possessing value for Ming's purposes. At least in Ming's eyes, Van Dyck lacked such worth. To clarify, when Ming referred to lacking utilitarian value, he meant while alive. The dead were another matter. After all, as a hunter with an SSS-level skill, Van Dyck's potential as a necromancer was commendable. I am not interested, Ming reiterated succinctly. Must we escalate this to the point of a deadly confrontation? Van Dyck seized the opportunity to test whether the rumors about Ming's alleged legion of over 100 million undead were true. To him, the notion seemed absurdly laughable. A pitiful fabrication. Merely possessing an S-level skill could not render one so grotesquely powerful. It reeked of marketing ploys from the Daxia to attract more aspiring skill wielders to join and bolster the Star Alliance's strength. A quintessential example of perfect marketing. Chapter 261. He is that mysterious guest. If a fight is what you seek, then let it commence. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Is it a cultural penchant of you gentlemen to indulge in such verbosity? Ming asked with utmost seriousness. Very well. You have brought this upon yourself. In Daxia, we have a saying, a toast not accepted is met with punishment, and I shall deliver this phrase to you in its entirety. Van Dyck relayed the order to eliminate Ming and Qin Hongyue to all his vampire minions, who bared their fangs and advanced in a coordinated, menacing formation toward Ming. Just as Qin Hongyue prepared to strike, a portal opened above them, and a colossal undead blood knight plummeted from it. With a flourish, he wielded the once dragging great sword. As thunder crackled and summoned a surging tide of lightning. Boom. In a crescent shape, it struck towards the multitude of vampires. Those vampires, empowered by Van Dyck's strength, were reduced to ashes upon merely grazing a strand of lightning, their forms swiftly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, dozens of vampire minions vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, another group of vampires, sensing an opportunity to close in on Ming, launched their assault. Qin Hongyue clenched her fingers, taking control of their hearts. With a forceful grip, their hearts exploded, leaving them momentarily stunned before they collapsed straight down. This. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new undead servant. Vampire 134. While Van Dyck was occupied with astonishment, Ming completed the extraction of all the vampires. This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? There is clearly only one S-rank difference between us. Van Dyck exclaimed in disbelief, pondering where the flaw lay. He had not observed Ming utilizing any treasures recently acquired from the underworld auction. Wait, could this be the undead he summoned? Such a creature, does he command millions? Even billions? Gazing up at the undead Blood Knight, Van Dyke's face was filled with existential doubt, and his neck ached unbearably. No, I refuse to accept this. Van Dyke's body swelled, tearing through his clothing, his previously smooth skin sprouting dense hair. He rapidly transformed into a gigantic mutated bat, fully embracing monstrosity. Chen Ming paid no heed to Van Dyke's doubts. Selecting and opening the system panel, he employed the SSS level skill, Permanent Theft, on Van Dyke. He then targeted Van Dyke's S-level skill, Vampire. Confirm theft. Theft in progress. Theft successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining S-level skill, Vampire. Face your demise, shall you? Van Dyke's chaotic voice returned to its usual tone. His brows knitted tightly as he beheld his diminishing form, along with the vanishing bat hair and membranes. Van Dyke was utterly perplexed. What is happening? Why has my skill failed? A bug? He took out his phone, opened the multiverse phishing app, and switched to his personal attributes panel. It was then that he realized the 3 characters for Vampire, which should have appeared in the skill list, had vanished without a trace. No, this is impossible. Why would my skill disappear for no reason? Van Dyke, in disbelief, frantically refreshed the screen. Are you searching for this? Chen Ming, unfazed, offered Van Dyke clarity. Hearing this, Van Dyke's gaze shifted, only to discover that 2 long, white fangs, characteristic of vampires, had emerged from Chen Ming's mouth. Moreover, their length was befitting only of a progenitor vampire. You, what have you done? Are you also a vampire? Or have you stolen the skill that was rightfully mine? Van Dyke gradually comprehended the entirety of the situation. Make your move. Chen Ming glanced at the undead Blood Knight. Monster, you are the true monster. Bang. Before Van Dyke could finish his sentence, he was obliterated by the knight's sword. The lightning unleashed by the knight's strike illuminated the entire street, a dazzling blue radiance. This spectacle caught the attention of Yang Xiao, who rushed to the scene. It's you. The phrase a foe met is a foe recognized aptly described Yang Xiao's current sentiment. As he was about to speak, Yang Xiao suddenly noticed a small gourd, the size of a key pendant, hanging from Yin Qianqian's waist, along with a bronze mirror. That is the exceptional spiritual artifact auctioned at the underworld auction. How could it be in her possession? Could it be? Yang Xiao's realization struck. The mysterious guest from the private room number 2 was you? Did the Ghost Emperor send you to find me? No matter, just tell him I'm right here and he should come quickly. Chen Ming, wishing to spare himself a trip, aimed to conserve his energy. Hearing this, Yang Xiao stood in stunned silence. How could he possibly be that mysterious guest? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The thought that the best new master he had devoted himself to was the blood-soaked enemy who had taken his fiancée filled Yang Xiao with an indescribable sense of loss. What? Aren't you going to seek favor with your master? Chen Ming inquired, losing his patience. There's no need for such trouble. I can handle it myself. Bai Mo's voice echoed from above. Chen Ming and Qin Hangyue looked up, and indeed saw Bai Mo hovering in the air, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing demeanor reminiscent of the Ghost Emperor. At that moment, he looked down upon them with the gaze of a sovereign. To their surprise, you are a member of the human race, Bai Mo remarked, astonished. Be wise and obediently relinquish all the treasures you acquired at the underworld auction. I may spare your life. Bai Mo spoke with an air of arrogance, believing he was offering Chen Ming and the others a chance, expecting them to seize it, as if it were a benevolence. In other words, refusal meant death. Your Majesty the Ghost Emperor, I am willing to offer you my humble assistance. Yang Xiao drew the sword from his waist, determined to continue serving by Mo. Yang Xiao, do not be deluded. You are no match for the master. Yin Qianqian, recalling their past camaraderie, kindly advised Yang Xiao to switch sides and avoid squandering his promising ghostly life. Shut your mouth. It is not for a wretched person like you to lecture me. From now on, I sever all ties with you. Yang Xiao's eyes turned crimson, filled with hatred. That works. I initially hesitated to act against you due to your connection with Qianqian, but since you have declared a severance, I need not hold back. Chen Ming replied with delight. Who needs your mercy? A mere human does not deserve to act so arrogantly here. Yang Xiao charged toward Chen Ming with swift strides, his sword's blade gleaming ominously, locking directly onto him. He vowed to exact revenge and cleanse the resentment within his heart. Hoping the Ghost Emperor's presence would serve as his greatest support, Chen Ming saw through his thoughts and decided to let Yang Xiao experience despair before his demise. He commanded Qin Hangyue, eliminate that fellow in the sky. Chapter 262, Instant Kill of the Ghost Emperor. Yin Qianqian ascends to Ghost Emperor. Yes, master. Qin Hangyue had awaited Chen Ming's instruction for quite some time, harboring her disdain for the Ghost Emperor by Mo equally long. You wish to extinguish me? The Ghost Emperor chuckled, mocking Chen Ming's audacity, believing that a mere human would attempt to slay him. Bai Mo's pupils widened in shock. Trembling as he beheld Qin Hangyue suddenly appear before him, her hand gripping his throat. Terrified, he stammered. Why you? How could? Qin Hangyue tightened her grip slightly. Bang. Boom. Bai Mo's head shattered on the spot. While Qin Hangyue could have effortlessly annihilated Bai Mo from a distance, she found greater satisfaction in personally executing him. Releasing her grasp, she allowed Bai Mo's lifeless body to plummet to the ground, crashing heavily before Yang Xiao. Yang Xiao stared at the headless form of the once invincible Ghost Emperor by Mo, his brows furrowing tightly as he shook his head repeatedly, retreating in disbelief. No, this cannot be. How could a mere human defeat the Ghost Emperor in one move? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Qin Hongyue paid no mind to Yang Xiao's foolishness, noticing that, in the moment before Bai Mo's demise, he had managed to separate a fragment of his soul through some artifact or technique, attempting to escape. Upon successfully fleeing, he would use that fragment to devour other souls and achieve rebirth. Although Qin Hongyue had never practiced such techniques, she had encountered similar methods throughout her journey and was confident there was one that would suffice. Grasping with her fingers, she seized the fragment of the soul from afar. Tightening her fist, she crushed the fragment, bringing Bai Mo's life as the Ghost Emperor to a swift conclusion. Seizing the opportunity while the ghostly essence dissipated, she hurriedly absorbed the corpse into the ghost-swallowing gourd to refine it into a yin elixir. Chen Ming said to Yin Qianqian, with his ghostly aura, "He will undoubtedly assist you in ascending to the rank of Ghost Emperor." "Yes, master." Yin Qianqian, recovering from her astonishment, raised the ghost-devouring gourd in her hand, aimed it at the headless corpse, and began to absorb and refine the essence. Ascending to the Ghost Emperor level, had she truly reached the realm of Ghost King? Yang Xiao gazed at Yin Qianqian in disbelief. She, however, had no intention of acknowledging him. After confirming the successful concoction of the Ghost Emperor's Yin Dan, she poured it from the gourd into her mouth. The Yin Dan melted upon contact. The spiritual energy contained within absorbed and fused almost instantaneously. Boom! A torrent of ghostly energy surged forth in all directions, completely engulfing Yang Xiao. He raised his hands to shield himself, but despite exerting all his strength, he was forced to slide backward continuously. There was no mistaking it. This was the ghostly energy only a Ghost Emperor could possess. She had truly broken through to the realm of Ghost Emperor. Yang Xiao was taken aback. Suddenly, he understood why Yin Qianqian had chosen to recognize Chen Ming as her master. He had always believed he was more aware of her previous strength than anyone else. Yet now, she had achieved the Ghost Emperor level, a feat that had been utterly unattainable before. Not to mention the Ghost Emperor. Even the Ghost King or a fierce ghost had been beyond her reach. Was this individual truly of the human race? Yang Xiao's small eyes turned towards Chen Ming, filled with immense confusion, while simultaneously pondering his own future and how to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, as the ghostly energy ceased to surge, Yang Xiao disdainfully discarded the sword he held and then, with a thud, knelt down, pleading, "Great One, spare me. I was under the control of the Ghost Emperor by Mo, manipulated into this disrespectful behavior. Please grant me a path to survival. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you tirelessly, dedicating myself entirely without hesitation." The intensity of Yang Xiao's desire to survive and his efforts to cling to life were evident to Chen Ming, Yin Qianqian, and Qin Hongyue. However, his words held little credibility in the eyes of the three, approaching absolute zero. Chen Ming did not believe Yang Xiao had been controlled, relying on his instincts. Qin Hongyue, as an emperor, perceived everything and believed Yang Xiao had not been manipulated. As for Yin Qianqian, she was well aware of Yang Xiao's true nature. "You must believe me. I never intended to be your enemy. Truly." Yang Xiao appeared to sense the lack of credibility in his previous statements and hurriedly expressed his intent to redeem himself. "Qianqian, how do you think this person should be dealt with?" Chen Ming entrusted the decision to Yin Qianqian. As their gazes met, Yang Xiao thought that with Chen Ming granting her the power to decide, his chances of survival had greatly increased. Yet, to his dismay, he saw unprecedented coldness and unfamiliarity in Yin Qianqian's eyes. "He dared to attack my master. My suggestion is to kill him," Yin Qianqian decisively stated without hesitation. She had completely pledged her loyalty to Chen Ming, viewing him not merely as a master, but as a deity to be revered. As for Yang Xiao, in Yin Qianqian's eyes, their connection had run its course, and her compassion had been exhausted. She had warned Yang Xiao not to court death, but he had disregarded her words. Thus, he had brought this fate upon himself. "Very well, it's up to you. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I will let Hong. No, I can do it. Please rest assured, master, I will take on this task." Yin Qianqian was determined not to let Chen Ming doubt her loyalty over a dying ghost. "All right, go ahead." Chen Ming readily agreed. In fact, this was precisely what he had anticipated. Yang Xiao had once had a chance to survive, but he had thrown that opportunity away, leaving no one to blame but himself. Chen Ming felt no sympathy. Anyone who dared to oppose him deserved to die. He did not wish to see Yang Xiao grow stronger and become a source of trouble in the future. As the saying goes, even weak flies buzzing around can be quite bothersome. "No, you cannot kill me. I am still of great use to you, of great use." Seeing Chen Ming barely sparing him a glance, Yang Xiao placed his last hope on the approaching Yin Qianqian. "Qianqian, please reflect on our past, the joyful days we shared. Can you truly bear to kill me?" Yang Xiao cried desperately. "Joyful days? Though we were childhood friends and had a betrothal, we were never close enough to that extent. Were we?" Yin Qianqian replied coldly. "Upon reflection, Yang Xiao realized that their most intimate interactions had not even reached the point of physical contact. But, there is no but. Anyone who offends my master must die. Yin Qianqian's gaze was frigid. With a mere wave of her hand, she caused Yang Xiao's soul to scatter. His body transformed into a wisp of eerie mist, which she then absorbed entirely into the ghost-devouring gourd, refining it into Yin Dan, determined not to waste a single bit. Although Yang Xiao's cultivation was weak, every little bit added up. The Ghost Emperor was not the end. Yin Qianqian aspired to grow even stronger to contribute more to Chen Ming. Chapter 263. Returning to Blue Star, Changes in the World. Given Yin Qianqian's performance, Chen Ming was personally very satisfied. Confirming her loyalty was more important than anything else. He had no desire to face betrayal from those he trusted one day. After ensuring that there was little left in the Yellow Springs ghost realm to hold him, Chen Ming opened a spatial portal back to Blue Star, bringing Yin Qianqian and Qin Hongyue to the floating island's Dushan Villa. As long as he had been to a place once and unlocked it, Chen Ming could freely open the spatial portal to go there. The SSS grade, teleportation, skill was immensely beneficial to him. If he could not find enough ghosts in this world for Yin Qianqian to gather Yin energy, he could open a door for her to travel freely between the Yellow Springs Ghost Realm and Blue Star, which would be very convenient. Is this the Master's world? Yin Qianqian gazed at the incredibly vast scenery before her, somewhat surprised. This is merely a floating island. The entire world is far larger than what you see now. Qin Hongyue explained. I see. Yin Qianqian realized she had been quite narrow-minded. Then, Master, if there is nothing else, I shall go cultivate. Qin Hongyue inquired. Go ahead. Chen Ming consented. After all the commotion in the Yellow Springs Ghost Realm, he also wanted to rest well, raising his hand to cover his mouth as he let out a long yawn. From now on, feel free to move about. This world is different from the Yellow Springs Ghost Realm. Do not harm innocents, but monsters are fair game. Chen Ming turned and walked toward the villa, waving his hand. Yes, Master. Yin Qianqian respectfully saw Chen Ming off. After witnessing him enter the room and close the door, she turned to gaze at this strange, bright world, filled with a sense of novelty. This was a scene one could never witness in the Yellow Springs Ghost Realm. With ghostly energy swirling around her, Yin Qianqian lifted off the ground and soared into the sky, deciding to explore and quickly familiarize herself with this world. She believed that only in doing so could she assist Chen Ming effectively. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, lying in his bedroom, noticed Yin Qianqian's departure through the window. He shifted his focus back to his phone, eager to discover what significant events had transpired on Blue Star during his absence. Thousands of hunters worldwide had inexplicably been drawn into dungeons, their fates and reasons unknown. Chen Ming was aware of the reasons, but had no intention of admitting his involvement. The Star Alliance had even less reason to disclose such information. Oh, in such a short time, over 30 individuals worldwide have managed to acquire S-grade skills. 5 of them are SS grade or higher, with 2 from Daxia. Quite impressive. Chen Ming felt no concern that others acquiring skills would pose a threat to his safety. To speak rather bluntly, as long as the SSS level, permanent theft, skill remains firmly in Chen Ming's grasp, regardless of the rewards his adversaries may reel in, any who dare to provoke him will, without exception, be but fodder for his experience points. The only circumstance that might compel the fishing system to diminish Chen Ming's prowess would be the deliberate introduction of a skill that specifically restricts his permanent theft ability. However, it currently appears that such a possibility is remote. After all, to date, aside from Chen Ming, the highest skill level achieved is merely SS. An SSS level has yet to manifest, or perhaps, those individuals are merely stunted in their development, reluctant to disclose their acquisition of an SSS level skill. Chen Ming pondered aloud. Nonetheless, at this juncture, it seems prudent to openly share one's progress and collaborate with the authorities to amass greater resources and swiftly augment one's strength. Of course, should they possess a skill akin to Chen Ming's infinite fishing ability, they could disregard this notion. Regrettably, the infinite fishing skill is monopolized by Chen Ming. Even if others were to reel in similar skills, they would undoubtedly be inferior versions, perhaps allowing for a limited number of attempts, be it a few, several, dozens, or even hundreds. Infinite, a singular marvel in the world. Setting aside his contemplations, he resumed his reading. Oh, the Star Alliance has surprisingly decided to sever all ties with the World Hunter Alliance and operate independently? It seems they have faced considerable scrutiny on the international stage. Or is there another grand ambition at play? Chen Ming casually remarked, not genuinely curious enough to contact Zhao Qian and the other leaders to press for answers. Have the Hawks in India also managed to fish for the trial tower, inviting hunters from around the globe to undertake the challenges? Chen Ming did not believe that the two nations fishing for the trial tower would pose any threat to the Great Xia. The reasoning is simple. Great Xia does not require such means to attract talent and expand its power. In stark contrast to India, which has relied on sheer numbers. Great Xia's casualties since the advent of the apocalypse do not even amount to 1% of India's losses. The death toll in India has already exceeded 100 million, and that is merely the figure that the government is willing to disclose. The veracity of these numbers remains uncertain. Indeed, The Indian government is now ensnared in turmoil. For the common folk, the so-called Indian Hunter Alliance offers little hope. The official military? Even less so. In this remarkable land of India, those in power are often more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Seeking their assistance may result in being devoured, leaving no trace behind. The plight of the common people is dire, with their only hope resting on acquiring skills to empower themselves. Thus, they transition from the exploited to the exploiters. Various factions, religions, and gangs will vie for their allegiance. And they will soon discover that exploiting others is the quickest shortcut to enhancing one's strength. It is no exaggeration to state that in India, the practice of imprisoning individuals to force them into ceaseless fishing, subsequently surrendering their rewards, far exceeds the excesses of the hawks. However, India excels at suppressing information. Their connectivity is insufficient to disseminate these truths, that is all. What new conflict has arisen between the Banguk and the northern Korean nation? These two seem to frequently clash along their borders. An SS-level hunter from the gentleman nation has gone missing, currently unaccounted for. This photograph brings to mind the image of Van Dyke. Initially, it seemed that the gentleman nation would be profoundly saddened by the loss of an SS-level hunter, going to great lengths to uncover his whereabouts, dead or alive. However, upon perusing the external network, Ming discovered that the populace of the gentleman nation appeared rather pleased with the disappearance of this individual. Nevertheless, Van Dyke's absence has incited considerable unrest among his vampire minions within the gentleman nation, as they each aspire to seize his identity and influence. In their quest for power, they prey upon innocent civilians, draining their essence before converting them into vampires to bolster their ranks. This situation has proven quite troublesome for the hawkish officials, who are presently offering bounties worldwide to recruit professional hunters to quell this insurrection. After perusing the information, Ming felt he had gleaned enough. There was little of novelty left to explore. He exited the browser and opened the infinite fishing application, contemplating casting a line or two. Should he fail to reel in satisfactory treasures, he would simply close his eyes and rest. Chapter 264. SSS level time stop. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SSS level skill, time stop. Ming could hardly believe his luck. The first cast yielded an SSS level skill? To what extent has my luck been elevated? He mused, self-deprecatingly. In his excitement over the SSS level skill, he had momentarily overlooked the specifics of the skill itself. Upon a closer examination, his pupils dilated with intrigue. Time stop. Without needing to consult the system's explanation, the very phrase time stop conveyed its essence with remarkable clarity. This skill is undoubtedly a dream for many men. However, in the present world, possessing an SSS level time stop ability transcends mere lewd applications. Upon further inspection, he discovered that this skill could potentially halt the passage of time across the entirety of Blue Star. All beings, all objects, including zombies and those insatiable for blood, would be ensnared in this temporal stasis. Of course, Ming would remain unaffected, free to traverse through the suspended time at his leisure. The initiation and cessation of this state would be solely at his discretion. Might this skill be a tad excessive? Upon fully grasping the implications of the SSS level, time stop, skill, even Ming could not help but think so. Yet, acquiring it is far preferable to allowing it to fall into another's hands. The thought of someone wielding this skill against him sends a shiver down his spine. He cast his line once more. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an automatic large power plant. In response, Ming could only express that having it is better than not. After all, there is ample space on the floating island to install it without it appearing desolate. Onward. Currently fishing. Fishing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine grade exceptional weapon. Slaying Immortals, Sword 1. A divine grade exceptional weapon? The Slaying Immortals Sword? Ming speculated that it must be an artifact from the realm of the Red Moon. He retrieved the Slaying Immortals Sword from his system backpack. It indeed exuded a compelling aura, with its golden and white hues complemented by ancient, mystical runes that radiated sanctity. A few practice swings filled the air with a crisp whoosh, and the weapon felt remarkably balanced. Unfortunately, compared to wielding a sword, Ming preferred resolving matters through skills, or employing his sword-wielding undead blood knights to tackle problems. Red Moon, come here. I have something for you. Since the Slaying Immortals sword could be of use to Chen Ming had no intention of letting it gather dust in his system backpack. Suddenly, a rift appeared in space, shattering to reveal a scene reminiscent of the cosmic firmament. Following that, Chen emerged from within. Master, you called for me. She began, but her attention was immediately captivated by the sword in Chen Ming's hand. This is a divine-grade weapon, and an exceptional one at that, Chen exclaimed. Visibly moved. Is this sword of a high level? Chen Ming inquired. Indeed, it is the highest. Chen confirmed with a nod and elaborated, in my world, weapons are ranked from high to low as divine grade, holy grade, and the 4 elemental grades of heaven and earth. Each major grade is further divided into exceptional, superior, middle, and inferior qualities. Ah, I see. Chen Ming responded with an acknowledgement. then casually tossed the Celestial Slayer's sword to Chen Hongyue. Startled, she widened her eyes and stepped forward to catch the sword. Bewildered, she inquired, "Master, what do you mean by this? This sword is a gift to you. I have no use for it." Chen Ming replied with an air of nonchalance, treating the Celestial Slayer's sword as though it were of little consequence. "What, Master? You are bestowing this precious sword upon me?" Chen Hongyue exclaimed in disbelief. "Indeed," Chen Ming affirmed once more. "Thank you, Master," she said, kneeling on both knees, raising the sword in gratitude. For someone of Chen Hongyue's imperial stature, a divine-grade weapon was merely a legend she had glimpsed within the pages of a book. She never imagined that one day she would truly possess such an extraordinary weapon. With this sword in hand, Chen Hongyue felt confident that she could once again suppress the tides of eternity. "Rise," Chen Ming urged, indicating that she should not dwell on it. After all, to him, the sword was simply an item of no practical use. "Master, may I inquire as to the name of this sword?" Chen Hongyue asked as she stood. "The Celestial Slayer sword," Chen Ming stated, directly adopting the name given by the system, showing no interest in creating a new one. The Celestial Slayer sword. What a formidable name. Truly befitting a divine-grade weapon. Chen Hongyue exclaimed, unable to part with the sword, eager to test its might. Chen Ming, perceiving her intentions, waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to depart. "Your subordinate takes her leave," Chen Hongyue said, retreating back into the shattered void. As she did, the fragmented space appeared to reverse time, reassembling itself to its original state. With a yawn, Chen Ming, feeling drowsy, placed his phone on the nightstand and connected it to the charger. He then pulled the covers over himself, deciding to indulge in a good nap. There were many methods at his disposal to keep himself awake, yet among them, he chose the most comfortable option, the innate human skill of sleeping. Chen Ming had no intention of relinquishing fundamental skills such as sleeping and eating. Relying solely on skills to resolve all issues seemed exceedingly dull to him. His gaze fell upon Chen Hongyue, who was currently suspended in midair. She was preparing to temporarily leave the floating island in search of a formidable monster to test the Celestial Slayer's sword's power. Before departing, she formed a hand seal, pressing her thumb against her pinky and ring finger, with her middle and index fingers aligned, raising it to her lips as she silently chanted a spell. "Formation, activate," she commanded, pointing toward the villa, and an array materialized, enveloping the entire Dew Mountain villa within its protective confines. During her absence, this formation would shield against all attacks, preventing any disturbances to Chen Ming. Should a formidable adversary manage to breach the barrier, Chen Hongyue's cultivation would allow her to return to the floating island in an instant, regardless of the distance. Stepping onto her flying sword, she soared through the winds, closing her eyes as she expanded her consciousness without restraint, making all living beings and monsters within her reach visible. Even the most advanced radar technology could not rival her abilities. Numerous monsters were detected, though regrettably, their power was too weak. Using a divine-grade weapon against them made Chen Hongyue feel as though she were employing a battleship to swat at mosquitoes. "Continue flying. Keep probing with my consciousness," she thought, knowing she had ample time at her disposal. In a matter of 7 or 8 minutes, her persistence bore fruit as she finally identified a suitable opponent to test her sword against. Among the monsters, she also recognized several familiar figures, including Zhao Qian, one of the commanders of the Star Alliance, who often interacted with Chen Ming. Chapter 265. The battlefield belongs to the Lord of the Undead. Not long ago, Zhao Qian, who had just acquired an S-grade skill, was engaged in fierce combat with several other S-grade hunters against a stone statue demon towering 50 to 60 meters high, hoping to bring it down through teamwork. In the half hour since the stone statue demon's appearance, a significant portion of the county had been reduced to rubble, transformed into ruins. The towering skyscrapers within the city appeared minuscule in comparison, as if shrunk. Even those buildings that could rival it in height had already been smashed to pieces by the demon's massive hand. The destruction was astounding. Zhao Qian raised his hands, conjuring a large ice spear aimed at the demon's feet. Boom, boom. With a forceful gesture, he launched 2 massive ice hammers that homed in on the stone statue demon as if guided by a targeting system. Upon contact, the ice spear shattered, unleashing a wave of cold air. The chill enveloped the demon, rapidly freezing it. Zhao Qian had previously attempted direct assaults using freezing techniques against the stone statue demon, all of which had ended in failure. Now, he had to devise a different strategy, aiming to freeze the demon's legs, even if he couldn't completely encase it in ice. Delaying it for a second was still a victory. Reinforcements continued to arrive, yet regardless of their increasing numbers or the variety of their attacks, they could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the stone statue demon. Not a single scratch. It was enough to provoke doubts and complaints. Was this creature truly made of stone and not some advanced synthetic metal? It seemed far too resilient. This is absurd. My S-grade swordsmanship has struck it multiple times, yet only a minuscule scratch remains. The creature's combat and defensive capabilities were clearly beyond S-grade. How could the system classify it as such? Was it not more akin to SS or even SSS? After battling for the better part of the day, Zhao Qian's mental energy dwindled to less than a third, with no discernible effect on the demon, which was somewhat disheartening. If only the Lord of the Undead were here, we wouldn't have to struggle so. Unfortunately, the Lord of the Undead was likely occupied with others, participating in that so-called hell of the underworld dungeon. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time without any news. Could it be? Ugh, I can't speak such ominous thoughts. Let us focus on the positive. We must defend where we can, exert ourselves where needed, and keep the conversation flowing. Otherwise, the atmosphere will become unbearably oppressive, sapping our will to fight. Look out! Run! Someone shouted as the demon's eyes began to glow once more. Despite the brief duration of their engagement, they had managed to glean some experience. How is the evacuation of the civilians? Zhao Qian asked while dodging, conjuring an even larger ice spear aimed at the demon's mouth. As the ice spear shattered, the hidden mist within instantly spread out, encasing the demon's entire mouth in a thick layer of blue ice. It was effective, but the duration was fleeting. The stone statue demon merely needed to open its mouth wider for the ice to crumble and fall away. Curse it! No effect? Zhao Qian glanced toward a communications officer, who appeared ensnared in terror, and asked again, "What is the status of the civilian evacuation?" The officer immediately snapped back to attention, reporting, "Commander, 3 minutes ago, I received word that all civilians in the entire launching county have successfully evacuated under military arrangements." Excellent. We must also seek an opportunity to retreat and see if a barrage of artillery can eliminate this creature. Beyond that, I cannot think of any other methods to deal with this stone giant. Using artillery would undoubtedly be more efficient and far safer than sacrificing lives. Boom. Moments later, they heard and saw a blue-white beam, resembling lightning, erupt from the demon's mouth, sweeping chaotically across the area. Wherever it passed, buildings and metal melted into molten rock. Due to its unpredictability, countless professional hunters perished in this attack, their numbers rising alarmingly. Zhao Qian watched in anguish as the hard-earned alliance of professional hunters was so easily slaughtered by the stone giant, making it utterly unacceptable to him. It is unclear how long this situation will persist, until the balance of power between humans and monsters can shift. The hope is for humanity to hunt the monsters, rather than being hunted by them. One can only say that the path ahead is fraught with challenges. Zhao Qian is uncertain whether he will live to see that day. Commander Zhao, you have an additional companion. The communicator, who had intended to say more, suddenly noticed a woman appearing beside Zhao Qian, as if she had materialized out of thin air. Zhao Qian did not pay her much heed, but instinctively turned his gaze towards her. Upon recognizing her face, his expression shifted dramatically. You are Miss Qin Hongyue, the servant of Mr. Chen, aren't you? Indeed, Qin Hongyue replied simply. She has always been sparing with her words, particularly towards anyone other than her master, Chen Ming, as she preferred to minimize any unnecessary interactions. At first, the communicator was perplexed by Zhao Qian's courtesy towards a woman, given his status as the commander of the Great Xia Star Alliance. However, upon hearing the name Qin Hongyue from Zhao Qian's lips, the communicator instantly comprehended the situation, setting aside her connection to the Lord of the Undead. The impression left by Qin Hongyue during her performance in the trial tower still resonated with him profoundly. The communicator took out his phone and opened the rankings for the trial tower on Wan Jiechue Diao. As expected, all the records were still dominated by the name Qin Hongyue. You all should leave. I will handle this, Qin Hongyue stated before vanishing in an instant. Commander Zhao, what should we do now? Should we heed her advice, or continue with the original plan? Should we bombard the area? The communicator inquired. To act against her would signify declaring war on the Lord of the Undead. Is that what you desire? Zhao Qian countered. The communicator immediately shook his head, denying any such intention. He dared not provoke even Chen Ming's servant, let alone the master himself, who was rumored to command an army of millions, if not over 100 million undead. Just the thought of such a vast army descending upon them sent chills down his spine. Cold. Very cold. The might of Chen Ming as the Lord of the Undead was beyond question throughout the Great Xia. His strength was indisputable, more genuine than pearls. First, notify everyone to retreat and avoid engaging with the monsters, Zhao Qian commanded, accepting the harsh reality. This battlefield is no longer one we can participate in. Understood. The communicator nodded in agreement, hastily retrieving his equipment to relay Zhao Qian's orders to all hunters, instructing them to steer clear of the monsters. The battlefield belonged to the Lord of the Undead. Chapter 266, The All-Intelligent Hunter Guild. The hunters collectively retreated, leaving only Qin Hongyue to confront the stone statue demon alone. The stone statue demon redirected its attention towards her, for she was far more eye-catching than the fleeing hunters. Before unleashing its laser, the creature's eyes flickered with a lightning-like brilliance. Be careful, Zhao Qian instinctively warned Qin Hongyue. However, his concerns proved entirely unwarranted, as the lightning laser surged forth, filling the entirety of the visual field. Qin Hongyue effortlessly cleaved it apart with a single stroke of her sword. The stone statue demon, sensing danger, hastily attempted to evade. Boom. Though it escaped the fate of losing its head, one of its arms was severed cleanly by the sword's momentum, crashing to the ground in several pieces. Once separated from its body, the arm's rigidity diminished significantly, becoming brittle. One stroke severed the arm of that stone giant. What extraordinary combat prowess! Such a formidable individual was, in fact, a servant of the Lord of the Undead? Were the rumors circulating online truly accurate? Do you still doubt the strength of the Lord of the Undead? I have underestimated the situation. I fell prey to conspiracy theories, thinking the Star Alliance was using this as a means to intimidate other nations and recruit talent. If even a servant is this powerful, he must be invincible, at least for the time being. The strongest human in the world is not to be trifled with. Through Chen Hongyue's formidable display, the crowd once again grasped the true extent of Chen Ming's strength, a might that left them feeling utterly insignificant. After the stone statue demon lost its right arm, it surveyed its surroundings, grasping a 13-story building that was in ruins. With a powerful grip, it crushed the concrete and tore through the rebar, raising it like a baseball bat and bringing it crashing down towards Chen Hongyue. Large chunks of concrete continued to plummet. Zhao Qian and the others, observing from the sidelines, suddenly felt that the stone statue demon they had previously faced was far gentler than the creature before them now, which seemed to have unleashed a ferocity that was wild and ruthless. Not wanting to waste too much time on the stone statue demon, Chen Hongyue relinquished her grip, allowing her sword to hover before her. With a swift motion, she split her sword into hundreds of blades. Then, the tips of the swords turned to face and lock onto the stone statue demon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of blades surged forth, each capable of inflicting grievous wounds, shattering and piercing through the creature's form. In mere moments, the towering figure was reduced to nothing more than a pile of worthless rubble. Is this for real? It was defeated in an instant? That was an S-class monster. How could she be so strong? Indeed, even with S-class skills, the gap between us and true powerhouses remains vast. Despite our numbers, we are like mere decorations, failing to inflict even the slightest injury upon the monster. It's almost laughable when you think about it. We must keep striving. The crowd shared their thoughts, each trying to bolster their confidence. Zhao Qian wished to approach Chen Hongyue to express his gratitude. Had she not intervened, it would have been challenging to eliminate the stone statue demon so swiftly. However, just as he took a step forward, Chen Hongyue sheathed her sword and vanished without a trace, like a wisp of smoke. As for the stone statue demon she had slain, Chen Ming had already shared the skill undead extraction with Chen Hongyue, and unbeknownst to her, it had automatically extracted the essence and drawn it into the shadow space, continually growing stronger. Truly, she is a servant of the Lord of the Undead. Arriving without a trace and departing just as swiftly, Zhao Qian mused, feeling a renewed sense of appreciation for the strength that Chen Ming represents for the Great Xia. As for Chen Ming himself, he merely flipped over and continued to sleep soundly. Time passed unmeasured until Chen Ming awoke to a dimming sky outside. Sitting up, he gazed out the window, noticing the sun beginning its descent. Checking his phone, he saw it was 6:33. Exiting his room, he utilized his telekinetic abilities to illuminate the villa by activating all the switches. Chen Ming opened the system panel, took out an unopened bottle of water from his backpack, twisted off the cap, and, grasping the stair railing with one hand, drank heartily from the mineral water with the other, quenching his parched throat. Still not back? Chen Ming closed his left eye and utilized his divine vision to scan the floating island, but neither Chen Hongyue nor Yin Qianqian was in sight. Casually discarding the empty water bottle, he crushed it into a disc using his telekinetic power, which then landed neatly in the trash bin. Why do I feel like a lonely old man? Chen Ming jested to himself. Entering the living room, he settled onto the sofa, selecting a lavish feast of fish and meat, and prepared a steaming bowl of rice to satisfy his hunger. He also turned on the television to catch the news. It was the same old chaotic affairs. An increasing number of individuals, emboldened by their strength, began to enslave others, coercing them to hand over their rewards from fishing, with those who resisted meeting violent ends. What if someone fishes up a high-level skill? Fight. If you can't win, you die. Why take the risk? It is quite simple. The risks associated with this approach are significantly lower than confronting the monsters directly. In those nations where reliance on the authorities is tenuous, such circumstances are more likely to arise. The Great Xia has experienced a few similar incidents, all swiftly suppressed by the Star Alliance. This has undoubtedly elevated Chen Ming's admiration for both the Great Xia and the Star Alliance. It is evident that they genuinely aspire to restore peace and reconstruct a nation where individuals can live without the fear of monster invasions. Unlike the hawkish factions that advocate for the independence of various states, establishing their own hunter alliances to cultivate power in the chaos. The official response to the apocalypse has proven less effective than the actions taken by these independent entities. Free from constraints, many issues can be addressed promptly without waiting for the so-called expert advice from above. From the perspective of the Hawks, this is not an advantageous development. Yet for the refugees, it undoubtedly enhances their chances of survival. Currently, although the situation on Blue Star is not as dire as it was at the onset of the apocalypse, and everyone is gradually adapting, it remains a matter of each individual showcasing their unique skills. With a satisfying belch, Chen Ming set aside his bowl and chopsticks. With a mere sweep of his hand, He collected the empty plates into his storage space. He reclined on the sofa, feeling utterly content. Habitually, he picked up his phone and opened the universal fishing app. For him, this has undeniably become an integral part of his life, as essential as eating and sleeping. He sees no issue with this. Indeed, if it were anyone else, they would likely wish to spend every minute of the day, every second, fixated on it. Clicking Start Fishing, he cast his line. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical hit. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the fully automated Hunter Guild 1. Chapter 267, The God of War Guild, where the utterly mundane becomes the trend. Chen Ming comprehended the term Hunter Guild, yet the addition of fully automated left him somewhat perplexed. He had heard of smart homes, but never imagined that even a Hunter Guild could be fully automated. After pondering for a few seconds without clarity, it was only after reviewing the system's detailed introduction that he finally grasped the meaning of the fully automated Hunter Guild. To put it plainly, it involves the random deployment of a Hunter Guild in a location, with the guild autonomously managing its operations, requiring no input from Chen Ming. The emphasis here is on automation. However, this alone surely does not justify the term critical hit. After all, Chen Ming only fished up one fully automated Hunter Guild. The enhancement in rewards pertains not to quantity, but to quality. Following deployment, the Hunter Guild will not only operate autonomously, but, as the guild leader, Chen Ming will enjoy an additional privilege. He can freely utilize the skills of any professional hunter who joins the guild and is recorded in the database. In this skill-centric apocalypse, it translates to the guild's growth equating to an increase in Chen Ming's prowess, the benefits being equivalent to their combined strengths. With this augmentation, the value of the fully automated Hunter Guild reward surged significantly in Chen Ming's estimation. He was convinced it would eventually become a pivotal force in stabilizing the global situation. Private guilds, apart from the official ones, would inevitably start to gain popularity. Thus, it would be prudent for him to begin laying the groundwork early. After all, the system would handle all operational responsibilities, including reward distribution, leaving Chen Ming with nothing to worry about. His sole task would be to reap the benefits. The system is merely a worker, after all. With this thought in mind, Chen Ming opened a portal, preparing to visit the Star Alliance to discuss his intention to establish a private guild with Zhao Qian. Since it was on the territory of the Great Xia, it would be wise to inform them, regardless of his own strength. Buzzing. Upon receiving Chen Ming's message, Zhao Qian had just intended to wash his face and change his attire when he unexpectedly witnessed the familiar portal open before him. Moments later, Chen Ming stepped through. This skill is indeed quite convenient, Zhao Qian thought enviously. Welcome, Mr. Chen, he greeted politely, preparing a cup of tea and placing it before Chen Ming. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? I am here to discuss the establishment of a private hunter guild, Chen Ming replied candidly. Mr. Chen is also here regarding this matter? Zhao Qian expressed surprise. Is that so? Chen Ming inquired further. From Zhao Qian, he learned that numerous places abroad had begun to create private hunter guilds as a counter to the official ones. Some individuals domestically had also suggested decentralizing power to promote private guilds. However, the overarching direction must be determined and adjusted by the Star Alliance. Zhao Qian believed that such measures could indeed accelerate the construction of human strength, but delegating power to private entities is inherently a perilous endeavor. The potential for instability is considerable, and once these entities grow powerful, it is challenging to ensure that ambitious individuals will not raise the banner of independence in rebellion against the larger authority. This would lead to chaos, with external threats unresolved and internal strife emerging. Chen Ming concurred with Zhao Qian's concerns. However, he stated, if you are in support of my creation of a hunter guild, I would wholeheartedly welcome it. Unlike others, Zhao Qian had complete faith in Chen Ming. After all, with his strength, if he desired to seize control of the Great Xia, he would not need to resort to such convoluted measures or rely on anyone else. Furthermore, he did not dare to refuse, fearing it might jeopardize the hard-won relationship he had cultivated with Chen Ming. In matters concerning Chen Ming, Zhao Qian was even more meticulous than he had been when pursuing his current wife, wary of making any missteps. In truth, I fished this guild through the software. While I hold the title of guild leader, all operations are fully automated, Chen Ming revealed, sharing half the truth while concealing the other half. He intended to use this guild as a strategic card to balance the human factions. If they maintained order, all would remain peaceful. Should they become ambitious and attempt to act against him, he would then employ this card to return the favor in kind. Ah, I see. Mr. Chen, your fortune is truly unmatched. Zhao Qian could not help but express his envy. He had thought himself fortunate to acquire an S-class skill, only to be schooled by Chen Ming and come to understand what it truly means to be favored by fate. The concept of a fully automated guild was something he had not dared to dream of previously. How about it? If you agree, the location will be your choice, and I will handle the deployment, Chen Ming proposed, wishing to avoid wasting too much time on this matter. All right, no problem. We will proceed as you suggest, Mr. Chen. How about the Imperial Capital? It is relatively close to the Star Alliance, making it easier to address any issues that arise. Additionally, the Imperial Capital has the highest concentration of talent, which will expedite the construction of the intelligent guild, Zhao Qian elaborated. A meeting? A vote? Unnecessary. Do they dare cast opposing votes? Angering this formidable figure would not be a joke. I cannot imagine who could bear the consequences. That is acceptable, Chen Ming replied readily. Following this, Zhao Qian produced a map and, after some searching, identified a piece of vacant land owned by the government that had yet to be developed. This will do then, Mr. Chen, what do you think? Zhao Qian entrusted the decision to Chen Ming. Agreed, Chen Ming affirmed, adopting a nonchalant attitude. He opened his system backpack, selected the fully automated hunter guild, and quickly and accurately pinpointed the vacant land chosen by Zhao Qian on the deployment map, confirming the placement. Please name your hunter guild. If naming is not required, the system will randomly generate a name. As someone who struggles with naming, Chen Ming found himself at a loss. Never mind, let it be random then. Chen Ming did not hold much regard for the guild's name. They all seemed the same to him. Random naming in progress. Naming successful. The guild has been named. War God Guild. War God Guild. Chen Ming silently reassured himself. Being exceedingly commonplace can sometimes be fashionable. Initiating deployment. Constructing the fully intelligent hunter guild. Deployment successful. War God Guild is now under automatic management. All set. Ah, is that it? Zhao Qian asked in disbelief, feeling that it was rather swift. Shall we go take a look? Chen Ming, aware of Zhao Qian's curiosity, was equally eager to see what this so-called fully intelligent hunter guild would look like. Certainly, Zhao Qian responded without hesitation. Chapter 268, a one-man effort to end the apocalypse. He wished to witness firsthand what this fully intelligent hunter guild was all about. Following Chen Ming, they stepped through the portal and arrived at the newly constructed hunter guild, which seemed to have appeared as if by magic. It's enormous. At just a glance, Zhao Qian was astounded by the sight before him. This fully intelligent hunter guild surpassed even the scale of the Star Alliance headquarters. The overall design exuded a strikingly futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic. Such a massive structure being completed in an instant was truly a testament to the power of advanced technology, so extravagant. Zhao Qian marveled. Let us go inside and take a look, Chen Ming suggested. Good. Zhao Qian eagerly followed, keeping pace with Chen Ming. They ascended dozens of steps and reached the grand entrance of the guild. Upon sensing the presence of the two, the doors opened automatically. The entire hall was extraordinarily spacious, comparable to a football field. All the equipment was automated. A bounty board, a task acceptance station, and a reward exchange area for completed tasks. All were available. The rewards for completing tasks are provided by you, Mr. Chen? Zhao Qian inquired curiously. This guild seems to have its own startup capital. Of course, I can also invest. Chen Ming replied, sharing what he knew. I see, it truly is intelligent. Zhao Qian envied him greatly, wishing he could somehow acquire such a hunter guild for himself. The more, the merrier. I have established a cooperative relationship between this guild and the Star Alliance, ensuring no malicious competition will occur, Chen Ming reassured Zhao Qian. That's splendid. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for considering us so thoroughly. Zhao Qian had previously worried that everyone would flock to join the War God Guild, leading to the Star Alliance's gradual decline and eventual elimination. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, he felt considerably more at ease. After touring all the facilities, Chen Ming and Zhao Qian returned to the Star Alliance. Before departing, Chen Ming assured him that he would facilitate the development of the War God Guild within his capacity. Though Chen Ming verbally agreed, he remained indifferent to such matters in his heart. He intended to be a hands-off manager. Leaving all troublesome issues to the system's management, it was none of his concern. They had promised full automation. If he intervened, could it still be called fully automated? Mr. Chen? Seeing Chen Ming step into the portal only to retract, Zhao Qian could not help but inquire about his intention. I have a special weapon I wish to donate to your Star Alliance. Chen Ming turned around and said, a special weapon? Zhao Qian's heart raced with anticipation. He knew that whatever Chen Ming provided would be of excellent quality. Inferior items could not possibly come from him. After all, when it came to luck, no one in the world could compare to him. Right, let us find a more spacious area, as that item is quite large. Chen Ming decided to take this opportunity to significantly enhance the combat power of the Great Xia. Only by stabilizing the domestic situation could the hunter system be accelerated in its establishment, with various monsters constantly invading. When would there be an opportunity to hone skills and improve oneself? The stronger they became, the greater the utility of the fully intelligent hunter guild. Moments later, Zhao Qian led Chen Ming to a broad open space, eager to see what special equipment Chen Ming had in store. Chen Ming waved his hand grandly, and Zhao Qian's vision was instantly obscured. It was overwhelming. Stepping back a few paces and then looking up again, the astonishment and shock were evident on his face. This is a mech. Zhao Qian still vividly remembered the scene where Chen Ming battled the Blood Knight using this mech. He had not anticipated that the weapon Chen Ming intended to provide to the Star Alliance would be a mech, so generous to an extreme. The next moment, he suddenly realized a rather terrifying fact. If Chen Ming could casually present a super weapon like a mech, how profound must his resources be? Unimaginable. This mech. I hope you can make good use of it, restoring peace to the Great Xia at the earliest opportunity. As soon as Chen Ming's words fell, A system notification popped up. Successfully gifted mech. Dangerous Wanderer. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100 Dangerous Wanderers. Feeling it was not exhilarating enough, he upgraded the rebate skill from SS level 100-fold to SSS level 1000-fold in an instant, using an upgrade card. Subsequently, he took out 100 perfectly replicated Dangerous Wanderer mechs. Successfully gifted mech. Dangerous Wanderer. 100-fold rebate has been triggered. Congratulations, host, for receiving 100,000. Watching the over 100 black technology combat mech before him, Zhao Qian was left speechless with astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Ming had already amassed an equal strength of mechs, totaling 100,000. Afterward, in addition to increasing the number of Dangerous Wanderer mechs to 300, Chen Ming also provided 100 aircraft capable of aerial combat, the Solar Eclipse Raven. Zhao Qian's fear of insufficient firepower dissipated instantly. He had never fought such a well-equipped battle. Mr. Chen, I am truly at a loss for how to repay your immense kindness. Commander Zhao, what are you doing? Chen Ming swiftly supported Zhao Qian, who was about to kneel. As a citizen of the Great Xia, it is only natural for me to contribute to my country, right? Chen Ming helped Zhao Qian up, stating it as a matter of course. You are absolutely correct. Zhao Qian agreed. Furthermore, Chen Ming utilized the teleportation skill to open portals across the nation, enabling the Star Alliance to promptly dispatch professional hunters to locations where monsters were emerging for extermination. This allowed the populace to fish with peace of mind, knowing they had the entire Star Alliance and the Great Xia backing them. Once the news was broadcast, it shook the nation and the world. Chen Ming's status in the hearts of all, especially the people of the Great Xia, transcended that of deities. The Great Xia had seemingly become the center of the world, with countless individuals seeking ways to enter the Great Xia, to become citizens and put down roots. In the future, while other countries deteriorated, the Great Xia, bolstered by the mechs provided by Chen Ming, established a highly professional mech hunter force, efficiently exterminating all monsters that threaten the harmony and stability of the nation. The hunter system developed at an astonishing pace. More and more powerful individuals emerged like mushrooms after rain. The stronger they became, the higher Chen Ming's status soared, continuously and boundlessly being deified. The floating island where Chen Ming resided also became the island of the gods that people dreamt of. They hoped that one day they could ascend the island and be favored by him. In contrast, Chen Ming's daily life consisted of occasional dungeon runs with Bai Yuan, Yin Qianqian, and Qin Hongyue, while spending most of his time idling, fishing, and seeking amusement. Even in the apocalypse, he remained leisurely and carefree, leading a life of ease without disaster or illness. Regardless, even if one were to indulge in complacency, possessing an infinite number of fishing opportunities makes it impossible not to grow stronger. With effortless resolve, one can bring an end to the apocalypse. Thus, a new chapter for humanity unfolds, transitioning from being the hunted to becoming the hunters. This concludes the narrative. Thank you for your attention. If you enjoyed it, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again for our next tale.